One Destiny's child, not even worthy of being a dog. That night, Yanyun Dynasty, Imperial City back mountain, Siguo Cliff. Goose feather like heavy snow drifted down, landing on the young man's shoulders. The young man, dressed in thin clothes, knelt ramrod straight on the ice. Even amidst the swirling snow, his tall figure did not bend in the slightest. Moonlight fell upon his handsome and refined face, making him appear exceptionally pure and ethereal. It was worth noting that a plain white silk scarf was wrapped over the young man's eyes. This stunning youth was actually blind. Hiss. Did I reincarnate? Ning Ye's head throbbed with intense pain, as a flood of memories from his past life washed over him. In his previous life, he was a speedrunner for a game called Against the Nine Heavens, a Xuanhuan cultivate and conquer themed game. For an entire year, he had shut himself in his room day and night, determined to be the first speedrunner in the world to successfully complete the challenge. But who would have thought that after just a brief nap, he woke up to find the entire world changed? It seems he had reincarnated as a tragic supporting character in Against the Nine Heavens, the 10th prince of the Yanyun Dynasty, Your Highness, Ning Ye. Began cultivating at the age of 3. Reached acquired body tempering peak at 7. Achieved innate great perfection at 10. Reached transcendent peak at 17, just one step away from the star gathering level, truly entering the ranks of the strong on the Nine Heavens continent. In that year, he reached the peak of his life, hailed by the people of the Yanyun Dynasty as the next emperor of Yanyun. Also in that year, his cultivation not only failed to advance beyond transcendent, but instead continuously regressed. Now, he isn't even in the body tempering realm, having fallen to the level of an ordinary person with no power to even truss a chicken. Furthermore, one day his eyes even went blind, turning him into a cripple. And 3 days ago, he was punished by the emperor of Yanyun to kneel at Siguo Cliff for defying his imperial decree and refusing marriage. Memories kept surfacing. Ning Ye's face grew paler. Why did his cultivation regress? Why did his eyes go blind? He had the opportunity to become the youngest emperor of Yanyun, so why had he fallen to such a state? All these questions furrowed his brow into a deep frown. As the memories merged, Ning Ye's expression jolted, and he suddenly awoke, a stunningly beautiful, elegant, and noble face slowly emerging in his mind. She was his future 10th imperial consort, the Yanyun goddess hailed as the Luo god by billions of people, and also the eldest princess of the imperial dynasty's wealthiest family, Luo Jia. It's a curse. It's the curse cast by Luo Jia. And this curse is called Soul Devour. Ning Ye muttered to himself. This curse was extremely malicious. Those afflicted would slowly lose their cultivation, become ordinary people, and eventually lose all 5 senses, becoming cripples. Over the past year, he had consulted all the best physicians in Yanyun, and even spent a fortune to bring in doctors from Medicine King Valley, yet no cause for his illness was found. He never expected the problem to lie with his white moonlight, his future 10th imperial consort, Luo Jia. How could it be her? Ning Ye rubbed his brow, feeling a blockage in his heart. In his memories, Luo Jia was gentle as water, beautiful and graceful, exceptionally talented, an existence called the Luo god in the Yanyun dynasty. Moreover, she had always been exceptionally kind to him. Although they were not yet married, countless people in the imperial dynasty already regarded her as his 10th imperial consort. If he were to become the emperor of Yanyun in the future, she would be the empress. So why would she do such a thing? His thoughts stopped there, and a plotline from Against the Nine Heavens suddenly flashed into his mind. 3 years later, Luo Jia would overthrow the Yanyun imperial power, execute the 9 imperial princes of Yanyun, ascend to the throne, and then begin conquering the world. And he would become her puppet imperial husband, imprisoned in the imperial palace, never to see the light of day again, eventually dying by suicide. That's right. This woman has no heart. A complete schemer. She wants to rule the world. And at the same time, she fears that if he, the rising 10th prince, grows stronger, he will become her enemy. So she simply cursed him and crippled him. This way, 3 years later, both the imperial dynasty and he would become her playthings. She never intended to become the empress of Yanyun. All she ever wanted was to become the first female emperor of the Yanyun dynasty. The memories became clearer. Ning Ye's back grew colder. Currently, Luo Jia's power in the Yanyun dynasty had reached a level where she could control everything with a single hand, and he was just a disgraced prince. How was he supposed to deal with this? This is a complete dead end. Ning Ye shook his head. Although he now had a clear understanding of the plotline of Against the Nine Heavens, his current position and lack of power made it truly difficult to reverse the situation. And just then, a virtual character interface suddenly appeared in Ning Ye's mind. Name Ning Ye. Identity, 10th Prince of Yanyun. Age 18. Cultivation, none. Life status, afflicted by a curse soul devour. This is. Although Ning Ye was blind, he could see the virtual character interface in his mind with extreme clarity, so he couldn't help but murmur softly. System. The moment his voice fell, a crisp system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, system loading. Ding, system binding successful. Ding, given the host's current environment, the system offers two choices. Choice 1, elopement. The system will automatically update to the Child of Destiny version. Choice 2, marriage. The system will automatically update to the Great Villain of Destiny version. Indeed. The system might be late, but it will definitely not be absent. Ning Ye whispered in surprise, then quickly calmed down to think. Elopement. Marriage. Ning Ye thought for a moment. This mission choice should be related to the woman the Emperor of Yanyun had bestowed upon him in marriage. 3 days ago, the Emperor of Yanyun called him to his sleeping quarters and coldly threw a marriage decree in his face, ordering him to travel to the former enemy nation, the Yanyun Dynasty, on an appointed day to fulfill the marriage contract. He had refused without a second thought, as his heart had always been set on Luo Jia, and he paid no attention to any other woman. However, things were different now. The awakening of his memories made him realize that Luo Jia, that woman, was not a good person at all, but a bad woman with a venomous heart. Legend has it that every world has its own Royan the Great. And she, Luo Jia, was absolutely the Liu Royan of Against the Nine Heavens. And he was the unlucky one she had set her sights on. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye took out the marriage decree from his embrace. Although he still didn't know who he was about to marry, at this point, it didn't matter who he married. Now the question was, should he choose Child of Destiny or Great Villain of Destiny? Or rather, should he elope or get married? This was a difficult question to decide. How about eloping? After all, who wouldn't want to be the Child of Destiny? Ning Ye thought seriously. As a veteran player of Against the Nine Heavens, he was very familiar with the Child of Destiny plotline, and he believed he could do better this time. Just as Ning Ye was about to subconsciously make his choice, he heard a familiar, tearful voice from the communication jade hanging at his waist. Brother, please agree to this marriage with the second young miss of the Jun family of the Yanyun Dynasty. Otherwise, Imperial Father will exile you to the southern border. Zuer doesn't want you to die. Woo. Zuer. Listening to that trembling, tearful voice, Ning Ye felt a warmth in his heart. Ever since his cultivation was crippled and his eyes went blind, in just one short year, he had experienced the harsh realities of life. He not only lost all his rights as a prince, but was even demoted to the cold palace. No one in the entire Yan capital was willing to be close to him. Only his younger sister, Ning Zuer, remained loyal, even willing to move into the cold palace with him. And it was worth noting that his younger sister, Ning Zuer, was the Child of Destiny female protagonist in the Eastern Desolate plotline of Against the Nine Heavens. Wait. Who was he supposed to marry? Yanyun Dynasty. Jun family. Second Miss Jun. Jun Kainyu. A silhouette of a woman with her back to all living beings appeared in Ning Ye's mind. If he remembered correctly, Jun Kainyu was the ultimate villainous great boss in Against the Nine Heavens. At this moment, memories about her and being tormented by her thousands of times gradually became clear. He instinctively shivered violently, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Without another word, he quickly made his choice. System. I choose to. No dog wants to be the Child of Destiny. To she, the Black Moonlight of 900 million players. Ding, congratulations host for a successful selection. Ding, please wait a moment host, the system is updating its version. Listening to the reassuring system prompt in his ear, Ning Ye let out a long sigh of relief, and began to slowly sort through the memories in his mind. Nijiyushin, Against the Nine Heavens, is a Xuanhuan world constructed from 9 main storylines, each with a corresponding Child of Destiny. Regardless of which storyline's protagonist, the ultimate goal is only one: to prevent the second young miss of the Jun family, Jun Kainyu, from reaching the Nine Heavens peak, creating an era of eternal darkness, and saving the countless living beings of the Nine Heavens world. It's worth mentioning that Ning Ye had tried all 9 storylines, and the number of villainous great bosses who fell by his hand was countless. However, he could never defeat the head villain, Jun Kainyu, no matter what. Counting carefully, in the process of speedrunning the game, he was tormented by her more than 1,000 times. Of course, not only him, but not a single player in the entire world had ever defeated Jun Kainyu, not even once. Players worldwide both hated her, loved her, and respected her. In just 1 year, Jun Kainyu's popularity directly soared to the top of the 2024 female game character popularity list, breaking out of the usual circles. Firstly, her appearance setting was the ceiling-level existence in the entire game world. No one could surpass her. Secondly, her cold, ruthless, and vicious methods were also unique. In the game world of Nijiyushin, Against the Nine Heavens, Ning Ye had personally witnessed how she effortlessly overturned imperial power, and then how she manipulated the entire Nine Heavens world in the palm of her hand. Ning Ye had also seen her, alone, break through 3,000 star realms, with countless living beings turning into a bloody rain under her sword, drifting across the 9 heavens, a cruel sight. The rulers of the 9 life-forbidden zones. They avoided the world for tens of thousands of years, not daring to emerge, just because of a single word from her. The legendary ancestral master of the demonic path. He was tormented by her to the point of having no temper, forced to bow down and pledge allegiance to her. She was the woman whom the ancestral master of the demonic path called a demon. The gods and Buddhas of the heavens, high above the 9 heavens. The sight of them trembling at her feet like ants was still vivid in his memory. Twilight of the gods. Myriad demons bowing in worship. Co-lord of all races. These were all famous scenes she created. Her deeds, it could be said, could not be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. According to Ning Ye's understanding of her, she simply wanted to reach the 9 heavens peak. She simply wanted to create a world she envisioned. In this process, even if floods raged, even if there were abysses of 10,000 fathoms, even if blood stained the 9 heavens, she didn't care at all. Perhaps it was precisely because of her omnipotence, her cunning ruthlessness, coupled with her peerless beauty that surpassed all in the 9 heavens. These multiple factors combined to create her unique villainous charisma, conquering countless players. She didn't need anyone to whitewash her. Because she was simply bad. Clearly bad and with clear goals. Without a doubt, Jun Kainyu in the future would be the undisputed greatest villainous great boss of the 9 heavens, bar none. It was precisely because of this that she acquired many titles and terms. That woman, Empress, T0 level War Maiden, 900 million players Dark Moonlight, Child of Destiny, I'll rip off your skull. It's not that choosing the Child of Destiny isn't appealing. It's just that choosing that woman is more cost-effective. Before, I had no choice. Now, I just want to be a great villain. Ning Ye clenched his fists, his thoughts becoming clearer and clearer. Thinking about it carefully, even if he chose the Child of Destiny, what good would it do? Saving the world, saving what world who would save him? Heaven-defying what isn't it tiring? So for the Child of Destiny, Ning Ye's evaluation was, not even fit for a dog. If he was going to do it, he would be a great villain, unrestrained and carefree, acting from the heart, just like Jun Kainyu. Whoever blocked him, he would kill them. Because a villain, in this version, was too. His thoughts stopped there. A crisp system prompt sounded in Ning Ye's ear again. Ding, system version updated successfully. Ding, great villain auxiliary system loading. Ding, great villain auxiliary system loaded and bound successfully. Ding, Child of Destiny villain gift pack issued successfully. Does the host wish to open it? Open. Ning Ye nodded without hesitation. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining Reversed Moon, Heavenly Blood. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the sealed Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber. Reversed Moon, Heavenly Blood, a special custom-made blood for great villains. Drink this blood to obtain the supreme grade bloodline Reverse Moon 3 lives body. Sealed Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber, the 9 heavens world's first killing saber of all ages, sealed by the Heavenly Tao. A cultivator with a supreme grade bloodline can make it recognize him as its master. It's mine. Ning Ye looked at the rewards issued in the system warehouse in his mind, exhaling lightly, his heart beginning to pound. Immediately after, he took out the bottle containing dark red blood, the heavenly blood from the warehouse. Undoubtedly, his next step was to drink this bottle of heavenly blood, specially customized for a great villain. Clang! With a soft sound, Ning Ye opened the jade bottle, then, without the slightest hesitation, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Early to middle stage cultivation realm settings. Acquired body tempering, innate, transcendent, star gathering, legend, sacred, Shen Yin, divine concealment God hiding realm, divine Tao. 3. Incredible rewards, speed through this world from now on. The blood upon entry was slightly astringent. A sweet Chinese letter taste filled his mouth. The next second, a strange surge of heat rose from his dantian, like a wildfire spreading, instantly permeating his limbs, bones, and even the depths of his soul. Buffy. Pain. So much pain. The intense pain from his heart and the depths of his soul made Ning Ye clutch his chest, his teeth clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat instantly drenching his back, as he knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Clang! Under the bright moonlight. Wisps of eerie black smoke rose from Ning Ye's body, continuously drifting towards the sky. In that instant, the black smoke seemed to dye the bright moon above the sky a dark color, casting endless dark shadows. Even more terrifying were the seductive and strange black runes that appeared on his skin like mayflies. These runes seemed to come alive, converging towards his glabella like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. All the runes condensed into a small blood moon demonic seal, which then gradually disappeared into Ning Ye's glabella. At this moment, time itself seemed to twist. Though he was blind in a trance, he felt as if he was standing on the river of time, bathed in countless stars, witnessing a corner of the future. In that distant future, he saw endless darkness sweeping across the continent, with a blood moon hanging high in the 9 heavens. Beneath the blood moon, the seductive crimson higginbana, spider lily bloomed. Each flower a world, and with the wilting of a flower, a world perished. At the end of the darkness, he saw a graceful figure with her hands clasped behind her back, facing away from all living beings. At the same time, he heard the magnetic, mature female laughter unique to women. Immediately after, he heard the terrifying echoes of the churning world sea, the fall of all gods and demons, and the wailing of all Buddhas. In that future, is it her? Do I now have the same rank of great villain set up as her? His thoughts stopped there and the vision vanished. Ding, congratulations, host, for drinking the reversed moon blood of heaven, and successfully obtaining the supreme rank bloodline reverse moon 3 lives body. Reverse moon 3 lives body, supreme rank bloodline. Activating the bloodline grants divine rank comprehension ability. Reverse moon ultimate intent. The first combat inhibition, activating it will stimulate bloodline power, instantly unleashing the host's potential, erupting with 10 to 100 times extraordinary combat power. System notification. The amplification multiple will increase as the host's cultivation realm improves. Reverse moon heavenly prohibition. The second combat inhibition, activating it will cause the physical body and divine soul to instantly break through the heavenly Tao's shackles, achieving extreme sublimation, and instantly raising one's cultivation by a major realm. System notification. Requires 10,000 heavenly mandate essence to activate. Reverse moon immortal slaying. The third combat inhibition, involving the domain of time and space. System notification. Requires 100,000 heavenly mandate essence plus host reaching 10,000 years lifespan to activate. Seems not bad. Ning Ye gasped, looking at the descriptions of the first 2 bloodline combat inhibitions, and nodded. Ultimate intent, capable of amplifying combat power by up to 100-fold, becoming more heaven-defying in the late stage. Heavenly prohibition, instantly raising one's cultivation by a major realm. This can only be described as exaggerated. Immortal slaying, the mysterious third combat inhibition, even involves the domain of time and space. There's no need to think. This will definitely be his top-tier ultimate weapon in the future. Finally, divine rank comprehension ability, not bad at all. One must know that comprehension ability is the most valuable attribute in Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens. Generally speaking, a cultivator with 50 points of comprehension ability can be called a genius, 60 points is peerless, and above that can be called a cultivation prodigy. And he actually has full comprehension ability. It must be said, this starting point truly suits his wishes. Just then, another system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully binding the reverse moon heavenly saber and becoming the heavenly saber master. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully unsealing the first seal of the reverse moon heavenly saber, activating the heaven-defying 7 demonic blades star execution. Zhu Zing. Sealed reverse moon heavenly saber. Heaven cannot bury it, earth cannot overturn it. The 9 heavens world's first heavenly saber of all ages. Slaying cultivators allows it to seize 10% of their lifespan and 10% of their cultivation. System notification. The lifespan and cultivation seized by the host will increase with THE Chinese letter of the seal. Star execution, Zhu Zing. The first blade of the heaven-defying 7 demonic blades. Infuse lifespan to unleash a heaven-defying strike, slaying stars and felling moons. System notification. Wielding one strike requires the host to infuse 10 years of lifespan. The sealed reverse moon heavenly saber. A supreme rank weapon in Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens. It's even the ultimate weapon that even the great villain boss, Jun Kaianyu, is searching and craving for. Ning Ye swallowed, his heart suddenly racing. In Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, Jun Kaianyu, who became the great villain, had always been searching for a saber. This saber was the reverse moon heavenly saber sealed by the heavenly Tao. Legend has it that Jun Kaianyu had already mastered the method to break the heavenly saber's seal. As long as she found the heavenly saber, she could break the seal and complete the last piece of her puzzle on her path to conquering the heavens. So this saber is mine. Ning Ye murmured in disbelief. Just then, he looked at the description of the reverse moon heavenly saber, and couldn't help but frown. Infusing 10 years of lifespan, to unleash the first strike. 10 years for one strike. How many 10 years did he have? However, his frown quickly smoothed out, because it seemed that as long as he used the reverse moon heavenly saber to kill enemies, he could seize a portion of their lifespan and cultivation. Killing people to seize lifespan. Killing people to seize cultivation. Good heavens! As expected of the first killing saber of all ages. Slaying enemies makes him stronger. Slaying enemies increases his lifespan. Doesn't this mean, as long as he kills enough, he will eventually achieve eternal life and stand at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens? This, indeed, seems to be the setup of a great villain. But he just didn't know if he could contend with Jun Kaianyu. That feels good. That feels good. Ning Ye swayed to his feet, a tired but content smile on his face. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, sweeping away the white silk scarf he wore over his eyes. Ning Ye opened his eyes, watching the silk scarf drift into the distance. Luo Jia had given him this silk scarf a year ago. He once cherished it, but now his heart was frighteningly cold, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. At this moment, the moonlight was dazzling, exceptionally bright and clear as it reflected in his cool eyes, which seemed capable of cutting through the long night. Yes. The curse was broken. It vanished the moment he obtained the supreme rank bloodline. His lost cultivation was also slowly recovering. In Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, the common ability of a supreme rank bloodline is immunity to all poisons and the eradication of all goo. So how could a mere soul-slaying curse possibly harm him now? On the moonlit night, Ning Ye stood with his hands behind his back on Reflection Cliff, Siguoya. He gazed at the chaotic world of the 9 heavens below him, where gods and demons contended and evil spirits ran rampant. A smile grew 3 points deeper on his handsome face. Since that is the case, then this your highness seems to have acquired enough capital to speedrun this world from this moment on. 2 main quests. Don't bully the poor young man. Name Ning Ye. Age 18. Cultivation, transcendent 9 realms. Initial lifespan, 100 years. Bloodline, reverse moon 3 lives body. Romantic interest, none for now. Archnemesis, Luo Jia. Comprehension ability, 100 points divine rank. Reverse moon prohibitions, ultimate intent activated, heavenly prohibition not yet activated, immortal slaying not yet activated. Weapon, sealed reverse moon heavenly saber, 1/7. Heavenly mandate essence, 0, can be obtained by completing side quests. System Mall, not yet activated, requires 1000 heavenly mandate essence to activate. Ning Ye pondered for a moment, looking at his system panel, then opened the system. He wanted to see what specific functions his great villain system had. The next second, Ning Ye froze in place. He hadn't known before, but a pleasant surprise awaited him. His great villain system was divided into 4 modules: sign-in, quests, mall, lottery. These functions were quite comprehensive. At this moment, he once again felt fortunate about his previous decision. Indeed, version T0 is ultimately version T0. However, on the other hand, he currently had no heavenly mandate essence, so he didn't need to consider the mall and lottery for now. Thus, he opened his quest system, where 3 quests were already displayed. 2 were main quests, and the remaining one was an unviewable hidden quest. First main quest, romantic interest. Quest description: marry the second young miss of the Jun family, Jun Kaianyu, of the Yanyun Dynasty. Quest reward: romantic interest gift box plus 1 divine rank lottery draw. Quest penalty, unknown. Quest duration, 3 years. As expected, Ning Ye took a deep breath and nodded thoughtfully. Since he had chosen to accept this marriage contract at the start, his primary main quest had become to marry the great villainess. It was logical and reasonable. But was this quest difficult? Difficult. Extremely difficult. After all, from his understanding of Jun Kaianyu, she was not a woman who would be bound by a mere marriage contract. According to the memories of Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, even in the late stage of the game, Jun Kaianyu established a supreme force that defied the gods and Buddhas of the heavens, with countless followers, but she always remained alone. She was like an emotionless iceberg, sealing all her feelings, and no man could ever make her spare a second glance. Descendants of great emperors, young lords of longevity families, princes of ancient imperial dynasties. No matter how astonishing the prodigy, they only had 2 choices before her: become her subordinate, her puppet, and work for her, or become bones beneath her feet, forever falling into purgatory. It was precisely because of this that she was also recognized in Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, as the most impossible woman to conquer. Therefore, his first main quest could be said to be harder than ascending to the heavens. Sigh. Ning Ye sighed, raising a hand to rub his brow. Conquering Jun Kaianyu within 3 years was an almost impossible task. Even he didn't have much confidence at this moment, but he believed that where there's a will, there's a way. He could always try, and at this point in time, Jun Kaianyu was not the absolutely invincible legend, so it might not be impossible to conquer her. With this thought, he calmed his mind and opened his second main quest. Second main quest, Archnemesis. Quest description: within 3 years defeat Luo Jia. Quest reward: Archnemesis gift box plus 1 divine rank lottery draw. Quest penalty: if host fails, host will become Luo Jia's slave, never to rise again. Quest duration, 3 years. Seeing this quest, Ning Ye raised an eyebrow. Compared to the first main quest, the difficulty of this second main quest was clearly much lower. Although Luo Jia's cultivation was unfathomable now, and the forces behind her controlled the Yanyun Dynasty, he now possessed the top-tier configuration of a great villain. So, if he hid and developed for 3 years, the chances of defeating Luo Jia were very high, extremely high. However, if he stayed in the Yanyun Dynasty and developed under Luo Jia's nose, causing trouble, that definitely wouldn't work. Therefore, he absolutely had to safely leave the Yanyun Dynasty to develop without restraint. Fortunately, he now had this marriage contract with Jun Kaianyu as an excuse, so he should be able to leave the Yanyun Dynasty legitimately. What's more, these two main quests could also be carried out simultaneously. But the problem was, would Luo Jia, that woman, really let him leave the Yanyun Dynasty so easily? Probably not. Power still power. Ning Ye sighed, once again realizing the importance of having power in this cruel Xuanhuan world. Finally, he looked at his third main quest, only to find that it had no description whatsoever, just 3 large characters not activated. For a moment he became somewhat curious. What exactly was this hidden quest? Forget it. It's more important to improve my strength first. Ning Ye shook his head, deciding not to overthink it. And just then, a clear and pleasant system notification sounded in his ears. Ding, system notification. Sign-in location refreshed, sign-in at Reflection Cliff, Siguo Ya. Ding, system notification. Sign-in location refreshed, sign-in at Cold Palace. Ding, system notification. Sign-in location refreshed, sign-in at Yanju Palace. Hearing this, Ning Ye paused, somewhat surprised, thinking, is this the legendary triple sign-in? This timing couldn't be more perfect. Phew. Ning Ye took a deep breath, raised an eyebrow, and thought that one must eat bite by bite, and sign-ins must also be done one by one. System. Sign in. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the first sign-in reward, Divine Concealment Stone. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, then quickly retrieved the Divine Concealment Stone from the system warehouse. Divine Concealment Stone, a sacred stone capable of perfectly concealing a cultivator's aura. Not bad. Ning Ye nodded. He had been troubled about what to do if Luo Jia discovered him now that he had broken the curse and recovered his cultivation. The appearance of the Divine Concealment Stone perfectly solved this problem. Currently, Luo Jia and the forces behind her were too powerful in the Yanyun Dynasty. If he were to be targeted by them again at this moment, he would likely be in grave danger. After all, his current power was barely enough for self-preservation, but it seemed completely insufficient to truly contend with Luo Jia. So it was better to be cautious when caution was needed. Once he developed, he would hit that woman so hard she wouldn't even be able to vomit. Arch-nemesis Luo Jia. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully a young man for being poor. Wait. I'm the villain. Those aren't my lines. Ning Ye shook his head, clearing his mind of stray thoughts and quickly bringing his jumping thoughts back. Immediately after, he took out a purple silk scarf from his storage ring. This purple silk scarf was given to him by his younger sister, Ning Zhu. His sister once said that purple had the most charm, but his heart had been so focused on Luo Jia that he hadn't listened at all. But recalling it now, indeed, classics never go out of style. The so-called divine maiden Luo Jia of the Yanyun Dynasty was not worth a single strand of his sister's hair. With this thought, Ning Ye tied the purple silk scarf over his eyes, then slowly walked down Reflection Cliff, Siguo Ya, step by step. 5. Double signature in a row, Emperor, Your Majesty, I want your life. However, after Ning Ye descended Reflection Cliff, Siguo Ya, his first stop wasn't his cold palace. Instead, he was led by imperial guards to the Yanyun Imperial Palace, outside the Emperor of Yanyun's sleeping quarters. The eunuch in charge outside the palace saw Ning Ye approaching and quickly bowed respectfully, saying, Your Highness, please wait. This old thing, derogatory, will go inform your majesty. With that, the eunuch leader unhurriedly entered the sleeping quarters. Soon, a powerful and incredibly majestic voice echoed from within the sleeping quarters. 3 days of reflection. Have you thought it through? If you accept this marriage, then all will be well. If you don't accept it, then go to the southern border yourself and never return to Yandu, Yan capital, for all eternity. Indeed. Ning Ye shook his head. According to his memories of Nijiushin against the 9 heavens, he would rather die than accept this marriage, even if it meant being banished to the southern border. In the southern border, he would encounter Zio II, one of the 9 worldline heavenly mandate protagonists of Nijiushin against the 9 heavens. So, going to the southern border wasn't entirely out of the question, but he had a better plan now. Father Emperor. This son has thought it over. This marriage this son accepts. Ning Ye replied in a deep voice. As his voice fell, there was a moment of silence within the Emperor's sleeping quarters. Clearly, the Emperor of Yanyun hadn't expected Ning Ye's attitude to change so quickly. Good. You've finally grown up. Although your cultivation, Chinese letter. Your eyes are blind. You still have some use after all. Unlike your useless mother. Upon hearing these words, Ning Ye's face instantly turned cold, as if it were about to freeze over. His mother passed away 10 years ago. On the surface, it was due to illness, but Ning Ye, after awakening his past life memories, knew that 10 years ago, the Emperor of Yanyun suffered a chi deviation during his cultivation, developing demonic poison within his body. He then used a cultivation technique to transfer the demonic poison to his mother. Not long after, his mother left this world. Therefore, his mother didn't die of illness, she was murdered. The murderer was the father emperor he had called for over a decade, the Emperor of Yanyun, Yan Zioao. Moreover, if he hadn't shown promise and displayed powerful cultivation talent at that time, he and his younger sister, Ning Ye, would likely have been cast into the cold palace 10 years ago, enduring endless torment and wouldn't have survived until now. Enough. It's getting late. Remember, within 7 days, depart for Junlin. Now get out. The Emperor of Yanyun's cold voice rang out. Hearing this, Ning Ye turned and left without a word. Just as he was about to step out of the Yanyun Imperial Palace, he suddenly glanced back, looking coldly at the extremely luxurious Imperial sleeping quarters, and murmured in a voice only he could hear. 3 years. Old thing derogatory, you'd better live a little longer. Your life. I'll take it. With that, he no longer hesitated and turned towards the cold palace. In the Nijiyushin, against the Nine Heavens storyline, Luo Jia would overthrow the Yanyun Imperial power on a night 3 years later, and also chop off the head of the Emperor of Yanyun, Yan Ziyao. But Ning Ye didn't want to leave Yan Ziyao's life to Luo Jia, because some grievances needed to be settled by his own hands. Even if Luo Jia's target in 3 years wasn't just the Emperor of Yanyun, but also himself. Just then, a system sound once again echoed in his ears. Ding, based on the situation, the host's hidden mission has been activated. Mission name, Regicide. Mission description, kill the Emperor of Yanyun, Yan Ziyao. Mission duration, 3 years. Mission reward, 100,000 heavenly mandate essence plus 1 divine rank lottery draw. Hearing this, Ning Ye was stunned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. So that's it. The hidden mission is Regicide. Things seem to be getting interesting. At this moment, his thoughts gradually became clear. First marry the villainous great boss, then slay Yan Ziyao, and finally settle accounts with Luo Jia. And before that, he had to increase his strength as much as possible. In short, first sign in. A secluded palace within the Yanyun Imperial Palace, Chang'e Palace. This place seemed like a corner forgotten by time. Unlike the extremely luxurious Imperial Palace, every brick and tile of Chang'e Palace exuded sorrow and desolation. The palace gate was dilapidated, the red bricks of the palace walls were exposed, and the 2 stone lions at the entrance had one missing an ear and the other an eye, looking very desolate and comical. Weeds grew rampant in the courtyard. The once blooming flowers were now just withered branches and leaves. Only a large banyan tree stood alone in the small courtyard, with a few fallen leaves occasionally drifting down. Pushing open the dilapidated palace gate, Ning Ye entered the cold palace, then spoke in a deep voice, System. Sign in. Ding, congratulations on successfully signing in at the cold palace. Reward obtained, cultivation technique, 8 steps of the heavenly demon. Ding, congratulations to the host for comprehending the profound truth of the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, reaching the entry realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for comprehending the profound truth of the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, reaching the subtle realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for comprehending the profound truth of the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, reaching the major achievement realm. 8 steps of the heavenly demon. A demonic path forbidden martial art. In terms of speed alone, it can rank among the top 3 movement techniques. This is a top-tier movement technique that only true demonic path inheritors can obtain. And he only took a few breaths to comprehend it to major achievement. Is this the power of divine, rank comprehension ability? Ning Ye took a deep breath and muttered, his gloomy mood improving significantly. At this moment, he could feel the profound truth of the 8 steps of the heavenly demon etched into his mind, as if carved by a knife and axe. The profoundness and insights within it felt as if they had been condensed over 100 years of cultivation, extremely deep and wondrous. However, if he wanted to go further and cultivate the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to the great perfection realm, relying solely on comprehension ability wouldn't be enough. He would need actual combat experience to achieve it. The next step is to sign in at Yanju Palace. Ning Ye stroked his chin and said, 6. Ning Zhu, the destined heroine, she is a legend. Sign in at Yanju Palace. Ning Ye's thoughts raced. The Emperor of Yanyun, Yan Ziyao, had given him 7 days. After 7 days, he would have to leave Yandu, Yan capital, and go to the Yanyun Dynasty. Therefore, before that, he absolutely had to get the sign-in reward from Yanju Palace. However, Yanju Palace was different from Reflection Cliff, Siguo Ya, the Cold Palace, or other places in the Imperial Palace. Yanju Palace was a forbidden land belonging to the Imperial Harem, and its defenses were extremely strict. Moreover, a mysterious Imperial concubine, Consort Wan, lived there. Consort Wan's origins were extremely mysterious. Even within the entire Imperial Palace, few knew about them. A year ago, after she became an Imperial concubine and moved into Yanju Palace, she rarely appeared in public. As for her origins and background, no one knew, and no one dared to inquire or investigate. This was because, in that year, the only person who had any interaction with Consort Wan was the divine maiden Luo Jia. Therefore, many people speculated that Consort Wan had intricate connections with the Luo family, the first financial family of the Yanyun Dynasty. Since that was the case, Naturally no one dared to be so tactless as to inquire about or provoke the mysterious consort Wan. Is it related to that woman, Luo Jia, again? Ning Ye frowned. He looked up at the sky, which was already showing the white of dawn, shook his head and murmured softly. Forget it. It's dawn. I'll go when it's late at night. Now, he possessed a divine concealment stone that could hide his chi, coupled with his major achievement in the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, and he was extremely familiar with the imperial palace's security. So, going at night for a quick sign-in shouldn't be a big problem. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye walked towards the quiet palace. He planned to take a bath and then rest well. Just then, a soft sound of footsteps came from outside the small courtyard. Creak. The palace gate opened. A young girl in a snow-white plain dress entered the small courtyard, carrying 2 bowls of white porridge and a few small dishes. The girl's skin was as white as jade, like the purest ice and snow in the world. On her delicate face, sculpted like ice and snow, were crescent moon-like slender brows and eyes as misty and pure as spring rain. Her fragrant cheeks were whiter than snow, and her beautiful face was like a poem and a painting. Standing under the morning light, she smiled slightly, and the world seemed to brighten by 3 points, pure and radiant to the extreme. And she was Ning Zuer, Ning Ye's younger sister. Brother, you're finally back. The moment Ning Zuer saw Ning Ye, tears welled up in her eyes. She casually put down the food and threw herself into Ning Ye's embrace, her jade hands tightly hugging Ning Ye's back, her delicate body trembling slightly and sobbing. My Zuer. You're such a big girl now. Why are you still such a crybaby? Ning Ye gently patted Ning Zuer's back, teasing her with a smile. Hearing this, Ning Zuer looked up at Ning Ye with tear-filled eyes, her voice choked with sobs. Brother. I'm sorry. Zuer knows you like Sister Luo Jia. But Zuer heard that, if you don't listen to Father Emperor this time and go to the Yanyun Dynasty to get married, he will send you to the southern border. Zuer doesn't want you to die. Zuer just wants brother to live. Hearing this, Ning Ye's heart warmed and he smiled. He didn't say much, just gently instructed. Zuer. After brother leaves. You must take good care of yourself, do you hear me? But don't worry, no matter where you are in the future, brother will find you. Ning Zuer nodded heavily, her jade hands which were embracing Ning Ye's waist, tightened even more. She murmured to herself as if in a dream. Zuer will definitely wait, obediently for brother to pick her up. From now on, wherever brother goes, Zuer will go. In the future, we, brother and sister, will never be separated. In the vast Yanyun Imperial Palace. Besides her mother and brother, she had nothing left to long for. From childhood she had always been by Ning Ye's side. Ning Ye was her sky, and wherever Ning Ye was, that was home. Now Ning Ye was going to the Yanyun Dynasty to get married. She had wanted to go with him, but her master had mercilessly refused. However, since Ning Ye had promised her, her restless heart gradually calmed down. Because from childhood, Ning Ye had never lied to her, not even once. He. Ning Ye looked at his sister's bright smile through the purple silk scarf, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his lips. Actually, this time he had planned to take Zuer with him to leave the Yanyun Dynasty, but he also knew that it was an impossible thing to do. 4th young miss of the Immortal Palace. The future leader of the righteous path. Luo Jia's mortal enemy. My little sister. The destined female protagonist. Ning Ye reached out and gently pinched Zuer's delicate cheek, gradually lost in thought. In the original plotline of Nijiyushin, Against the 9 Heavens, Zuer was the 4th young miss of the Immortal Palace, a top power on the 9 Heavens continent. She was also one of the officially designated destined female protagonists in Nijiyushin, Against the 9 Heavens. Now, she was already secretly protected by countless people, but this little girl herself didn't know it yet. After he refused to marry Jun Qianyu, he was exiled to the southern border by the Emperor of Yanyun. At that time, the forces behind Zuer would reveal themselves and take Zuer back to the Immortal Palace. 3 years later, the Yanyun Dynasty was destroyed. Luo Jia ascended the throne, and he became her puppet husband. Finally, he committed suicide in the Empress's bedchamber, heartbroken. From then on, Zuer, who had returned from the Immortal Palace, underwent a drastic change in personality and became Luo Jia's mortal enemy, embarking on her path as the destined great female protagonist. Brother. Don't worry. Zuer will definitely be able to cure your eyes in the future. Ning Zuer extended her jade hand with a pained expression and gently stroked Ning Ye's eyes through the silk scarf. Whenever she thought of her once high-spirited, dashing and beloved brother losing his cultivation and sight, her heart ached terribly, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but mist up again. Don't worry. Zuer. Brother is fine. Ning Ye chuckled and ruffled Zuer's dark hair, thinking, this little girl will be a big shot in the future, so why is she such a crybaby now? Oh right. Ning Zuer seemed to remember something, slowly calmed her emotions, and then lowered her voice to speak. Brother. Zuer has inquired about that woman you are going to marry in the future. She, it seems, is a very remarkable person. After saying that, Zuer took out a scroll from her storage ring and softly read. Jun Kaianyu, second young miss of the Jun family, the first warlord family of the Yanyun Dynasty. At 9 years old, she ascended the battlefield, breaking 1,000 armies with one sword, and became famous in that battle. At 10 years old, she infiltrated the demonic path organization, Rakshasa Manor, alone, stole the Rakshasa banner from Rakshasa Manor, and even boldly left a message. Second Miss Jun was here. At 11 years old, she was hunted by Rakshasa Manor. At 12 years old, she single-handedly annihilated Rakshasa Manor. At 13 years old, she went to the ruins of the Nine Heavens holy city, pulled out the holy sword, and became famous across the continent. Then she actually put the holy sword back. At this point, Zuer's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Clearly, she too was awed by Jun Kaianyu's childhood deeds. At 14, she came to the desperate situation Great Wall at the end of the Nine Heavens continent, and trained for 3 years. At 17, she returned to the Yanyun Dynasty, and at that time, she was actually blind, but she became the youngest major general of the Yanyun Dynasty. Now, at 24, she is already the most renowned woman in the Yanyun Dynasty. Brother, she's really amazing. It's just a pity that she also lost her sight. Zuer closed the scroll with a look of sadness, feeling some regret and sympathy for that legendary woman in her heart. However, when she thought about it again, since her future sister-in-law had also lost her sight, at least she wouldn't bully or look down on her brother in the future. Her thoughts stopped there, and she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Ning Ye patted his sister's head, looked up at the sky, and silently said to himself, "Blind. Everyone who thinks she's blind, every single one of them, is truly blind. Now, she is probably already planning and preparing to overthrow the Yanyun Dynasty. 7. Women who act coquettishly have the best life. Sign in at Yanju Palace. All right. Zuer. Let's not think so much. Let's eat." Ning Ye smiled slightly at Ning Zuer. Future matters could be discussed in the future. For now, his priority was tonight's check-in task. Ning Zuer nodded upon hearing him, then helped Ning Ye sit at the stone table in the small courtyard. After that, she methodically arranged plates of exquisite dishes on the table. "Brother, open your mouth. These are dishes Zuer personally made for brother." Ning Zuer, being very sensible, picked up her chopsticks, served some food and brought it to Ning Ye's mouth. "You little girl. Brother is blind. Not crippled. I can still eat by myself." Ning Ye reminded her, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "I don't care. I don't care." Ning Zuer shook her head stubbornly upon hearing him, then bit her lip pitifully and whispered, "Brother, in a few days, you'll be leaving Yandu, Yan capital, to get married in Junlin. In the future, brother won't be Zuer's brother alone. Don't you allow Zuer to take care of brother a little more for these last few days." Hearing this, Ning Ye looked through the purple silk scarf at the mist welling up in his sister's beautiful eyes, and could only nod in response, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. "All right then. But I have to say, you little girl, you're really cunning." He. Having received Ning Ye's permission, the mist in Ning Zuer's beautiful eyes instantly vanished. A mischievous smile appeared on her exquisite, eye-snow-sculpted face, and she immediately said, "Brother, listen. Open your mouth. Tilda." Ning Ye helplessly opened his mouth and ate the food Ning Zuer fed him. As the delicate flavors melted on his tongue, he had to admit that his sister's talent, both in cultivation and cooking, was incredibly formidable. "Brother, your future sister-in-law is 6 years older than you. What do you think? Will brother like sister?" Ning Zuer asked curiously while feeding him. "Of course I'll like her." Ning Ye nodded without hesitation. As the old saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings a golden brick, and in his opinion, second Miss Jun's value couldn't be measured by just one golden brick. HMPH. Ning Zuer couldn't help but let out a soft HMPH, puffing out her cheeks, and grumbled with a hint of jealousy. "That's true. Brother has always liked older sisters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so infatuated with Luo Jia." Ning Ye chuckled, then reached out and gently ruffled Ning Zuer's soft, long hair, saying softly, "You're wrong. My favorite is still my precious sister. After all, my sister is so cute. Who wouldn't love her? Naturally." Upon hearing this, Ning Zuer couldn't help but puff out her chest, her eyes filled with pride, and the smile on her pretty face brightened by 3 points. Clearly, Ning Ye's words made the little girl very happy. Just then, she seemed to recall something and spoke softly. "Oh right. Brother. Since you love your precious sister so much, then for these few days before you leave, can you stay by sister's side at all times?" At this point, Ning Zuer's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Ever since her mother passed away, Ning Ye had accompanied her every night, allowing her to sleep peacefully. But this had stopped a few years ago. She knew there were differences between men and women, and she knew her brother was infatuated with Luo Jia, but she didn't care about any of that. Without Ning Ye by her side, she almost suffered from insomnia every night. You little girl. You're already 17. How can you still say such shameless things? Ning Ye playfully pinched Ning Zuer's cheek. I don't care, I don't care. Ning Zuer bit her silver teeth and mist gathered in her eyes again. She pouted, repeating herself. Brother, in a few days, you'll be leaving Yandu, Yan capital, to get married in Junlin. In the future, brother won't be Zuer's brother alone. Are you not even going to allow Zuer to be closer to brother for these last few days? Ning Ye was full of question marks, thinking how this little girl was using the same trick again, with the exact same words, not even bothering to change them. However, after careful consideration, he still nodded and said, just this once. Great. Ning Zuer excitedly stood up upon hearing this, then gave Ning Ye a deep kiss on the cheek, thinking that her master was indeed right. A coquettish woman has the best fate. You little girl. Ning Ye shook his head with a chuckle, feeling very warm inside. And just as the atmosphere in the small courtyard reached its warmest point, the transmission jade at Ning Zuer's waist lit up. At this, the little girl's face fell, and she said to Ning Ye, Brother, Zuer has something to do. I have to go now. Go. Ning Ye nodded, not intending to ask further, because he knew it must be a message from his sister's mysterious master. Brother, Zuer will only be gone tonight. Starting tomorrow, Zuer will stay by your side every day. Ning Zuer hugged Ning Ye again, then turned and left. All right. Ning Ye smiled slightly, silently watching Ning Zuer leave the cold palace courtyard, then looked up at the sky and murmured. Perfect. Tonight's check-in. No one should be able to disturb me. Outside Yandu Yan capital, in the small bamboo forest, bamboo leaves drifted everywhere. A Taoist nun in a green robe stood beneath the falling bamboo leaves, holding a whisk. Before long, a graceful figure streaked through the air, stepping on the drifting bamboo leaves as she flew over. The person who arrived was none other than Ning Zuer. Master, brother is leaving Yandu, Yan capital, in a few days. Can't your disciple rest for a few days to properly accompany him? Ning Zuer spoke to the Taoist nun with a displeased expression. Upon hearing this, the Taoist nun said nothing, merely flicking her finger. Zhang. A streak of silver light shot forth. A sharp sword was seen embedded in the ground before Ning Zuer. Zuer. Today's lesson, Falling Flower Divine Sword. Begin. The Taoist nun's voice was calm, carrying an undeniable authority. HMPH. Falling Flower Divine Sword or whatever, I already know it. Zuer grumbled, then raised her hand, picked up the sharp sword and flew into the air, beginning to perform her sword dance. Kiang 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 kiang. Above the bamboo forest, sword chi crisscrossed everywhere. The trajectory of each of Zuer's sword strikes was extremely mysterious and magnificent, as if naturally formed, incredibly sharp and stunning, perfectly aligning with the movement of the Tao. The myriad splendors fall into the 9 heavens. In just 3 short days, Zuer has managed to cultivate the Falling Flower Divine Sword to such a realm. This little girl's martial Tao comprehension ability, it truly can be called unparalleled in the world. In the future, even in the immortal palace, she will be able to hold her own. The green-robed Taoist nun looked at Zuer, who was dancing with her sword in the bamboo forest, and nodded with satisfaction. Just then, she seemed to think of something, and muttered to herself thoughtfully. Once 10th Prince leaves Yandu, Yan capital. Presumably, Zuer will have no more attachments here. That day, it will be time to take Zuer home. The sun set. Night fell. In the cold palace courtyard, Ning Ye had already changed into a black robe. He untied the purple silk scarf wrapped around his eyes, folded it neatly, and placed it in his storage ring. Then, he put on a black mask and looked in the direction of Yanju Palace, murmuring. It's time. It's time to go check in. 8. My queen, don't look back. Sign in to the demonic blade. That night. Above the sky, the moon was bright and stars were sparse. After Ning, he stepped out of the cold palace. He immediately used the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to blend into the night. The Imperial Guard's patrol gap is 1.5 minutes. Yanju Palace is located in the northern corner of the back palace. In a shadow of the Imperial Palace wall, Ning Ye quietly waited for the patrolling Imperial Guards to move away. He spotted an opening, stepped on the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, and sped towards the luxurious palace situated in the northern corner of the back palace. It's worth mentioning that, although there were hundreds of powerful and hidden chi within the vast Yanyun Imperial Palace, he wasn't worried that these Imperial Palace powerhouses would discover him, because he had the divine concealment stone to help conceal his chi and cultivation. All the way north. Ning Ye finally bypassed layers of obstacles and arrived before this mysterious and luxurious palace. 3 large characters were written on the palace plaque, Yanju Palace. I'm here. Ning Ye slowly let out a breath of relief. This journey was easier than he had imagined. System. Sign in. Ding, system prompt. Host has not arrived at the sign-in location. Ning Ye was momentarily stunned when he heard the system's prompt. He had clearly arrived at Yanju Palace, so what was this all about? Could it be that he really had to walk into Yanju Palace to sign in? Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath. He looked up at the dark palace, thinking that it was late and that mysterious consort one should have already rested. If so, then if he was careful, it shouldn't be a big problem. The thought stopped there. Ning Ye steeled himself and quietly approached the palace gate, gently pushing it open. Creak! The palace gate opened. Moonlight spilled into the dark Yanju Palace. Ning Ye then stepped into the sleeping quarters. The sleeping quarters were very large and luxurious. A huge palace bed came into view. But to Ning Ye's surprise, the palace bed was empty. And just then, behind the luxurious screen in the sleeping quarters, carved with the moon rising over the sea, the sound of trickling water could be heard. Bathtub. Running water. A beauty bathing. Just as the thought reached here, Ning Ye shook his head and then silently muttered. System sign in. Ding, system prompt. Host has not arrived at the sign-in location. Damn system, you fucking. Ning Ye couldn't help but curse in his heart at this moment. He had clearly entered Yanju Palace, so why was the sign-in still failing? Slowly calming down, Yanju Palace was only so big, so now there was only one possibility. He had to sign in the bathtub behind that screen. But the problem was, Consort Wan was bathing. If he went to sign in, wouldn't he be caught red-handed by her? No choice. Since I'm already here, I can't return empty-handed, can I? Ning Ye took a deep breath and with a flash, walked directly behind the screen. As soon as he entered, he saw a magnificent bathtub steaming with hot water. In the swirling mist, Ning Ye saw a woman with an extremely enchanting and curvaceous figure sitting in the bathtub with her back to him. Zior, is that you? The woman in the bathtub, thinking it was her maid, was about to turn around when Ning Ye's deliberately lowered voice reached her ears. Your ladyship, don't turn around. Consort Wan couldn't help but gasp in alarm, then quickly used both hands to tightly cover her chest. Her entire body trembled like a banana leaf in the rain. She asked with her charming and delicate voice, trembling. May I ask, is that your majesty? I am your majesty. Ning Ye was stunned. But the next second, he immediately reacted. This woman in front of him had never met the emperor of Yanyun. But it made sense. He heard that emperor of Yanyun, Yan Zioao, had been cultivating a mysterious cultivation technique 3 years ago. Before this cultivation technique reached major achievement, he couldn't be near women. And this consort one had only entered Yanju Palace a year ago, so it was normal that she hadn't met the emperor of Yanyun. And just then, he caught sight of a peculiar full moon rune engraved on the woman's smooth back, and his pupils constricted. This is the rune mark of the 9 Heavens Continent's #1 demonic path organization, Heaven Above Heaven. Ning Ye muttered to himself. Heaven Above Heaven is the top demonic path organization on the 9 Heavens Continent. The influence of this organization spans the entire 9 Heavens Continent, and its roots can be traced back to the Eternal Night Demon clan, beyond the desperate situation Great Wall at the end of the continent. And the rune mark of this organization was the full moon mark on the woman's body. I didn't expect it. Luo Jia actually got involved with the demon race. But it makes sense. Only with the help of the demon race could she have enough power to overthrow the Yanyun Dynasty. The thought stopped there. Ning Ye's thoughts became 3 points clearer. And looking at it this way, this consort in front of him was not such a simple person. She was pretending. And her strength and cultivation should be at least one major realm higher than his. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to sense her chi and cultivation. Just as Ning Ye's thoughts were racing, Consort Wan spoke again, trembling. May I ask, is that your majesty? Still pretending. Ning Ye shook his head, intending to sign in first before dealing with this woman. System. Sign in. Ding, congratulations host on successful sign-in. You have successfully obtained the sign-in reward, Myriad Blade of the Demonic Saber. Mission accomplished. Ning Ye let out a small sigh of relief when he heard the system's prompt, then relaxed and playfully teased Consort Wan. Heseli. Your subject, no. This emperor is your majesty. You. Consort Wan was speechless upon hearing this. The next second her voice turned cold. Who exactly are you? Heseli. Ning Ye seemed to think of something interesting and chuckled softly, then muttered in a deep voice. Heaven above heaven, here above the heavens, there is no supreme immortal. Consort Wan's delicate body trembled when she heard this. Her red lips parted slightly as she softly responded to Ning Ye. Supreme immortal, how does the supreme immortal pacify the 9 heavens? It matched. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, secretly delighted. Among the 9 major plotlines in Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, one of the Child of Destiny was a demonic cultivator from Heaven Above Heaven, and this secret code was known only to high-ranking members of Heaven Above Heaven. So, using this secret code to deal with this woman and retreat safely without making a move was more than enough. So it's a fellow Taoist. May I ask, Your Excellency, what brings you here tonight? Consort Wan's voice softened, but it still carried a hint of wariness. Wariness, this was perfectly normal. After all, Heaven Above Heaven was a demonic path alliance formed by hundreds of demonic path organizations, and conflicts of interest were nothing out of the ordinary. You understand the rules. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Just do your part. But rest assured, this venerable one is not interested in the Yanyun Dynasty. Ning Ye lowered his voice and spoke coldly. And just then, Consort Wan suddenly turned around. Under the faint glow of the water, a stunning face, adorned with water droplets and difficult to capture in painting, entered Ning Ye's sight. At this moment, she was only wearing a white undergarment, her full bosom pushing her clothes high. In this instant, the air grew 3 points hotter. Your Excellency. It had better truly be so. Otherwise, no matter where you come from, my Sun Moon demonic cult will not let you go. Consort Wan's expression was cold, her narrow, enchanting eyes filled with threats and warnings. Heavy. Ning Ye gave Consort Wan a deep look, sneered, and then used the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to leave the sleeping quarters. Only Consort Wan remained in the bathtub, stunned and silent. Now he finally knew what Luo Jia's backing force was, the Sun Moon demonic cult, one of the top 10 demonic path organizations within Heaven Above Heaven. But it made sense. Only by cooperating with Heaven Above Heaven could she have the power to overthrow the Yanyun Dynasty within 3 years. Meanwhile, on the other side, Consort Wan also recognized Ning Ye's movement technique as he departed. 8 steps of the heavenly demon. Could this fellow be from the main cult? Moreover, this fellow's cultivation is probably at least 1 major realm higher than mine, otherwise why would I not sense his chi? So, which important figure from Heaven Above Heaven is this fellow exactly? For a moment, Consort Wan murmured in shock, grateful that she hadn't made a move the moment Ning Ye entered Yanju Palace, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. 9. It's a warm night, brother is the best. Returning to the cold palace, Ning Ye changed out of his black robe. He sat by the window, looking towards Yanju Palace, and let out a small sigh of relief. He had to admit, tonight was truly too dangerous. If he hadn't had that divine concealment stone to hide his cultivation, and use a fox's prestige to intimidate others. If he hadn't known the secret code of Heaven Above Heaven. Then, without a doubt, Consort Wan, who came from the Sun Moon demonic cult, would clearly not have let him leave Yanju Palace so easily tonight. And if he had gotten entangled with that woman for too long and alerted the Emperor of Yanyun and Luo Jia, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now, that woman must be very curious about who I really am. Ning Ye's lips curved into a faint, mischievous smile as he thought. In Yanju Palace, he not only responded to the secret code of Heaven Above Heaven, but also deliberately let Consort Wan see the 8 steps of the heavenly demon. With these 2 clues, he believed that this woman would likely not sleep well tonight. And he, on the other hand, successfully obtained the check-in reward and bought himself a lot of time. Someone once said, when you're out and about, your identity is what you make it, and they weren't wrong. His thoughts stopped there. Next, he opened his system panel to check his check-in reward, Myriad Blade of the Demonic Saber. Talent, Myriad Blade of the Demonic Saber. System rating, Divine Rank. Maya Instant, First Stage. Saber Speed faster than sound, the ultimate saber speed. Saber TECHNIQUE Chinese letter UNLESHED. Second Stage. True understanding of saber techniques, all kinds of saber skills at your fingertips. Blood Blade Yama, Third Stage. Myriad blades become one. A single saber strike slays immortals and gods, the ultimate saber technique. Ding, congratulations, host, on comprehending the first stage of Myriad Blade of the Demonic Saber, Maya Instant. Clang. Sharp saber gleams, like countless stars, flashed through his mind and were deeply etched into his soul, as if carved by a saber and chiseled by an axe. At this moment, Ning Ye's eyes swept over endless saber gleams, as if they had gathered a myriad of stars. Finally, when a strange tingling sensation flowed through his limbs and bones, Ning Ye couldn't help but look up at the bright moonlight in the sky, the smile on his face deepening by 3 points. Tonight's moon. Truly intoxicating. With that, he quietly lay on his bed, contemplating his upcoming plans. In a few days, I will be leaving the Yanyun Dynasty and heading to Junlin. Will that woman Luo Jia just let me leave? Clearly not. And Jun Kaianyu, she must have already known about the engagement. What will she do? Wait, after leaving the Yanyun Dynasty I will pass through southern border. At this point in time it seems. Zio too, one of the 9 heavenly mandate male leads, is also in southern border. If that's the case, then it will be interesting. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, and an excellent plan had already surfaced in his mind. Now that he wanted to improve his cultivation and strength as much as possible, he certainly couldn't let go of this heavenly mandate male lead, this leak. Otherwise, he would be wasting his top-tier villainous setup. And just as his thoughts were turning, creak, the door of the room was pushed open. Under the cold moonlight, a girl in a white dress tiptoed in. It was Ning Zuer. Ning Ye, on the other hand, pretended to close his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of mischief his mischievous little girl sister was up to now. Whoosh! Ning Zuer let out a soft breath and quietly walked to the bed. She looked at Ning Ye, whose breathing was steady as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Then, she stealthily went forward and gave Ning Ye a big bear hug. Oh, so warm. As expected of Big Brother. Ning Zuer wrapped her delicate hands around Ning Ye and rested her head on his chest, a satisfied smile on her pretty face. Zuer. Ning Ye rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked softly. Brother. I'm back. Ning Zuer tightened her grip around Ning Ye's hands. You little girl. You're so big now. Why are you still as clingy as a child? Ning Ye playfully pinched Zuer's cheek. Hee. Anyway, Zuer doesn't care. Brother said he would accompany Zuer for the next few days. Ning Zuer puffed out her cheeks and replied righteously. All right. Big Brother is here. Go to sleep quickly. Ning Ye nodded and got up to cover Ning Zuer with the blanket. Accompanying Zuer was something he should do. It was just that Zuer wasn't his biological sister, so there was still a distinction between genders. However, now that he was about to leave, he could at least spend these last few nights with her. Brother. You're the best. Ning Zuer's beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Ning Ye, then hugged him tightly. You little girl. You don't understand anything. Ning Ye grumbled good-naturedly. All right. Go to sleep quickly. Oh. Ning Zuer giggled and nodded, then obediently closed her eyes. Brother. What is it again? Tell Zuer a story. Shut up, go to sleep quickly. Oh, okay. Brother. Tomorrow, let's go out and play together. Okay. Yay, brother is the best. A quiet night. A warm night. The next morning, after Ning Ye and Zuer had breakfast, they left the imperial palace. It's worth mentioning that both of them concealed their appearances, transforming into the most ordinary man and woman walking on the streets of Yandu, Yan capital. On this day, Zuer supported Ning Ye, and they went to the temple street in Yandu, Yan capital, to listen to music. Ning Ye also accompanied Zuer to admire the cherry blossoms. Zuer, being very thoughtful, gesticulated and described the beautiful scene of the falling cherry blossoms to Ning Ye. Little did she know, she herself was the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of Ning Ye, who had regained his sight. However, happy times are always short-lived. Soon the big, round, bright moon hung high in the sky, and night fell. Today's itinerary ended, and Ning Ye and Zuer had to return to the cold palace. Ning Ye looked at Zuer, who had a look of lingering reluctance, and he couldn't help but rub the little girl's soft hair, gently saying, Zuer, in the future, there will be other opportunities. But Zuer nodded heavily, then she suddenly pounced into Ning Ye's arms and whined. Brother, I'm tired. Ning Ye shook his head with a light chuckle, bent down, and carried Zuer on his back. Not only that, but listening to the hawkers' cries on both sides of the street, he also bought Zuer a sugar figurine. He remembered that Zuer's favorite was sugar figurines. Brother, do you still think I'm a child? Ning Zuer looked at the sugar figurine in her hand, a little exasperated. Of course, although she said that, she still extended her pink tongue and licked the sugar figurine, her face full of satisfaction. Immediately after, she handed the sugar figurine to Ning Ye's mouth and said, Brother, you eat some too. You eat it. Ning Ye shook his head. Upon hearing this, Ning Zuer couldn't help but pout and whispered. What? Does Big Brother dislike Zuer? As soon as her words fell. Crunchy. Ning Ye didn't hesitate and bit into the sugar figurine. Brother. You bit off the sugar figurine's head. Zuer's beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed. Head of the Hata. I already told you, a sugar figurine doesn't need a head. Ning Ye laughed out loud upon hearing this, then headed towards the imperial palace. On the long street, the laughter of the siblings was constant. As they were about to return to the imperial palace, Zuer looked up at the night sky, at the big, round, bright moon, her heart as sweet as if she had eaten honey tilda. Her lips curved slightly, and she murmured in a voice only she could hear. Brother is the best. How wonderful it would be if I could live with brother forever in the future. With that, her delicate hands, wrapped around Ning Ye's neck, tightened a little more. Under the moonlight stretched their figures very, very long. Tonight was a night of exclusive warmth for the siblings. 10. On the night of farewell, the journey begins. In the following days, Ning Ye did not take Zuer out of the imperial palace again. During the day, Zuer would cultivate with her mysterious master, but she would return earlier and earlier, while Ning Ye made no major moves, simply staying in the small courtyard, quietly awaiting the day of their departure. The night before they left, Ning Ye lay on his bed, silently gazing at the night sky outside the window, enjoying the comfort of the summer breeze, his mind remarkably clear. But tonight Zuer's mood seemed off. After her bath she came into the side room, closed the door, and her beautiful eyes quietly watched Ning Ye as if brewing something. Through the purple silk scarf, Ning Ye caught a glimpse of Zuer, knowing the reluctance and sadness this girl felt before their parting, but he still smiled, looked away and softly said, "Zuer, go to sleep quickly. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, older brother will leave by himself. You don't need to see me off." Ning Ye spoke in a deep voice. He understood his younger sister best. Zuer hated goodbyes, and if she were to truly see him off tomorrow, he didn't know how much she would cry, and he didn't want to see Zuer's tears. Zuer nodded, then took a deep breath and sat beside Ning Ye, resting her head on his shoulder, not saying a word. "Zuer, what's wrong?" Ning Ye gently stroked Zuer's hair and asked softly. "Older brother. You're leaving soon." Zuer's voice was very low and tinged with a sob. Ning Ye nodded and softly comforted her. "I'm just leaving for a little while. Soon, older brother will bring you to his side. From now on, older brother will always be with you, okay?" Hearing the desired reply, Zuer seemed to gain infinite courage. She hugged Ning Ye tightly, lifted her head and with tear-filled eyes said, "Then older brother must keep his word. You can't get a wife. And forget your younger sister." Hello. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye looked at the close-up beautiful face before him, feeling her breath on his own, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Of course. Zuer, you are the biggest, most precious treasure trove I, Ning Ye, will ever possess in this life. How could I ever forget you?" Zuer nodded happily, then hugged Ning Ye and closed her eyes. Ning Ye's words had greatly calmed her uneasy heart. No matter what the future held, she was Ning Ye's treasure trove. No one could replace her position in Ning Ye's heart. Luo Jia couldn't, and her future sister-in-law probably couldn't either. Since that was the case, she was already content. Hoo. As Ning Ye's steady breathing began, Zuer opened her eyes, rolled over onto the bed, propped her face with her hands, and her beautiful eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, gazed at Ning Ye's elegant face, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her lips as she said, "Older brother Ning Ye. Just wait a little longer. When Zuer returns from the immortal palace, I will heal your eyes. Then, from now on, we can be together forever and ever." With that, she seemed to have already envisioned her future, and her mood brightened considerably. Then, with a mischievous spirit, she leaned down and playfully pinched Ning Ye's nose, just as she used to, and then abruptly burrowed under the covers. That night she had a wonderful dream and slept very soundly, completely satisfied. What she didn't know was that, while she was immersed in her happy dream, Ning Ye had already risen and dressed. Outside the window, the sky was still very dark. But the time for departure had come. "Zuer. Until we meet again in the future." After one last look at the sleeping Zuer, Ning Ye gently kissed her forehead, then resolutely turned and left. In this world, everyone has their own destiny and journey. Zuer was like that, and so was he. Meanwhile, after Ning Ye left the cold palace, he made his way outside the imperial palace. At this moment, a large convoy was already waiting outside the imperial palace. 800 imperial city guard soldiers. 3 peak realm powerhouses. An imperial city guard commander of the Gathering Stars realm. Ning Ye glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and thought to himself, the imperial city guard is the emperor of Yanyun's confidant. Such a lineup to escort a prince who has been relegated to the cold palace is truly thoughtful. 10th Prince, Your Highness, I am Wei Wei, the imperial city guard commander personally appointed by His Majesty. Next, our imperial city guard will escort you to the Yanyun Dynasty. With that, Wei Wei, with a cold face, directly gestured for Ning Ye to proceed. Very well. Ning Ye smiled and slowly walked onto the carriage. Wei Wei watched Ning Ye board the carriage, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Then he flipped onto a handsome horse draped in black armor and commanded the 800 imperial city guard. Depart. With a single command. The 800 imperial city guard escorted Ning Ye's carriage as it slowly drove out of the imperial city and headed towards the Yanyun Dynasty. Ning Ye looked at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. For some reason, at this moment, he felt all the blood in his body becoming hot and boiling. My journey has finally begun. 11. Goddess Luo Jia, killing and robbing. In the imperial palace, Yanju Palace, steam rose from the bathwater. Consort Wan leaned back in the bath, looking utterly content, enjoying the leisurely moment as 7 or 8 maids attended to her, bathing and scrubbing her. Thump 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 thump. A heart-pounding footsteps sounded from outside the palace. She's here. A faint smile appeared on Consort Wan's lips. Clang. The gates of Yanju Palace opened. A woman in a magnificent crimson gold gown walked behind the screen. Under the moonlight, her golden hair was exceptionally dazzling. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her lips like cherry petals, her eyes like cold stars, yet she was incredibly indifferent. If her beautiful eyes could curve into a gentle smile, she would undoubtedly captivate all living beings. At this moment, her entire being exuded an indescribable nobility and sacred majesty that made people dare not look directly at her. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 7 or 8 maids in Yanju Palace all knelt before her. "Greetings, young Miss Luo. You may leave." Consort 1 waved her hand. Upon hearing this, the maids, relieved, quickly hurried out of Yanju Palace. "Luo Jia, why have you come? You shouldn't be here at this time," Consort 1 said with a playful smile, turning her head slightly and parting her red lips. "He went to Yanyun Dynasty," Luo Jia said coldly. "Oh, so you returned for 10th Prince, Your Highness." Consort 1 spread her hands and then teased. "What is it?" "Hearing that 10th Prince, Your Highness, is going to marry another woman." "Luo Jia, are you anxious?" "HMPH." Luo Jia snorted lightly, saying, "He is the person this young lady has chosen. In the future, he will be an indispensable part of this young lady's plan. What do you think?" "So that's how it is." Consort 1 nodded, then she stepped out of the bath one step at a time, walked up to Luo Jia and said, "I thought you couldn't bear to part with that little blind boy." "Nonsense." Luo Jia coldly spat out 2 words, then said, "Ning Ye has an excellent reputation and high prestige among the common people and the army in Yanyun Dynasty. In the future, when this young lady overthrows the imperial power and ascends the throne, he will become this young lady's imperial consort. He will be the best tool for this young lady to stabilize imperial power in the future." "Is that so?" Consort 1 smiled at Luo Jia, then helplessly spread her hands and said, "Although that's true, the imperial decree has already been issued. Ning Ye has already left Yandu, Yan capital. The die is cast. What do you want this seat to do for you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jia looked coldly at Consort 1 and said, "The Imperial City Guard Commander, Wei Wei, is a member of your Sun Moon demonic cult. You should know what to do next." "Oh." Consort 1 smiled, then replied, "So you want this seat to snatch a man for you? You should have said so earlier. However, what benefits can the seat get? After all, helping you stabilize imperial power was not part of our original agreement." Upon hearing this, Luo Jia couldn't help but frown, saying, "What do you want?" Consort 1 thought for a moment, then closed her beautiful eyes, leaned forward, and pouted her red lips playfully at Luo Jia, saying, "Fine. Considering we are close friends. How about you just kiss this seat once? Let you little girl take some advantage." "Disgusting." Luo Jia coldly spat out 2 words, then turned and left, leaving only 1 sentence. "No matter what you do, whether you break his limbs or imprison him, no matter what, he can only stay by this young lady's side. Without this young lady's permission, he is not allowed to go anywhere. As for what I owe you, this young lady will repay it one by one in the future." Upon hearing this, Consort 1 quietly watched Luo Jia's departing back, shaking her head and shedding her playful demeanor, muttering to herself, "Tusk, tusk, tusk. What a terrifying woman. To be targeted by you, Ning Ye is truly unlucky for 8 lifetimes." With that, she returned to the bath, then picked up a jade stone and gave an order to the Imperial City Guard Commander, Wei Wei, kill and seize goods. As the first ray of sunlight fell into the cold palace's side room, Ning Zuer opened her eyes. She looked at the empty bed beside her, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. "He's gone. Brother Ning Ye still left." At this moment, she felt as if something was missing from her heart. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt a suffocating sadness. Just then, she saw the green-robed figure sitting at the wooden table in the side room. "Master," Ning Zuer called out softly. "Zuer." The green-robed Taoist nun scolded her very seriously. "Do you know what you were doing last night?" "Last night?" Ning Zuer was stunned for a moment, but then she immediately remembered how she had tried to offer herself to Ning Ye last night. Instantly, her face flushed red, and she hid herself under the covers. "Zuer, you must know that your bloodline is very powerful. Before your bloodline matures and stabilizes, you must not engage in intimate relations." Fortunately, that boy Ning Ye knew his limits. "Otherwise, sigh." The green-robed Taoist nun sighed as she spoke. "Master, you're so wicked. You were actually hiding by the door, eavesdropping." Ning Zuer shouted indignantly. This is all for your own good." The green-robed Taoist nun shook her head, feeling disappointed. However, despite her words, she could still understand. After all, youth is impetuous and full of vigor. She herself had been young once. I'm not listening. A turtle chanting scriptures." Ning Zuer, hiding under the covers, grew angrier the more she thought about it. "All right. When you grow up, this master will no longer meddle in your affairs. Then you can do whatever you want. Even if you have twins with that boy Ning Ye, this master won't interfere." The green-robed Taoist nun waved her hand and said, "Really?" Upon hearing this, Ning Zuer couldn't help but push aside the covers and gaze blankly at the green-robed Taoist nun. "Really?" The green-robed Taoist nun nodded. "Good. Then it's settled." Ning Zuer tidied her disheveled hair. Her beautiful and delicate face was filled with a bright smile, clearly indicating that the little girl had now calmed down. "You little girl. The green-robed Taoist nun looked at Ning Ye, whose mood changed as quickly as turning a page, and couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Then she stood up, walked over and pulled her out of bed, saying, "All right. Your brother Ning Ye has also left Yandu, Yan capital. Now, shouldn't you return to the immortal palace with master?" Upon hearing this, Ning Ye nodded, then hugged the green-robed Taoist nun's waist and said, "All right. Zuer will go back with master. But we agreed only for 3 years. After 3 years, Zuer will go down the mountain to find brother. You." The green-robed Taoist nun was speechless for a moment. She shook her head and said, "It depends on your performance." "Don't worry," Ning Ye said with great confidence. "Zuer will certainly not disappoint master." With that she walked out of the side room, looked in the direction of Yanyun Dynasty, and softly said, "Brother Ning Ye, wait for Zuer. Zuer will come to find you very, very soon." Meanwhile, Ning Ye's convoy, after leaving Yandu, Yan capital, traveled north towards Yanyun Dynasty. After leaving the territory of Yanyun Dynasty and entering the southern border, the 100,000 Great Mountains, the convoy's speed became slower and slower. Finally, the convoy stopped in an ancient forest as Wei Wei reined in his horse. "Commander Wei, what's wrong?" The 3 transcendent Imperial City Guard powerhouses all looked at Wei Wei and asked with a frown. Wei Wei slowly turned around on his horse. Moonlight and shadows fell simultaneously on his strangely smiling face, making him look extremely eerie. "Attack! 12. Kill the stars with 1 sword and advance to the star-gathering level." The cold voice fell. Swish, 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 swish. In the ancient forest of the 100,000 Great Mountains, sounds of air being torn echoed. Before long, every giant, sky-reaching ancient tree was filled with demonic path martial artists clad in black robes and wearing evil crow masks. Beneath the evil crow masks, pairs of cold eyes locked onto the convoy. Under the chilling moonlight, these cold gazes pierced from all directions of the night like blades. The 800 Imperial City Guard soldiers' expressions changed drastically. Every one of them felt the overwhelming shadow of death descend upon them at this moment. "They're demonic cultivators. Commander Wei, what is the meaning of this?" A middle-aged man from the Imperial City Guard, who possessed the transcendent realm, looked at Wei Wei with disbelief and terror in his eyes. The moment his words fell, the sound of blood splashing rang out. A hand had already pierced through his heart. "Tusk, tusk, tusk." Wei Wei smacked his lips, coldly withdrew his blood-soaked hand, and glanced indifferently at the corpse at his feet before speaking. "Kill them all." The moment his words fell. "Kill." The black-robed figures from all directions leaped from the branches towards the 800 Imperial City Guard, like a storm of crows attacking, kicking up dozens of feet of fallen leaves, an extremely spectacular sight. Clang, 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 clang. For a time, the deep ancient forest was filled with the sounds of slaughter, the clash of weapons, and the sound of blades piercing flesh, all ceaseless. Inside the carriage, Ning Ye listened expressionlessly to the earth-shattering sounds of slaughter in the ancient forest. He knew that woman Luo Jia wouldn't let him leave so easily, but at this moment, he didn't make any other moves. The Imperial City Guard. These were the personal guards solely commanded by the Emperor of Yanyun, so what did their lives or deaths have to do with him? Soon, half an hour passed, and the sounds of slaughter outside the carriage gradually faded. The 3 peak Transcendent Realm experts and 800 Imperial City Guard soldiers were completely wiped out. The entire ancient forest was filled with a pungent and nauseating smell of blood. Bloody severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and thick blood soaked into the earth, staining it a dark red. "Mission accomplished." Wei Wei sneered, then turned his gaze to the carriage and spoke in a deep voice. "10th Prince, Your Highness. Next we ask you to come with us. Our master wants to see you." His words fell, but there was no response from inside the carriage. Seeing this, Wei Wei couldn't help but frown and spoke again. "10th Prince, Your Highness. Our master said if you come with us obediently, then all will be well. If not, then even if we break your arms and legs, you will still have to come with us. Your Highness is a smart person, you should know what to do next." Silence. Still silence. Ning Ye in the carriage still gave him no response. At this moment, Wei Wei's expression had already turned very ugly. With a grim face, he commanded the heaven above heaven martial artists. "All right. Since 10th Prince Your Highness refuses a toast and prefers a forfeit, then I will have no choice but to break Your Highness's limbs." "Do it." With that, a dozen black-robed figures surrounding the carriage all stepped forward. They intended to drag Ning Ye out of the carriage, break his legs and arms, and then take him away. And just then, clang! A dazzling saber light ignited from within the carriage. Rumble! The bronze carriage was torn apart by the saber light in that instant. The saber light swept out, engulfing all directions. Limbs flew, blood splattered. The bodies of dozens of black-robed figures were cut in half at the waist in an instant. Saber light first, saber sound after. Wei Wei's expression suddenly changed. He saw a tall figure within the shattered carriage, holding an ancient heavenly saber stained with an eerie black smoke, standing under the moonlight. He was dressed in white like snow, his silken long hair swayed in the wind, and fragmented moonlight sprinkled on his handsome and peerless face, making him look incredibly stunning. 10th Prince, Your Highness. You actually recovered your cultivation. Wei Wei's eyes widened, staring at Ning Ye in disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Ning Ye chuckled noncommittally. He didn't explain anything, merely raised his hand to untie the silk scarf wrapped around his eyes, carefully folded it, and placed it in his bosom. His deep, starry eyes, which seemed capable of cutting through the long night, swept over the hundreds of heaven above heaven martial artists present, all wearing evil crow masks and black robes, finally stopping on Wei Wei. He couldn't help but speak playfully. Heaven above heaven's demonic cultivators, is that all? You? Wei Wei frowned, looking at Ning Ye. Although he couldn't sense Ning Ye's cultivation at this moment, from Ning Ye's first move just now, he could tell that Ning Ye's combat power didn't seem to have reached the constellation realm. His thoughts stopped there, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his brows relaxing as he spoke in a deep voice. As expected of 10th Prince, Your Highness. For over a year, not only could you conceal your cultivation and feign blindness in the imperial palace, but you even know about my heaven above heaven. However, what of it? Today, no matter what, you must come with me. With that, Wei Wei drew a bronze halberd and suddenly soared into the air. Clang, clang, clang. A starlight condensed around his body. The terrifying power of the constellation realm roared like an engine within his body. Kill! Wei Wei roared, his halberd tip pointing directly at Ning Ye, a long streak of starlight trailing behind the blade, like a falling great star. A massive shadow instantly enveloped Ning Ye. I wonder, Your Excellency, how much lifespan do you have? Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. He gripped the reverse moon heavenly saber in his hand and rose against the void realm. The next second, two blood-red Higanbana spider lily bloomed in his eyes. Bewitching bloody light overflowed from his eye sockets. Reversed moon's first forbidden gate ultimate intent activated. In this instant, he felt all his combat-related abilities in his body increase exponentially. And it instantly amplified tenfold. Clang! The sound of the heavenly saber clashing with the great halberd echoed in the void realm. Terrifying true essence, almost solidified, swept out in all directions. Hundreds of black-robed figures all vomited blood and flew backward, amidst the terrifying true essence fluctuations. As for Ning Ye and Wei Wei, both of them retreated a dozen steps. How is this possible? This guy can actually withstand my constellation realm power, with just the transcendent realm. Wei Wei's eyes trembled violently, his face somewhat pale. In his understanding, reaching the constellation realm could be called a cultivator, while the transcendent realm could only be called a martial artist. Given this, how could a mere martial artist withstand his constellation realm? Indeed, there's roughly a tenfold power gap between the peak transcendent realm and a constellation realm expert. If it were any other transcendent cultivator, they might really be instantly killed, but luckily, I have the ultimate intense boost. However, this state of mind cannot be maintained for too long. So, it's better to finish this quickly. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye's gaze locked onto everyone present. The next second, faint, bewitching starlight flickered on the reverse moon heavenly saber. He held the saber in his right hand, the blade pointing towards the ground, in a stance as if to fly. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he traced an extremely mysterious trajectory in the void realm. A supreme aura was gathering, and he murmured as if in a trance. Star execution. These two faint words, like demonic whispers in their ears, made Wei Wei and the heaven above heaven demonic cultivators' bodies tremble. A fear from the depths of their souls made them instinctively want to turn and flee, but terrifyingly, under this vast, icy and sky-dominating saber intent, they seemed to be locked in place, their feet utterly unable to move an inch. HMPH. A cold shout. Ning Ye, holding the reverse moon heavenly saber, suddenly slashed down. Boom! The saber light was extremely brilliant, splattering hundreds of feet of starlight. Wherever it passed, hundreds of sky-reaching ancient trees were cut in half the moment the saber light swept over them, their cross-sections smooth as mirrors. This saber strike seemed to cleave the yin and yang realms, executing stars and eclipsing the moon, causing the 9 heavens to rise and fall. This saber strike seemed to make the world stand still, the saber light raging and scattering to the distant horizon. In the distance, half the sky was even stained a thick and bewitching blood red under this saber strike. Wherever Ning Ye's gaze fell, no one remained standing. Only the countless scattered stardust, accompanied by thick bloody rain, drifted down. And after unleashing this move, Ning Ye seemed to have been drained of all strength and slumped onto the ground. Good heavens, this saber strike, its power is actually so immense. Ning Ye gasped for breath, looking at the scattered stardust in the sky with a shocked expression and eyes full of wonder. However, the only drawback was that performing this saber strike required sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan. One saber, 10 years. Who could endure that? And just then, a series of system prompts echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying a Constellation Realm cultivator, gaining lifespan 15 years. Ding, congratulations for slaying a Constellation Realm cultivator, cultivation advanced Constellation Realm. Clang! A ray of starlight poured onto Ning Ye's body. And Ning Ye immediately felt his body, as well as the quantity and quality of his true essence, undergo a qualitative leap. His true essence evolved into star essence. Star essence, a type of primordial heaven and earth power. As long as one condensed star essence, they could be called a Constellation Realm expert, truly embarking on the path of cultivation. I even made a profit. Ning Ye scratched his head. In fact, he had been mentally prepared for a loss tonight, but he never expected that after all this slaughter tonight, he not only didn't lose but even made a small profit. Is this the true value of the reverse moon heavenly saber? Ning Ye felt the powerful star essence within his body, then looked down at the ancient heavenly saber in his hand, stained with black chi, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. 13. This world is crazy after all. The destined male protagonist, Zio 2. Gov gov gov. In the ancient forest, Ning Ye leaned against an ancient tree, recovering his strength while opening his system panel. Name Ning Ye. Age 18. Cultivation, Gathering Stars First Realm. Lifespan 105 years. Bloodline, Reverse Moon 3 lives body. Love interest, none yet. Sworn enemy, Luo Jia. Comprehension ability, 100 points divine rank. Reversed Moon Prohibition Gates. Ultimate intent, max 20 times amplification already activated. Heavenly Prohibition, not yet activated. Immortal Slayer, not yet activated. Weapon, Sealed Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber, 1-7. Heavenly Mandate Essence, 0, obtainable by completing side quests. System Store, not yet activated, requires 1000 Heavenly Mandate Essence to activate. He glanced at his system panel. Ning Ye tapped his fingers on the ground. In tonight's battle, his lifespan not only increased by a small 5 years, his cultivation rose to the Gathering Stars First Realm, and even the first Reversed Moon Prohibition Gate, Ultimate Intent, transformed from a 10-fold battle power amplification to a 20-fold battle power amplification. Good. Very good. But not good enough. Ning Ye took a deep breath. Below Gathering Stars, one was called a martial artist. The Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber couldn't even harvest their lifespan in cultivation. However, starting from the Gathering Stars realm, one became a true cultivator, and after this, the gap between realms would grow larger and larger. The enemies he would face in the future would also become stronger and stronger. Most importantly, he was about to face the great villainous Jun Kainyu. Looking at it this way, the battle power amplification of the first Bloodline Prohibition Gate would eventually be insufficient. Therefore, how to activate the second Bloodline Prohibition Gate, Heavenly Prohibition, or unlock the second seal of the Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber, and learn the second blade of the heaven-defying 7 demonic blades, was crucial. But the problem arose. Neither activating Heavenly Prohibition, nor unsealing the second seal of the Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber was simple. After all, activating Heavenly Prohibition required 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence, and how to unseal the second seal of the Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber was still a mystery. Moreover, unsealing it seemed to be related to Jun Kainyu. Therefore, compared to the unknown second seal of the Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber, earning 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence seemed a bit easier. 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. How can I get my hands on it? Ning Ye rubbed his brow, deep in thought. Just then, a clear system notification sounded in his ears. Ding, system notification, instant sign-in selection mission activated. Option 1, sign in at Scarlet Blood Dragon Cave, receive sign-in reward, Dragon Blood Sacred Scripture. Option 2, sign in at Burial Ground, Land of Buried Bones, receive sign-in reward, Ghost Spear Wu Zai. Option 3, sign in at Mass Grave, receive sign-in reward, Bone Spirit Demonic Ring. Option 4, sign in at Dark Sacrificial Temple, receive reward, Sunflower Manual 9 Heavens Immortal Martial Edition. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow as he listened to the familiar sign-in locations. Among the southern border Forbidden Land, there were 4 great forbidden areas: Scarlet Blood Dragon Cave, Burial Ground Land of Buried Bones, Mass Grave and Dark Sacrificial Temple. It's worth mentioning that the locations of the first 3 forbidden areas had already been discovered and became death zones that all cultivators avoided, but the location of the Dark Sacrificial Temple remained a mystery to this day. Fortunately, Ning Ye knew exactly where the Dark Sacrificial Temple was. Because the Dark Sacrificial Temple was the place where Zio 2, one of the 9 Child of Destiny in Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, changed his fate against the heavens. So he absolutely couldn't forget this location. System. I choose 4. Ning Ye didn't think much and directly chose to sign in at the Dark Sacrificial Temple. Ding, system notification, host selection successful. Mission, sign in at Dark Sacrificial Temple. Mission duration, 24 hours. Mission reward, Sunflower Manual 9 Heavens Immortal Martial Edition. listening to the system notification in his ear. Ning Ye let out a slight sigh of relief. He wasn't coveting the sign-in reward, the Sunflower Manual. After all, although the legendary Sunflower Manual was powerful, it was a cultivation technique that required a painful price. No matter how strong, he wouldn't possibly practice it. What he coveted was the opportunity hidden within the dark sacrificial temple, exclusive to the Child of Destiny. One must know that that opportunity was a top-tier opportunity in the entire Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens. Compared to this top-tier opportunity in the dark sacrificial temple, this sign-in reward could be said to be negligible. Therefore, his true intention was not the wine itself. Besides, thinking carefully, although he wouldn't practice this Sunflower Manual, he could give it to others to practice. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye, dragging his weary body, walked step by step towards the west of the 100,000 Great Mountains, all the way west. 4 hours later, Ning Ye arrived at a strange cliff. In front of the cliff stood a stone tablet, inscribed with several large characters, Soul-Severing Cliff. The opening CG of Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, concerning Zio 2 begins here. Zio 2 is the 3rd young master of the Zio family, one of the 4 warlord families of the Yanyun Dynasty. 3 years ago, the Zio family's eldest young master, Zio Cheng, was getting married in Gusu City. On the day of the wedding, the 307 members of the Zio family's main lineage were all slaughtered. From then on, the Zio family was annihilated, leaving only Zio 2, who was cultivating outside, to escape the calamity. That day was later known as the Bloody Wedding. It's worth mentioning that 1 year ago, Emperor Jun Lin Wu Yuan issued an imperial decree, stating that 1 year later, a martial arts competition for marriage would be held at Tianmen Pass of the Yanyun Dynasty. Whichever cultivator from the entire eastern barren continent could win the competition would be able to marry the eldest princess Wu Yao. And Zio 2 and the Yanyun Dynasty's eldest princess Wu Yao happened to be childhood sweethearts, and Wu Yao was also his white moonlight, first love. The best way to get revenge was to marry Wu Yao and use the power of the imperial family to fight against the woman who annihilated his entire family, Jun Qianyu. From then on, Zio 2 came to the southern border Forbidden Land to gain experience. After he was forced to jump into the Soul-Severing Cliff, he unexpectedly awakened the divine rank bloodline within his body, Abyssal Dragon, thus gaining entry into the dark sacrificial temple and obtaining the supreme legacy of Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, thereby beginning his Child of Destiny career. Ning Ye recalled the development of the Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens plotline as he walked to the stone tablet, looking down at the cliff below that made people fearful, like a giant abyss mouth spewing black clouds, and whispered, "This is the entrance to the dark sacrificial temple." According to the setting of Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, only cultivators with divine rank bloodline can enter the dark sacrificial temple. Cultivators below divine rank jumping down the soul-severing cliff will surely die. So, I, who now possess a supreme grade bloodline, should be fine, right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ning Ye took 3 deep breaths, shook his head, and said with a hint of helplessness, "This world is truly crazy after all. I didn't expect that the cliff the Child of Destiny jumped, I, a villain, would also have to follow and jump." With that, Ning Ye closed his eyes and directly leaped towards the soul-severing cliff, plunging into the endless abyss. The wind howled in his ears. Torrential currents of qi were tearing at his body. Ning Ye could feel his body continuously falling. "It should be soon, right?" Ning Ye mumbled. As soon as his voice fell, streaks of strange starlight held up his body. At this moment, Ning Ye only felt his falling speed slow down. Before long, he safely descended to the bottom of the soul-severing cliff. He circulated his star essence, barely stabilizing his figure. Ning Ye then looked up. Before his eyes, black land, black ancient forest. In the distance, black cliffs stood like sharp swords, piercing into the clouds. On the mountain peak stood a sacrificial temple surrounded by starlight. This sacrificial temple seemed to be embedded with the bright moon, extremely magnificent and spectacular. "I've arrived," Ning Ye murmured, then flew towards the dark sacrificial temple. As Ning Ye continued his journey, he quickly arrived at the foot of the black mountain peak. Looking up, 3,000 stone steps stretched upwards, disappearing into the clouds. This path seemed like a heavenly road. In front of the heavenly road, a stone tablet stood, on which was written an ancient line of text. "Pilgrim, 1 step, 1 kowtow at the end of the heavenly road, see reincarnation. Only a fool would kneel." Ning Ye shook his head and silently complained. 3,000 heavenly steps. If he really knelt 1 step at a time, then he could forget about the sign-in reward. With that, Ning Ye raised his head and looked at the heavenly steps. When he saw the blurry figure climbing up towards the dark sacrificial temple, kneeling 1 step at a time, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and muttered to himself. "Found him. Zio 2, one of the 9 Child of Destiny in the 9 heavens world." With that, his figure flickered, and he stepped onto the heavenly steps, ascending to the heavens. 14. Seized the opportunity and obtained the supreme inheritance, the Sacrifice Tower. 2,327. 2,328. 2,329. 2,330. Above the 3,000 stone steps, Zio2 climbed upwards, bowing his head with each step. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with determination and unyielding resolve. Even though blood seeped from his knees and his forehead was covered in broken wounds, with blood flowing down his face, he showed no expression whatsoever. Almost there. I'm almost there. I absolutely cannot die here. I will destroy the Jun family. I will get my revenge. Zio2 gazed at the dark sacrificial temple, which was now within reach. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He had a strong premonition that, within the dark sacrificial temple, lay an opportunity that could change his heaven-defying destiny. 3 years ago, the destruction of the Zio family had been an insurmountable hurdle in his heart. As for who exactly destroyed the Zio family, no one in the entire Yanyun Dynasty dared to speak of it, but everyone knew that after the Zio family was annihilated, their million-strong Xuanjia army was entirely absorbed by the Jun family. Therefore, even a fool would know who was responsible for this matter. 2,997. 2,998. 2,999. 3,000 steps. After Zio2 stepped onto the last stone step, his body stumbled and he fell to the ground. I've arrived. I've finally made it. Zio2 grinned. He lay on the ground, resting for a long while before forcing himself to stand up. He swayed as he walked towards the dark sacrificial temple. Just then, a chilling sound of footsteps echoed from the stone steps behind him. Thump, 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 thump. The footsteps were neither light nor heavy, yet they seemed to tread directly on Zio2's heart. How is this possible? Besides me, someone else actually found the location of the dark sacrificial temple. Zio2 turned around in disbelief. At that moment, he saw a tall figure who had also reached the 3,000 stone steps. The newcomer wore white robes, his posture was upright, and his handsome face was strikingly beautiful. His eyes held a cold alertness that seemed to cut through the long night. Who are you? Zio2 clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he stared at Ning Ye with extreme vigilance, like a lion guarding its territory. The child of destiny. Zio2. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow as he looked at the man before him, slowly muttering a name in his heart. Immediately after, a crisp system notification echoed in his ears. Ding, based on the situation, a system dungeon mission has been issued, Despair. Mission 1. If Zio2's despair value reaches 20, the host will receive a 2,000 heavenly mandate essence reward. Option 2. If Zio2's despair value reaches 50, the host will receive a 5,000 heavenly mandate essence reward. Mission 3. If Zio2's despair value reaches 80, the host will receive an 8,000 heavenly mandate essence reward. Mission 4. If Zio2's despair value reaches 100, the host will receive a 10,000 heavenly mandate essence reward. System reminder, mission rewards cannot be stacked. Mission rewards will be calculated after 1 hour. Ning Ye looked at the system mission before him and was momentarily stunned, thinking that this child of destiny, Zio2, was indeed a huge gold mine, or rather, an extremely superior leak. If I can complete mission 4, I'll get a 10,000 heavenly mandate essence reward all at once. That way, I can effortlessly unlock the second major bloodline seal of Reversed Moon, Heavenly Prohibition. A slight smile appeared on Ning Ye's lips. So what else could he do now? He could only try. Speaker. Who exactly are you? Seeing the smile on Ning Ye's lips, Zio2 frowned and pressed again. At the same time, the true essence within his body roared, as if he was about to fight Ning Ye to the death. He knew that the opportunity within the dark sacrificial temple was his only chance to change his heaven-defying destiny, and he would never give it away. Transcendent 9 realms. Not bad. Ning Ye nodded, sensing Zio2's aura. Kill. Zio2 said no more. He stomped his left foot heavily on the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. His right fist sliced through the void realm, bringing with it a startling sonic boom. You're no match. Ning Ye shook his head. Starlight essence condensed within his body, and with a flicker, he dodged Zio2's punch with an extremely small arc. At the same time, he counterpunched, landing a fierce blow on his stomach. Zio2 suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His mouth hung wide open, his eyes bulged, and his face was filled with shock and pallor. Star gathering, expert. The thought flashed through his mind. He never expected that this man, who was roughly the same age as him, possessed star-gathering realm cultivation. Could it be that this guy was a saint from one of the 7 great cultivation clans of the Eastern Barren Continent? Hell. Ning Ye chuckled, then raised his elbow and struck Zio2 hard on the back. Boom! The immense force sent Zio2 crashing heavily to the ground. Under this heavy blow, Zio2's consciousness became somewhat scattered. System reminder, Zio2's despair value has reached 20. Listening to the system notification in his ear. Ning Ye couldn't help but frown, thinking, only 20 points of despair value for this. Sigh. Ning Ye sighed, carefully calculating in his heart. If he were to attack Xiao2 again, the guy might just kick the bucket, which wouldn't do. It was better to focus on psychological warfare next. With that thought, Ning Ye lifted his foot and walked towards the dark sacrificial temple. Just then a hand grabbed Ning Ye's ankle. Turning slightly, Ning Ye saw Xiao2 clutching his left foot tightly. Mind. That's my opportunity. You get lost. Xiao2 gritted his teeth and muttered. Why bother? Ning Ye shook his head, raised his right foot, and stomped heavily on Xiao2's wrist. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Hey. Xiao2 groaned. He could only watch helplessly as Ning Ye walked step by step towards the dark sacrificial temple. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, but his heart felt utterly powerless. Through their previous exchange, he already knew that Ning Ye's combat power was far superior to his own. Ding, system reminder. Xiao2's despair value has reached 50. Indeed, what you can't get always causes a stir. The feeling of almost having something in hand, only to have it snatched away, is the most despair-inducing. However, this is how the world is. The strong prey on the weak and power reigns supreme. Ning Ye said, pushing open the door of the dark sacrificial temple. Rumble. The bronze door was pushed open. A breath of ancient, primeval power, as if from a bygone immortal era, assailed him. Looking up, the dark sacrificial temple was not large. A dozen eternally burning lamps glowed brightly. In the center of the dark sacrificial temple, a stone statue was enshrined. The statue was of a woman, but due to the passage of time, her true face was no longer discernible. The goddess statue held a small black pagoda, which was bound by a dozen black chains. Found it. Ning Ye looked at the small pagoda with excitement. This small pagoda was one of the supreme legacy of Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, the sacrificial Tao pagoda. The next second, he didn't hesitate to step forward and grasp the sacrificial Tao pagoda directly, under Xiao2's despairing gaze outside the dark sacrificial temple. Boom! At this moment, the black small pagoda erupted with a sky-filling rain of light. Streams of qi containing heavenly secrets burst forth from the small pagoda. Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath, condensed a drop of bloodline essence on his fingertip, and then suddenly touched it to the black small pagoda. At this, the small pagoda trembled slightly, then suddenly transformed into a beam of light, which instantly merged into Ning Ye's glabella. Sea of consciousness. The black sacrificial Tao pagoda stood tall within it. The tall pagoda had 9 layers. Black chains like heavenly Tao shackles firmly sealed it. And at the entrance of the first layer, Ning Ye saw 2 blood-red characters, sacrificial Tao. On either side were 2 lines of ancient script. Imprison the heavens, imprison the earth, imprison the heavenly god and demons of the 9 heavens. Sacrifice the Tao, sacrifice life, sacrifice the myriad immortals of all realms. 15. The son of destiny who castrated himself has received his reward. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the 9 heavens supreme legacy, sacrificial Tao pagoda. Ding, congratulations, host, the sacrificial Tao pagoda has successfully recognized its master. Ding, system notification. When the host's cultivation reaches the legend realm, the first floor of the sacrificial Tao pagoda can be opened. Ding, system notification. Xiao2's despair value has reached 80 points. Listening to the series of system notifications, Ning Ye couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sure enough, only cultivators with divine rank bloodlines could make the sacrificial Tao pagoda recognize them as master, and his own peerless bloodline naturally posed no problem. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye turned to look at Xiao2, who was lying on the ground like a wounded beast, panting heavily and staring at him with bloodthirsty eyes, and couldn't help but shake his head, muttering to himself, only 80 points of despair value. Indeed, these 10,000 heavenly mandate essence aren't so easy to obtain. And just then, he suddenly remembered something. It seems, completing the mission isn't impossible after all. A cruel smile formed on Ning Ye's lips, and he then recited, System. Sign in. Ding, system notification. Successfully signed in at the dark sacrificial temple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the sign-in reward, Sunflower Manual, 9 Heavens Immortal Martial Version. Listening to the pleasant system notification, a bold idea had already surged in Ning Ye's mind. How can one make a man completely despair? Well, it seems there's only one way now. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye raised his hand and closed the bronze gate of the dark sacrificial temple, then scanned the temple, finally setting his gaze on a prayer mat. This spot is good. Ning Ye mumbled, then retrieved the Sunflower Manual he had just signed in for from the system warehouse, and placed it under the prayer mat. That guy is so smart, he should be able to find it. Ning Ye thought seriously for a moment, then turned and left. As he passed Xiao2, Ning Ye didn't even glance at him, heading down the 3,000 stone steps. Just then a weak voice sounded behind him, You, who exactly are you? Why didn't you kill me? Hearing this, Ning Ye turned slightly, looking at the despairing Xiao Tu and calmly retorted, "Why should I kill you?" "You." Xiao Tu was stunned by these words. He hadn't expected Ning Ye to retort like that. What he didn't know was that Ning Ye had already regarded him as a high-quality leak, or rather, a huge gold mine. Would one cut a leak before it was ripe? Would one discard a gold mine before its value was fully exploited? Obviously not. "I'm leaving." Ning Ye waved his hand and walked down the 3,000 stone steps without any further hesitation. Now he had done what he needed to do. The final trump card had also been placed. As for the outcome, whether he could earn those 10,000 heavenly mandate essence, that could only be left to fate. "Bastard. No matter who you are, your failure to kill me today will be the decision you regret most in your life." Xiao Tu gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. With that, he used all his strength to crawl into the dark sacrificial temple. He had watched Ning Ye take the small pagoda from the stone statue's hand, but he was unwilling to accept it and wanted to see if there were other legacies hidden in the vast dark sacrificial temple. However, he searched around but found no other legacies or heavenly treasures in the dark sacrificial temple. Finally, he could only kneel weakly on the prayer mat, looking up at the goddess stone statue whose true face was obscured, and lamented sorrowfully, "Damn it. What should I do to avenge the annihilation of my clan?" Xiao Tu's hands fell powerlessly, and his entire being seemed to be enveloped in a thick gloom, shrouded in despair. Just then, he suddenly lowered his head, as if he felt something. He lifted his hand and pulled aside the prayer mat. There, he discovered the legacy stone that Ning Ye had deliberately placed beneath it. "This is..." Xiao Tu's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the legacy stone. After a careful scan, he instantly sensed the incredibly powerful and strange energy contained within the legacy stone. Heaven never seals off all exits. Indeed, there is more than one legacy in this dark sacrificial temple. Xiao Tu held the legacy stone in his palm as if it were a priceless treasure, his handsome and resolute face filled with excitement and joy. However, happy times are always short-lived. When he crushed the legacy stone and saw the most crucial cultivation TECHNIQUE Chinese letter of the Sunflower Manual, the smile abruptly froze on his face. To cultivate the divine palace, one must wield a blade and castrate oneself. Xiao Tu muttered the cultivation TECHNIQUE Chinese letter of the Sunflower Manual, his face now completely rejecting the idea. What kind of joke was this? If he castrated himself, then he wouldn't be a man. But here was the problem. The martial arts competition for marriage at Tianmen Pass was about to begin, but his current strength was far from a match for the prodigy saints of the 7 great cultivation clans in the eastern barren state. Therefore, the Sunflower Manual was his only hope for a comeback. If he couldn't marry Wu Yao, the eldest princess of the Yanyun Dynasty, then he would have no power to contend with the Jun family. At this moment, he remembered a saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. But the problem was, he couldn't wait 30 years, nor did he have 30 years. Because, perhaps, the moment he stepped out of the 100,000 great mountains, the Jun family would send people to kill him. After all, his previous jump off the Heartbreak Cliff was also a desperate act of being cornered. A dead end. Xiao Tu looked up and laughed, his laughter extremely desolate. However, after a long silence, he finally made a decision. He staggered to his feet and closed the bronze gate of the dark sacrificial temple. Then he returned to the goddess stone statue, took out a pot of clear wine, a sharp short blade, and a large pile of precious medicinal pills for healing and stopping bleeding from his storage ring, placing them all in front of him. Gulp gulp. He picked up the clear wine and drank it all in one go. Damn it. Succeed or die trying. If I don't die, I will become stronger. In the future, I will eventually avenge my blood feud, and I will eventually stand at the peak of the 9 heavens. Xiao Tu picked up the knife. Then, with a face full of despair, he gritted his teeth and fiercely swung the blade at his lower body. Ah! A shrill scream echoed in the dark sacrificial temple. Not only that, even Ning Ye, who had already descended the 3,000 stone steps, heard this tragic cry, and he subconsciously clamped his legs together. What a ruthless man. Truly a ruthless man. Ning Ye couldn't help but offer a sincere salute in the direction of the dark sacrificial temple. Pain. Too much pain. This was the only thought in Xiao Tu's mind at this moment. He endured the heartbreaking pain that penetrated his soul, shoving all the medicinal pills into his mouth at once. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as he looked at the blood on the ground, crying and laughing as he said, I can finally cultivate the Sunflower Manual. Being able to cultivate the Sunflower Manual was certainly a good thing. However, after castrating himself, his heart had completely died. Because from this moment on, he was no longer considered a true man. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest 4, obtained mission reward 10,000 heavenly mandate essence. Ning Ye let out a long sigh as he listened to the crisp system notification. He looked at his hard-earned balance of 10,000 heavenly mandate essence and couldn't help but laugh, muttering to himself, finally accumulated 10,000 heavenly mandate essence. It's truly not easy. 16. Open the heavenly band, the peerless beauty Jun Kaienyu. 10,000 heavenly mandate essence received. System. Activate heavenly prohibition. Thank you. As Ning Ye gave the command, the system immediately responded. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host, for consuming 10,000 heavenly mandate essence. The second major bloodline forbidden gate of Reverse Moon, 3 lives body, heavenly prohibition, has been activated. Reverse Moon, heavenly prohibition. The second combat forbidden gate. Activating this forbidden gate allows the physical body and divine soul to instantly break through the heavenly Tao's shackles, achieving ultimate sublimation, and can instantly increase one's cultivation by a major realm. System notification. This forbidden gate consumes a vast amount. The host can currently activate it for 2.5 minutes. Activation time will increase as the host's cultivation realm improves. Listening to the system notifications, Ning Ye sighed, saying, "It's finally activated." Although heavenly prohibition consumes a huge amount and can only be activated for a short 2.5 minutes. However, because the power of heavenly prohibition is too heaven-defying, 2.5 minutes is already quite good. After speaking, a satisfied smile appeared on Ning Ye's face. He then looked back at the dark sacrificial temple, shook his head, and turned to leave. Next stop. Junlin Imperial Dynasty. Target. The big villain boss, Jun Kaienyu. Ning Ye walked through the 100,000 great mountains. It's worth mentioning that he found a small donkey from somewhere and rode it, leisurely heading out of the 100,000 great mountains. The sunlight spilled onto his refined and handsome face, shining brightly. Now that he had activated heavenly prohibition, he had the confidence to face his terrifying villainous fiancé, Jun Kaienyu. Junlin Imperial Dynasty, Imperial City, Wudu Martial Capital. The Jun family mansion, the estate of the first warlord family, on the viewing platform. The aroma of tea permeated the air. A woman sat at the tea table on the viewing platform. She wore an extremely opulent white gold phoenix-patterned long dress. Half of her 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded down to her perky hips, while the other half covered her chest, which strained against the fabric of her dress. The summer breeze rustled her skirt, and even just her back seemed to embody all the beauty in the world. Young Miss. A woman in a black, tight-fitting outfit with a fiery figure, silently arrived at the viewing platform and knelt before the lady with a look of reverence. Hearing this, the woman slightly turned, and instantly the sunlight bathed her, illuminating her with endless grace. The camera zoomed in. What appeared on screen was an unparalleled, ice-cold and stunningly beautiful immortal face. Her willow-like eyebrows were exquisite, filled with heroism and nobility. A silk scarf, engraved with a reversed moon pattern, was tied around her eyes, adding a mysterious and ethereal aura that made one's heart tremble. Beneath the silk scarf, her high nose was elegant and delicate, complemented by her lips, which were moist and red like rose petals after rain. It must be said that her entire face possessed a breathtaking, world-shaking beauty and unparalleled impact, as if the heavens had exhausted all their efforts to sculpt it, making it dreamlike and unreal. It was a pity that the silk scarf covered her eyes, preventing anyone from seeing her full face. However, even so, no one would doubt how stunning the eyes hidden beneath that silk scarf must be. And she was precisely the second young miss of the Jun family, the first warlord family of the Junlin Imperial Dynasty, Jun Kaienyu. Yinger, how are your preparations coming along? Jun Kaienyu asked faintly, her red lips parting slightly. Reporting, young miss. This servant is ready. The Battle of Tianmen Pass. This servant will surely overpower all the prodigies. Yinger responded confidently. Very good. Jun Kaienyu nodded, then raised her hand. Seeing Jun Kaienyu's gesture, Yinger quickly stepped forward and knelt obediently beneath Jun Kaienyu like a docile kitten. Jun Kaienyu then gently stroked Yinger's hair and spoke. You have been by this young lady's side since childhood. So with your strength, defeating those so-called prodigies will be easy. In the future, when you become Wu Yao's husband, the prince consort of the Junlin imperial family, our plan can begin. Yinger nodded heavily and said, Young miss, rest assured. After speaking, she seemed to recall something and then quietly said, Young miss, there is one more thing. It's about the 10th prince of the Yanyun Dynasty. Oh. Upon hearing this, Jun Kaienyu raised an eyebrow, and her red lips curved into a subtle arc. What? Regarding this young lady's future husband. Do you have anything to say? Yinger nodded, and then asked in a low voice. Young miss, if that 10th prince truly comes to Junlin, are you really going to marry him? He. Jun Kaienyu shook her head and chuckled, saying, He won't be able to come. That crazy woman Luo Jia of the Yanyun Dynasty would never allow Ning Ye to leave her side. Now, with his eyes blind and his cultivation completely crippled, What ability does he have to resist that woman? At least for now, in my opinion, his fate has not yet changed. So that's how it is. Yinger nodded thoughtfully. All right. The battle of the prodigies at Tianmen Pass will begin in 7 days. You should depart on an auspicious day. Jun Kaianyu waved her hand. Yes. Young miss. Yinger nodded heavily, then turned and left. After Yinger departed, Jun Kaianyu extended her slender, delicate fingers and tapped the tabletop, murmuring to herself as if in a dream. The sky of the Junlin Imperial Dynasty. It's time for it to change. Yanyun Dynasty Imperial Palace, Yanju Palace. Clang. 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 Things inside the palace were smashed into a mess. Even the luxurious palace bed had been overturned. Luo Jia's beautiful face was covered in frost, her full chest heaving violently. She slapped the table and glared furiously at Consort Wan, gritting her teeth and demanding. Where is he? Are your heaven above heaven people that useless? You couldn't even bring back someone who has lost his cultivation and is blind. What exactly are you doing? Shut up. Consort Wan glared fiercely at Luo Jia. At this moment, her pretty face was also very displeased. Logically speaking, with her deploying hundreds of demonic path martial artists from the Sun Moon demonic cult, plus Wei Wei, a constellation realm expert, as an insider, it should have been foolproof. But who would have thought that all the powerful individuals she sent out had perished in the 100,000 great mountains? Now even she didn't know what had happened, completely bewildered. Find him. Then bring him back. Bring him back to my side. Luo Jia spoke coldly. Don't worry. This sovereign will investigate this matter thoroughly. And that Ning Ye. This sovereign will also personally capture him and throw him onto your bed. Are you satisfied now? Consort Wan calmed herself and responded with a cold face. It better be. Luo Jia glared fiercely at Consort Wan, then turned and left. After Luo Jia left, Consort Wan couldn't help but raise her delicate jade fist and smash it hard on the table, muttering coldly to herself. Bastard! Who on earth ruined this sovereign's good deed? And just then, a figure flashed through her mind. That night, that mysterious man who had broken into her bedchamber, and then left using the 8 steps of the heavenly demon. At this moment she suddenly realized. Could it be him? Did he abduct Ning Ye? Jilliness female lead online. 17. The Battle of the Heroes riding a donkey to catch the sunset. Meanwhile, as the Yanyun Dynasty faced a turbulent period, the cultivators and common folk of the entire eastern desolate province were abuzz with excitement for the upcoming Battle of the Prodigies at Tianmen Pass. This Battle of the Prodigies, held before Tianmen Pass, was originally initiated by Wu Yuan, the emperor of the Junlin Dynasty. Whoever emerged as the #1 prodigy in the eastern desolate province would be able to marry Wu Yao, the eldest princess of the Junlin Dynasty. However, due to the intervention of a supreme power, this Battle of the Prodigies garnered worldwide attention throughout the entire eastern desolate province. This power intended to use this arena to establish the eastern desolate prodigy ranking. And this power was none other than the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Throughout the 9 Heavens continent, it was known that the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower was the paramount reclusive power of the entire 9 Heavens continent. This power was an organization created by the gods of the 9th Heaven Upper Realm. Its influence spread across the entire 9 Heavens continent, serving as the spokesperson for the Upper Realm gods in the 9th Heaven Lower Realm, and also as their outpost in the 9th Heaven Lower Realm. The original purpose of establishing the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower was to combat the demon race beyond the desperate situation Great Wall. Over 10,000 years, the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower had twice organized the powerhouses of the 9 Heavens continent in epic holy wars against the demon race. These 2 epic battles had a profound impact on the 9 Heavens continent, giving rise to many moving stories and countless talented cultivators who rose and fell. They were recorded in the 9 Heavens ancient history, becoming an indelible and brilliant page in the history of the 9 Heavens. And the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower had always stood at the peak of the 9 Heavens ancient history. Their presence permeated the entire 9 Heavens ancient history, protecting the entire 9 Heavens continent. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower held an extremely transcendent position throughout the 9 Heavens continent. Whether it was powerful cultivation clans or imperial dynasties and aristocratic families with thousands of years of legacy, all held the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower in supreme reverence. It was precisely because of this that, upon the announcement that the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower would establish the prodigy ranking in the Eastern Desolate, it naturally drew the gaze of hundreds of millions of cultivators and common folk in the Eastern Desolate province, and even incited the frenzy of the 7 great cultivation clans that stood at the peak of cultivation in the Eastern Desolate province. Most importantly, once one ascended the prodigy ranking, it meant receiving immense attention. In the future, it was highly possible to enter the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower and obtain the legacy of the Upper Realm gods. Who in the entire Nine Heavens continent could resist such a temptation? Eastern Desolate Province, Hidden Sword Manor, one of the 7 great cultivation clans. The young manor lord, Yiwuya, clad in a green robe, with the famous sword Falling Evil on his back, confidently pledged to the elders of Hidden Sword Manor. Elders, rest assured. This battle at Tianmen Pass, Wuya will surely win. With that, he mounted a swift horse and departed from Hidden Sword Manor, heading towards Tianmen Pass. Eastern Desolate Province, Evil Sect, one of the 7 great cultivation clans. The evil emperor gazed at the setting sun in the sky, and spoke to a tall, handsome young man with an alluring appearance. Disciple, it is time for you to descend the mountain. This time, it is my final test for you. Claim the number 1 spot on the prodigy ranking. Then bring back Wu Yao, the saintess of Misty Peak, to be my wife. Heaven. The black-clad young man chuckled wickedly upon hearing this and said, Old man, you can rest easy. Among the younger generation of the entire Eastern Desolate, no one is a match for your disciple. Heruhasa. Eastern Desolate Province, Misty Peak, one of the 7 great cultivation clans, peach blossoms bloomed profusely. At this moment, a woman in a plain dress wielded a sharp sword. The myriad peach blossoms moved with her sword, and each of her strikes perfectly conformed to the heavenly Tao's trajectory, exquisitely refined and ethereal. The saintess danced with her sword. Peach blossoms followed. The scene was beautiful to the extreme. In the peach blossom forest, countless female cultivators of Misty Peak gazed at the woman with adoration. Senior Sister Wu Yao's combat power is unparalleled. Throughout the entire Eastern Desolate, surely no one is her match. That's right. After all, Senior Sister is the woman who successfully emerged from our Misty Peak forbidden land. Ha 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 ha. This time, with Senior Sister descending the mountain, the number 1 spot on the prodigy ranking is definitely hers. HMPH, those stinky men from down the mountain still want to marry our Senior Sister. They're dreaming. Exactly, Senior Sister Wu Yao is number 1 in the world. And boom! The sword light exploded like thunder across the sky, then vanished into the void realm like a falling meteor. Clang! A crisp sword cry resounded. She sheathed her sword. Wu Yao stood on the mountain peak, her hand resting on her sheathed sword. A gentle breeze stirred her clothes, giving her an ethereal and peerless aura. She gazed at the setting sun in the sky and murmured, This time, if I win the top spot on the prodigy ranking, I suppose Imperial Father should have nothing more to say. With that, a confident smile appeared on her exquisite face. Buddhism, Great Thunder Sound Temple. Master, you want me to participate in the prodigy gathering? A young monk with a delicate appearance looked at the old monk who presided over the Great Thunder Sound Temple, asking in shock. Yes. The old monk Chuan Kong nodded. But we renunciants cannot marry. The young monk shook his head vigorously, instinctively taking a step back, his face full of resistance. Silly child. You must win the top prodigy spot to marry the eldest princess of the Yanyun Dynasty. As you are now, you are still far from it. This time, I am sending you down the mountain primarily for experience. The old monk Chuan Kong replied helplessly. But what if Disciple accidentally kills them all? Disciple is very strong now, you know. The young monk blinked, vigorously waving his fists, his tone very serious. Heruhasa. The old monk Chuan Kong laughed aloud upon hearing this. That's excellent. Then let those fellows in the Eastern Desolate Province see the strength of our Buddhist sect. And if you kill that Wu Yao, then you won't have to get married, will you? That's true. The young monk nodded in understanding, feeling that his master's words made a lot of sense. Listening to the conversation between the old and the young, the faces of the various Buddhist elders present twitched. Then, with GREAT Chinese letter, they lowered their heads and simultaneously twirled their prayer beads, chanting. Amitabha. Aside from those within the Buddhist sect, very few people in the entire Eastern Desolate Province knew that 20 years ago, a madman became the abbot of the Buddhist sect, and then this abbot took an even crazier disciple named Xuan Zhang. Meanwhile, on this very day, a young sword cultivator, with a famous sword on his back, rode a swift horse towards Tianmen Pass. The young lord of the evil sect also sat in his luxurious carriage, slowly driving out of the Evil Path Mountain. The saintess of Misty Peak, wearing a veil, quietly entered the world. She was a saintess and also an imperial dynasty princess. The young monk of the Buddhist sect donned his cassia, walked out of the Buddhist sect, and traveled under the moonlight. The young lord of the Poison God Manor. The saintess of the Red Robe Cult. The young sword master of the Old Sun Star sect. The chief disciples of the 7 great cultivation clans of the Eastern Desolate emerged one after another. The long-dormant Eastern Desolate Province became lively at this moment. Of course, in the southern border, Forbidden Land, a white-robed prince, riding a small donkey that seemed out of place with his status, hummed a tune as he slowly walked out of the 100,000 Great Mountains. His destination was the Yanyun Dynasty, It is worth mentioning that to enter the Imperial Dynasty, he would naturally have to pass through Tianmen Pass. Tianmen Pass was a path he could not avoid. On the official road, his figure gradually faded into the distance, the setting sun stretching his shadow long, as if chasing the reddish twilight and the setting sun. Behind him, countless older middle-aged cultivators, seeing his unrestrained and free-spirited manner, riding a small donkey towards Tianmen Pass with unwavering determination, couldn't help but stare in a daze, their hearts filled with emotion. If they were 20 years younger, they would definitely participate in this great battle of the prodigies. Now, in this stunning young man, they seemed to see the passion and youth they once possessed in their own younger days. 18. Mission released, The Ghost Girl in the Coffin. Name Ning Ye. Age 18. Cultivation, Gathering Stars Realm First Stage. Initial lifespan, 105 years. Bloodline, Reverse Moon 3 Lives Body. Romantic interest, none temporary. Archnemesis, Luogia. Comprehension ability, 100 points divine rank. Reverse Moon Forbidden Gates, ultimate intent activated, can increase combat power by up to 20 times. Heavenly Prohibition activated, Immortal Slayer not yet activated. Weapon, Sealed Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber, 1/7. System storage, Sacrificial Tao Pagoda. Host can open the first layer of the Sacrificial Tao Pagoda upon reaching Legend Realm. Heavenly Mandate Essence, 0, can be obtained by completing side quests. System Mall, not yet activated, requires 1000 Heavenly Mandate Essence to activate. Ning Ye rode his small donkey along the official road, muttering to himself as he looked at his character panel. The 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence I worked so hard to earn is gone again. And the System Mall requires another 1000 Heavenly Mandate Essence to open. Sigh. So poor. And that Supreme Legacy, the Sacrificial Tao Pagoda, I have to reach Legend Realm to enter the first layer. As I am now, I seem to be far from it. His thoughts ended there. Ning Ye shook his head, thinking that he still had a long way to go in the future. As his thoughts churned, he had already arrived before a magnificent ancient city. This ancient city was named Nanjing City. It was the first city outside the 100,000 Great Mountains, and the primary gathering place for countless cultivators who wished to seek opportunity within the 100,000 Great Mountains. It was worth noting that Nanjing City was extremely close to the Yanyun Dynasty, and the nearest city to Tianmen Pass. When Ning Ye leisurely entered Nanjing City on his small donkey, he found that the city was already bustling with people. All the inns were full, and many cultivators gathered in them, drinking strong liquor and discussing loudly. Did you hear? This time in the Battle of the Prodigies before Tianmen Pass, the saints and saintesses of the 7 great cultivation clans have all emerged. Of course I heard. I wonder, among the 7 great cultivation clans, who do you all think will win first place in this Battle of the Prodigies? Ha 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 ha, is that even a question? It's undoubtedly young Master Wuya of Hidden Sword Manor. 3 years ago, young Master Wuya, wielding the Wu Zai sword, crushed 7 high-level Gathering Stars cultivators. That scene is still vivid in my mind. 3 years later, he must be even stronger. Not necessarily. I heard that the evil sect young Lord Luo Jixi has cultivated the evil sect's supreme cultivation technique, the star-devouring divine art to the 8th layer. Below the legend realm, he is already invincible. What is Luo Jixi? I heard that 3 years ago he broke into the Great Thunder Sound Temple and was caught red-handed by the Buddhist saint Xuanzang. As a result, he was severely beaten and even had his head stomped on in the latrine. Tusk. How miserable. Really, is that true? Of course it's true. My second uncle's neighbor's little widow is a devotee of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and that's what she told me. No, in my opinion this time the Misty Peak Saintess, Wu Yao, is the truly formidable one. Think about it, if she doesn't win first place this time she'll have to get married. This is a fight with her back against the wall, she has no choice but to win. Makes sense. Makes sense, my foot. Which of the saints and saintesses from the 10,000 Poisons Mansion, Red Robe Cult, and the Old Day Star factions isn't a formidable character now? Are they really weaker than Wu Yao? Ning Ye sat in a window-side corner of the inn, watching with great interest as the cultivators and patrons in the inn argued heatedly, a smile playing on his lips. Yi Wuya, Luo Jixi, Xuanzang, Wu Yao, or the saints and saintesses of the other 3 great cultivation clans were all very strong. However, in the Nijiyushin against the 9 Heavens timeline, it was the Child of Destiny, Zio 2, who ultimately claimed the first position on the prodigy list. But now that might not be the case. After all, he had stolen Zio 2's opportunity and had crippled him by more than half. So this time the person he favored was someone else. And this person was not one of the 7 great cultivation clans, but rather she who served under Jun Kaianyu. Shadow, also known as Kaianai. Jun Kaianyu's personal maid. Her cultivation has reached Legend Realm, 3rd stage. If she wins first place, it would be interesting. Kaianai will become Wu Yao's husband. Tusk, if it comes to their wedding night the scene would be simply too beautiful. Ning Ye raised his cup and drank a clear wine, the playful look in his eyes growing even more intense. However, compared to this matter, he was more interested in that woman lying in the 3 lives bronze coffin on the first layer of the sacrificial Tao pagoda. One must know, that woman was a prominent figure in the 9 heavens world, and in the original plot, she was Zio-Tu's first master. Therefore, he greatly anticipated the moment he would meet that woman lying in the ice coffin on the first layer of the sacrificial Tao pagoda. Just then, Ning Ye suddenly frowned. The boisterous sounds from the various inns on the long street also slowly quieted down. Everyone was looking with apprehension at the large procession on the long street, a group of people dressed in black, escorting a coffin. Evil sect. Evil sect elder. Not just evil sect elder, the one leading them is Luo Yang, the younger brother of the evil sect young Lord Luo Jixi. Why are they here, instead of going to Tianmen Pass at this time? And who is in that coffin they are escorting? Listening to the whispers around him, Ning Ye looked at the young man, riding a white steed at the head of the procession. Evil sect. Luo Yang. Coffin. Finally it's here. Ning Ye's brows relaxed, and the smile on his face gradually deepened. In the original plotline of Nijiyushin, Against the 9 Heavens, the child of destiny, Zio-Tu, would encounter a procession escorted by Luo Jixi's younger brother after arriving in Nanjing City. In the coffin lay a woman named Su Beiju, Zio-Tu's first benefactor and one of his strongest future allies. Su Beiju possessed the royal bloodline of the Ghost Spirit clan. The blood of the Ghost Spirit clan was known as a supreme treasure for cultivation and healing, and the life force contained within the Ghost Spirit royal bloodline was astonishingly powerful. Legend had it that if one possessed a Ghost Spirit royal clan member with a mature bloodline, not only could their cultivation speed increase tenfold and heal all wounds, but their lifespan could even be extended by tens of thousands of years. Precisely because of this, the Ghost Spirit clan became the best prey in the eyes of the myriad clans of the 9 Heavens 10,000 years ago. All the myriad clans of the 9 Heavens slaughtered and hunted the Ghost Spirit clan. Some races imprisoned Ghost Spirit clan members, treating them as blood goo, taking some of their true blood periodically for cultivation and extending lifespan. Some races directly consumed their flesh and blood. Even more, some even refined Ghost Spirit clan members into human pills alive. That was the darkest era for the Ghost Spirit clan. Finally, the Ghost Spirit royal clan was forced to lead their entire clan to commit suicide. From then on, the Ghost Spirit clan was annihilated. However, one person from the Ghost Spirit royal clan remained, the little princess Su Beiju. She was sealed by the Ghost Spirit king in the Xuanbing of Tianqin for 10,000 years. Now, with the changes in Tianqin, the ice coffin was shaken out and found by Luo Yang of the evil sect. Now, he was taking Su Beiju to Tianmen Pass to present her to Luo Jixi. In the original plot, Zio-Tu would rescue the girl in the coffin, and the girl would reciprocate, helping him win first place in the Battle of the Prodigies at Tianmen Pass. Not only that, Ning Ye also remembered that a single drop of Su Beiju's true blood was the antidote to awaken that woman lying in the ice coffin on the first layer of the sacrificial Tao pagoda. If I rescue Su Beiju, would that count as plundering the protagonist's opportunity again? Ning Ye pondered very seriously. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in his ears. Ding, based on the situation, a system mission has been issued. Mission, Ghost Spirit Girl. Mission description, rescue the Ghost Spirit Girl Su Beiju. Mission reward, 4,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Mission duration, 24 hours. It really does count. But only 4,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Oh well, it's a bit little, but it's still not bad. Ning Ye put down his wine glass, took out a few copper coins from his storage ring, placed them on the table, then stood up and disappeared from the inn. 19. Sneak into Wangxi Mansion and kill the second son of the evil sect. It was night. A cold, bright moon hung high at the zenith of the sky. A mansion located in the south of Nanjiang City was brightly lit, and fully armed evil sect disciples patrolled the mansion. Outside the mansion, there were even 4 arrow towers, guarded by evil sect powerhouses with extraordinary eyesight. The gazes of these powerhouses, like eagles, constantly swept across the thick darkness before them, but even though they were all well-trained sentinels, they still did not discover the figure leaning in a dark corner, observing them. Myriad Evil Mansion. The evil sect's base, established in Nanjiang City. Ning Ye's gaze swept over the heavily guarded mansion, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Clearly, Su Beiju had been brought here by Luo Yang, and once the evil sect's main force had assembled tomorrow, Luo Yang would take Su Beiju to Tianmen Pass, and then hand her over to the evil sect's young lord, Luo Jixi. So tonight was the best time to act. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye subtly sensed the qi within the mansion. There are at least a dozen martial artists in the transcendent realm. And there are even 2 powerhouses whose qi has reached the peak of gathering stars. Quite a powerful lineup. Ning Ye muttered, then raised his hand to rub his brow. In the original plot, Zio-Tu found Su Beiju's coffin, then used a drop of Abyss Dragon true blood to melt Su Beiju's ice coffin, awakening her, after which Su Beiju single-handedly massacred the entire myriad evil mansion. However now, he didn't have Abyss Dragon true blood, so everything had to rely on himself. But fortunately, he had already activated the second bloodline forbidden gate, heavenly prohibition, so even the two evil sect elders at the peak of gathering stars couldn't stop him. His only concern was time, because the evil sect's main force was on its way. Su Beiju is in the underground palace of Luo Jixi's bedchamber. His thoughts paused here. Ning Ye swayed, his feet executing the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, transforming into a strange black shadow that instantly vanished into the myriad evil mansion, right under the noses of the 4 arrow tower guards. The myriad evil mansion was built extremely luxuriously, with small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and towers, all readily available. Ning Ye moved forward, passing through layers of guards, and soon stood atop a palace in the center of the myriad evil mansion. The evil palace has been reached. Ning Ye stood at the peak of the palace. At this moment, a man and a woman's flirtatious voices echoed from the palace beneath him. Young lord, do you like your servant? Like, of course I like her. Then, young lord, when will you marry your servant? Hahasa, we'll talk about it later. Evil sect. Luo Jixi's younger brother. Luo Yang. Ning Ye smiled, then with a flash, he disappeared from the peak of the palace, in the evil palace's bedchamber. The bed curtains hung down. Vaguely, 2 figures could be seen lying intimately together behind the curtains. Ning Ye, who had quietly entered the bedchamber, sat before a jade table with a faint smile, poured himself a cup of sake, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp, then leisurely and playfully remarked. As expected of the evil sect's second young master. Truly a philanderer. The moment his words fell, Luo Yang, still immersed in the embrace of tenderness, suddenly opened his eyes, but before he could react, a human head had already fallen into his arms. Upon closer inspection, this head was that of his woman, Jaior, and the blood gushing from Jaior's severed neck soaked his cheek, instantly making him break out in a cold sweat. Luo Yang's face changed drastically, and he was about to scream. A hand had already passed through the curtains and gripped his throat, lifting him, covered in blood, directly from the bed. Luo Yang was held by the throat by Ning Ye, like a chick, suspended in midair, his somewhat handsome face flushed purple. One must know that his cultivation was at the advanced transcendent realm, yet he was flapping his legs powerlessly like an ant before this man, who appeared to be of similar age. Finally, Ning Ye released his hand. Clang! Luo Yang fell to the ground, breathing heavily with a sigh of relief, and asked Ning Ye with a face full of terror. Who are you? Hearing this, Ning Ye did not respond, but simply raised his foot and stepped on Luo Yang's head. With just a little more force, Luo Yang's head would burst open like a watermelon, and Luo Yang seemed to know this, so he could only curl his body and tremble. Second young master. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. You do what I say. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. If you dare to say one more word, you will die. Understood. The cold voice entered Luo Yang's ears, instantly making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He responded with a trembling voice. I know. Ahem. Ning Ye heard a satisfactory reply, and then slowly moved his foot from Luo Yang's head. Very good. Then, second young master, please open the underground palace and let me take a look. Damn it. Luo Yang cried out in his heart upon hearing this, instantly realizing that Ning Ye had come for the young girl lying in the ice coffin. Other things were fine, but this ice coffin girl was crucial to his future. The problem was, if he didn't do as Ning Ye said, he would die a terrible death. What? Second young master is unwilling. Ning Ye asked, his voice neither light nor heavy. No. Luo Yang quickly shook his head, then slowly stood up, obediently walked to the side of the bed, reached out, lifted the pillow, opened a hidden compartment, then reached in and grasped a stone pivot, twisting it. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanisms turning echoed. Before long, a section of the bedchamber floor opened, revealing stone steps leading to the underground palace, which clearly was the entrance to the underground palace, entering Ning Ye's eyes. Your Excellency, can you let me go now? Luo Yang asked in a low, gritting voice. What do you think? Ning Ye looked at Luo Yang with amusement. The next second, he directly grabbed Luo Yang and dragged him into the underground palace. The vast underground palace was filled with beast cores, medicinal herbs, cultivation techniques, and sharp weapons that evil sect disciples had acquired from the 100,000 great mountains over the years. However, after just a casual glance, Ning Ye withdrew his gaze. Although these cultivation resources were not bad, they were not of much use to him. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the stone coffin in the center of the underground palace. Found it. Ning Ye smiled slightly. Just then, Luo Yang, quick-witted, took out an extremely rare teleportation jade from his storage ring, just as he was about to crush it and escape. Clang! A blazing blade light flashed, and amidst the splashing blood, an arm was seen soaring high before crashing to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the underground palace. Second young master. I already told you. Don't do things you shouldn't do. Why bother? Ning Ye looked at Luo Yang, who was on the ground, clutching his profusely bleeding severed arm and screaming incessantly, and couldn't help but shake his head. You little brat, I'm going to kill you. You dare to cut off my arm, my evil sect will surely tear you into 10,000 pieces in the future. Luo Yang roared at Ning Ye with hatred, like a wounded beast. Hearing this, Ning Ye nodded thoughtfully, then stepped forward and mercilessly stomped on Luo Yang's chest. Luo Yang's chest caved in by a third, all his bones shattered into dust in an instant, and he died then and there. So noisy, Ning Ye murmured, then slowly walked towards the stone coffin. Luo Yang is dead, and his life jade is shattered. The powerhouses of the myriad evil mansion must have realized that I've broken into the underground palace by now. Not only that, the evil sect's main force outside Nanjiang City has also received the news, and is probably accelerating their journey to the myriad evil mansion. Time is running out. 20. The heaven-defying system mall, wake up, ghost girl. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye walked to the stone coffin, raised his hand, circulated his star essence and blasted out a palm strike. Boom! The stone coffin, weighing several thousand caddies, instantly exploded, and shattered rocks flew chaotically through the air. Tear! A chilling cold air permeated from the shattered stone coffin, instantly causing the temperature of the entire underground palace to plummet, making it feel like an ice cave. Ning Ye focused his gaze and sure enough, an ice coffin was hidden within the stone coffin. This ice coffin was forged from 10,000-year profound ice. And through the icy surface of the ice coffin, Ning Ye could see a 16-year-old girl in a red dress quietly lying within. Found her. Ghost spirit girl. Su Beiju. Ning Ye took a deep breath. At this moment, a clear system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the side quest and receiving the quest reward 4,000 heavenly mandate essence. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye, without a second thought, immediately spent 1,000 heavenly mandate essence to open the system shop. Ding, congratulations, host, the system shop has been opened. Comfortable. Ning Ye exclaimed, then he calmed himself and his thoughts raced. Su Beiju's ice coffin was crafted from 10,000-year profound ice. To open the ice coffin, for him at this moment, there were only two methods. The first was to melt the ice coffin with divine rank true blood, possessing fire attributes, such as Zio-2's Abyss Dragon True Blood. The second was to melt the ice coffin with a heaven and earth power-infused exotic flame, or a heavenly flame that was of a higher tier than an exotic flame. Of course, one could also use a divine weapon or sharp weapon to forcibly cut open the ice coffin, but if one's cultivation was insufficient, forcibly cutting open the ice coffin in such a manner would also cause Su Beiju, who lay within, to perish. Therefore, opening the coffin was a delicate technical task. And for Ning Ye, whose cultivation had only reached the first stage of star gathering, if he were to cut open the ice coffin with his reversed moon heavenly saber, he certainly couldn't guarantee Su Beiju's life, so the methods he could choose were extremely limited. Alas, if Zio-2's cultivation had reached the star gathering realm back then, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Just forcibly take a drop of his true blood, and everything would be settled by now. Ning Ye spread his hands helplessly. Zio-2 would condense his first drop of Abyss Dragon True Blood upon reaching the star gathering realm. But at the time of the Dark Sacrificial Temple, Zio-2's cultivation was still one step away from reaching star gathering. Even if he had wanted to take a drop of his Abyss Dragon blood then, Zio-2 didn't have it. Therefore, this was the point he now found incredibly regrettable. No other way. I can only see if the system shop sells any exotic flames. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye opened the system shop. Ding, shop activated. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye felt a jolt in his head, and a transparent panel appeared before his eyes. As he quickly scanned the system shop, filled with a dazzling array of goods, he couldn't help but be severely shocked. Dragon Chant Fist, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Great Vajra Palm, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Ethereal Sword Art, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Star Devouring Divine Art, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Old Days Desolate Heaven Hand, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Hidden Sword Art, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Sacred Fire Breathing Art, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. These are the top cultivation techniques of the 7 great cultivation clans of the Eastern Desolate Continent. Ning Ye clicked his tongue with interest. He hadn't expected the top cultivation techniques of the 7 great cultivation clans to only cost 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence in his system shop. And not only from the Eastern Desolate Continent, this system shop even contained cultivation techniques from top cultivation clans across the entire 9 Heavens continent. Subsequently, as he continued to browse, he couldn't help but freeze in place, for there were prominently displayed labels for myriad world plane level cultivation techniques. Fenju Burning Art, 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Buddha's Fury Lotus, 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Great Desolate Scripture, 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Summoning demon scripture, 20,000 heavenly mandate essence. Supreme detachment for getting emotion, 20,000 heavenly mandate essence. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, 20,000 heavenly mandate essence. After the plane level cultivation techniques were truly terrifying items, forbidden level cultivation techniques. Heavenly Emperor fist, not for sale. 9 secrets, not for sale. Heaven devouring demonic technique, not for sale. A single thought blossoms ruling the world, not for sale. 10 vicious precious arts, not for sale. Divine elephant suppressing prison force, not for sale. Great law of self-transformation, not for sale. System prompt. Forbidden level cultivation techniques cannot be purchased with heavenly mandate essence, but can be obtained through system lottery. Thank you for your generosity. Number system, if you're this bold, I'm getting excited. Ning Ye's heart surged with excitement as he looked at the cultivation techniques, famous across countless worlds, displayed in the system shop. At this moment, he couldn't help but remember that he would get a divine rank lottery chance only after completing the main quest, which made him somewhat impatient. After all, if he was incredibly lucky and drew the great law of self-transformation, then in this 9 heavens world, it would be his turn to dominate for eternity. Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the restless excitement in his heart, and continued to check the shop panel. In the medicinal pill section, cultivation-type medicinal pills, healing-type medicinal pills, and foundation-strengthening medicinal pills were all available. In the weapons section, from the Sky Demon Sword, 4 Dharma Azure Cloud Moon Sorrow Profound Heavy Ruler, to the Xuanyuan Sword, Hu Yi Bow, Eastern Emperor Bell, and even the Immortal Slaying Sword, which truly dazzled Ning Ye's eyes. However, a look at the prices was truly saddening. Moreover, primordial-level weapons like the Immortal Slaying Sword and Eastern Emperor Bell were also not for sale. One could only rely on luck. Furthermore, weapons were not an urgent need for Ning Ye right now, so he was not in a hurry. Finally, he turned his gaze to the exotic flame section. Crimson Sacred Flame, 2,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Heaven's Heartsea Flame, 2,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Falling Phoenix Flame, 2,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Absolute Heart Flame, 2,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Profound Ultimate Ice Flame, 2,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Netherworld Ghost Fire, 3,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Although the system shop doesn't have the legendary Heavenly Flame. But fortunately, there are 6 exotic flames to choose from in the shop. Ning Ye quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If the system shop didn't sell exotic flames, then he wouldn't know when he would be able to unseal Su Beiju. But fortunately, the system shop had everything, and his Heavenly Mandate essence was just enough to buy 1 exotic flame. After careful consideration, Ning Ye ultimately chose the Netherworld Ghost Fire. After all, the Netherworld Ghost Fire was the strongest and most expensive exotic flame he could currently purchase, and it happened to be one he could afford. Given this, there was no need for further words. If he was going to buy, he would buy the most expensive and strongest one. Ding, congratulations host, for obtaining Netherworld Ghost Fire. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Ning Ye felt a black chi-emitting fire seed appear in his chest, and he slightly raised his hand. Clang! A black chi-emitting flame ignited on his fingertip. The flame carried the aura of the Netherworld, swirling with thick black mist, as if bringing endless darkness and extinguishing all light. The temperature of the underground palace soared drastically at this moment. Su Beiju, sleeping for 10,000 years. It's time for you to awaken. Ning Ye murmured, and pressed his palm onto the 10,000-year ice coffin. 21. When Ning Ye first met Su Beiju, was he happy to be a father? His. The moment Ning Ye's palm touched the ice coffin, the surface of the ice coffin emitted a sizzling sound, as if flames were scorching ice. The milky white cold chi almost solidified as it steamed upwards. In just a few breaths, the 10,000-year profound ice coffin already showed signs of melting. It has begun. Ning Ye looked at the cold chi constantly steaming from the ice coffin, and the ghost fire in his palm grew hotter by another third. Clang! The ghost fire instantly enveloped the entire ice coffin. The steaming cold chi before him. The cold water gathering at his feet. All of this told Ning Ye that he was about to succeed. Just a little bit more. Ning Ye murmured softly, then began to focus intently on precise fire control. Crack! A shattering sound echoed. Ning Ye looked at the crack that appeared on the ice coffin, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It's starting to break. Ning Ye transformed his palm into a finger, and ghost fire danced on his fingertip. He drew a cross on the ice coffin. Crack. At this moment, the surface of the ice coffin, following the trajectory of Ning Ye's finger, suddenly cracked into a web-like pattern. The next second. Boom! The lid of the ice coffin completely shattered. Extremely sharp pieces of profound ice scattered like ice blades, creating invisible ripples in the void realm. The ice blade cut through the void realm, and also cut Ning Ye's palm. Drip. Blood dripped from Ning Ye's palm, down the ice coffin, and onto her face and lips inside the ice coffin. and Ning Ye finally saw the true face of the legendary ghost spirit girl amidst the flying shattered ice. She wore a red dress, had silver hair, and a crimson gold crown on her head. This crown was the symbol of her ghost spirit royal clan. Her face was like white jade, her features extremely delicate. Combined, they were exquisitely beautiful and enchanting. At only 16 years old, she was already this beautiful. It was hard to imagine how devastatingly alluring she would be in the future, astounding the 9 heavens. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, her breathing somewhat rapid, and her long eyelashes trembled gently like cicada wings. Ning Ye knew this was a sign of the girl's awakening. For some reason, he felt a little nervous at this moment. In Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, this red-dressed girl Su Beiju was incredibly popular. After sleeping for 10,000 years, she awoke to find no living relatives in the world. After being rescued by Zio Tu, she protected this child of destiny all the way to the peak of the 9 heavens. Later, she died at the hands of the great villain Jun Qianyu while protecting Zio Tu. Who could refuse such a beautiful, broken, and tragically fated girl who, if given just a little love, would be willing to sacrifice her life for you? Just as Ning Ye's thoughts were racing, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding, system prompt. Host and Su Beiju have successfully formed a netherworld bond. Hearing this, Ning Ye was momentarily stunned. Then he immediately thought of the netherworld ghost fire he had purchased. Netherworld ghost fire. A 9 heavens ghost flame born in the netherworld, possessing the netherworld's mysterious power, netherworld power. Netherworld bond. A bond formed with netherworld power. The stronger the soul power of the bonded individual, the faster the netherworld ghost fire's evolution process. Netherworld sacred flame. 50% heavenly flame evolution progress. System prompt. The evolution progress of the netherworld sacred flame will increase as Su Beiju's divine soul power recovers. What a misunderstanding. Ning Ye looked at the description of the netherworld ghost fire and couldn't help but sigh softly. Initially, he just wanted to buy the most expensive and powerful exotic flame. But he didn't expect that what he bought was a super potential stock that could evolve into a heavenly flame. In the 9 heavens ancient history, hundreds of powerful exotic flames were recorded, but in 10,000 years, there were only 17 heavenly flames, making them extremely rare and precious. Exotic flames were strong, but heavenly flames were in existence above exotic flames. In the 9 heavens world, exotic flames would gradually fade with time, but heavenly flames existed as long as heaven and earth. The power they contained was truly capable of destroying heaven and earth. If my netherworld ghost fire can evolve into a heavenly flame, that would truly be a huge profit. Ning Ye's inner delight reached its peak at this moment. Not only did he buy an exotic flame that could evolve, but he also formed a bond with Su Beiju. At this time, he couldn't help but feel the pleasure of investing 3,000 and earning a small fortune in the future. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he opened Su Beiju's panel with whom he had formed a bond. Name Su Beiju. Age 16. Cultivation, Legend 7 Realms. Relationship, Netherworld Bond. Affection 80. Wait, what does this affection 80 mean? Just as Ning Ye was a bit puzzled, Su Beiju slowly opened her eyes. Her crimson pupils were enchanting, like 2 scarlet abysses, possessing a strange allure that seemed capable of making countless beings willingly leap into them. You're awake. Ning Ye spoke softly. Hearing this, Su Beiju looked at Ning Ye. Her eyes were a bit dull and somewhat confused. She raised her slender finger and pointed at Ning Ye, her red lips parting to utter a single word. You. Me. Ning Ye was stunned, not understanding what Su Beiju meant. And Su Beiju's next sentence completely made Ning Ye lose his composure. Are you my daddy? Ning Ye was full of question marks, but he quickly realized that Su Beiju had been sleeping in the ice coffin for 10,000 years, her soul damaged. Now that she had just woken up, she had some aftereffects. Her mind was a bit off, or rather, a blank slate. It was normal for her emotions or consciousness to be somewhat sluggish. Who? Ning Ye took a deep breath and said, Call me Ning Ye. Ning Ye. Su Beiju repeated the name, shook her head, and then spoke to Ning Ye again. Daddy. I'm so cold. With that, she ignored Ning Ye's reaction, extended her jade arms, and tightly embraced Ning Ye. Ning Ye looked at Su Beiju, who was clinging to his chest like a docile kitten, and was momentarily speechless. I, Ning Ye, became Su Beiju's daddy. Or rather, I gave Su Beiju the feeling of a daddy. Could this be the true meaning of affection 80? His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that whatever he said now was useless. This ghost spirit girl had decided that he was her daddy. However, the sudden joy of becoming a father didn't matter. In his opinion, Su Beiju, who had just awakened from the ice coffin, was like a blank slate. Coupled with the power of the netherworld bond, it was completely normal for Su Beiju to consider him the closest person to her. So be it. If I'm a dad, then I'm a dad. Ning Ye sighed, then reached out and stroked Su Beiju's back, saying softly, Are you feeling better now? Su Beiju nodded, vigorously inhaling Ning Ye's scent, a look of contentment on her pretty face. Let's go. I'll take you away. Ning Ye gently ruffled Su Beiju's silver hair and said softly. Okay. Wherever daddy goes. I'll go there too. Su Beiju responded very obediently, and her jade hands naturally wrapped around Ning Ye's neck. Ning Ye couldn't help but smile helplessly at her words. He then picked up Su Beiju and walked out of the underground palace. 22. The situation is tense, and the ban is lifted for the first time. Outside the underground palace, the bright moon hung high. The atmosphere in the myriad evil mansion at this moment was extremely cold. A large number of figures surrounded the evil palace, making it impenetrable. The two elders leading them, one dressed in black robes and the other in white robes, were evil sect elders named Zai Tian and Zai Dai. Both possessed the powerful cultivation of the peak of the constellation realm. Behind them stood dozens of transcendent realm powerhouses, and hundreds of innate and body-tempering martial artists, each with a face so cold it seemed about to freeze. Who on earth, who killed second young master? Zai Tian gritted his teeth, staring at the evil palace, his expression shifting between dark and uncertain. This person's strength is not simple. He was able to silently enter the myriad evil mansion right under our noses. We should not act rashly. Zai Dai shook his head, reminding him in a low voice, his eyes filled with solemnity. How much longer until the divine punishment elder arrives? Zai Tian asked with a cold face. Within half an hour, the divine punishment elder will arrive at southern border city. So, before then, we just need to guard the evil palace and prevent that person from leaving. Zai Dai clenched his fists. And just then, a clear sound of footsteps echoed from within the evil palace. Step, 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 step. Hearing the footsteps, all the evil sect powerhouses immediately stood ready for battle. And the moment Ning Ye walked out of the evil palace, holding Su Beiju, the two great evil sect elders couldn't help but be startled. Who is this guy? He's so young. Why can we not sense his chi? Could it be that his cultivation is far above ours? Wait, he actually managed to open the 10,000-year profound ice. For a moment the expressions of the two elders, Zai Tian and Zai Dai, constantly changed. Now Ning Ye's danger level in their eyes had reached its peak. Who are you? Zai Tian asked coldly. Do you know that killing our evil sect's second young master, intruding into our myriad evil mansion's underground palace, and abducting our evil sect's person is a capital offense? Zai Dai at his side also spoke out, clearly intending to use the evil sect's reputation to make Ning Ye wary. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye merely glanced at Zai Tian and Zai Dai, then gently set down Su Beiju, who was in his arms. Daddy, what's wrong? Are these people bad? Su Beiju asked casually, then swept her crimson, enchanting eyes over the evil sect powerhouses. And it was this casual glance that made the evil sect powerhouses feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, experiencing a terrifying sense of soul annihilation. What do you think? Ning Ye asked with interest. I don't know. Su Beiju shook her head, then seriously complained. But these people are so weak. That's right. Ning Ye smiled noncommittally. Even though Su Beiju was only 16, she was a true legend realm powerhouse. So, in her eyes, this group of people below the legend realm was indeed very weak. Daddy, do you want me to help you kill them? Su Beiju asked, tilting her head. What? Do you want to kill people? Ning Ye retorted. A little. Su Beiju nodded. Then kill. Ning Ye smiled, a very happy smile. Hiss. Listening to the conversation between Ning Ye and Su Beiju, the evil sect powerhouses suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Ning Ye, a man who could silently infiltrate the myriad evil mansion, kill second young master Luo Yang, and open the 10,000-year profound ice. Su Beiju, a terrifying girl whose mere gaze seemed capable of freezing one's soul. If these two joined forces, would they have any chance of survival? Whoosh! Zai Tian took a deep breath and said, Your Excellency, are you planning to go on a killing spree in my myriad evil mansion? What? No. Ning Ye smiled, looking at Zai Tian and retorted. You. Zai Tian was speechless for a moment, his face turning dark and uncertain. Zai Dai at his side quickly pulled him behind him, then, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible, said, Your Excellency, since this has already happened, how about we resolve it peacefully? Halaza. Ning Ye couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Killing your evil sect's second young master, intruding into your myriad evil mansion's underground palace, isn't that a capital offense? Now how can we resolve it peacefully? Hearing these words, Zai Dai spoke with an expressionless face. Your Excellency is joking. This matter can ultimately be resolved. Is that so? Ning Ye raised an eyebrow and casually said, Are you waiting for you to resolve it? Or are you waiting for your evil sect powerhouses to arrive to resolve it? Half an hour? Can you wait that long? The moment his words fell, the expressions of the two great evil sect elders, Zai Tian and Zai Dai, suddenly changed drastically. They hadn't expected Ning Ye to know what they were planning. The next second they exchanged glances, then, with GREAT Chinese letter, simultaneously erupted with their cultivation, soaring into the air, transforming into two brilliant stars and attacking Ning Ye. Now that Ning Ye knew everything, there was nothing left to say. Only battle remained. Ning Ye couldn't help but smile at the sight, and in his clear, cold eyes, two beams of chaos light, transcending the heavenly Tao, suddenly ignited. At this moment, he only felt his body become light and transcendent, as if he were in an extremely mysterious and profound realm. The 9 heavens and 10 lands, all the gods and devils of the myriad worlds, were but fleeting clouds. At the end of eternity, only one invincible person would remain. Profound insights surged into his heart, and both his soul and body shattered the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly prohibition activated. 23. It's a dark and windy night, a murderous night, and a bloodbath in the Wangxi mansion. Clang, 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 clang. Zai Tian's eyes were cold. He held his battle sword and unleashed thousands of sword chi in the void realm, the sword chi blazing and pouring down like a sudden rain. Boom, 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 boom. The sword chi poured down. The entire evil palace was reduced to ruins in this terrifying sword rain, and terrifying sword chi echoed throughout the myriad evil mansion. But what was shocking was that even with the vast sword chi, even with the sword rain pouring down, Ning Ye stood there with his hands behind his back, neither dodging nor evading. The sword light, like a sudden rain, seemed to pierce through his body, but in reality it didn't touch him in the slightest. It seemed Ning Ye moved his body with extremely subtle arcs, avoiding all attacks. How is this possible? Zai Tian's eyes widened, looking in shock at the incredible scene before him, something that completely surpassed his understanding. And Zai Dai had silently appeared behind Ning Ye, yet Ning Ye seemed unaware. He was holding a massive war hammer, aiming a fierce blow at Ning Ye's head. But just as the war hammer was about to descend, Ning Ye, without even turning his head, struck out with a backhand palm. Boom! This palm struck Zai Dai squarely in the chest. Zai Dai violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward like a blood-stained kite, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. At this moment, hundreds of bones throughout his body were simultaneously shattered, and only one thought remained in his mind. Legend. This guy must be a legend realm expert. It's time to end this. Ning Ye shook his head. Although heavenly prohibition was powerful, its consumption was also extremely terrifying, so a quick battle was the best approach. Clang! The heavenly saber was unsheathed. Ning Ye held the reverse moon heavenly saber, his gaze fixed on evil sect elder Zai Tian. His figure flickered, disappearing from the spot, transforming into a streak of light that instantly pierced through his body. Zheng! A flash of saber light appeared, bringing with it a string of blood beads that splattered. Zai Tian stood stunned on the spot. A red line appeared on his neck, and blood gushed out from it like a fountain. The blade arrived first. The sound of the blade only just reached. What a fast saber! His thoughts ended there. A head flew high into the air. Blood poured down like a sudden rain, staining the ground red. Senior brother. Upon seeing this bloody scene, Zai Dai's eyes couldn't help but turn blood red, and the killing intent and rage in his heart reached their peak. And just then, a cold voice eerily sounded from behind him. Brotherly love. Very good. Then you can go down and accompany your senior brother. The instant the words fell, the sound of a blade piercing flesh and blood also rang out. Zai Dai grunted, blood gushing from his mouth. He looked down at the blade protruding from his chest and couldn't help but open his mouth. He wanted to say something, but it was stuck in his throat. Not a word could come out, blood choking his throat. Ning Ye pulled out the heavenly saber, bringing with it a string of blood beads. Rumble! Zai Dai's body crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain. 2 peak star gathering 9th realm experts, 2 evil sect elders had fallen. Ding, congratulations host, for killing 2 star gathering 9th realm experts, gaining 10 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations host, for killing 2 star gathering 9th realm experts, your cultivation has increased. Ding, congratulations host, for advancing to star gathering 3rd realm. Ding, congratulations host, for advancing to star gathering 4th realm. Listening to the system prompts in his ear, Ning Ye couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling that this battle was truly worthwhile. Killing 2 star gathering 9th realm experts directly increased his cultivation by 3 minor realms, but what was regrettable was that this time he only gained 10 years of lifespan. However, thinking about it, these 2 evil sect elders already didn't have much lifespan left, so gaining 10 years was still pretty good. Meanwhile, as his thoughts churned, a bored voice sounded by his ear. Daddy, let's go. It's a bit boring. Hearing this, Ning Ye glanced at Su Beiju who was yawning, and then looked at her masterpiece, somewhat stunned. Over a dozen transcendent realm experts. Over 108 embody-tempering realm martial artists. They were all standing neatly together. They had all been frozen into ice sculptures by Su Beiju. Crack! A night breeze blew, the ice sculptures shattered, and ice shards scattered all over the ground. This scene was truly shocking. As expected of you. Ning Ye smiled and ruffled Su Beiju's hair, and Su Beiju seemed to enjoy Ning Ye's touch, giggling out loud. Let's go. Ning Ye took Su Beiju's hand and walked out of the myriad evil mansion. Meanwhile, just as Ning Ye took Su Beiju out of southern frontier city and headed towards Tianmen Pass, a large number of figures had already arrived at the myriad evil mansion. A white-haired elder in a purple evil robe looked at the bodies of Zai Tian and Zai Dai, the two evil sect elders, and then at the ice shards all over the ground, his face extremely grim. Divine punishment elder, what should we do now? An evil sect expert asked. Hearing this, the white-haired elder only said 2 words. Take blood. After speaking, he took out an ancient mirror named the Evil Path Mirror, which was the evil sect's supreme treasure. Its function was that with just a drop of blood, it could trace and reflect fragmented scenes from before a person's death, but the cost was enormous, requiring 10 years of the user's lifespan. However, now that the evil sect's second young master was dead, the myriad evil mansion was destroyed, and the ghost spirit girl was missing. Only by this method could the culprit be tracked down. HMPH. Now I want to see who is so bold as to dare kill my evil sect second young master and slaughter my evil sect myriad evil mansion. This venerable one will surely make them pay a blood debt. The white-haired elder spoke with hatred. 24. All the geniuses are here, and the son of destiny, Zio 2, reappears. While South Xinjiang City was in chaos, on the official road leading to Tianmen Pass, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Ning Ye rode a small donkey, bumping along towards Tianmen Pass, while Su Beiju leaned quietly in Ning Ye's arms. With her jade-like hand, she stroked the donkey's fluffy ears, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. Clearly, having just awakened from the ice coffin, she was like a blank slate, curious about everything in the world. As for why Ning Ye chose to ride a small donkey instead of a fast horse, it was because he needed some time to figure out his future plans. After all, he was about to arrive at the Yanyun Dynasty and meet his great villainous fiancée. If he didn't have a perfect plan, he would surely be in trouble. Daddy, where are we going? Su Beiju suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Ye. Yanyun Dynasty. Ning Ye replied with a smile. Why the Yanyun Dynasty? Su Beiju asked, full of doubt. Ning Ye thought for a moment, then said, to find a woman. A woman. Su Beiju thought for a moment, then her beautiful eyes lit up and she softly said, is it mommy? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Su Beiju's words, Ning Ye couldn't help but cough 3 times. He scratched his head and said with some distress, this, how should I tell you? Woo. Su Beiju seemed to sense Ning Ye's difficulty. She very sensibly shook her head and said, if daddy doesn't want to say, then don't say it. It's okay if I don't have a mommy. Because from now on, as long as I can be with daddy, that's all that matters. You. Ning Ye rubbed Su Beiju's soft silver hair and held her even tighter. Daddy. Su Beiju suddenly called out. Ning Ye looked down at the girl in his arms. I seem to have forgotten my name. Su Beiju's beautiful eyes were a little dim. Her mind was blank at the moment, and she couldn't recall any memories, so she was a little sad for a while. Su Beiju. Ning Ye didn't hesitate, and directly told the girl her name. Su Beiju. The girl frowned, clearly having no impression of this name. After a moment of silence, the girl shook her head and said, I don't like this name. Daddy, please change my name. Ugh. Ning Ye was stunned for a moment, thinking that even if she changed her name, it shouldn't be him to change it. However, since Su Beiju wanted to change it, he would change it for her. After thinking seriously for a while, Ning Ye said, then Su Su. Do you like the name Su Su? Su Su. The girl repeated these 2 words, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She nodded heavily and said, I like it. I like it very much. Ning Ye looked at the girl's innocent smile and couldn't help but be infected. He softly said, good. Then from now on, I'll call you Su Su. Okay, tilde Ye. Su Beiju cheered happily, then raised her head and lightly pecked Ning Ye's face. Daddy is the best. Ning Ye. Just like that, a small donkey carried Ning Ye and Su Beiju, treading on the scattered moonlight, all the way towards Tianmen Pass. The night passed quickly. When the first ray of morning sun spilled over the eastern barrens, the entire eastern barren continent was abuzz. Today was an extremely grand day. Tianmen Pass, Prodigy Battle. On this day, cultivators from hundreds of cultivation schools and various imperial dynasties in the eastern barrens had already arrived in droves before Tianmen Pass. Some were there to participate, others to witness. Before long, Tianmen Pass had already gathered tens of thousands of cultivators. As one famous figure after another from the eastern barrens appeared, the scene was exceptionally lively. And when an old man in a green Taoist robe appeared, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, one of the 4 elders of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I didn't expect him to come in person. Of course, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is subordinate to the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Today's prodigy convention in our Eastern Barrens, they will definitely send a big shot to record everything. One can imagine, whoever can win the first place in the prodigy sequence today will truly become famous throughout the continent tomorrow. Just as everyone was filled with emotion. Zhang! A crisp sword cry sounded. At the end of the sky, a man with his hands behind his back rode a sword and arrived. He's here. Hidden Sword Manor, young manor Lord Yi Wuya. Exclamations of shock rang out in front of Tianmen Pass, and many young girls in the prime of their youth, seeing this incredibly handsome man riding a sword, immediately had peach blossoms in their eyes. Which young girl in the prime of her youth could refuse a handsome, dashing, and famous young prodigy from the Eastern Barrens who arrived on a sword? And just then, a luxurious carriage slowly drove from afar towards Tianmen Pass. When a handsome and enchanting man in black stepped down from the carriage, gasps of cold air echoed through the crowd. Evil sect Luo Jixi. Compared to Yi Wuya, Luo Jixi's reputation was even greater, but it was an infamous one. He was notoriously capricious, ruthless and tyrannical. He once slaughtered a family because he coveted a treasure, chased after a legacy for thousands of miles, and repeatedly challenged various prodigies of the Eastern Barrens, known for his love of battle. Therefore, he and Hidden Sword Manor's young manor lord, Yi Wuya, were known as the 2 great righteous and evil prodigies of the Eastern Barrens. So tired. This poor monk is exhausted. A young monk in acacia with an unremarkable appearance pushed through the crowd, covered in dust and sweat, and entered Tianmen Pass. Great Thunder Sound Temple Xuanzang. Someone recognized the newcomer. I heard that this Buddhist chief's cultivation talent is extremely high. In just 1 year, he cultivated the Great Thunder Sound Temple's golden body art to the major achievement realm. Not only that, he can effortlessly use various forbidden unique skills of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I heard that Luo Jixi even lost to him. Is that true or false? Listening to the whispers in the crowd, Luo Jixi's face turned somewhat ugly, and his black eyes looking towards Xuanzang were filled with murderous intent. Before long, a long rainbow streaked across the sky and descended into Tianmen Pass. She in a white dress was ethereal like an immortal. Her appearance was cold and exquisite, her temperament ethereal and empty, yet carrying an inherent nobility. And she was the saintess of Misty Peak, the princess of the Yanyun Dynasty, Wu Yao. With her arrival, the atmosphere at Tianmen Pass was pushed to its peak. Because in this prodigy battle, whoever won the first place would not only become famous throughout the continent, be able to enter the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower in the future, but also marry Wu Yao and reach the peak of their life. Who could resist such temptation? After Wu Yao, Red Robe Cult Saintess Lu Zhu, 10,000 Poisons Mansion, Young Mansion Lord Moran, Old Sun Star Sect Qin Jai. All arrived. At this point, the chiefs of the 7 great cultivation clans of the Eastern Barrens had all arrived. And they did not notice that in the crowd, a young man in black tight-fitting clothes, with an extremely delicate and handsome face, was looking at the 7 prodigies before him with disdain. 7 great prodigies. Is that all there is to it? Young Miss is right, they're just a bunch of trash. The first in the prodigy sequence is within easy reach. Just as her thoughts were racing. Boom! A deafening thunderclap sounded in the exceptionally clear sky. Everyone looked up and saw a young man emerge from the dazzling lightning. He had a tall and straight figure, was dressed in purple, with a feminine and delicate appearance. His originally deep and resolute eyes now had a hint of eyeshadow, and as his gaze shifted, there was a certain nuanced charm. It's him. He disappeared for 3 years, how did he become like this? Wait, his chi is so strong. At this moment, not only the tens of thousands of cultivators in Tianmen Pass, but even the prodigies of the 7 great cultivation clans looked at the young man. And Wu Yao looked at her former childhood sweetheart, her beautiful eyes somewhat dazed, and her red lips parted as she murmured, Zio 2, brother. 25. The geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness are confronting each other. Zio 2, the 3rd young master of the Zio family, once one of the 4 great military prefectures of the Yanyun Imperial Dynasty. I heard that during the bloody wedding 3 years ago, he was the only one of the entire Zio family who survived. We all thought he had died outside these past 3 years, but who would have thought he'd actually return? Not only has he returned, but he seems to have changed quite a bit from before. Indeed, his cultivation has grown immensely, and his appearance and demeanor have also changed. Zio too listened to the whispers around him, his face expressionless as he walked into Tianmen Pass. 3 years, no one knew what kind of 3 years he had endured. Even more, no one knew what sacrifices he had made, what painful price he had paid to gain power. Now it was time for his suffering to end, and for joy to begin. He would seize the top position in the prodigy sequence, then marry Wu Yao, and finally, using the power of the Yanyun imperial family, overthrow the entire Jun family in one fell swoop. This was his plan. Brother Zio too, you. Wu Yao looked at the familiar yet strange person before her and was somewhat speechless. Zio too was a month older than her, so she had always called him brother. She and Zio too had grown up playing together, so their bond was very deep. When the Zio family was annihilated 3 years ago, she was heartbroken, but even though she used all her power, she couldn't find the mastermind behind the bloody wedding. In the end, she could only give up, intending to find Zio too and protect him, but Zio too had vanished as if into thin air. Even with the power of Misty Peak, she couldn't find any trace of him. But now, when she saw Zio too again, she realized that her childhood sweetheart seemed like a different person. Although his face was still the same, she always felt that something had changed. Long time no see. Zio too smiled at Wu Yao, but this smile was no longer bright. Instead, it held a certain feminine charm. Sigh. Wu Yao sighed. Just as she was about to ask Zio too about his disappearance over the past 3 years, she suddenly frowned. She felt a gaze brazenly scrutinizing her body. Clang! A brilliant and sharp sword chi lit up. The misty sword was unsheathed. Wu Yao suddenly turned, holding her sharp sword, its tip pointing directly at Luo Jixi. Luo Jixi, do you not want your eyes anymore? Luo Jixi heard this, and couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh wildly. Your Highness, after today you will be mine. What, can't this young master look at his future wife? Dream on. Wu Yao coldly rebuked, killing intent rising in her beautiful eyes. She detested Luo Jixi from the bottom of her heart. Fierce. Too fierce. However, this young master likes it. Luo Jixi admired Wu Yao's picturesque beauty, finally letting his gaze rest on her high and full chest, and burst into laughter. Bastard! Wu Yao gritted her silver teeth, waved the sharp sword in her hand, and hundreds of sharp sword chi sliced through the air, heading straight for Luo Jixi. Seeing this, Luo Jixi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He lifted his hand, unleashing endless black chi in a palm strike, instantly crushing all the sword chi. Then, he provocatively uttered 2 words. Is that all? Just then Yi Wuya, standing nearby, couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward and said coldly. Luo Jixi. A few years have passed, and I didn't expect you to still be a dog that can't change its ways. HMPH. Luo Jixi cast a sinister glance at Yi Wuya, then sneered disdainfully. A defeated opponent, how can he speak of courage? Humph. Yi Wuya snorted coldly and said. 3 years ago, it's true I lost to you by 1 move. But today, come and try me. Hearing this, Xuan Zhang, the chief of Great Thunder Sound Temple who was nearby, looked at Yi Wuya with surprise and said. This guy is so weak, and you actually lost to him by 1 move. Benefactor, you're not so great either. You. Yi Wuya and Luo Jixi were both speechless at the same time. At this moment, Zio too looked at Xuan Zhang who had interjected, and a cold glint flickered in his effeminate eyes. He sneered mockingly. What has this world come to? Now even monks want to get married. Huh. Xuan Zhang scratched his bald head, then looked at Zio too and muttered softly. This poor monk is a monastic, so it's true I cannot marry. But you, a little eunuch, certainly can't marry either, can you? The moment these words were heard, Zio too's face instantly darkened. It was as if his most sensitive nerve had been touched. His eyes turned sinister as he glared at Xuan Zhang and roared. Bastard! Who are you calling a eunuch? Xuan Zhang, looking bewildered, carefully scrutinized Zio too again and then said. A monastic does not lie. You are a eunuch. The eunuch is you. You're courting death. Zio too clenched his fists tightly. In the depths of his eyes, a terrifying purple killing light ignited. He's mad, he's mad. Xuan Zhang spread his hands, his face full of helplessness, thinking, what has this world come to? Is it not even allowed to speak the truth anymore? Sister Wu Yao, I didn't expect your childhood sweetheart, brother Zio too, to be a hermaphrodite. Luo Jixi furiously added fuel to the fire. You bastard! Wu Yao's pretty face was frighteningly cold at this moment. He's a hermaphrodite. You have a rotten ass. Xuan Zhang shook his head and continued to speak the truth. He recalled how he had once defeated the then flourishing Luo Jixi with a single Vajra kick, kicking his backside until it was rotten. To this day, he still savored the pleasure of that kick. Hearing this, Luo Jixi's handsome face flushed alternately red and pale as he angrily rebuked Xuan Zhang. Stinking monk! Am I giving you too much face? Suddenly, the atmosphere throughout Tianmen Pass became extremely tense. The tens of thousands of cultivators from all over the eastern barons who had come to Tianmen Pass were stunned. They hadn't even started fighting yet. But the tension was already so thick. The various prodigies were clashing, vying for supremacy. No one would yield to anyone else. However, this was what a battle of prodigies should be like. A bunch of weaklings, what are they shouting about? So noisy. The beautiful, young man in black tight-fitting attire in the crowd shook his head, looking irritated. These little fellows from the eastern barons, they're quite unique indeed. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, an elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, looked at the tense prodigies with a helpless expression, stroking his grizzled beard. 26. With one move Ning Ye arrives. Everyone. The time is almost up. Let's begin. Just as the atmosphere in front of Tianmen Pass became tense, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion smiled and broke the extremely heavy silence. As his words fell, tens of thousands of cultivators throughout Tianmen Pass cheered. The Battle of the Prodigies in the Eastern Barren State officially began. This is great. Luo Jixi. I lost a sword strike to you back then. Today, I will definitely return that sword strike to you. Yi Wuya took a deep breath and looked at Luo Jixi, his clear eyes filled with battle intent. Stinky monk. The humiliation of that year. This young master will repay it tenfold today. Luo Jixi looked at Xuan Zhang with a cold gaze. My destiny can only be decided by me. No one else can decide it. Wu Yao gritted her silver teeth. If she lost today, she would truly have to marry. She had always wanted to control her own destiny, so she worked hard to become the chief of Misty Peak. Now, the day to test her strength had arrived. First in the sequence. After paying such a cruel price, I must achieve first in the sequence. Xiao Tu clenched his fists, secretly vowing in his heart. It's finally starting. This little monk is hungry. Xuan Zhang rubbed his shrunken stomach and let out a long sigh. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be difficult for me to take first place in the prodigy sequence. The young man in black tight-fitting clothes swept his gaze over the prodigies, a cold sneer forming in his heart. I'll go first. Luo Jixi let out a long cry and flew directly onto the huge martial arts stage in front of Tianmen Pass. He then scanned the tens of thousands of cultivators below with his cold gaze, and not a single one dared to meet his eyes, all lowering their heads. The rules of the Battle of the Prodigies were simple. Anyone who ascended the martial arts stage could challenge anyone present, and could also be challenged by anyone. Of course, the challenged could refuse, but once refused, they would lose their qualification to challenge. Ultimately, the person who remained on the martial arts stage would win first place in the sequence. This young master's first battle must be spectacular. Luo Jixi smiled and looked at the top prodigies of the 7 great clans of the Eastern Baron. Finally, his gaze locked onto Chen Jai, the young sword master of the Old Sun Star sect. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't challenge Xuan Zhang or Wu Yao right away, as he didn't know their true combat strength. He decided to observe first, so he chose the young sword master of the Old Sun Star sect. Please enlighten me, young sect master. Chen Jai walked onto the martial arts stage with a huge black sword on his back. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was extremely nervous in his heart. Although he was the young sword master of the Old Sun Star sect, he knew the gap between himself and the madman Luo Jixi. Luo Jixi looked at Chen Jai, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He extended a finger and spoke 2 words. One move. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere throughout Tianmen Pass instantly exploded. All the cultivators present knew that Luo Jixi was strong, but Chen Jai was also the chief of the Old Sun Star sect. To say one move was too disrespectful to the Old Sun Star sect. Good. I'd like to see how the young sect master defeats me in one move. Chen Jai's temper flared. He knew he couldn't beat Luo Jixi, but he absolutely didn't believe Luo Jixi could defeat him in one move. Luo Jixi's smile deepened as he looked at Chen Jai. The next second he flickered, taking a single step to appear before Chen Jai and mercilessly unleashed a palm strike. Boom! Thick black mist obscured the sky. The sound of blood splashing rang out. From the black mist, a figure flew backward. This person was none other than Chen Jai. Upon seeing this scene, the entire Tianmen Pass fell silent. No one could have imagined that Luo Jixi was so strong that he actually defeated Chen Jai in one move. If I said one move, then it's one move. Luo Jixi spread his hands, turned around gracefully, and slowly walked off the martial arts stage. HMPH, arrogant fellow. Yi Wuya snorted coldly, and then ascended the martial arts stage. His chosen opponent was Mo Ran, the young lord of 10,000 Poisons Mansion. Many people had guessed his choice. But what surprised people was that, when facing Mo Ran, he also extended a finger and said in a showy manner, one move. The moment the words fell, tens of thousands of cultivators at Tianmen Pass thought, is this Yi Wuya competing with Luo Jixi? And Mo Ran, the young lord of 10,000 Poisons Mansion, twitched his cheek and said coldly, let's begin. Zheng. The moment the words fell, an extremely brilliant sword light shone. Mo Ran didn't even have time to condense his 10,000 poisons grand array before he was swept off the martial arts stage by that single sword strike. It really was one move. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators in Tianmen Pass erupted in excitement. In the third battle, Wu Yao took the stage. She chose Lu Zhu, the saintess of the Red Robe cult. The expectant gazes of tens of thousands of cultivators on the martial arts stage all converged on Wu Yao. Given the precedents, they naturally anticipated the style of this Misty Peak Saintess's first battle. Alas! Feeling the fiery, expectant gazes from in front of Tianmen Pass, Wu Yao couldn't help but sigh, then said helplessly to Lu Zhu. Then one move it is. The moment the words fell, a deafening cheer immediately erupted from Tianmen Pass. To be honest, she hadn't wanted to join in the fun, but the atmosphere had reached this point, so she had no choice. Good, good, good. This saintess would like to experience the princess's high move. Lu Zhu was so angry she laughed. She was, after all, the saintess of the Red Robe cult, and she had her own dignity. Huh. With a cold shout, blazing flames ignited around her. She stomped hard on the ground, and her entire being transformed into a fiery star, died in flames, as she charged towards Wu Yao. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Terrifying star origin power created invisible ripples in the void realm. But the next second, Lu Zhu's figure suddenly stopped in front of Wu Yao. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, because Wu Yao's fist had, at some unknown point, deeply embedded itself in Lu Zhu's stomach. Sorry. Wu Yao's red lips parted slightly as she withdrew her jade hand, and turned to walk off the martial arts stage. Hey. Lu Zhu suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the martial arts stage, completely unconscious. Another single move. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators in front of Tianmen Pass all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. It seemed that there were also differences between prodigies. After Wu Yao, Xu Wenzhang took the stage, choosing a high-level gathering star expert. Without any extra words, he defeated his enemy in one move. The mysterious, young man in black tight-fitting clothes, Kainai, also defeated her enemy in one move. At this moment, no one knew her identity, but they knew that the enemy defeated by her was the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Baron Barbarian Kingdom. This group of top prodigies from the Eastern Baron, although they hadn't yet met, had already begun an indirect competition, creating an unprecedented wave of one move. And when Xiao Tu took the stage to choose an opponent, he suddenly caught sight of something in the distance. A man in white, leisurely riding a donkey, accompanied by a girl wearing a bamboo hat whose face couldn't be clearly seen, slowly entering Tianmen Pass. It's him. The moment Xiao Tu saw the man, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his breathing became extremely heavy. He would never forget the man who had stolen his opportunity in the dark sacrificial temple. 27. Explosively defeat the Son of Destiny and challenge the entire Eastern Wasteland alone. Daddy. Keep telling the story. What happened to that young man who had his engagement broken off? And what about the man who slept for 10,000 years and crawled out of his tomb? What was his ending? Oh, and what about that cute little fellow who loved drinking beast milk the most? What happened to him? Susu looked at Ning Ye anxiously and asked. Along the way, Ning Ye had told her many stories to pass the time, and she had become completely engrossed, eagerly wanting to know the ending of the stories. If you want to know what happens next, then listen to the next installment. Ning Ye ruffled Susu's soft, silver hair, deliberately leaving her in suspense. Woo-wee-woo. Daddy is so mean. Susu pouted and muttered, feeling as if countless ants were crawling on her, making her uncomfortable from not knowing the ending. Ning Ye chuckled, then looked up at the man on the martial arts stage, surrounded by tens of thousands of Eastern Wasteland cultivators. Child of Destiny. Xiao Tu. We meet again. With just one glance, he could tell that Xiao Tu's cultivation had greatly improved, but he wasn't surprised. After all, the combination of Dragon Bloodline and Sunflower Manual was a brutal way to increase cultivation, as it came at a bloody price. You. Come up and fight. On the martial arts arena, Xiao Tu raised his hand and pointed at Ning Ye from afar. His voice was cold and incredibly resolute. As his words fell, all eyes in the arena turned to Ning Ye. At this moment, Ning Ye became the center of attention. Hearing this, Ning Ye wasn't surprised. After all, a true gentleman doesn't harbor grudges without seeking revenge. Just then, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding, given the host's current environment, a dungeon selection quest has been triggered. Option 1. Defeat the Child of Destiny, Xiao Tu, and receive 5,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Option 2. Decline the challenge and leave, receiving 5,000 gold coins as travel expenses. System, you're truly mischievous. So, should I accept or accept or accept? Ning Ye chuckled and shook his head, then instructed Su Beiju. Susu. Daddy will be right back. Will you wait for Daddy here? Oh. Susu nodded obediently and said. Daddy. Susu and the little donkey will wait for you here. You must be quick. Don't worry. Ning Ye reached out and pinched Susu's cheek, softly saying. Don't worry. It will be very quick. With that, he turned, pushed through the crowd, and stepped onto the martial arts arena, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Who is this guy? Why have I never seen him before? Xiao Tu seems to have a grudge against him. More than a grudge, judging by Xiao Tu's expression, he looks like he wants to devour him alive. Beneath the martial arts arena, countless gazes swept over Ning Ye, many speculating about his identity. But soon, many cultivators from the Yanyun Dynasty recognized Ning Ye's identity. Yes, 10th Prince, Your Highness. How did he get here? Yanyun Dynasty, 10th Prince Ning Ye. It's him, how could he be a Tianmen Pass? Wait, didn't he go blind and lose his cultivation? With Ning Ye's identity exposed, the entire martial arts arena suddenly became a bit chaotic. One must know that the former Ning Ye was once hailed as the next emperor of Yanyun. His name was quite renowned in the eastern wasteland, but ever since a year ago, when he went blind and lost his cultivation, he gradually faded into obscurity. What a Yanyun Dynasty, 10th Prince, Your Highness. Xiao Tu looked at Ning Ye, his eyes filled with coldness. Ning Ye hummed lightly and smiled faintly. All right. Today, taking advantage of this prodigy assembly, we'll settle all our old and new scores. Xiao Tu roared, the anger in his heart making him take a step forward. At this moment, he was eager to reclaim his honor from the dark sacrificial temple. Sigh. Ning Ye sighed upon hearing this, and asked helplessly. Are you always this verbose? The moment his words fell. Boom! Xiao Tu's face instantly turned cold, and the star yuan within him violently surged. Clang! 4 rays of starlight pierced through the clouds, suddenly descending upon Xiao Tu's body, and a terrifying aura instantly swept out. Gathering star 4th stage. Not bad. Ning Ye watched Xiao Tu calmly, the smile on his face growing more playful. Kill! Xiao Tu ascended into the sky. At this moment, a dazzling purple bloodlight erupted around him. Silver needles like countless stars suddenly enveloped Ning Ye. This scene was like a descent of stars, truly shocking. This guy, although his cultivation isn't high, his battle intent is definitely more than gathering star 4th stage. Yi Wuya frowned, looking at the sky full of starlight silver needles, his pupils shrinking. He could sense that even a high-level gathering star cultivator, if pierced by those silver needles, would surely die beyond recovery. What a powerful cultivation technique. What powerful battle intent. Luo Jixi was also intrigued by the powerful battle intent displayed by Xiao Tu. Brother Xiao Tu, what exactly have you been through all these years? Wu Yao bit her rosy lips, muttering softly. Although he's a little eunuch. But his battle intent is indeed good. Xuanzang praised Xiao Tu, nodding in approval of his battle intent. And just as everyone's thoughts raced, Ning Ye looked at the falling starlight with neither joy nor sorrow, and said indifferently. There's something there. But not much. Clang! A wisp of dark black flame ignited around him, and the air temperature suddenly soared. Boom! Ning Ye stomped hard on the ground, and a pillar of fire shot up from his feet. Clusters of netherworld ghost fire danced wildly in the void realm like fire spirits, instantly annihilating the sky full of silver needles. Exotic fire. The tens of thousands of cultivators present looked in horror at the pillar of fire rising into the sky from the martial arts arena. They suddenly retreated frantically, their faces pale with fear. Clearly, they understood what an exotic fire meant, and how powerful its strength truly was. This guy actually possesses an exotic fire. Not only the tens of thousands of cultivators present, but even the prodigies felt a sense of astonishment. Just as everyone was stunned. Boom! Amidst the sky-high flames, 2 figures had already collided like 2 giant stars. Xiao Tu's eyes were bloodshot, full of crimson light. After activating his dragon bloodline, half of his body was covered in green dragon scales. He looked like a crimson blood dragon god, every move displaying dominance. Now, he didn't need weapons because his body was the strongest weapon. Most importantly, needles were hidden in his fingertips, making his killing intent ever-changing and unpredictable. In this state, he truly had the qualifications to contend with the prodigies of the eastern wasteland. But unfortunately, he met Ning Ye. Clang! 2 crimson higginbana, spider lily, bloomed in Ning Ye's eyes. At this moment, all his combat abilities instantly increased 20-fold. HMPH. Xiao Tu roared, driving his half-dragonized body to strike Ning Ye's head. Over 100 types of dragon body techniques, INCLUDING Chinese letter, dragon kicks and elbow strikes, were unleashed by him. Each strike contained immense power, capable of instantly draining the air and creating a vacuum. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying star yuan power surged from the center of the battle. The ground where the two stood cracked into dark fissures, and the aftershocks of the battle directly flung hundreds of cultivators beneath the martial arts stage dozens of feet away. Compared to the frenzied Xiao Tu, Ning Ye, from beginning to end, used only one finger to effortlessly block Xiao Tu's hundreds of attacks. Boom! Another dragon fist strike went straight for Ning Ye's head. This time, Ning Ye changed his finger to a palm and very precisely grabbed Xiao Tu's wrist. The terrifying star yuan aftershock kicked up dozens of feet of dust. You! Xiao too looked at Ning Ye in disbelief. He hadn't expected Ning Ye to handle his attacks so lightly, just as he was about to activate his silver needles to attack Ning Ye again. The next second, a cold voice echoed in his ears. You seem to only be capable of this much. As his words fell, before Xiao Tu could react, Ning Ye, gripping Xiao Tu's wrist with his left hand, pulled hard and swept out with a leg, landing a solid blow to Xiao Tu's chest. After? Xiao Tu violently spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The dragon scales covering his chest shattered, and he shot out like a cannonball, skimming across the martial arts arena's surface. He then rolled more than a dozen times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. One move. Xiao Tu had used over 100 moves without harming Ning Ye in the slightest. And Ning Ye, with one kick, had almost shattered Xiao Tu. This disparity seemed a bit too great. Seeing this scene, the cultivators from all over the eastern wasteland all swallowed hard, and the prodigies looked at Ning Ye with a strange glint in their eyes. Because neither Luo Jixi, nor Wu Yao, nor Xuan Zhang could discern Ning Ye's true depth or the limit of his battle intent. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the selection quest. You have received 5,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence as a reward. Ding, system notification. Based on the situation, the host has triggered an advanced quest prodigy. Quest name Prodigy. Quest description. Defeat all prodigies present and achieve the first sequence. Quest reward. 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence plus half-price mall experience card. Listening to the system notifications in his ear, Ning Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had to admit, 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence and a half-price mall experience card, that was a very good reward. In that case, then let's play again. Ning Ye spread his hands, his eyes filled with rising battle intent. With that he glanced at the heavily injured and unconscious Xiao Tu, then swept his gaze over Yi Wuya, Luo Jixi, Wu Yao, Xuan Zhang and Kaiyan Yi, before raising a single finger. What does that mean? Does this guy also want to defeat an enemy with one move? Yi Wuya glared at Ning Ye with a cold sneer. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? You come and try. A brutal light surged in Luo Jixi's eyes. This guy, who is he looking down on? Wu Yao also gripped the ethereal sword in her hand. If you have the guts, choose this little monk. See how this little monk smashes your head. Amitabha. Xuan Zhang clasped his hands together, muttering silently. Ning Ye, young Mrs. Future Husband. Kaiyan Yi swallowed hard, her breathing a little ragged. At this moment, she wasn't sure what to do. She decided it would be best to report to young Miss first. This little fellow, who does he plan to choose as his opponent next? Elder Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, looked at Ning Ye with great interest, his eyes full of anticipation. And just as everyone was speculating which prodigy Ning Ye would choose to challenge next, they only heard Ning Ye say faintly, "All of you, come at me together. I'm in a hurry. 28, it's a coincidence, I won't marry you either." The moment the words fell, the entire Tianmen Pass instantly became somewhat quiet. But the next second, a roar comparable to a tsunami erupted. Good heavens! 10th Prince Ning Ye, he's not trying to defeat an enemy with one move. He's challenging all the top prodigies of the Eastern Barons by himself. So arrogant, so presumptuous. I love it. Brother, don't scare me, you're a man, I'm scared. Tianmen Pass, with Ning Ye's words, the atmosphere was completely pushed to a climax. They originally thought that the group of top prodigies defeating their enemies with one move was already arrogant, but they didn't expect Ning Ye challenging all the prodigies of the Eastern Barons by himself to be even more presumptuous. You're courting death. Luo Jixi heard this and was the first to be unable to sit still. He looked at Ning Ye with a cold face, raised his hand, and pulled a Fangshan halberd from the void realm. The chilling tip of the halberd pointed directly at Ning Ye as he roared. This young master wants to see where your capital for arrogance truly lies, you brat. With that, he unleashed his star essence, ascended into the sky, and appeared above Ning Ye's head in a few blinks, holding the Fangshan halberd and chopping down at Ning Ye's head. Luo Jixi, young sect master of the evil sect. His cultivation has reached the star-gathering 9th realm. Hesedi. Ning Ye's mouth curved into a cold smile. Clang. The next second, a brilliant and dazzling light of chaos ignited in his eyes. Heavenly Prohibition, activate. No unnecessary movements. Ning Ye kicked upwards, precisely striking the tip of the Fangshan halberd that had already reached above his head. Clang! An extremely crisp metallic tremor sounded. The incredibly powerful force directly shook the Fangshan halberd from Luo Jixi's hand, sending it flying, and also sent him several zhang into the air. But that wasn't all. The moment Luo Jixi lost his balance and was airborne, Ning Ye immediately used the 8 steps of the Heavenly Demon, teleporting behind Luo Jixi and fiercely stomping on his back. Boom! Luo Jixi crashed to the ground, creating a crater several meters deep, with smoke and dust filling the air. After a long while, he finally crawled out, disheveled and extremely disheveled. Ning Ye, you deserve to die. Luo Jixi gritted his teeth, and at this moment, he no longer hesitated, furiously forming hand seals with both hands. Rumbled. Black star lightning condensed in his hands. Thick black mist permeated around him. A terrifying aura of destruction swept in all directions. Star-devouring demonic technique. He finally used it. Yi Wuya looked at Luo Jixi, who was standing in the black mist, with a wary expression. Back then, he had been defeated by this very move. Ning Ye, you're in trouble. Wu Yao shook her head. Although she had never fought Luo Jixi, she had heard of the great name of the star-devouring demonic technique. This guy, he's really gotten a lot stronger than 3 years ago. Xuanzang scratched his head. And just as everyone's thoughts were swirling, in the black mist, 18 black bolts of lightning like divine punishment poured down. Boom, 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 boom. The enormous martial arts arena instantly shattered, and the ground sank several zhang. Thousands of cultivators coughed up blood and flew backward under the powerful aftershock of this force. And at this moment, a clear sound of footsteps rang out. Step, 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 step. At this moment, everyone looked up and saw a tall and slender figure slowly walking out of the smoke-filled ruins. It was Ning Ye. How is that possible? Luo Jixi looked at Ning Ye, who was completely unharmed, not even a single wrinkle on his clothes, with an incredulous expression, and blurted out. Why not possible? Ning Ye's mouth curved into an impatient sneer. Bastard! Luo Jixi cursed, and streaks of lightning and electric arcs reappeared in his palm. Lightning strike. And the next second, a figure appeared directly in front of him. Strike your grandma. Ning Ye pressed his palm firmly against his chest. Luo Jixi violently vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew back 100 zhang, rolling like a deflated ball to the side of the unconscious Zio Tu, completely losing his combat ability. He endured the immense pain and weakness throughout his body, attempting to get up several times but all failed. In the end, he could only sit on the ground like a puddle of mud, his face full of unwillingness. At this moment, he was like a wounded beast, staring at Ning Ye with his sinister gaze as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Ning Ye didn't bother to pay attention to Luo Jixi at all. He then shifted his gaze to Yi Wuya, Wu Yao, Xuanzang and Kaianai, saying, I told you to come at me all at once. Otherwise you won't stand a chance. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuya, Wu Yao and Xuanzang exchanged glances, realizing Ning Ye's formidable strength. They no longer hesitated and charged at Ning Ye together. Only Kaianai remained standing there, stunned. She hadn't yet received a response from her young miss, so she could only choose to stay put. Great strength Vajra Palm. Xuanzang charged first, immediately unleashing the Buddhist sect's ultimate technique, the Vajra Palm. Behind him, Buddhist phantoms filled the sky, and in the void realm, the sacred sound of 10,000 Buddhas chanting scriptures even resounded. The golden Buddhist phantoms in the sky simultaneously struck down, 10,000 palms merging into one, as if capable of crushing everything. Hidden sword art. Yi Wuya held the falling evil sword, and thousands of terrifying sword chi poured down. The sword chi carried an incomparably majestic king's Dao chi, converging into a breathtaking waterfall of sword chi that cascaded down. Ethereal sword. Wu Yao no longer concealed her strength. Bathed in divine light, she was like a female sword immortal of the 9 heavens. A peerless, murderous sword light covering the sky and obscuring the sun crashed down. Finally, something interesting. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips, and vanished from his spot with a flicker. Facing Xuanzang, he met palm with palm. Amidst the golden light, Xuanzang's hand bones shattered, and his body uncontrollably vomited blood and flew backward. At this moment, he understood that Ning Ye's combat power was far above his own, seemingly having reached the legend realm. Facing Yi Wuya, he transformed his palm into a finger and his finger into a blade. Amidst the blade light, half of the sword chi waterfall was annihilated, and the other half reversed. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in hundreds of hideous wounds. With blood splattering, he suddenly fell from the sky, weakly kneeling on the ground. Facing Wu Yao, Ning Ye transformed into numerous demonic shadows, moving through the air. The sky-obscuring sword light suddenly missed its target and cut a sword Dao gully several tens of meters long into the ground behind Ning Ye, which was extremely shocking. And when Ning Ye reappeared, he was already standing in front of Wu Yao like a ghost. You! Wu Yao gasped out a single word in horror, because she hadn't seen Ning Ye's movements at all just now. Boom! Ning Ye mercilessly punched Wu Yao in the stomach. Wu Yao vomited a large mouthful of blood. She was bent over, her exquisitely beautiful face pale and filled with pain. When Ning Ye withdrew his fist, Wu Yao's legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she stared blankly at Ning Ye with only one thought in her mind. I lost. Am I really going to marry this guy? He looked down at the dazed Wu Yao. Ning Ye shook his head without saying more and shifted his gaze to Kaianai. Whether it was Luo Jixi, Xu and Zhang, Wu Yao, or Yi Wuya, these top prodigies of the Eastern Barons had all reached the star-gathering ninth realm. Therefore, for him, with heavenly prohibition activated, defeating them was quite simple. But Kaianai, she was Jun Kaianyu's personal maid, and her cultivation had truly reached the legend realm. Therefore, in this prodigy battle, the only person he needed to pay attention to was her. "Are you coming to fight?" Ning Ye asked indifferently. "No." Kaianai shook her head, responding with 2 words. Although she really wanted to test Ning Ye's depth for her young miss, she couldn't. Because her young miss had given her an order, and the order was to abandon this mission. Although she didn't know why, she would never disobey her young miss's orders, so she chose to refuse. And with Kaianai's surrender, the entire Tianmen Pass completely erupted, with deafening cheers. One person challenging all the top prodigies of the Eastern Barons, a crushing victory. This kind of record made the tens of thousands of cultivators present feel momentarily, as if it were a dream. They stared blankly at the white-clothed young master standing in the ruins, as if they had witnessed the rise of a myth. Undoubtedly, after today, the name of Yanyun's 10th prince, His Highness Ning Ye, would completely resound throughout the Nine Heavens continent. Of course, Ning Ye didn't care about becoming famous throughout the continent. What he cared about now was when his mission rewards would arrive. "Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the advancement mission. You have received 10,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence plus a half-price mall experience card." Listening to the system's voice in his ear, Ning Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his balance of 15,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence, and a contented smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. And at this moment, a very discordant voice rang out. "Ning Ye, I won't marry you." As the words fell, everyone present looked at Wu Yao and couldn't help but frown. Wu Yao's words could be said to have severely slapped the face of their Junlin imperial family. After all, it was Emperor Junlin himself who had made the promise. Now that Wu Yao was going back on her word, wasn't that just slapping the Junlin imperial family's face loudly? Hearing this, Ning Ye also turned his head to look at Wu Yao, who was biting her pearly teeth, her face full of stubbornness. He couldn't help but say indifferently, "What a coincidence. I won't marry you either." 29. The storm is coming again, and the powerful evil sect is coming. The faint voice was neither soft nor loud, yet it was enough to reach everyone's ears. "What, His Highness the 10th Prince, he doesn't intend to marry Princess Wu Yao. A loss, a huge loss. Doesn't he know the benefits of becoming the prince consort of the Junlin imperial dynasty? Give it a rest. Now, His Highness the 10th Prince is the #1 prodigy in our Eastern Barons. Does he need to become the prince consort of the Junlin imperial dynasty? That's true. In the future, if he can enter the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, what kind of princess or saintess couldn't he marry? But I have to say, one doesn't want to marry and the other doesn't want to be married. It's truly unique." Tusk. The Junlin imperial family's face must be completely lost. It's not that their face is lost, but that the Emperor Junlin was being presumptuous. Ning Ye ignored the noisy voices around him. He didn't even glance at Wu Yao before returning to Su Beiju's side. "Daddy." Su, seeing Ning Ye return, affectionately and sweetly called out, "Let's go." Ning Ye smiled and nodded at Su. Let alone being the prince consort of the Junlin imperial dynasty, if it weren't for the system rewards, he wouldn't even have the slightest interest in being the Eastern Barons #1 in the sequence. Just as he led the donkey and was about to leave Tianmen Pass, continuing towards Wudu martial capital, Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, stood up and spoke. "His Highness the 10th Prince, please wait." Hearing this, Ning Ye slightly turned to look at Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, wondering if this old fellow wanted him to go to the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower right now. "His Highness the 10th Prince, congratulations on becoming the #1 prodigy in the Eastern Baron sequence. Tomorrow, your great name will resound throughout the entire 9 Heavens continent." Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, said with a smile. "Oh. So?" Ning Ye raised an eyebrow and asked casually. He didn't doubt Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master's words. After all, he knew that although the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was affiliated with the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, its influence was paramount throughout the entire 9 Heavens continent. It was no exaggeration to say that all forces and cultivators on the 9 Heavens continent held the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in extreme reverence. Any news released by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could spread across the continent within a single day. The Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, was stunned for a moment, clearly surprised by Ning Ye's indifferent attitude. It was clear that this was his first time meeting someone like Ning Ye. Cough. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, cleared his throat twice and then spoke. "So, you are now qualified to join the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. If you are willing, I can take you to the Holy Mountain in the next few days." As his voice fell, gasps of cold air echoed throughout Tianmen Pass. All the cultivators looked at Ning Ye with envy and jealousy. Holy Mountain. The holy land of cultivation, established by the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Looking across the entire Nine Heavens continent, there was no cultivator who didn't want to go to the Holy Mountain to cultivate. There, they had the best resources in all of the Nine Heavens, and the best cultivation mentors. And most importantly, any cultivator who could enter the Holy Mountain would most likely become a top-tier powerhouse on the Nine Heavens continent in the future, and even become a core force against the demon race. They might even, like their predecessors, have their names etched into the Nine Heavens' ancient history, and be remembered for eternity. Therefore, the Holy Mountain was the most sacred and yearned-for place in the hearts of all cultivators on the Nine Heavens continent. Holy Mountain. Let's talk about it later. Ning Ye waved his hand. He knew the reputation of the Holy Mountain, but his current thoughts were all on that woman in Wudu martial capital. The first main quest and the unsealing of his reverse moon, heavenly saber, both revolved around that woman. So, at this moment, his interest in the Holy Mountain was not very high. Upon hearing Ning Ye's words, the tens of thousands of cultivators in Tianmen Pass felt their minds go blank. If they had the qualifications to go to the Holy Mountain, they would go even if they had to crawl. But Ning Ye seemed to have no interest in the Holy Mountain. Is this guy crazy? Yi Wuya, the young manor lord of Hidden Sword Manor, also looked at Ning Ye with great incomprehension, wondering why Ning Ye came to Tianmen Pass if it wasn't for Wu Yao, and not to enter the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. What exactly was it for? Was it just to simply crush them? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Xuan Zhang stroked his bald head, completely puzzled. What exactly does this guy want? Wu Yao's beautiful eyes stared blankly at Ning Ye. At this moment, she felt as if this man before her was like a ball of fog, making him unfathomable. Could it be he came for young miss? Kayanai thought to herself. As everyone's thoughts varied, Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, smiled slightly. It seems His Highness, the 10th Prince, still has unfinished business to attend to. Since that's the case, I won't force it. However, His Highness the 10th Prince, since you have already become the #1 prodigy in the Eastern Baron sequence, the gates of the Holy Mountain will always be open for you. Ning Ye waved his hand casually and perfunctorily. Just as he thought everything had settled and he could prepare to leave, Luo Jixi swayed and stood up. The young sect master of the evil sect looked at Ning Ye with a gloomy expression and spoke. His Highness the 10th Prince. Are you just going to leave like that? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Luo Jixi, wondering if this young sect master of the evil sect still wanted to fight Ning Ye. It seemed he hadn't been completely crushed yet. Ning Ye also looked at Luo Jixi. He noticed the sound-transmitting jade in Luo Jixi's hand and seemed to sense something, raising an eyebrow. Young sect master, what instructions do you have? Heavy. Luo Jixi raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes cold as he stared intently at Ning Ye and questioned. Ning Ye. My evil sect's myriad evil mansion, you slaughtered it, didn't you? My younger brother Luo Yang, you also killed him, didn't you? And that woman who belonged to my evil sect, you also abducted her, didn't you? The cold voice instantly made the vast Tianmen Pass fall silent. Everyone's eyes, looking at Ning Ye and the young girl Su Su wearing a bamboo hat sitting on the donkey, were filled with shock. Nanjing City, myriad evil mansion, was slaughtered. The second young master of the evil sect, Luo Yang, was killed. And all of this was done by Ning Ye. Hezheng. Ning Ye chuckled and asked in return, non-committally. So what if it is? The moment his voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire Tianmen Pass became even more eerie. This guy, is he crazy? Yi Wuya looked at Ning Ye with a shocked expression. Slaughtering the myriad evil mansion and killing the second young master of the evil sect were things he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Oh my goodness. This little monk is starting to like this guy Ning Ye. Xuan Zhang's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ning Ye. The frustration in his heart from being beaten by Ning Ye instantly vanished, as he had always disliked the evil sect. What exactly is he after? Could it be because of that girl wearing the bamboo hat? Wu Yao's thoughts stopped there, and she couldn't help but look at Su Su riding on the donkey. At this moment, she couldn't sense the slightest aura from the girl. The only thing she could feel was a hint of chill that seemed capable of freezing the soul. So who exactly is she? Kayanai couldn't help but frown and look at Su Su at this moment. What? Now I want to leave. Do you want to stop me? Ning Ye asked Luo Jixi with a chuckle. Luo Jixi heard the mockery in Ning Ye's words, and couldn't help but laugh up at the sky. Ning Ye, oh Ning Ye. I Luo Jixi can't stop you. But what about my evil sect? Can my evil sect stop you or not? The moment his voice fell, outside Tianmen Pass, sounds of rushing through the air echoed. In the distance, a large number of dark figures arrived through the sky. 30, then don't leave. Crazy Ning Ye, Buddha's wrathful lotus. The evil sect's powerhouses have arrived. Yi Wuya shook his head, his expression turning somewhat solemn. Zai Shan, one of the 4 divine punishment elders of the evil sect. Xuan Zhang couldn't help but be startled as he looked at the leading black-robed elder. It seems this young girl's identity is not simple. Otherwise, why would a divine punishment elder from the evil sect come personally? Wu Yao bit her rosy lips and murmured softly. Young miss, what should we do now? Kaianai spoke softly, holding a sound transmission stone. Alas. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, sighed. Without a word, he flickered and stood in front of Ning Ye. This action undoubtedly told the evil sect's powerhouses that he would protect Ning Ye. However, at this moment, he truly had no other choice. After all, Ning Ye had won first place in the Eastern Wilderness sequence. If he allowed the evil sect to kill Ning Ye, wouldn't this Eastern Wilderness Prodigy convention become a complete joke? Just as everyone's thoughts were racing, Zai Shan had already led a large contingent of evil sect powerhouses, majestically surrounding Tianmen Pass. Zai Shan looked at Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, who stood in front of Ning Ye, furrowing his brow as he asked. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, what is the meaning of this? Hearing this, Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, looked back at Zai Shan with an unperturbed expression. Zai Shan, Ning Ye will enter the sacred mountain for cultivation in the future. He is already half a member of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Do you understand what I mean? Zai Shan sneered 3 times, saying. So according to you, my myriad evil mansion was slaughtered for nothing, and the second young master died in vain. Hearing this, Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, shook his head and said. It's still the same statement. Ning Ye is now half a member of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. When he enters the sacred mountain in the future, he will naturally be judged and punished according to the sacred mountain's rules. But for now, your evil sect cannot touch him. You. Upon hearing this, Zai Shan's brow furrowed into a deep frown. He looked at Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, with an uncertain expression for a while before slowly speaking. Very well. Today, my evil sect can leave Ning Ye alone. However, the young girl behind him is someone that Lord Evil Emperor personally requested. Moreover, Ning Ye took her from my myriad evil mansion. Now I want her back. No problem, right? All right. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, nodded without hesitation. Although he didn't know the young girl's background, his mission would be complete as long as he protected Ning Ye. As for anything else, he wasn't interested in getting involved. And just then, a cold voice echoed in his ear. Old man. Move aside for me. Hearing this, Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, suddenly turned his head and saw Ning Ye, whose face was as cold as frost. He couldn't help but lower his voice to warn him. Ning Ye. Don't be impulsive. Now, if you just return this girl to the evil sect, everything will be fine. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower might not be able to legitimately protect you. Ning Ye glanced at Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, as if he hadn't heard and picked Su Su down from the little donkey's back. Then, he gently patted the little donkey, signaling it to leave. Su Su watched the little donkey gradually move away, waving her hand reluctantly. Then, she turned to Ning Ye and asked. Daddy, do you want me to make a move? Hearing this, Ning Ye turned to Su Su and gave her an incredibly reassuring smile, responding softly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. He knew that if Su Su made a move, then this aggressive group of evil sect powerhouses would all die beyond redemption. However, the problem was that if Su Su really made a move, her identity as a Ghost Spirit clan member would likely be exposed. At that time, powerhouses from the entire 9 Heavens continent might come looking for Su Su. After all, the allure of the Ghost Spirit royal clan was something even the gods couldn't resist, and at present, he couldn't fully protect her, so, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want Su Su to act. A high-level Legend Realm powerhouse. 17 Gathering Star powerhouses. Dozens of Transcendent Realm martial artists. What a grand display. Ning Ye sneered and immediately opened the system mall. Fenju Burning Art, 5,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence Limited Time Half Price. Buddha's Fury Lotus, 5,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence Limited Time Half Price. Profound Ultimate Ice Flame, 1,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence Limited Time Half Price. Huachu's Secret Pill, 100 Heavenly Mandate Essence Limited Time Half Price. He quickly locked onto the selected items, then Ning Ye bought them all in one go. Ding, congratulations host, for successfully comprehending Fenju Burning Art. Ding, congratulations host, for successfully comprehending Buddha's Fury Lotus. Ding, congratulations host, for obtaining Profound Ultimate Ice Flame. Ding, congratulations host, for obtaining Huachu's Secret Pill. Listening to the series of system prompts in his ear, Ning Ye's face was grim as he took out the freshly made Huachu's Secret Pill and put it into his mouth. In an instant, he felt that most of his depleted strength in his body began to recover rapidly. At this moment, his eyes, looking at the evil sect powerhouses, grew increasingly wild. To hell with the evil sect. To hell with the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. You won't let this your highness leave, huh? Then none of you are leaving either. The moment his voice fell, he once again activated Heavenly Prohibition. Immediately after, Ning Ye circulated Fen Ju burning art, spread out his palms, and two distinctly different strange flames quietly appeared in his palms. The gloomy ghost fire rose, carrying a thick, scorching aura of the netherworld, giving the cultivators present a phantom sensation of their souls falling. The enchanting ice flame, on the other hand, carried an entirely opposite icy chi, yet it could burn everything to ash. With the appearance of the two strange flames, the temperature of the world also drastically increased at this moment. What? Two strange flames? Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, looked at Ning Ye with a face full of horror and disbelief. He knew many powerhouses who possessed strange flames, but he had never seen or even heard of a cultivator who could control two types of strange flames. Controlling two strange flames simultaneously. My loss was not unjust. Yi Wuya's eyes widened as he looked at Ning Ye. Even his hand holding the sword was trembling slightly at this moment. What does this guy want to do? Wu Yao swallowed, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Xuan Zhang, who was originally standing beside her, had the keenest sense of smell and perception. Although he didn't know what Ning Ye was about to do, he disregarded the shocked looks of others and frantically retreated several hundred feet. In his opinion, everything else was false. Only the perceived danger was truly real. Could it be he intends to? Kai and I looked at Ning Ye as if he had thought of something terrifying, and subconsciously took a step back. And the next moment, Ning Ye, under the trembling gaze of countless onlookers, suddenly clasped his hands together. He actually needed two strange flames, with completely different attributes together. At this instant, crackling arcs of lightning sparked in his palm, followed by a destructive aura, which no one present had ever sensed before, sweeping out from Ning Ye's palm. Bastard! This guy is fusing strange flames. Luo Jixi shouted, his face pale with shock. Seeking death. Zai Shan let out a low growl, ready to step forward and stop him, but he was targeted by a cold gaze. He turned his eyes and saw Su Su, who was standing behind Ning Ye wearing a bamboo hat. The gaze from under the hat inexplicably made his heart tremble. She. Just as Zai Shan was momentarily distracted. The secrets of the Buddha's fury lotus flashed rapidly through Ning Ye's mind. His hands began to move with the agility of weaving flowers and plucking leaves, manipulating the two strange flames in his grasp. With his delicate micro-control, these two mutually exclusive strange flames, which were initially violent, gradually became peaceful, and then slowly began to fuse. Finally, Ning Ye spread his palm, and a peculiar ice lotus, infused with netherworld black chi, as if blooming from the netherworld, appeared in his palm. And the moment the ice lotus appeared, the sky and earth instantly darkened, swallowing all light. It was as if it brought forth an endless night. Upon seeing the ice lotus take shape, and feeling the dark and cold destructive power within it, the tens of thousands of cultivators present immediately felt a chill down their spines, then began to frantically retreat in perfect unison. Although they didn't know what the scene would be like when the ice lotus exploded, they had a premonition that if they didn't retreat quickly now, they would die, and die terribly. Hee. It's a success. Ning Ye looked at the black-flamed ice lotus in his palm, a weary smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The next second, he locked his gaze on the pale-faced evil sect powerhouses in front of him and suddenly flung the ice lotus out of his hand. 31. The exploding Buddha's wrath lotus and Ning Ye soaring cultivation level. Tier. The ice lotus silently cut through the void realm, creating ripples in space, its target directly at Zai Shan and the cultivators of the evil sect behind him. Bastard. Zai Shan watched the ice lotus, which was like a long rainbow rushing towards him, his pupils shrinking. He raised his hands and frantically formed seals. Clang. A moonlight barrier, dozens of feet in size, condensed and enveloped all the members of the evil sect. This was a barrier formed by Moon Yuan, primal force, the power of heaven and earth that only legend realm cultivators could possess, and its defensive power was extremely astonishing. The next second, the ice lotus collided with the moon curtain, which seemed to be condensed from thousands of star power. Explode. Ning Ye coldly uttered a single word. At this moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The next second, an uncontrollable, earth-shattering explosion resounded across the sky. Boom! An extremely terrifying, destructive energy burst forth, creating wave after wave of energy ripples in the void realm, like ocean waves. The energy ripples spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the peaks in Tianmen Pass exploded, rocks flew into the sky, and in a distant ancient forest, towering trees were snapped in half, THEIR Chinese letter as smooth as mirrors. At the center of the explosion, brilliant flames shot into the sky, and violent waves of fire instantly covered the entire firmament. The ground of Tianmen Pass cracked open with huge, dark fissures, collapsing inch by inch. Looking from afar, wisps of black smoke descended from the firmament, and a shocking mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. This scene was truly like the end of the world arriving. Countless cultivators, separated by hundreds of meters, were still drenched in sweat. As they looked up at the rising mushroom cloud, they continuously swallowed their saliva, their hearts filled with nothing but shock and the fear that spread from the depths of their souls to their entire bodies, leaving them speechless for a long time. Is this something Ning Ye created? Yi Wuya's legs went soft and he plopped down on the ground, looking at the mushroom cloud and couldn't help but curse. At this moment he was completely bewildered. To be honest, he had never felt so desperate. Before he thought that as long as he reached the legend realm he could fight Ning Ye, but now it seemed he had truly overthought it. This guy, what kind of monster is he? Xuan Zhang also gasped for breath. He had a premonition from the beginning that the ice lotus Ning Ye created by fusing two heavenly flames would be terrifying, but he never expected it to be so dreadful. If he hadn't run fast, he would probably have been buried in the sea of fire by now. Cough, 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 cough. Xiao too, who was unconscious, coughed 4 times and slowly woke up amidst the destructive aura raging across the sky. At the critical moment, Wu Yao had brought him out, otherwise, he would have already turned into ashes from this explosion. Xiao Tu Ji, are you alright? Wu Yao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Xiao Tu wake up and asked softly. What happened? Xiao Tu stared at the mushroom cloud in Tianmen Pass, his eyes wide. Ning Ye, it's Ning Ye. Wu Yao sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. It's him. Xiao Tu opened his mouth. A hint of despair surged in his heart, and his Dao heart almost shattered. This guy is truly abnormal. Wu Yao gritted her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes looking towards Tianmen Pass. Only then did she realize that Ning Ye really didn't want to marry her, because from beginning to end, she had never appeared in Ning Ye's line of sight. Young miss. This guy is heaven-defying. Kai and I held the sound transmission jade, her voice trembling. She was very confident in her own strength, but even she felt powerless in the face of Ning Ye's move. Good. Excellent. What a promising talent. A talent rarely seen in 1,000, no, 10,000 years. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, excitedly waved his fists, his face full of excitement. Because of the divine concealment stone, he had been unable to sense Ning Ye's cultivation. Initially, he thought Ning Ye was a star-gathering 9th realm peak cultivator. Later, when Ning Ye crushed Luo Jixi and a group of top prodigies from the Eastern Baron, he felt that Ning Ye had reached the legend realm. Now, the mushroom cloud created by Ning Ye, fusing 2 heavenly flames, had power strong enough to kill a high-level legend realm cultivator. Therefore, at this moment, he couldn't figure out Ning Ye's cultivation and the limit of his combat power. However, no matter what, the current Ning Ye was already enough to open the eyes of those old fellows in the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, because he was too stunning. And it was a stunning that broke a LL Chinese letter. He believed that if Ning Ye went to the sacred mountain, he would definitely become the golden signboard of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. In the future, he might even stand at the peak of the 9 Heavens continent, and have his name engraved in the 9 Heavens ancient history. Tianmen Pass, within 100 Zhang radius, had completely turned into scorched earth and ruins. A sense of fatigue from the depths of his soul made Ning Ye's eyelids feel as heavy as Mount Tai. He shook his head vigorously. Ning Ye tried to make his mind clear by 3 points. Feeling the exhaustion all over his body, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself. One Buddha's Fury Lotus. It instantly drained all the power in my body. It seems that such a powerful move cannot be used indiscriminately in the future. However, despite this, his mood at this moment was still very excited. After all, a Buddha's Fury Lotus condensed from 2 heavenly flames could unleash such terrifying power. So, imagine if his netherworld ghost fire evolved into netherworld sacred flame, and the heavenly flames transformed into heavenly flames. How terrifying would the Buddha's Fury Lotus become then? If he were to possess 2 heavenly flames in the future, then perhaps the Buddha's Fury Lotus at that time would truly possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. Daddy! Susu tugged at Ning Ye's sleeve. Hearing this, Ning Ye turned around and saw Susu's big eyes beneath her bamboo hat full of worship and shock, and he was momentarily stunned. Daddy, so amazing. Susu stood on tiptoes and kissed Ning Ye's face. She didn't fear the destructive power of the Buddha's Fury Lotus like others. She just felt that today's fireworks were exceptionally brilliant. Also, she had to say, she really liked the feeling of being protected by Ning Ye. Ding, system notification. Host intimacy with Su Beiju has increased by 5 points. Hearing this, Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, thinking, his intimacy with Su had already reached 85. What would happen if it reached 100? Cough, 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 cough. Just as his thoughts were swirling, 100 meters ahead, from where the smoke and dust filled the air, came the sound of painful coughing and spitting blood. At this moment, Ning Ye suddenly turned his gaze towards the dense smoke, where a figure lay. Zaishan, he's not dead yet. Ning Ye frowned. Whoosh! When a gust of wind blew, it dispersed the sky-high smoke and dust in front of him. Zaishan was seen lying on the ground, covered in blood. This divine punishment elder of the evil sect no longer had his arrogant demeanor from before. His body was charred, and beneath the charred skin his flesh was mangled. Half of his bones were broken and the other half were shattered. Although he wasn't dead, he looked as weak as a mayfly, which was almost the same as being dead. Daddy, you're tired. Should I do it? Susu asked warmly. No. This I must do it. Ning Ye shook his head. His Buddha's Fury Lotus instantly killed Luo Jixi and a group of evil sect cultivators, so since the feud had already been formed, he definitely had to get something back to make it worthwhile. His thoughts stopped there. Clang! Ning Ye took out his reverse moon heavenly saber and stepped in front of Zai Shan, looking down at this once high and mighty divine punishment elder of the evil sect. You will die. No matter what kind of prodigy you are. Lord Evil Emperor will not spare you. Zai Shan looked at Ning Ye with fear, but despite this, his mouth was still very stubborn. What? Ning Ye nodded noncommittally, then swiftly plunged his saber into Zai Shan's heart. The sound of blood splattering rang out. The light of life in Zai Shan's eyes gradually dimmed. At the same time, Ning Ye heard a pleasant system notification sound in his ear. Ding, congratulations to the host for slaying a Legend Realm 7 Realm cultivator. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 20 years of lifespan. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his cultivation to Star Gathering 5th Realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his cultivation to Star Gathering 6th Realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his cultivation to Star Gathering 9th Realm. Feeling the increase in life essence, and the significant transformation and enhancement of the star power within his body, Ning Ye couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although he had completely offended the evil sect now, getting such a huge improvement was worth it. Still a little bit short. Just a little bit short of reaching the Legend Realm. Then I can activate the sacrificial Dao Pagoda. Then I can see that woman in the Three Worlds bronze coffin. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye's legs went soft, and he sat on the ground, his heart filled with comfort. And at this moment, the ground began to shake without warning. Ning Ye, as if sensing something, looked up into the distance. A team of iron cavalry, forming a straight black line, galloped towards Tianmen Pass. The iron hooves trampled the ground, raising dust. At the forefront of the cavalry, the leading soldier carried a flag that fluttered in the wind, extremely conspicuous. A large character was carved on it, Jun. 32. The engagement was exposed, and 3,000 cavalrymen came to pay their respects to the prince consort. Yanyun Dynasty, Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry. It's her subordinates. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, watching the majestic cavalry army swiftly approaching Tianmen Pass. He thought this was likely the work of his villainous fiancée, but why would she so ostentatiously order the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry to Tianmen Pass? Daddy. Who did you say? Susu gently helped Ning Ye up, and asked with a curious look. No one. Just a bad woman. Ning Ye smiled, gently stroking Susu's hair as he softly replied. Bad woman. Susu murmured the word. In her currently blank mind, she had no concrete impression of the term bad woman, but she knew that if a bad woman tried to harm Ning Ye, she would not agree. Daddy. Susu will protect you. Susu declared confidently, stepping in front of Ning Ye. She could sense her daddy's weakness now, so she felt it was time to step up and fulfill the duty of a good daughter. Hee. Ning Ye couldn't help but chuckle, seeing Susu's serious expression. Meanwhile, as the two spoke, the 3,000 Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry had already entered Tianmen Pass. Hiss, Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry. What are they doing at Tianmen Pass? I don't know. Could it be that they came for the Zio family's third young master? Most likely. After all, only Zio 2 of the Zio family is left alive. If you don't cut the grass by the roots, it will lead to endless trouble. That's right, I guess the Jun family won't let Zio 2 off. I have to say, the Jun family is truly ruthless. To deal with one Zio 2, they even dispatched the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry. SHH, keep your voice down, do you want to die? Tens of thousands of cultivators at Tianmen Pass swallowed hard, looking at the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry, who were clad in black Chuan Kai armor and exuded a chilling aura. Brother Zio, it seems you're in grave danger this time. Yi Wuya shook his head sympathetically at Zio 2. He was the young manor lord of Hidden Sword Manor, so he had naturally heard of the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry, famous throughout the Eastern Barrens, and knew that the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry was a legend among all Imperial Dynasty armies in the Eastern Barrens. The Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry is an elite unit belonging to the Jun family's Divine Strategy Army. This unit had once conquered over a dozen Imperial dynasties, and without exception, all of these Imperial dynasties eventually became part of the Yanyun Dynasty's territory. It could be said that the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry was a truly sharp and indestructible Imperial Dynasty sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Zhang, who was standing beside him, nodded in agreement. My master once said that these beasts are born for conquest and killing. Little eunuch, you're in for it now. Upon hearing this, Zio too clenched his fists tightly, his gaze warily fixed on the 3,000 iron cavalry in Tianmen Pass. If he were at his peak, he might have a slim chance of escape, but now he didn't even have the strength to stand, let alone contend with these 3,000 divine strategy iron cavalry. At this moment, Wu Yao helped Zio Tu up and softly said, "Brother Zio Tu, don't worry. Today with me and Senior Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master here. I doubt the Jun family would dare to act recklessly." Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, heard Wu Yao include him in her statement and couldn't help but give a wry smile, saying, Princess Wu Yao, you know, my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is affiliated with the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, and never interferes with your Imperial Dynasty's internal affairs. So, before he could finish, Wu Yao interrupted directly. Senior, although the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower is a reclusive force, but isn't your purpose to eliminate all demons under heaven and redress injustices? Now before your eyes is the greatest injustice and unfairness in my Yanyun Dynasty. Won't you intervene? Alas, Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. He hadn't expected this girl Wu Yao to be so sharp-tongued, but what she said was indeed true. The ultimate purpose of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower's establishment was to eradicate the demon race, but over the years, the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower had also intervened in many large and small injustices on the 9 Heavens continent, almost becoming the incarnation of justice. If it were in the past, he might really have intervened. But now he truly couldn't. Because the Yanyun Dynasty, the Jun family, was quite special. Or rather, there was a young miss in the Jun family who was quite special. She was Jun Kaianyu, who once gained fame throughout the 9 Heavens continent. Throughout the entire 9 Heavens continent, many people knew of the glorious deeds of the second young miss of the Jun family, Jun Kaianyu, who once became famous across the continent. But only a very few knew that Jun Kaianyu was highly regarded by all the important figures of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. There was once a great figure from the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower who invited Jun Kaianyu to enter the Holy Mountain, but she ruthlessly refused. Despite this, that great figure still made a promise. As long as Jun Kaianyu was willing to enter the Holy Mountain for cultivation, she could name any conditions, and the gates of the Holy Mountain would forever be open for Jun Kaianyu. One must know that almost all prodigies on the 9 Heavens continent would pay any price to enter the Holy Mountain. However, Jun Kaianyu was sought after by a great figure from the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower to enter the Holy Mountain, and she even refused. Tell me, would he dare to provoke such a person? Princess Wu Yao. It's not that this seat doesn't want to intervene. It's that I truly cannot. Moreover, not everything in this world is black and white. Some things neither you nor I can control. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, shook his head with a bitter smile. Wu Yao was speechless upon hearing this. It's fine. Since things have come to this, then let's face it calmly. Zio Tu shook his head at Wu Yao. He was already prepared to fight with all his might, even if it meant death. No. Brother Zio Tu. Don't forget, I am not only the saintess of Misty Peak now. I'm also the eldest princess of the Yanyun Dynasty. I want to see if the Jun family truly dares to defy the might of my imperial family, if I insist on protecting you. Wu Yao clenched her delicate fist and resolutely stood in front of Zio Tu. And just as everyone was silently sighing with emotion at Wu Yao's loyalty and secretly mourning for Zio Tu, the 3,000 Divine Strategy Army, to everyone's surprise, bypassed Zio Tu, bypassed Wu Yao, and majestically arrived before Ning Ye. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry didn't come for Zio Tu. They actually came for the 10th Prince Ning Ye. Why is this? Could it be that the 10th Prince and the Jun family have an old grudge? No way. Ning Ye also offended that little ancestor of the Jun family. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, saw the grim situation before him and inwardly cried out that it was bad. He could choose not to protect Zio Tu, but he couldn't ignore Ning Ye. And just as he was about to step forward and inquire, Xuan Kai, the Sergeant Major of the 3,000 Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry, rode his warhorse to Ning Ye and Su. Ning Ye had just uttered a single word when he saw Sergeant Major Xuan Kai dismount, and in full view of everyone, he suddenly bowed and cupped his fists towards Ning Ye, speaking in a deep voice. Greetings, Prince Consort. We are late in coming to your rescue, please forgive us. As his voice fell, the 3,000 Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry dismounted in unison, then bowed and cupped their fists towards Ning Ye, shouting in unison. Greetings, Prince Consort. Everyone. 33, let's go to Wudu, I'm finally going to meet her. The thunderous sound of the 3,000 Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry made the hearts of everyone present tremble 3 times. The atmosphere of the entire Tianmen Pass was silent for a moment, then erupted with a roar. Prince Consort. Ning Ye is actually the Jun family's Prince Consort. Wait a minute. The Jun family has 2 young misses. I wonder which young Miss Ning Ye will marry in the future. Are you a pig? The Jun family's first miss, Jun Wulei, has been missing for 10 years, her life or death unknown. Even with your butt for a brain, it wouldn't be Jun Wulei. That's true. Wait, then doesn't that mean the person Ning Ye is about to marry is the legendary second Miss Jun? It seems so. Oh my god. This is a huge event, with second Miss Jun getting married. Who knows how many prodigies on the continent will be utterly heartbroken. In an instant, the entire Tianmen Pass went from a suppressed atmosphere to an exceptionally lively one. The tens of thousands of cultivators present all looked at Ning Ye with extreme envy. Second Miss Jun, Jun Qianyu, she was the pride of the entire Yanyun Dynasty, and even the entire Eastern Barren continent. From the first time she stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 9, her name spread throughout the Eastern Barren. She annihilated the Rakshasa Manor. She drew the Holy Sword in the Holy City. She trained outside the desperate situation Great Wall for 3 years. She returned blind, but became the youngest Grand General of the Yanyun Dynasty. Her years, her time, could be described as incomparably glorious and dazzling, astonishing countless people. Most importantly, she was only 24 years old now. Having weathered 1,000 storms, she returned still young. This phrase seemed to be born for her. She was, without a doubt, the most dazzling star on the 9 heavens continent, and in the eyes of countless prodigies, she was so unattainable. Ning Ye, he's actually second Miss Jun's future husband. Yi Wuya opened his mouth, feeling incredibly bitter. He was also 24 this year, the same age as Jun Qianyu. He had also met Jun Qianyu once at Hidden Sword Manor, and that one meeting made him feel that all other women in the world were just ordinary. Jun Qianyu had such charm that she could make people lose their minds and stir their souls in an instant, with just a glance. I heard Master say, second Miss Jun is very powerful. Even 10 of me couldn't compare to her. Xuanzang murmured with a serious expression. How so? Yi Wuya looked at Xuanzang with curiosity. Clearly, this young man or lord of Hidden Sword Manor was very interested in any topic concerning Jun Qianyu. The Buddhist golden body art. She learned it just by looking at it once. What do you think? Xuanzang spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. Hearing this, Yi Wuya looked at Xuanzang with sympathy. He could imagine how desperate Xuanzang must have been, knowing that the golden body art, which even a prodigy of such high aptitude as Xuanzang, the Buddhist chief, took 3 years to learn, Jun Qianyu had mastered with just one glance. Hearing their conversation, Wu Yao also couldn't help but sigh and say, she is very powerful. So powerful it makes one despair. My master once said, if Jun Qianyu focused on the Tao of the sword, then in the future, looking across the entire 9 heavens continent, she, Jun Qianyu, would be the highest mountain and the longest river in the Tao of the sword. HMPH. Zio too couldn't help but snort upon hearing this, saying, even so. So what? Now she's still blind. She's been cooped up in the Jun family manor for several years. Her legend has ended. Hearing this, Yi Wuya, Xuanzang, and Wu Yao all glanced at Zio too. They knew Zio too had no good feelings for the Jun family, and what he said was also true. Even so, I, Yi Wuya, am still willing to protect her for life. Yi Wuya looked up at the sky and said with deep affection, hey. She's about to marry Ning Ye. Wake up. Young man or lord, you don't have a chance. Xuanzang reminded Yi Wuya mercilessly. Alas. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuya couldn't help but sigh, then gritted his teeth and angrily cursed sourly. That brat Ning Ye truly deserves to die. Xuanzang. Wu Yao. Zio too. Meanwhile, just as the atmosphere at Tianmen Pass was getting lively, Ning Ye looked at Xuan Kai, the military officer in front of him, with a wary expression and asked, did she send you? Yes. Xuan Kai nodded in response. Young Miss heard that His Highness the 10th Prince was besieged by evil sect powerhouses at Tianmen Pass. So, she specifically mobilized the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry, stationed in the first city behind Tianmen Pass, to rescue His Highness. However, unexpectedly, His Highness the 10th Prince was so brave, actually slaying the evil punishment Elder Zai Shan and the evil sect's young sect master Luo Jixi, as well as a group of evil sect powerhouses, all by himself. I have to say I'm impressed. Hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but frown. To be honest, this move by Jun Qianyu was somewhat beyond his expectations. In his prediction, Jun Qianyu would not submit or compromise just because of a so-called marriage contract. Even if she didn't send the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry to kill him, she would at least hire an assassin, right? But what was this situation now? What is that woman up to? Ning Ye's thoughts raced. At this moment he noticed that Jun Qianyu's personal maid Qianai was gone, apparently recalled by her. Recalling her personal maid. Sending the Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry. He couldn't understand it. He truly couldn't understand it. Ning Ye rubbed his temples. At this moment he couldn't guess Jun Qianyu's thoughts at all. Just then Xuan Kai smiled and said, has His Highness the 10th Prince prepared? Prepared for what? Ning Ye looked at Xuan Kai with a puzzled expression. Naturally, to go to Wudu martial capital. Young Miss ordered us to safely escort you to Wudu, martial capital. She will be waiting for you in Wudu, martial capital. Xu Wenkai said with a smile. Hearing this, Ning Ye was silent for a moment, then said, Let's go. It's also time to meet her. Now his idea was also very simple. Since he couldn't find the answer, he would go find it himself. With that, Ning Ye, holding Susu, stepped onto a carriage. The 3,000 divine strategy iron cavalry escorted the carriage all the way towards Wudu, martial capital. As they watched the carriage gradually disappear into the distance, Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, finally came to his senses and shouted, asking, May I ask His Highness the 10th Prince? What was that move called, when you fused 2 unique flames and slew Zai Shan? Hearing this, everyone looked towards the carriage. To be honest, they were also very curious. A moment later, Ning Ye's leisurely reply of 4 words echoed from afar. Buddha's Fury Lotus. As the words fell, Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, took a deep breath and nodded heavily. He had wanted to ask Ning Ye when he would go to the holy mountain, but found that the carriage had already disappeared from his sight. However, this didn't matter, because he had already made up his mind that he must get Ning Ye into the holy mountain. After all, Ning Ye's Buddha's Fury Lotus move just now was already astonishing. Plus, Ning Ye was also Jun Kainyu's fiancé. All these conditions combined had already made Ning Ye the hottest commodity in his heart. Just imagine, if Ning Ye joined the holy mountain, then Jun Kaienyu might also follow her husband's lead, mightn't she? If this pair of fiancés both joined the holy mountain under his persuasion, then he would have immeasurable karma, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to be directly promoted to the position of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master. He felt for the first time that his future was so bright. His thoughts stopped there, and he quickly left Tianmen Pass. He had to return to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to announce this battle to the continent, and then formulate a plan to win over Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu. His future depended entirely on this pair of fiancés. Seeing Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, leave, the tens of thousands of cultivators in Tianmen Pass also left one after another. They wanted to quickly return to their respective imperial dynasties or sects to report this matter. Gone. Xuanzang waved his hand and leisurely left Tianmen Pass. His master had sent him out to see the world, and he had seen it, so he considered his mission accomplished. Next, he would diligently cultivate, striving to regain his footing the next time he encountered Ning Ye. Gone. Yi Wuya also left. This time, upon his return, he would enter the forbidden land of Hidden Sword Manor to accept the extremely dangerous legacy of Forbidden Sword Dao. Although he had lost this time, he still possessed an invincible Sword Dao heart. Brother Zio too. What do you plan to do next? Wu Yao asked in a low voice. I still have one place to go. After that I will come to Wudu, martial capital, to settle everything. Zio too left these words and staggered off towards the unknown distance. Alas. Wu Yao watched Zio Tu's gradually receding figure and couldn't help but sigh. Then, she headed in the opposite direction towards Wudu, martial capital. Having been away from home for so long, it was time for her to return. She had heard that in the few years she had been away, her imperial father had gone into seclusion, and the Junlin Empress had been listening to government from behind a screen. She always felt that something was amiss. Meanwhile, on the road from Tianmen Pass to Wudu, martial capital, the 3,000 divine strategy iron cavalry escorted a magnificent carriage all the way. Ning Ye held Susu, who was fast asleep, and looked at the increasingly close Wudu martial capital, feeling both nervous and expectant. Finally, I'm going to meet that woman. 34, famous throughout the continent, finally arrived in Wudu, Eastern Desolate Continent, with the end of the Battle of Tianmen Pass. Everything that happened during the Battle of the Prodigies spread throughout the entire 9 Heavens continent like wildfire, propelled by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. One person, single-handedly, swept through all the top prodigies of the Eastern Desolate Continent. When strong cultivators from the evil sect attacked, a single Buddha's Fury Lotus shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, all the cultivators on the entire 9 Heavens continent knew the great name of Ning Ye, the 10th prince of the Yanyun Dynasty in the Eastern Desolate Continent. Eastern Desolate, Western Continent, Northern Border, Southern Profound, Central Continent. On the 9 Heavens continent, across its 5 great continents, countless cultivators and even ordinary people were discussing the eye-popping battle of the prodigies, and the heaven-defying power of that Buddha's Fury Lotus that shook the heavens and earth. And when another piece of news was announced by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, it caused an even greater uproar on the 9 Heavens continent, pushing the already fervent atmosphere to its peak. Ning Ye's primary identity is the 10th prince of the Yanyun Dynasty, and his second identity is actually the fiancé of the second Miss Jun of the Jun family, the Junlin imperial family's foremost military family. As soon as this news broke, countless factions across the entire 9 Heavens continent heard the sound of broken hearts. Eastern Desolate Continent, Junlin Imperial Dynasty, second young miss of the Jun family, Jun Kaienyu. Over the past decade or so, she had been the unattainable white moonlight for countless people. Now their white moonlight was getting married. How could they not be heartbroken? Because of this, taverns across all 5 continents of the 9 heavens continent were packed. Some marveled at the rise of a new prodigy in the eastern desolate continent. Some were still discussing that Buddha's fury lotus, formed by the fusion of 2 different fires. Some mourned and sang about their lost youth. Even more were wary of the future of the Jun family, which had first produced Jun Qianyu and now Ning Ye, who knew what terrifying force they would grow into in the future. In just one day, Ning Ye, with his Buddha's fury lotus and the title of Jun Qianyu's fiancé, became the most popular person on the 9 heavens continent. Yanyun Dynasty, Yanju Palace. Consort Wan looked at the note in her hand, her pair of enchanting and sinister beautiful eyes filled with rage. These past few days, she had exhausted all means to investigate Ning Ye's whereabouts, but who would have thought that Ning Ye was not in trouble at all, nor was he kidnapped? It was clear that all the demonic path-strong cultivators of her Sun Moon demonic cult were killed by Ning Ye. She had been played by Ning Ye. Bastard. This guy actually hid himself so deeply. The soul-slaying curse was actually useless against him. This past year, this little rascal has been playing the pig to eat the tiger. Consort Wan bit her cherry lips with her pearly teeth, her beautiful and charming face filled with coldness. The more she thought, the angrier she got, until finally, unable to control the strength in her hand, she crushed the wine glass with an asterisk crack. Creak. The palace gates opened. A woman wearing a magnificent crimson gold long dress stepped into Yanju Palace. The newcomer was Luo Jia, the goddess of the Yanyun Dynasty. Seeing Luo Jia, Consort Wan couldn't help but let out a soft snort and said, HMPH. This little rascal played both of us. Now, under the protection of the 3,000 Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry, he is already on his way to Wudu martial capital, and will arrive in a few days. What do you plan to do now? Hearing this, Luo Jia glanced at Consort Wan, then her red lips parted slightly as she said, There's no chance. Once he enters Tianmen Pass, it's the territory of the Junlin Imperial Dynasty. Neither my people, nor yours can act recklessly in the Junlin Imperial Dynasty. That's right. Consort Wan nodded. The Junlin Imperial Dynasty was a deep pool, and even her Sun Moon demonic cult could not act as freely there as in the Yanyun Dynasty. At this point, both of them fell silent in unison, and the atmosphere became somewhat subdued. After a while, Luo Jia suddenly looked at Consort Wan and spoke. Since that's the case, then you should personally make a trip to the Junlin Imperial Dynasty and bring him back. What? Hearing this, Consort Wan's pretty face changed. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Luo Jia's icy cold gaze and the words caught in her throat. Things in the Yanyun Dynasty are almost settled. You're no longer needed here. So, I'll have to ask you to personally go and bring him back. After all, you promised, didn't you? Luo Jia said to Consort Wan with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Consort Wan couldn't help but recall that she had indeed promised Luo Jia that she would capture Ning Ye and throw him onto her bed. At this moment, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, Ning Ye, this little rascal, is not simple. Now, it seems the soul-slaying curse is completely useless against him, and he also has the strength to sweep through that group of prodigies in the eastern desolate continent. Moreover, he can even create that Buddha's fury lotus, formed by the fusion of 2 different fires, to blast and kill the divine punishment elder of the evil sect. So this matter won't be easy. Hee. Luo Jia couldn't help but smile when she heard this and asked, What, you've lost confidence? Are you afraid of going to the Junlin Imperial Dynasty, or are you afraid of that Buddha's fury lotus? HMPH. Consort Wan snorted coldly upon hearing this and said, This seed is not Zai Shan. Even if the Buddha's fury lotus is strong, what of it? Can it still harm this seed? Good. Luo Jia nodded noncommittally, then said, Wan Zioner. I await your triumphant return. With that, she no longer hesitated, turned, and walked out of Yanju Palace. Standing outside the palace, Luo Jia looked up at the beautiful starry sky, gazing in the direction of the Junlin Imperial Dynasty, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ning Ye, oh Ning Ye. You really played a cruel trick on me. But you did give me a surprise. I really want to see you more and more. Hasa. With that, a gentle breeze blew, and Luo Jia vanished from before the palace without a trace. After Luo Jia left, Wan Ziner stood up and paced back and forth. Just as Luo Jia said, the matters of the Yanyun Dynasty were almost prepared, and she indeed had nothing else to do. Since that was the case, she might as well personally go to the Junlin Imperial Dynasty and capture Ning Ye. Although she didn't know why Luo Jia was so fixated on Ning Ye, she understood that Ning Ye seemed to truly be the most important link in Luo Jia's plan. The orders from the higher-ups of the Sun Moon demonic cult were also to unconditionally obey Luo Jia. And if she wanted to ascend to the position of cult master of the Sun Moon demonic cult in the future, she would still have to rely on Luo Jia. Since that was the case, she didn't mind personally helping Luo Jia once, considering it as returning a favor. Fine. This seat will make a trip to the Junlin Imperial Dynasty. Damn it, I have to see that woman again. So annoying. Wan Zioner shook her head, even letting out a vulgarity completely out of character for her status. Earlier, Luo Jia had asked her why she was so resistant to going to the Junlin Imperial Dynasty. What was she afraid of? In fact, she wasn't afraid of the Junlin Imperial family, nor was she afraid of Ning Ye's Buddha's Fury Lotus. She just didn't want to see a certain woman who was currently in charge of the Junlin Imperial Dynasty. This woman, like her, was from heaven above heaven, but she came from the sun-moon demonic cult, while that woman came from another sect in heaven above heaven, the Yin-Yang sect. For many years, she and that woman had always been at odds. However, now that woman held a high position and power in the Junlin Imperial Dynasty, thriving there. If she wanted to take Ning Ye away from Wudu, martial capital, she would only be able to seek that woman's help. And the thought of having to humble herself and ask that woman for help immediately filled her with irritation. But at this point she had no other choice. Meanwhile, just as the Nine Heavens continent was undergoing a period of great change, the 3,000 Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry had already escorted Ning Ye's carriage to the foot of Wudu, martial capital, city. Daddy, are we there yet? Susu's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed unblinkingly at the vast and magnificent immortal city before her, asking curiously. We're here. Now we're really here. Ning Ye slowly nodded, then took a deep breath. At this moment, the thought of that woman being in this brightly lit, continent-renowned immortal ancient city before him made his heart inexplicably start to beat faster. 35. The moment that decides fate has arrived. 10th Prince, Your Highness. Wudu martial capital has arrived. Outside the carriage, Sergeant Chu Wenkai respectfully reminded him. Go in. Ning Ye nodded, thinking that he had finally reached this point. Yes. Chu Wenkai nodded upon hearing this. He first sent the 3,000 Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry back to the Shent's camp stationed outside Wudu martial capital. And then, with only a dozen Divine Strategy Iron Cavalry soldiers protecting Ning Ye's carriage, slowly drove into the magnificent ancient city before them, Wudu, martial capital. Rumble. The city gates of Wudu, martial capital, opened. As Ning Ye officially stepped into Wudu martial capital, it immediately caused a stir. Countless cultivators and commoners of Wudu martial capital stood on both sides of the long street, curiously observing the carriage. They were very curious about what the 10th Prince, Your Highness, who was now famous throughout the continent, actually looked like. Was he as stunning and dazzling as the legends claimed? After all, Ning Ye would soon be the prince consort of the Shent's military prefecture, and the second Miss Jun of the Shent's military prefecture was a more revered existence in the hearts of Wudu martial capital's commoners than even an empire princess. If Ning Ye did not live up to his reputation, they certainly would not give him a good reception. Daddy, why are all these people looking at us? Susu looked through the curtain at the eager and curious Wudu martial capital, commoners and cultivators, and couldn't help but ask. Because they all like Susu. Ning Ye gently ruffled Susu's soft hair and replied softly. Is that so? Susu stared at Ning Ye without blinking, then whispered. But they don't even know me. Why would they like me? Ning Ye smiled and said meaningfully. It doesn't matter. Because in the near future, they will soon get to know us. Susu nodded heavily. Although she didn't know what Ning Ye meant, she had never doubted his words. It is worth mentioning that as Ning Ye's carriage traveled along the long streets of Wudu martial capital, various forces, a mixed bag of dragons and fish, within Wudu martial capital, all received this news. From this moment on, Wudu martial capital, which had been as calm as a tranquil lake, began to stir with hidden currents. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a magnificent mansion. A large character for Jun on it once again tensed Ning Ye's nerves. 10th Prince, Your Highness. We've arrived. Chu Wenkai reminded him softly. Good. Ning Ye nodded. He took the bewildered Susu's hand and stepped down from the carriage. At this moment, he saw a woman with a fiery figure, dressed in a tight outfit, standing with her hands behind her back in front of the mansion. This woman was none other than the handsome, young man, Kaianai from Tianmen Pass. Indeed. She returned to Wudu, martial capital, early. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow. We meet again. 10th Prince, Your Highness. Kaianai smiled slightly at Ning Ye. Yes. We meet again. Ning Ye also smiled. Let's go. Into the mansion. Kaianai said no more, directly turned around, and led Ning Ye and Susu into the Jun family mansion. As soon as they stepped into the mansion, a refreshing scent of peach blossoms wafted into their nostrils. Daddy. It smells so good. Susu, smelling the intoxicating peach blossom scent, couldn't help but excitedly shake Ning Ye's arm. It smells very good. Ning Ye nodded. He knew that Jun Kaianyu's favorite flower was the peach blossom, so it was normal for the Jun family mansion to have a peach blossom forest. Dumb Daddy. Kaianai, very sensitive, caught these two words and couldn't help but glance at Susu, who was wearing a bamboo hat. However, she quickly withdrew her gaze, because she knew that this young girl was the one Ning Ye had risked offending the evil sect to rescue from the myriad evil mansion, and this young girl couldn't possibly be Ning Ye's daughter. But the question arose, why did the young girl call Ning Ye daddy? And what was the young girl's true identity? Just as her thoughts raced, but she couldn't figure it out. She had already led Ning Ye and Su Su into a magnificent palace. This palace was named Minju Palace, and was the Jun family's palace for entertaining important guests. Entering the palace, Ning Ye found that the banquet had already been prepared, clearly timed by the Jun family. However, he didn't see the person he wanted to see here, while Su Su, looking at the table laden with delicacies, couldn't help but swallow. This small detail was also noticed by Kainai, who couldn't help but curl her lips into a slight smile and said, "Prince Consort, no need to be polite." Hearing this, Su Su looked up at Ning Ye with anticipation and whispered, "Daddy, I'm hungry." "Go ahead." Ning Ye smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Su joyfully removed her bamboo hat, revealing her true face. Silver hair, red eyes, a beauty so exquisite it was enchanting. Kainai was somewhat stunned the moment she saw Su Su. She had never imagined that the young girl beside Ning Ye could be so beautiful. Most importantly, when she looked at the young girl, she felt a suffocating, weightless sensation as if her soul was freezing. Satisfied now, Ning Ye saw Kainai standing there in a daze, and asked indifferently. Actually, from the moment he got out of the carriage, he had noticed that Kainai had been paying attention to Su Su. Clearly, the first order Jun Kainyu had given Kainai was to figure out Su Su's identity. However, he wasn't worried about Su Su's Ghost Spirit Royal Clan identity being exposed, because in terms of appearance, the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan's features only became obvious when their bloodline matured. For example, their crimson eyes would turn a light golden color. Therefore, as long as Su Su didn't make a move at this time, everything would be fine. Kainai smiled and didn't say much, only stating, "Your Highness, please eat." "What about her?" Ning Ye looked at Kainai with a serious expression. "No rush." Kainai shook her head and replied with a smile. "Young miss will see you very soon." Hearing this, Ning Ye said no more. He just walked to the dining table, served a bowl of abalone and rice mushroom porridge to replenish chi and blood, and began to feed Su Su. After sleeping for 10,000 years in the 10,000-year profound ice, dietary supplements were a crucial part of restoring normal bloodline circulation. "Su Su, open your mouth." Ning Ye picked up the spoon and brought it to Su Su's mouth. "Ugh." Su Su obediently opened her small mouth and contentedly ate the abalone and rice mushroom porridge Ning Ye fed her. As the exquisite deliciousness melted in her mouth, the chi and blood in her body gradually warmed up, and the little girl's eyes happily curved into beautiful crescents. "Is it delicious?" Ning Ye asked with a smile. "Delicious." Su Su nodded heavily, then asked, "Oh daddy, why aren't you eating?" Ning Ye smiled, shook his head and replied, "Daddy isn't hungry." Seeing this scene, Kai and I didn't know what to say. She just felt that Ning Ye really seemed to be raising this silver-haired young girl as his daughter. And just then, the sound transmission jade at her waist suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Kai and I nodded at Ning Ye and said with a solemn expression, "10th Prince, Your Highness. Come with me. Young miss, she is waiting for you at Shen's tower." "Who?" Ning Ye took a deep breath upon hearing this, and muttered to himself with a solemn expression. This moment has finally arrived. 36. That woman met the villain Jun Kainyu for the first time. Ding, system notification, check-in mission refreshed. Check-in location, Shen's military prefecture, Shen's tower. Check-in reward unknown. Listening to the system notification in his ear, Ning Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm himself, then stood up and said to Su Su, "Let's go." Su Su. "Oh. Okay." Su Su heard him, and she very obediently put down her bowl. Although she wasn't full yet, she would listen to anything Ning Ye said. "What? Is young Miss Su Su coming too?" Kai and I asked Ning Ye with a playful expression. "What? No." Ning Ye frowned. His plan wasn't complete yet, so the future was still an unknown. Given this, he naturally couldn't leave Su Su alone in this dangerous place. "You can." Kai and I shrugged indifferently. Since her young miss hadn't forbidden it, it meant it was allowed. With that, she led Ning Ye and Su Su out of Bright Moon Palace and towards the Shen's tower, which stood in the center of Shen's military prefecture. After passing through a luxurious area of pavilions and towers, Kai and I finally brought Ning Ye to a towering structure that reached into the clouds. "Prince Consort, young miss is waiting for you on top of Shen's tower." Kai and I pointed to the peak of the tower, then glanced at Su Su again before turning and leaving. "Let's go." Ning Ye took Su Su's hand, took another deep breath, and then stepped onto the tower. "Daddy, who are we going to see? Is it that woman?" Su Su asked curiously. Ning Ye hummed softly. He had to admit that his heart was suspended at this moment. Every step he took on the stairs made his heart beat faster. After all, he was about to meet the legendary That Woman. If he took a wrong step next, it would be eternal damnation. "Oh." Su Su nodded thoughtfully. She was thinking that since her daddy was so serious, it meant that woman they were about to meet must be very important to him. So, what should she call her later? Mommy, or bad woman? She'd better wait and see. Meanwhile, as Ning Ye and Susu were lost in their own thoughts, they had already arrived at the top of Shen's tower. Here, it was as if one stood at the peak, able to overlook the entire Junlin city. It was a summer night, with countless summer stars adorning the sky, and a mysterious moon hanging high. As a gentle breeze blew, peach blossoms drifted on the viewing platform, and the scent of tea was refreshing. A graceful figure entered Ning Ye's sight. She wore an embroidered white gold long dress that swept the floor, outlining her exquisite figure. As the summer breeze blew, her 3,000 strands of dark hair, casually draped behind her, swayed with the wind. Second Miss Jun Kaian-yu. That woman. Ning Ye adjusted his breathing. Just as he was about to check in, he saw her slowly turn around. At this moment, the light of the stars and moon gently showered upon her, making her incredibly bright and sacred. Her willow-like eyebrows were exquisite, filled with heroism and nobility. A silk scarf, engraved with moon carvings, was wrapped around her eyes, making her mysterious and ethereal. Below the silk scarf, her delicate and elegant nose, paired with lips as moist and red as rose petals after rain. It had to be said, her face seemed to have been created only after exhausting the gods' efforts and a lifetime's luck, beautiful as a dream and illusion. The first impression was one of boundless amazement, followed by an impactful, cold, and peerless beauty. She simply stood there, and the entire world seemed to become her backdrop for her. Even Ning Ye, who had been mentally prepared for this, couldn't help but hold his breath and stand still for several seconds. And Susu beside him had her mouth wide open, her mind a blank. The little girl swallowed and stammered in awe. So beautiful. That's right, Jun Kaian-yu's face possessed the magical power to captivate both men and women. Before Ning Ye could speak, he heard a magnetic, elder sister-like voice, unique to a female in a position of power, resonate in his ears. Ning Ye, 10th prince of the Yanyun Dynasty. Cultivated at 3 years old. Reached the peak of acquired body tempering at 7. Achieved the innate realm at 10. Reached the peak of transcendent at 17, only one step away from the star-gathering level. Afterward, he was afflicted with the soul-devouring curse, losing all his cultivation and sight, becoming a cripple. In your future, you should have been imprisoned in the harem by Luo Jia and eventually committed suicide in despair. But now you have come before this young lady. May your highness ask what exactly changed your fated future? Holy crab. Ning Ye was a bit disoriented upon hearing these words. What the hell did he just hear? It was his original life script, or rather, his original path of destiny. Now, it was being spoken verbatim from Jun Kaian-yu's mouth. What is going on? Could it be that Jun Kaian-yu is also a transmigrator? A bold thought surged into his mind. And Ning Ye, with a tentative attitude, whispered. Big hammer 80, how much for a small hammer? The words fell. Silence. Still silence. Jun Kaian-yu frowned, clearly not understanding what Ning Ye meant. She had anticipated many scenarios for her first meeting with Ning Ye and the words they would exchange, but Ning Ye's first sentence had bewildered her, or rather, disrupted her rhythm. What did you say? Jun Kaian-yu frowned slightly. Looks like not. Ning Ye saw Jun Kaian-yu's confusion, couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a small sigh of relief, then quickly checked in. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the check-in and obtaining Jun Kaian-yu's exclusive entry panel. Ding, system notification, entries loading. The system's voice fell. Several entries immediately appeared in Ning Ye's mind. Name Jun Kaian-yu. Age 24. Love interest none. Divine ability. Sealed heavenly Dao I can predict the future, see fragments of the future, and also predict and deduce the fated trajectory of cultivators. System notification. Sealed heavenly Dao I, Crimson Blood Dragon Soul can unlock the first seal. System notification. Entries about Jun Kaian-yu will increase and be supplemented as the heavenly Dao I is unsealed. So she possesses the sealed heavenly Dao I. That's why she could see my original fated trajectory. Predicting the future, deducing destiny's trajectory. She possesses such heaven-defying methods. No wonder she could become the most unsolvable villainous great boss of Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens. Ning Ye sighed, took a deep breath, calmed himself, then looked up, staring at Jun Kaian-yu without blinking, asking her the question she had just posed. I wonder, second Miss Jun, what do you think changed my future? Upon hearing this, Jun Kaian-yu was silent for a moment. A faint curve appeared on her lips, and she said playfully, without any restraint. Most likely, the reverse moon heavenly saber. Am I right, this young lady? 37. Ning Ye, who knows everything, her murderous intent is boiling. Indeed. When Ning Ye heard Jun Kaian-yu reveal one of her strongest trump cards, he didn't feel surprised or panicked. Instead, he was excited. Because he knew that in the late stage of Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, Jun Kaian-yu had also been searching for the reverse moon heavenly saber, and the most important reason for this was that, in the original storyline of Nijiyushin against the Nine Heavens, Jun Kainyu knew the method to unseal the reverse moon heavenly saber from the very beginning, and she also knew its power, which was why she was so persistent. Now, with him standing before her, she could inexplicably sense the presence of the reverse moon heavenly saber, which seemed to further prove this point. The heavenly saber is in my hand. Ning Ye nodded. By now, Jun Kainyu already knew, so there was no need to hide it anymore. He might as well admit it openly. Upon hearing this, Jun Kainyu's smile on her stunningly cold and beautiful face grew even wider. What, you want to snatch it? Ning Ye asked impolitely. No need. Jun Kainyu shook her head, then spoke meaningfully. Now that you have obtained the reverse moon heavenly saber, it means your bloodline and potential have been recognized by it. So feeling regret is real. Snatching it, there's no need and it's meaningless now. After all life perishes, the saber shatters. Hearing this, Ning Ye didn't question it. Because just as Jun Kainyu said, the reverse moon heavenly saber had already recognized him as its master. Even she couldn't snatch it away, and even if she killed him, it would be useless. But the question arose, if Jun Kainyu wasn't after the reverse moon heavenly saber, then what was she after? Second Miss Jun, why did you dispatch 3,000 divine iron cavalry to Tianmen Pass? Ning Ye asked the question he most wanted to know at that moment. He wanted to confirm whether Jun Kainyu's objective was the same as what he thought. Jun Kainyu chuckled upon hearing this, then asked back with interest. Then, 10th Prince Your Highness, you clearly like goddess Luo Jia, so why did you accept that marriage contract with this young lady? Hearing this, Ning Ye paused for a moment, then replied. Since you know I was afflicted with the soul-devouring curse when I was 17. Then you should also know why I chose to leave the Yanyun Dynasty, right? Jun Kainyu nodded and teased. It seems 10th Prince Your Highness is not the naive and innocent person of legend after all. You also know you were set up. And the one who set you up is goddess Luo Jia. Are you trying to escape Yanyun by means of a marriage contract? That's right. Ning Ye neither confirmed nor denied Jun Kainyu's words. However, Jun Kainyu paused, then suddenly changed the subject. It seems there's more to it than that. Ning Ye hummed softly, then said. Some debts. I have to settle them myself. Some people, I have to kill them myself. Whether it's Luo Jia or others. Others? Jun Kainyu heard this keyword, and the smile on her stunningly cold and beautiful face grew even wider by 3 points. What? The person you mentioned, could it be the emperor of Yanyun, Yan Zioao? Upon hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but fall silent, thinking to himself that Jun Kainyu with a silk scarf covering her eyes had lost her sight, just like he once did. But unlike him, she now possessed a sealed heavenly Dao eye, making her seemingly omniscient, seeing and knowing even more. Yes. Ning Ye didn't hide it. His meeting with Jun Kainyu today was a truth-telling session. There was nothing left to conceal. HMPH. Jun Kainyu snorted lightly upon hearing this, saying, I have to say, 10th Prince Your Highness, you have quite a nerve. Heffy. Ning Ye couldn't help but laugh mockingly upon hearing this. Second Miss Jun's nerve is not small either. Lo. Jun Kainyu raised an eyebrow and asked with interest. I wonder, where does 10th Prince Your Highness's remark come from? The crucial moment had arrived. A faint glimmer flashed in Ning Ye's eyes. He took a deep breath, then deepened his tone and spoke in a low voice. Second Miss Jun. To be honest, I also know a little about your affairs. Therefore, I have to say your courage is truly great. Tell me. Jun Kainyu picked up her teacup and took a sip of clear tea. She was curious about what Ning Ye knew about her. At 9 years old, you first stepped onto the battlefield, breaking through 1,000 armies with a single sword. At 10 years old, you stole the Rakshasa banner from Rakshasa Manor. At 11, you were hunted by Rakshasa Manor, but at 12, you single-handedly annihilated Rakshasa Manor. At 13, you went to the 9 Heavens holy city, drew out the holy sword, but then put it back, infuriating those old geezers in the holy city, which became the talk of the entire continent. At 14, you disregarded the entire Jun family's objections and resolutely went to the desperate situation Great Wall, training for 3 years. At 17, you returned from the desperate situation Great Wall. Your eyes were blind, but you became the Yanyun Dynasty's youngest Grand General. Ning Ye recounted Jun Kainyu's glorious past achievements, as if listing family treasures. Jun Kainyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She shook her head and spoke with great disdain and mockery. 10th Prince Your Highness. These things are well known throughout the 9 Heavens continent. Knowing only this, you can't say you understand me. Ning Ye nodded noncommittally, then continued to add. These things are indeed well known. But what I want to say is, at 14, when you went outside the desperate situation Great Wall, you seem to have met someone. And obtained something, or rather, a legacy. Am I right? Lo. Jun Kainyu put down her teacup, her interest piqued. I guess, outside the desperate situation Great Wall, you met your elder sister Jun Wulei. I guess, your elder sister told you some extraordinary things. I guess, your eyes aren't blind but rather, because you obtained the legacy of the sealed heavenly Dao Eye, you temporarily lost your sight. Ning Ye said these 3 sentences with a smile. And the moment his words fell, Ning Ye saw the playful smile on Jun Kainyu's stunningly cold and beautiful face disappear, replaced by an ancient, unyielding chill. Jun Kainyu's heart was in turmoil. In Nijiyushin, Against the Nine Heavens, the first CG scene about Jun Kainyu was when the 14-year-old Jun Kainyu met the missing eldest young miss of the Jun family, Jun Wulei. Jun Wulei told Jun Kainyu some things, which later led to Jun Kainyu overthrowing the Yanyun Dynasty and embarking step by step on the path of a great villain conquering the Nine Heavens world. As for what was said, no one knew, but many high-level players of Nijiyushin, Against the Nine Heavens, speculated that it might be related to the 2 sisters' origins or their most mysterious mother. And the heavenly Dao Eye was information given by the check-in entry, so it could now be used directly as a bargaining chip. It seems I was right. Ning Ye smiled and teased Jun Kainyu, who looked a bit out of sorts. Keep going. What else do you know? Jun Kainyu tapped the table with her jade hand. These things were her greatest secrets. How did Ning Ye know them? It had to be said that Ning Ye had truly piqued her interest, a great deal of interest. Ning Ye straightened his thoughts slightly, then continued to speak as if listing family treasures. After returning to the Yanyun Dynasty from the desperate situation Great Wall, you became the youngest Grand General of the Empire. At this time, you had already become the second person, after your father Jun Mohui, capable of commanding the Shen's army. In the following years, you rapidly developed your own forces, secretly establishing your exclusive power, the Anding District Stabilization Area. With iron-fisted methods, you purged all underground forces in Wudu martial capital. Anyone unwilling to join your forces would be ruthlessly eliminated by the Anding District Stabilization Area. Thus, during the day, Wudu martial capital belonged to the Junlin imperial family, but at night, Wudu martial capital was yours, Jun Kainyu's, to command, wasn't it? Oh right, after that, you set your sights on the Nangong family, the Junlin dynasty's foremost wealthy family. In less than a year, you found an opportunity to stage a brilliant trick. A Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. A Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter is a metaphor for a scheme to replace a real prince with a fake one. The young lord of the Nangong family was killed by your people, and the current young lord, Nangong Miao, was replaced by one of your Anding District Stabilization Area members. So now, the entire Nangong family has completely become your private treasury, am I right? Of course, what I admire most is your massacre of the Xiao family, one of your 4 great Junlin warlord families. Xiao Chang, the eldest young master of the Xiao family, was getting married in Gusu City, but on the day of the wedding, the heads of the main branch of the Xiao family exploded one by one in a grand spectacle that is still widely circulated in Wudu, martial capital, and even throughout Junlin. Now, many people in the Junlin dynasty speculate that this incident was done by your Jun family, but it's not, because your father, Jun Mohui, truly knows nothing. All of this is your masterpiece, second Miss Jun. Hearing this, Jun Kainyu suddenly stood up. The temperature at the top of the entire Shen's tower had dropped to freezing point. Although it was summer, it made people feel a biting cold, as if in an ice cave. A good story. But you forgot to say, why would this young lady do these insane and heinous things? Jun Kainyu's voice now completely lacked the playful tone from before, leaving only utter coldness. Ning Ye shook his head with a light chuckle, then took a deep breath, looked up and stared intently at Jun Kainyu, speaking in a deep, direct voice. Naturally, it's the same as me, to assassinate the monarch and overthrow imperial power. 38. The big villain becomes a partner tonight, Christmas Eve. The moment the words fell, Jun Kainyu, with her hands behind her back, walked slowly and silently towards Ning Ye and Susu. Thump 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 thump. Her footsteps at this moment were like the approaching steps of death. In an instant, the thick shadow of death enveloped Ning Ye and Susu. The icy killing intent, like the fiercest wind and snow on the peak of a snowy mountain, scraped against Ning Ye and Susu's cheeks, causing them pain. Daddy! Run! Susu looked at Jun Kainyu, who was walking towards them step by step, her face extremely pale. She had never felt this way before. Facing Jun Kainyu was like looking into an unfathomable abyss. The fear that surged from the depths of her soul made her whole body weak, but even so, she gritted her teeth and firmly stood in front of Ning Ye, wanting to protect him. At this moment, Jun Kainyu had already walked in front of Susu. She extended her jade hand and gently placed it on Susu's cheek, her red lips slightly parted as she said playfully, "Ghost Spirit Royal Clan girl. Your future self is truly beautiful. Especially your eyes. They're almost a third as good as this young lady's." You! Susu looked at Jun Kainyu with a terrified expression, the powerful oppressive feeling causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably like a banana leaf in the rain. She didn't know what nonsense Jun Kainyu was saying, but she could feel that in front of Jun Kainyu, all the power in her body was frozen, and she could only let her do as she pleased. Indeed, Susu's identity still couldn't be hidden from her. Ning Ye shook his head, once again lamenting the terrifying nature of the heavenly Dao Eye. Then, hardening his heart, he pulled Susu behind him and looked intently at Jun Kainyu in front of him, saying, "You won't kill me." Lo. Jun Kainyu heard this, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Why? Is it because you are the saber master of the reverse moon heavenly saber? Or because you know the Buddha's fury lotus, which is famous in the 9 heavens? Or because you are now the so-called #1 prodigy in the eastern desolate region? Wait, could it be because of that marriage contract with this young lady? I'm sure His Highness the 10th Prince wouldn't be that naive." "None of those." Ning Ye shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Because from the beginning, Second Miss Jun never intended to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent the 3,000 divine strategy iron cavalry to protect me, and Susu on our way to Wudu, martial capital." Jun Kainyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She responded amusingly, "Perhaps this young lady was just curious about you." "Perhaps." Ning Ye nodded noncommittally, and then continued, "I guess Second Miss Jun isn't just curious about me. Your initial plan was to use me as bait, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Jun Kainyu didn't speak, but just stood quietly in place. She wanted to know what Ning Ye would say next. Ning Ye then briefly organized his thoughts, and then slowly revealed his conjecture to Jun Kainyu. "Wudu martial capital today. During the day, it's in the Empress's hands. At night, it's in your hands. Your forces are evenly matched, making it difficult to determine who is superior. But only one opportunity is needed to break the balance. So, your initial plan was to use me as bait. You guessed that if I came to Wudu martial capital, the Empress would definitely not be able to sit still. She would be the first to bite this bait, launching an attack on your Jun family, and by then, you would have surely made thorough preparations. Although, I still don't know your specific plan, I'm sure what awaits her will not be a good outcome. Second Miss Jun, am I right?" In fact, from the moment the 3,000 divine strategy iron cavalry arrived at Tianmen Pass, he had been guessing what Jun Kainyu's purpose was, but at that time, he had no clue. However, on the way from Tianmen Pass to Wudu martial capital, he carefully analyzed the current situation in Wudu martial capital, and Jun Kainyu's behavior patterns, and he vaguely guessed that things were most likely like this. Hearing this, Jun Kainyu was silent for a moment, then she couldn't help but nod in praise. "His Highness the 10th Prince. Truly extraordinarily intelligent. So, are you willing to be this young lady's bait?" "Unwilling." Ning Ye refused Jun Kainyu without even thinking. After all, he knew this woman too well. Bait and pawns are discarded after use, and he wasn't that foolish. Upon hearing these 3 words, Jun Kainyu showed no emotional fluctuations, as if she had already guessed it. So, she let out a bored hum and said, "HMPH, since that's the case, what good is keeping you to this young lady?" Whoosh. Ning Ye took a deep breath and answered Jun Kainyu's question. "Cooperation. You and I cooperate. You help me unseal the seal of the reverse moon heavenly saber. I help you unseal the seal of the heavenly Dao Eye. How about it?" Hearing this, Jun Kainyu was stunned for a moment. She asked with a very suspicious tone, "Oh, you know how to unseal the heavenly Dao Eye?" "Naturally I do." Ning Ye nodded. "Why should this young lady believe you?" Jun Kainyu frowned. She didn't know how to remove the seal of the heavenly Dao Eye herself, so how could Ning Ye know? However, she then thought that this might not be impossible. After all, Ning Ye had too many secrets. He knew things he should and shouldn't know, so perhaps Ning Ye really did know how to unseal the heavenly Dao Eye. And she had lost her sight when she was 17, and it had been 7 whole years now. She was truly fed up. Crimson blood dragon soul. Ning Ye did not hide it, and directly informed Jun Kainyu. The information given in the sign-in entry for unsealing the heavenly Dao Eye was Crimson Blood Dragon Soul. And the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon was precisely the sacred beast protecting the Junlin Imperial Dynasty, and also the foundation of the empire. In fact, according to the original plotline of Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, in at most 3 years, Jun Kainyu would be able to overthrow the entire Junlin Imperial Dynasty. At that time, she would naturally slaughter the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon, refine its Crimson Blood Dragon Soul, unseal the Heavenly Dao Eye, and regain her sight. But the key problem was that the current Jun Kainyu didn't know this yet. The sealed Heavenly Dao Eye could see fragments of the future, but it couldn't see its own. So what Ning Ye was using now was this information asymmetry. He wanted to make a deal with Jun Kainyu. As his voice fell, Jun Kainyu's delicate brows slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Ning Ye, Ning Ye. You've given this young lady another reason why I must overthrow the Junlin imperial power. So, now you also know what cooperating with this young lady means, right?" "Naturally." Ning Ye nodded. Unsealing the heavenly Dao Eye meant overthrowing the Junlin imperial power. He had thought this through very clearly. And he also believed that Jun Kaienyu also understood that if she cooperated with him, the time it would take for her to overthrow the Junlin imperial power would be greatly shortened. This was his confidence. Hearing this, Jun Kaienyu was silent for a long time, and Ning Ye quietly waited for her decision. Every second that followed felt as long as a century. If Jun Kaienyu was willing to cooperate with him, then everything would naturally be fine. If not, then he would have to find a way to escape. As time passed by minute, finally, Jun Kaienyu seemed to have made up her mind. She slowly spoke. Imperial Palace. Scripture Pavilion. 9th floor Forbidden Land. A drop of the blood of the Red Dragon, Chailong Jiaizhu. Happy cooperation. At this point, Jun Kaienyu extended her jade hand towards Ning Ye. Seeing this, Ning Ye's hanging heart finally relaxed. He raised his hand, grasped Jun Kaienyu's jade hand, and let out a long breath, responding. Happy cooperation. The jade hand was slightly cool, like cherry wine. Ning Ye simply shook Jun Kaienyu's hand briefly, and then withdrew his own. Now that Jun Kaienyu had revealed how to unlock the second seal of the reverse moon heavenly saber, it meant she was sincere in her cooperation. Since this was the case, he had now succeeded in a large part of his plan. Since it's cooperation. Then, second Miss Jun, why don't you tell me what's our next step? Ning Ye asked curiously. Wait. Jun Kaienyu simply replied with one word. Wait for what? Ning Ye was a little confused. Hearing this, Jun Kaienyu's red lips curved into a slight smile as she said. Naturally, we wait for her to come find you. With that, Jun Kaienyu stretched. Then with light lotus steps, she glided past Ning Ye and Su Su and headed down from the Shen's tower, finally leaving only one sentence. Ning Ye. From now on, you will live in the west courtyard next to my sleeping quarters. It's quiet there, very suitable for you. Get some rest early. After Jun Kaienyu left the Shen's tower, Su Su, relieved, her legs gave out, and she directly sat on the ground. Her back was now soaked with cold sweat, and she felt a sense of surviving a disaster. Daddy, you're not really going to marry this woman in the future, are you? She's so scary. Su Su, slumped on the ground, looked up at Ning Ye pitifully. Clearly, the little girl's apprehension and fear of Jun Kaienyu had reached their peak. Who knows? Ning Ye squatted down and gently ruffled Su Su's soft silver hair, shaking his head helplessly. Seeing Jun Kaienyu today, her oppressive aura was indeed too strong, and most importantly, her cultivation strength was unfathomable. But if he remembered correctly, at this point in time, Jun Kaienyu could kill Legend Realm powerhouses as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. And thinking that he would have to find a way to deal with this woman in the future, even Ning Ye felt a headache. Forget it, from now on we'll take it one step at a time. Ning Ye sighed, then he carried Su Su, who was weak all over and couldn't walk, slowly down the Shen's tower. Today, although it was very difficult, the goal was ultimately achieved. The big villain, Jun Kaienyu, actually became his partner. No matter what tonight, it's a peaceful night. 39. The Queen's Trick. Damn it, the love poison is on the way. Shen's military prefecture, West Courtyard, with small bridges and flowing water. The summer night breeze stirred up countless summer flowers, scattering them in the air, quiet and pleasant. Bad woman. Don't come over. Don't touch daddy. Su Su will fight you to the death. Woo-wee-woo. Ning Ye sat under the banyan tree in the small courtyard, looking with amusement at Su Su, who was sleeping with her head on his lap, her fists clenched, muttering in her dreams. He thought, sure enough, Jun Kaienyu's oppressive feeling and fear are still too great for Su Su. The little girl can't even escape Jun Kaienyu's shadow in her dreams. This is only after meeting her once. What will happen in the future? Shaking his head, Ning Ye came back to his senses and began to try to clear his thoughts. Junlin Dynasty. The night belongs to second Miss Jun. The day is under her control. And she is the current empress of Junlin, Yun Jin. But in the original storyline of Nai Jiyushin against the Nine Heavens, Yun Jin died several years ago, killed by Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin Yang sect, one of the 10 great demonic sects of heaven above heaven, and was secretly replaced. As for Emperor Jun Lin, the martial emperor, he has been in seclusion for several years, not attending to court affairs, and has been accompanied by the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon in the Junlin Forbidden Land, attempting to break through to the Sacred Realm and reach the Divine Concealment Realm. It is precisely because of this that he gave Mu Lingxi the opportunity for this scheme of stealing the heavens and replacing the sun. Tusk, poor martial emperor, he probably doesn't know that his imperial dynasty is about to fall apart. After clarifying the general situation of the Junlin dynasty, Ning Ye then meaningfully cast his gaze towards the Junlin imperial palace and muttered to himself. If it's Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin Yang sect, then next making a move against me, that would truly be the best choice. Indeed, all of this is within Jun Kaienyu's calculations. But I'm very curious, how will you make a move against me? The methods won't be too dirty, will they? Speaking of this, Ning Ye couldn't help but rub his temples. He knew that the Yin-Yang sect and the Joyous Union sect were not much different, and in fact, their methods were even dirtier. So, he had to be extra vigilant in facing that former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, one of the 10 great demonic sects of heaven above heaven. Shen's military prefecture, Shenyu Palace. Kaianai looked at Jun Kaianyu with a bewildered expression and asked, "Young miss, are you really going to cooperate with that Ning Ye guy? Didn't you plan to use him as bait before?" Upon hearing this, Jun Kaianyu comfortably drank a cup of fine wine and casually replied, "Plans change. It's very normal. Moreover, this is a win-win situation, so of course, it must be done. All right, the one in the Imperial Palace will make a move soon, you go and prepare." In her opinion, cooperating with Ning Ye not only held great strategic significance but also allowed her to unseal the seal of her heavenly Dao Eye. Since that was the case, why wouldn't she do it? Yes. Kaianai nodded, then turned and left. After Kaianai left, Jun Kaianyu slowly put down her wine glass and murmured, "Ning Ye, that guy. He really has many secrets. Could this guy also have a legacy or methods similar to this young lady's heavenly Dao Eye? Otherwise, how could this guy know so much about this young lady's various affairs in such detail? Heh, what an interesting guy." It must be said that her meeting with Ning Ye at Shen's tower tonight had greatly shocked her. She felt as if she had no secrets in front of Ning Ye. Ning Ye seemed to know everything about her. But Ning Ye was like a ball of mist, making her unable to see through him or guess his intentions. This was the first time she had ever felt this way, and the first time she had developed such an intense curiosity about a man. And now, she had a strong urge to uncover all the secrets about Ning Ye. Wudu Martial Capital, Imperial Palace, Taixuan Lake. A beautiful woman dressed in a black phoenix gown was feeding fish food into the vast, clear Taixuan Lake. Behind her, several mysterious figures in black robes wearing yin and yang ghost masks knelt. "My lady." Ning Ye has entered the Shen's military prefecture. However, the identity of the young woman beside him is still unknown. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman suddenly turned around. In the clear moonlight, the woman wore a phoenix crown, her long black hair styled high. Her appearance was very delicate and soft, but her narrow, beautiful eyes radiated an authority and coldness completely at odds with her gentle face. And she was none other than the current empress of Junlin, Yun Jin, or rather, Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect. Go to the evil sect. Find out the true identity of the young woman beside Ning Ye for this master. This master has a premonition that the young woman's background is definitely not simple. Mu Lingxi squinted her narrow eyes, a chilling glint emerging within them. Yes. Upon hearing this, the mysterious black-robed figures bowed in unison to Mu Lingxi with great understanding, then transformed into shadows and vanished under the moonlight. After they left, a graceful figure silently arrived before Taixuan Lake. She wore a luxurious gilded long dress, which clung slightly to her body, outlining curves so alluring they could drive any man wild. And this woman with such an enchanting figure also possessed a perfect face that was cold, peerless, and as beautiful as a dream. As she emerged from under the moon, she truly resembled the 9 heavens moon god descending to the mortal world, dazzling and so sacred that people dared not look directly at her. And she was the crown princess of the Yanyun Dynasty, Mu Li. "Greetings, master." Mu Li bowed slightly to Mu Lingxi. "Leer, have you heard of 10th Prince Ning Ye of Yanyun?" Mu Lingxi asked with a smile. "Of course I have." Mu Li nodded. "What do you think of him?" Mu Lingxi continued to ask with interest. Upon hearing this, Mu Li pondered for a moment and then replied. "Reporting to master, I heard that His Highness the 10th Prince is a very astonishing person. Currently, his Buddha's Fury Lotus has already spread throughout the entire 9 heavens continent." "Very good." Mu Lingxi nodded and then said. "Since that's the case, next you will take him. It's about time." Hearing this, Mu Li's pretty face changed, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Mu Lingxi, and her jade fist slowly clenched. "Master, do you mean you want your disciple to use the yin-yang goo poison on Ning Ye?" Mu Lingxi hummed softly, her eyes filled with anticipation and greed in the moonlight. "HMPH." Mu Li took a deep breath and asked again. "But master, why him? What do you think?" Mu Lingxi didn't explain, only counter-questioned Mu Li. Alas. Mu Li fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "Master, could it be that you intend to use Ning Ye to deal with the Jun family?" "Indeed." Mu Lingxi nodded, non-committally. "Master's plan seems to be more than just that." Mu Li seemed to have thought of something and spoke softly. "Oh, what else do you know?" Mu Lingxi heard this, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her lips as she looked at Mu Li with interest. "After destroying the Jun family, master plans to send Ning Ye to the sacred mountain. This way, our yin-yang sect will have a chess piece that can be inserted into the 9 heavens wind and rain tower. Moreover, This chess piece is highly capable of growth, and in the future it might become one of the top figures in the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. In the future, perhaps our yin-yang sect can use his hand to ascend to the heavens in one step, giving our yin-yang sect 100-fold or even 1,000-fold return. Mu Li clearly articulated Mu Lingxi's thoughts and plans. Hadahasa. Lear, you truly are the disciple this master taught. Mu Lingxi heard this and couldn't help but smile, extending her jade hand to gently caress Mu Li's beautiful, cold face, feeling very satisfied with her. At this moment, in her opinion, she had already gained the upper hand in the Yanyun Dynasty. Destroying the Jun family was not difficult, and overthrowing the Yanyun Dynasty and plundering all its imperial dynasty resources was also within reach. Therefore, she had already begun to look to the future. She wanted to use Ning Ye to scheme against the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, thereby allowing the yin-yang sect to ascend to the heavens in one step. This was the first plan that flashed in her mind, after she learned that Ning Ye had become famous throughout the continent. She absolutely could not let 10th Prince Ning Ye of Yanyun go. Master is brilliant. Mu Li's face was somewhat pale, as she bowed to Mu Lingxi. She truly admired her master's schemes, but her heart was filled with incomparable sorrow and discomfort. The yin-yang gu poison, also known as love gu poison, was the yin-yang sect's supreme secret art. A person must cultivate the yin-yang gu poison from a young age, and it can only be used once in a lifetime. But once successfully cast, the person afflicted with the gu poison will regard the caster as their eternal love and be forever controlled by them. What she cared about was that to plant the yin-yang gu poison in Ning Ye, she had to use her own body as the seed. Although she had known this day would come since she began cultivating the yin-yang gu poison from a young age, when this day truly arrived, her heart still felt blocked with discomfort. Because, no matter how hard she tried in the end, she still had to sacrifice her body and future, becoming a chess piece. This feeling was truly unpleasant, and she also found it incredibly ironic. What, you're unwilling? Mu Lingxi saw Mu Li's subconscious resistance and sadness in her eyes, and her voice suddenly turned cold. No. Mu Li quickly lowered her head upon hearing this, hiding the emotions in her eyes. She knew her master's temper and disposition. This matter was not up to her at all. HMPH, good that you're not. Mu Lingxi snorted coldly, then her red lips parted slightly as she commanded. This master remembers that 3 days from now is the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Lear, use this opportunity to take Ning Ye. Do you understand? I understand. Master. Mu Li bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes already filled with tears, but no matter how wrong she felt, at this moment she could only nod and agree to her master's request. She didn't even dare to let her tears fall in front of her. Saintess of the Yin-Yang sect. Crown Princess of the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence. They looked high and mighty, but in the eyes of important figures they were merely chess pieces. Fate after all is fate. She after all could not escape, could not avoid it. Since that was the case, what could she do? Besides accepting, there seemed to be no other way. 40. The check-in location has been refreshed. Let's start the action. 3 days passed quickly. The afterglow of the setting sun gently sprinkled over the west courtyard of the Divine Strategy Manor. Ning Ye sat quietly with his eyes closed under the banyan tree, the character panel for Su Su appearing in his mind. Name Su Beiju. Age 16. Cultivation, legendary 7th realm. Relationship, netherworld bond. Intimacy, 85. Netherworld sacred flame, 50%, heavenly flame evolution progress. System prompt. The evolution progress of the netherworld sacred flame will increase with the repair of Su Beiju's divine soul. The evolution of the netherworld sacred flame is still stuck at 50%. It's truly as slow as a tortoise. Ning Ye couldn't help but shake his head and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Su Su, who was full and sleeping soundly on his lap. He dotingly reached out to brush away the silver strands of hair messy on her forehead, then his thoughts raced. If he wanted the netherworld ghost fire to evolve into the netherworld sacred flame, he had to repair Su Su's divine soul. Once The Chinese letter, exotic flame, transformed into a heavenly flame, he could immediately devour the heavenly flame with the Fen Ju burning art. By then, his cultivation and combat power might receive a significant boost. Initially, Ning Ye thought that simply devouring the exotic flame with the Fen Ju burning art would increase his cultivation. However, practice proved that whether it was the netherworld ghost fire or the profound ultimate ice flame, he could instantly devour and refine them with the Fen Ju burning art, but it wouldn't increase his cultivation by even a single bit. So he guessed that perhaps only by devouring and refining heavenly flames, which were a higher tier than exotic flames, could he significantly improve his cultivation. This point was especially crucial for him, being in Wudu martial capital. But the problem was, how could he repair Su Su's divine soul? His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration. Even in the system mall, there was no spirit pill or miraculous medicine that could repair soul power. Perhaps there was, but he didn't have the authority to purchase it yet. Just then, a morning breeze blew through, stirring up countless green leaves, and a graceful figure had already appeared in the small courtyard. The newcomer, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, had a very beautiful and enchanting appearance. It must be said that without having to pretend to be a man, and having removed her chest binding, Kayanai, with her perfect and fiery figure, was very eye-catching and dazzling. "10th Prince, Your Highness, did you rest well last night?" Kayanai asked with a smile, her hands behind her back. "It was all right," Ning Ye responded casually. "Hee." Kayanai smiled upon hearing this, then walked up to Ning Ye and handed him a jade slip. "This is..." Ning Ye frowned. "An invitation to Crown Prince Wu Chen's birthday banquet in the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence. After all, the 10th Prince is now a renowned figure across the Nine Heavens continent. Even the Junlin Crown Prince admires you greatly." Kayanai teased with a meaningful tone. "Has the plan begun?" Ning Ye, ignoring Kayanai's pleasantries, directly asked. "Yes, it has begun." Kayanai nodded. "Can you be more specific?" Ning Ye looked at Kayanai with burning eyes. "It's very simple. Young Miss wants the 10th Prince to attend the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Then, find a way to obtain the secret jade for the 9th floor forbidden land of the Scripture Pavilion from the Crown Prince, and that's it." Kayanai's words were very concise. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but frown and asked. "What? She wants me to take the secret jade for the forbidden land of the Scripture Pavilion from the Crown Prince's person?" "Yes." Kayanai nodded, then explained. "The 9th floor of the Scripture Pavilion is a forbidden land, containing an extremely powerful and ever-changing killing array. Throughout Wudu, martial capital, apart from the martial emperor and the crown prince who can enter and exit freely, anyone else who dares to trespass will face certain death. Of course, if the 10th Prince is lucky enough to break through the killing array, then what awaits you will be the encirclement of the entire Junlin Imperial Palace's powerhouses. Therefore, to enter the 9th floor of the Scripture Pavilion, one must have the secret jade. And young Miss doesn't care what methods Your Highness uses, whether it's stealing, snatching, or even killing, as long as you get the secret jade." "Wait." Ning Ye paused, then looked at Kayanai with a somewhat amused expression and asked. "I'm going to get the secret jade. Then what about her?" "Halaza." Kayanai smiled and said. "Young Miss will naturally go to personally meet that important person in the Imperial Palace. Only then can we ensure that the 10th Prince Your Highness can smoothly enter the Scripture Pavilion after obtaining the secret jade." Phew. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye took a deep breath. If this was the case, then perhaps it was worth a try, because as long as Jun Kainyu could attract the attention of Mu Lingxi and her faction, he seemed to have a good chance of sneaking into the Scripture Pavilion to retrieve that drop of blood of the Red Dragon, Chai Long Zhu, thereby unlocking the second seal of his reverse moon heavenly saber. "By the way, 10th Prince Your Highness," Young Miss also said, "that in the Scripture Pavilion there is not only a drop of blood of the Red Dragon, Chai Long Zhu, but also a dragon-slaying bow. She wants to ask you to bring it out as well. After all, you and she are now in a cooperative relationship. Win-win is the foundation." Kayanai added very seriously. "Understood." Ning Ye nodded. He didn't mind helping Jun Kainyu take the dragon-slaying bow along the way. After all, it was normal for Jun Kainyu to want the dragon-slaying bow if she wanted to obtain the crimson blood dragon soul in the future. Just then Ning Ye suddenly thought of a very important question, and immediately spoke. "Then does your young miss know what methods that important person in the Imperial Palace plans to use against me?" He knew that Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, would definitely make a move against him, but he didn't know what method she would use. However, based on his understanding of the Yin-Yang sect, the method would definitely be dirty. Kainai heard this. She paused for a moment then responded. "Young Miss didn't say. However, she did say one thing." "What is it?" Ning Ye looked at Kainai curiously. Young Miss said, "Please be careful, 10th Prince, and absolutely do not get eaten. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because by then, young Miss might personally kill you." Kayanai had a bright smile on her face, but she was saying the cruelest words. "What the hell?" Ning Ye scratched his head, his mind full of questions. He didn't quite understand what "don't get eaten" meant. And just as Ning Ye was bewildered, Kayanai chuckled softly, then, after sizing Ning Ye up and down meaningfully once more, leisurely left the west courtyard, leaving only one lingering sentence. "10th Prince Your Highness, take care." After Kayanai left, Ning Ye picked up the jade slip and, seeing the time engraved on it, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Tonight, the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. The moment his voice fell, the system notification suddenly echoed in his ears. "Ding, system notification, check-in location has been refreshed. Check-in location, Junlin Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence, Crown Prince's bedchamber. Check-in reward, Lingyun Pill Spirit Essence Pill." Upon hearing this, Ning Ye's expression couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to himself that what he wished for truly came to him. Lingyun Pill Spirit Essence Pill. A divine rank medicinal pill for repairing soul power. With it, Susu's damaged divine soul might be able to recover. And my netherworld ghost fire might also successfully evolve into the netherworld sacred flame. This check-in really came like timely rain. And just as Ning Ye was joyful in his heart, the little girl who was sleeping soundly suddenly mumbled in her sleep. Bad woman. Don't come over. Otherwise Susu will let daddy eat you. Ning Ye couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. 3 days had passed, and he hadn't expected that after 3 days Susu, this little girl, still hadn't emerged from Jun Kainyu's shadow. Shaking his head, Ning Ye then turned to look at the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence in the distance, which was gradually enveloped by the night. At this moment, a sharp cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his voice suddenly turned cold as he murmured to himself. The time is almost here. Let's begin the operation. 41. It's the prince's birthday party, all the big shots are here. Leaving the Shent's military prefecture, Ning Ye quickly disappeared into the night, heading towards the Junlin Imperial Palace, located in the center of Wudu. He passed through Tiantingyuan. He walked past Huilongyuan. He stepped over Junlin City's famous Sansheng Bridge. Finally, he arrived before the grand and magnificent Junlin Imperial Palace. Ning Ye simply took out his jade token and handed it to the guard, and a retinue of guards led him into the Imperial Palace, heading towards the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence, which was exclusive to the Crown Prince. It is worth mentioning that along the way, many powerful figures of Junlin couldn't help but frequently glance at Ning Ye, and even the undisguised, fiery gazes of many daughters of Junlin's powerful families seemed to want to pierce through him. However, Ning Ye had no interest in these meaningless gazes, because he had a premonition that tonight would not be a peaceful night. Therefore, along the way, he focused on the defensive layout of the Imperial Palace, to ensure his subsequent actions could proceed smoothly. The Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence, is on the east side of the Imperial Palace. The Scripture Pavilion is on the north side. The Junlin Imperial Guard's patrol interval is 2.5 minutes. There are at least 10 or more obscure chi auras above the Imperial Palace. I just don't know if they are the 10 Junlin divine generals who are famous throughout the Eastern Barren Continent. I hope Jun Kainyu can truly attract the firepower of the Imperial Palace and Mu Lingxi tonight, allowing me to smoothly enter the Scripture Pavilion. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye, led by a guard, walked into the main hall of the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence, the Hall of Mental Cultivation. This was where Crown Prince Wu Chen was holding his birthday banquet. Upon entering the Hall of Mental Cultivation, everywhere he looked was extravagance. Vivid heavenly dragons were carved on the resplendent golden pillars, and a red carpet covered the entire hall. At this moment, the hall was already filled with the powerful figures of the Yanyun Dynasty. Wudu, director of the Supervision Institute. Wudu, commander of the Imperial Guards. Wudu, the bigwigs of the 6 ministries. Wudu, warden of the prison division. Wudu, chief minister of the Dali Temple. Wudu, dean of the Junlin Royal Academy. These powerful figures, who usually appeared and disappeared like a dragon, were all present. And when Ning Ye walked into the main hall, countless fervent gazes were cast towards him, and he instantly became the center of attention. Presumably this is His Highness, the 10th prince from the Yanyun Dynasty. Indeed, I didn't expect someone so young to claim the top spot in the Eastern Barren Continent's prodigy rankings. I heard that in front of Tianmen Pass, he conjured a Buddha's fury lotus, blowing up many evil sect powerhouses and a divine punishment elder. He is truly a prodigy. Stop talking, stop talking. My daughter mentions this kid's name every day, my ears are calloused. Who isn't? If he hadn't been betrothed to second Miss Jun, I would have taken him as my son-in-law no matter what. Tusk. If you were to poach from the Jun family, do you still want to survive in Wudu? Can't I even think about it? Besides, Wudu now belongs to the Wu family, not the Jun family. Shush, you shouldn't say such things. Listening to the chaotic and noisy sounds around him, Ning Ye shook his head, not paying much attention, thinking it best to sit down in his designated seat first. And just as he was checking the jade token for information and looking for his seat, a familiar voice rang out. Ning Ye, over here. Hearing this, Ning Ye looked up and saw a woman with a noble feather robe, and a clear, stunningly beautiful face waving at him from beside the highest seat in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Princess of the Junlin Dynasty, Wu Yao. Ning Ye muttered, then walked towards her. Your seat is here. Wu Yao pointed to the empty seat beside her, and said with a smile. Ning Ye nodded upon hearing this, and then sat down next to Wu Yao. I have to say, the battle at Tianmen Pass. His Highness, the 10th Prince, defeated us terribly. Seeing Ning Ye seated, Wu Yao couldn't help but cross her arms, lean back in her chair and tease him with a playful smile, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Hearing this, Ning Ye glanced at Wu Yao and finding no resentment in her eyes, couldn't help but think highly of her. After all, he believed in one saying, hatred doesn't solve problems, If you're weak, practice more. Where is your brother Zio too? Ning Ye poured himself a glass of crimson wine and asked casually. The battle at Tianmen Pass when the evil sect attacked was too chaotic, so he hadn't paid much attention to Zio too, the child of destiny. However, he did know that Zio too had been rescued by Wu Yao. After all, they were childhood sweethearts, and their affection was still there. He said he had somewhere to go. When he returns, he will come for you. Wu Yao responded very casually. At Tianmen Pass, she had already noticed the old grudges between Ning Ye and Zio too. Coupled with Ning Ye's impending marriage to Jun Kaianyu, making him the son-in-law of the Shen's military prefecture, this would only add to their animosity. Therefore, it was certain that Zio too would return to the capital after his affairs were settled. I look forward to it. Ning Ye, hearing this, indifferently tilted his head and drank a glass of the imperial family's exclusive fine wine. He knew where Zio too would go, and that would be Zio too's last chance to perform a heaven-defying change of fate. This time, he was very much looking forward to Zio too returning with his destined opportunity to seek revenge on him and Jun Kaianyu. After all, he didn't want to lose this last chance to exploit Zio too. And once he had thoroughly squeezed out Zio too's value this time, then Zio too, the child of destiny, could die in peace. HMPH, arrogant man. You need to know the saying, 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river. Wu Yao snorted lightly. Such familiar words. Ning Ye spread his hands, and then a famous saying that resonated throughout countless worlds came to his mind, so he quoted it without blushing or a racing heart. An enemy defeated by my hand will not be considered an opponent. I give him time to catch up, until he can no longer see me in the distance. Wu Yao's pretty face changed upon hearing these words. She stared blankly at the calm Ning Ye, thinking, this guy's martial Dao will is actually so strong. In the future, could this guy be trying to forge an invincible path exclusively for himself? If that were truly the case, then Ning Ye was probably 100 times more terrifying than she had imagined. And just as her thoughts were racing, a guard's voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. His Highness, the third Prince Wu Yu, Princess Consort Yanyun Dynasty, has arrived. The words fell. All the powerful figures present stood up in a clamor. At this moment, a man with an effeminate and handsome appearance, dressed in a luxurious black brocade robe, was seen slowly walking into the hall of mental cultivation, holding the hand of a beautiful, mature woman in a red dress. And as soon as these two entered the main hall, Ning Ye felt the hostility and provocative intent from His Highness, the third Prince Wu Yu, and his princess consort. The problem was, Ning Ye was certain he had never met these two before, so he didn't know where their hostility came from. How inexplicable. Ning Ye shook his head. Wu Yao, who was beside him, seemed to notice Ning Ye's confusion. She explained with a faint smile. His Highness, the 10th Prince, need not be surprised. My sister-in-law was the evil sect's cherished pearl, before marrying into the imperial family. In the battle at Tianmen Pass, you killed so many evil sect powerhouses, so it's only natural for her to hate you. So that's it. Ning Ye nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. He hadn't known that Yanyun Dynasty had such a background, but it no longer mattered. Furthermore, Wu Yao changed the subject and continued to remind him. Your fiancée, second Miss Jun, is my third brother's designated future sister-in-law. What does that mean? Ning Ye frowned. Alas. Wu Yao sighed and slowly explained. His Highness the 10th Prince is new to Wudu, so it's normal not to know. Second Miss Jun's talent is peerless, famous across the continent. Naturally, she has had many suitors since she was young. And the most fanatical one is my second brother, Wu Linshan. Before he left the capital, he made a harsh declaration. Whoever dared to covet second Miss Jun would have their entire family annihilated. And my third brother has always been his most devout follower, so, how could he not be hostile towards you? Wu Linshan. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow. He had heard that name before, the most renowned prodigy of the Yanyun Dynasty besides Jun Kaianyu. 3 years ago, this second prince of Junlin had received the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Towers recognition to cultivate on the Holy Mountain, but he had refused. Some said he refused to wait for second Miss Jun to go to the Holy Mountain with him. And these past years, he had been on the borders of Junlin, fighting and slaying enemies for the dynasty against the barbarian nations, earning him the title of God of Slaughter in the army. Because of his absolute devotion to Jun Kaianyu, he was hailed by countless cultivators and common people of the Junlin dynasty as the Junlin's foremost devoted. Let me think, what was the fate of this Junlin's foremost devoted in Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens? It seems he died, didn't he? His thoughts stopped there, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of Ning Ye's mouth. Just then, the voice of a guard announcing guests echoed again from outside the main hall. Crown Prince Wu Chen. Crown Princess Mu Li has arrived. 42. A Hangman banquet, someone is barking. As the guard's voice fell, the dignitaries in the hall of mental cultivation all rose. This time, even Princess Wu Yao stood up, and everyone looked out of the hall of mental cultivation with respectful eyes. At this moment, two figures slowly entered the great hall. Crown Prince Wu Chen, dressed in a black Qilin robe, wore a refreshing smile on his handsome and prodigious face. His deep, dark eyes held the majesty of an emperor descending upon the world, and his entire being exuded a powerful, lofty aura. Crown Princess Mu Li, in a gorgeous gilded gown, was dazzlingly brilliant. Her flawless, beautiful face was lightly powdered, her cheeks like snow, her beauty poetic and picturesque, combining both coldness and charm, yet carrying an ineffable nobility and grace. She was as beautiful as a goddess, making it impossible for people to look directly at her. Greetings, Crown Prince. Greetings, Crown Princess. Seeing the two enter the hall of mental cultivation, all the dignitaries present simultaneously rose and bowed to Wu Chen and Mu Li, their eyes filled with deep reverence. The Junlin imperial family had two dragons. Crown Prince Wu Chen, with unparalleled wisdom and countless retainers, enjoyed extremely high prestige in Junlin. He was the next Emperor Junlin, personally designated by the martial emperor. Second Prince Wu Linchen, with exceptional cultivation talent, had gained the recognition of the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. His ambition lay in the Nine Heavens, seeking to forge an unrivaled path of cultivation. The Wu family's twin dragons, one guarding Wudu and the other campaigning abroad, had over the years spread their renown far and wide across the eastern desolate region, deeply loved by hundreds of millions of citizens of the Junlin imperial dynasty. They were universally acknowledged as the future of Junlin. As for Crown Princess Mu Li, her identity was mysterious. Rumor had it that she was a princess from a hidden family. From the first day she appeared in Wudu, she was called a calamity goddess. Whenever she went out, the 10-mile-long street would be packed with people, and the various princes and nobles of Wudu would compete for her attention, causing many troubles. Only after the empress personally arranged her marriage to Crown Prince Wu Chen did Wudu finally calm down. Mu Li. Crown Princess. In reality, she is the personal disciple of the empress, or rather, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, Mu Lingxi. Could it be that she is coming to make a move on me tonight? Ning Ye raised an eyebrow as he looked at Mu Li's face, capable of bringing ruin to a nation. Just as Ning Ye's thoughts were racing, Wu Chen and Mu Li had already taken their seats on the high platform. Everyone. Today is my birthday celebration. Please don't be so reserved. Wu Chen smiled and waved his hand at the Junlin dignitaries. With that he noticed Ning Ye, who was lost in thought, and couldn't help but raise a cup of fine wine, smiling as he said, I never expected His Highness the 10th Prince to grace the Eastern Palace with his presence. This is truly my honor. Hearing this, Ning Ye recovered his senses and raised his wine glass, responding indifferently, Your Highness the Crown Prince is too kind. With that the two exchanged a smile, then tilted their heads back and drained the wine in their cups. And in the interim of drinking, Ning Ye had already scanned Wu Chen from head to toe, but did not find the scripture pavilion secret jade on Wu Chen, nor did he find a storage ring on his hand. So, this guy really hid the secret jade in his bedchamber. As Ning Ye's thoughts raced, he suddenly sensed a resentful and complex gaze observing him. He subtly turned his head and found that it was actually Crown Princess Mu Li. What's going on? Ning Ye frowned. He saw many emotions in the Crown Princess's eyes: resentment, indignation, relief, shyness. Of course, it was only for an instant before Mu Li withdrew her gaze and began to drink by herself, as if brewing something. What exactly does this woman want? Just as Ning Ye was somewhat puzzled, third Prince Wu Yu stood up and smiled at Crown Prince Wu Chen. Big brother. Today is your birthday. Not only has Yar returned from Misty Peak. In fact, second brother has also sent you a grand gift. Oh. Wu Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, really? Naturally it's true. Wu Yu nodded, then commanded to the outside of the hall of mental cultivation, come in. As his voice fell, an old and a young figure entered the great hall. One was an elder with a bamboo hat, his face deeply etched with the furrows of time, his appearance extremely ordinary. He held a gift box in his hand, exquisitely carved with dragon patterns. The other was extremely tall and robust, as towering as a small mountain. He wore a black mask, his true face obscured, and it was worth noting that he carried a bronze coffin on his back, each step he took seemingly causing the hall's floor to tremble. What does this mean? Wu Chen frowned at the sight. Hello. Wu Yu chuckled, then nodded to the elder with a bamboo hat. The elder stepped forward and placed the gift box he held directly onto the table in front of Wu Chen. Opening the gift box, Wu Chen's eyes lit up. Inside the gift box was an ancient sword carved with dragon patterns. This is the Dragon's Roar sword. Wu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Reporting to His Highness the Crown Prince. This is indeed His Highness the Second Prince's Dragon's Roar. Today, knowing it's your birthday, he specially sent this sword as a birthday gift. The elder with a bamboo hat bowed to Wu Chen. My second brother is truly too thoughtful. Wu Chen sighed with emotion, then as if remembering something, he couldn't help but point to the tall, strong man standing in the center of the great hall and asked curiously, what about him? Is he also a birthday gift from my second brother? Yes. The elder with a bamboo hat nodded and said, "This is Quang San, the third disciple under the barbarian god of war. After he was defeated by His Highness the Second Prince, His Highness the Second Prince erased his spiritual consciousness, turning him into a sharp blade under His Highness's command." As his voice fell, a series of astonished gasps echoed throughout the great hall. The barbarian nation was the Junlin imperial dynasty's primary rival in the eastern desolate region. The barbarian god was the barbarian nation's foremost general, his prestige resounding across the continent, and his personal disciples were all cultivation prodigies and combat geniuses rarely seen in a century. But unfortunately, they encountered the second prince, Wu Linchen, proving that there is always someone better. Second brother truly lives up to his name. But I don't understand why second brother would send him to Wudu. Wu Chen shook his head with a smile, looking at Quang San. "Halasa." The elder with a bamboo hat chuckled and said, "Naturally, it's for your highness to test the sharpness of the dragon's roar sword." With that, the elder with a bamboo hat's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly turned to look at Ning Ye, who had been pouring and drinking for himself. "May I ask His Highness the 10th Prince of Yanyun if he would be willing to test the sharpness of the dragon's roar for His Highness the Crown Prince?" The moment his words fell, all the dignitaries present looked towards Ning Ye. They were all astute individuals and naturally understood that second Prince Wu Linchen was giving Ning Ye a warning, and more importantly, telling Ning Ye that his reverse scale had been touched. This seems inappropriate. After all, this is my birthday banquet. Even if my second brother insists, we still need to ask for the 10th Prince's opinion. Wu Chen spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face as he looked at Ning Ye. Clearly, he was unwilling to offend the second prince, so he threw the problem to Ning Ye. "That's right." The elder with a bamboo hat seemed to have guessed Wu Chen's words. He turned and walked back to the main hall, then stood directly beside Quang San, patting the bronze coffin behind him and saying with a smile, "His Highness the 10th Prince of Yanyun. My lord said that if you are unwilling to test the sword for His Highness the Crown Prince, it's fine. Anyway, in a few days, he will return to Wudu. At that time, he will personally sharpen the sword for His Highness the Crown Prince. As the saying goes, you can avoid the first day of the month but not the 15th. Provocation. Blatant provocation. Everyone could understand the second prince's meaning. He was telling Ning Ye that surrendering was useless, and when he returned to the capital, he would personally put Ning Ye into that coffin. Alas. Wu Yao shook her head and sighed. She hadn't expected that after so many years, her second brother's temper was still so volatile and reckless. The #1 prodigy of the eastern desolate region. Tuzg. Wu Yu clicked his tongue, his face full of disdain. Hello. I suppose His Highness, the 10th Prince also knows the truth that there is always someone better. How clever. Nyan Nujio looked at the silent Ning Ye and chuckled sarcastically. How truly noisy. Hearing this, Ning Ye drank another cup of fine wine, then glanced at Wu Yu and Nyan Nujio, finally fixing his gaze on the elder with a bamboo hat who had long been fighting alongside Wu Linchen. To be honest, he had no interest in the second prince's antics, but he also knew that if a dog barks at you, while you can choose to ignore it, the result is that it will only bark louder. Now, the barking in the entire hall of mental cultivation was truly too noisy. He needed some quiet. Additionally, thinking carefully about his cheap fiancée, since she hadn't started acting yet, it seemed like a good idea to spend some time entertaining himself now. 43. Break the dragon's roar with bare hands. The master's order cannot be disobeyed. Are you finished? Ning Ye put down his wine cup and asked the elder with a bamboo hat indifferently. I'm finished. What instructions does His Highness, the 10th Prince, have? The elder with a bamboo hat clasped his hands behind his back, smiled, and nodded, his eyes full of amusement. Heavy. A playful smile formed on Ning Ye's lips. He slightly raised his hand, crossed his middle finger and thumb to snap his fingers, and the netherworld flames surged in his eyes. The next moment, the 88 ever-burning lamps in the hall of mental cultivation instantly extinguished. The entire hall became dim, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, just as everyone exchanged glances in the darkness, wondering what had happened. Zizhang. A crisp and pleasant sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed suddenly rang out. At the same time, a blazing sword light like a meteor in the dark night suddenly lit up, only to quickly extinguish. Swoosh! A sound like the night wind blowing, yet also like water splashing, rang out. Many felt a few drops of coolness on their faces. Was it rain? Apparently not. When the strong smell of blood permeated everyone's nostrils. It was then that everyone realized it was blood. But what exactly had happened? For a moment, fear arose in the hearts of everyone in the darkness. Soon, the 88 ever-burning lamps in the hall of mental cultivation were relit. At this moment, Quang San, who had his spiritual consciousness stolen by second Prince Wu Linchen, was still standing in the center of the great hall, but his head was gone. Blood from his severed neck spurted several meters high like a fountain, staining the entire hall of mental cultivation red. Seeing this scene, the entire hall of mental cultivation fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the extremely bloody scene before them, their hearts almost leaping out of their chests. It is worth mentioning that third Prince Wu Yu stood there dazedly, his face covered in foul blood, clearly not yet recovered. His beautiful wife, Yanyun Dynasty, stared blankly at Kwang San's head placed on her table, her exquisite face full of terror, her throat constantly rolling as she swallowed saliva. Boom! As Kwang San's enormous, mountain-like body collapsed to the ground, everyone awoke as if from a dream. They instinctively looked towards Ning Ye. At this moment, Ning Ye stood before the high platform, casually toying with the dragon's roar sword in his hand. Clearly, that had been his doing. Ning Ye, how dare you? Third Prince Wu Yu recovered, wiped a hand across his blood-stained face, and then furiously roared at Ning Ye. You lunatic! Yanyun Dynasty also slammed the table, sending Kwang San's head flying, and angrily cursed at Ning Ye. This guy, his strength has improved quite a bit again. Wu Yao clenched her jade fists and took a deep breath. She felt that the gap between her and Ning Ye was growing wider and wider. The sword light arrived first, the sound of the sword followed later. What a fast sword! Crown Princess Mu Li quietly watched Ning Ye and murmured to herself. She had heard about the battle at Tianmen Pass, but seeing him today, Ning Ye seemed much stronger than she had imagined. His Highness the 10th Prince, what is this? Crown Prince Wu Chen asked Ning Ye, his face blank. Isn't it a sword trial? So, isn't it normal for swords to be without eyes? Ning Ye responded indifferently, a look of nonchalance on his face. His Highness, the 10th Prince, what excellent methods. The elder with a bamboo hat gritted his teeth and took a deep look at Ning Ye. At this moment, no one knew that cold sweat had already soaked his back. He knew that although Kwang San's spiritual consciousness had been stolen, he still possessed the powerful cultivation of the star-gathering ninth realm, and his combat strength was still astonishing. But Ning Ye killed him with just one sword strike. Most importantly, in that brief darkness, even he hadn't clearly seen the trajectory of that sword. Now he had only one evaluation of Ning Ye in his mind, unfathomable, and he himself was no match for him. With that, he no longer hesitated and turned to leave. He needed to inform second Prince Wu Linchen about what had happened tonight as soon as possible. Just then, a cold voice sounded behind him. The star-gathering ninth realm doesn't seem to be suitable for a sword trial. However, the legendary one realm might be different. Not good. Upon hearing this, the elder with a bamboo hat's face instantly changed drastically. He sensed the killing intent in the words. Without a doubt, Ning Ye had murderous intentions towards him. And just then, the 88 ever-burning lamps in the hall of mental cultivation mysteriously extinguished again. In the darkness, a trace of chaos immortal radiance flashed in Ning Ye's eyes. He raised his finger, and an icy flame imbued with the aura of the netherworld slowly rose. Immediately after, he flicked the blade of the dragon's roar sword with his finger. Clang! The deafening sound of a sword shattering rang out. When the ever-burning lamps in the hall of mental cultivation lit up again, the elder with a bamboo hat's figure was gone, leaving only a shocking pool of blood on the ground. Third Prince Wu Yu lay slumped on the ground, his hair disheveled. He gasped for air, his hand covering his neck in terror, blood continuously oozing from between his fingers. As for his beautiful wife, Yanyun Dynasty, her exquisite face had several more hideous wounds. At this moment, their eyes as they looked at Ning Ye were filled with venom, but they dared not utter another word, for they knew that what had just happened was Ning Ye's warning. His final warning. His Highness, the 10th Prince, what is this? Wu Chen's voice also trembled slightly as he looked at Ning Ye. Ning Ye smiled, casually dropping the hilt of the dragon's roar sword to the ground, and responded indifferently. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. I've tested it for you. It's a good sword. It's just too fragile. As his words fell, the various Junlin nobles couldn't help but swallow, not daring to breathe loudly, who didn't know how sharp the dragon's roar sword was. But now it was shattered, and its fragments were nowhere to be found. Shattering the dragon's roar with bare hands, this guy. What kind of humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex is he? Where is he? Crown Prince Wu Chen pointed to where the elder with a bamboo hat had stood earlier, and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye shook his head and did not respond, only quietly looking towards the bronze coffin. There. At this moment, extremely thick and vivid blood was continuously seeping out. Seeing this, many nobles, emboldened, tremblingly stepped forward to investigate. It was then that they were horrified to discover that the person lying in the bronze coffin was none other than the previously aggressive elder with a bamboo hat. And at this moment, his body was riddled with fragments of the dragon's roar sword, clearly dead beyond redemption. Similar to before, no one in the entire hall of mental cultivation, except for Crown Princess Mu Li, clearly saw how Ning Ye had struck and killed the elder with a bamboo hat and thrown him into the coffin. But unlike before, the one who died this time was second Prince Wu Linchen's right-hand man, a strong expert with a legendary one-realm cultivation. Thank you His Highness the 10th Prince for testing the sword for this king. Wu Chen's mouth twitched, and he spoke awkwardly. Clearly, he hadn't expected Ning Ye to dare to ruthlessly kill Wu Linchen's guest. Ning Ye smiled and responded nonchalantly. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are too kind. However, please send someone to return the coffin to His Highness, the second prince. After all, I don't need it for now. But he might. The moment his words fell, Crown Prince Wu Chen's face stiffened. None of the Junlin nobles in the entire hall dared to say another word. Based on their understanding of the second prince, Ning Ye's actions tonight would surely not be tolerated by the second prince. They could already imagine what kind of bloody storm would erupt in Wudu once second prince Wu Linchen returned. Meanwhile, as the people in the hall of mental cultivation fell silent, a very noisy clamor arose from outside the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence. Catch the assassin! Catch the assassin! Upon hearing this, the faces of the Junlin nobles present suddenly changed drastically. What a joke! This was the Junlin Imperial Palace. With so many experts, how could there be an assassin? Soon, news came from outside the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence. A large number of mysterious experts had raided the Imperial Palace. The Empress was assassinated, her whereabouts unknown, her life uncertain. Its mother Empress. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Wu Chen rushed out of the hall without a second thought. I'll go take a look. Wu Yao furrowed her brows, drew her ethereal sword and also moved. As the two rushed out of the hall of mental cultivation, the scene became even more chaotic. It has begun. It should be her doing. Now is the time to act. Ning Ye raised his eyebrows, then, taking advantage of the chaos in the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence, he blended into the crowd and vanished into the night. Alas, it's time. Mu Li looked at Ning Ye's departing back, couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmured meaningfully. Swoosh! A gust of night wind blew past. She also disappeared into the night, that night. The entire Imperial Palace was in disarray. Countless experts within the Imperial Palace chased outside, determined to rescue the Empress. At this moment, not only the Imperial Palace but the entire Junlin City was in chaos. Above the Junlin City's sky, countless shadows continuously flitted by. Ning Ye took advantage of this opening and interval, making his way into the Crown Prince's bedchamber in the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence. Krika! Ning Ye stepped into the Crown Prince's bedchamber and immediately signed in without a word. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Crown Prince's bedchamber, obtaining a Ling Yun pill, Spirit Essence pill. The Ling Yun pill, Spirit Essence pill, is in hand. Now I must hurry to find the secret jade. Ning Ye looked at the empty bedchamber and murmured. Now, a large number of Imperial Palace experts had been lured out of the Imperial Palace by Jun Qianyu, so this was the best opportunity that could not be missed. He had to find the secret jade as soon as possible to take advantage of this window to enter the 9th floor of the Scripture Pavilion, find the blood of the Red Dragon, Chai Long Jai Zhu, and unseal the seal of the Reverse Moon Heavenly Saber. His thoughts stopped there, and Ning Ye quickly began searching in the bedchamber. Outside the bedchamber, a stunning figure stood silently. The summer night wind gently blew, her skirt swaying and clinging to her body, outlining her perfectly alluring curves. The bright moonlight fell upon her cold and peerless face, also possessing a breathtaking and world-shattering beauty. And she was none other than the Crown Princess Mu Li, who had followed Ning Ye all the way. At this moment, Mu Li looked at the bedchamber before her pearly teeth tightly biting her rosy lips, her eyes constantly changing, as if she was making a final struggle. Alas! Finally, Mu Li sighed, looked up at the bright moon, felt the night wind on her face, and had already made her decision. She parted her red lips and murmured like a dream. Master's command, after all, cannot be disobeyed. 44. Crown Princess, please respect yourself. The legendary case of being caught in bed with an adulterer. Night had fallen, and outside the Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence, chaos reigned, yet inside, the Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence, remained unusually silent. Within the vast Crown Prince's bedchamber, Ning Ye, using the moonlight streaming in from the palace window, had already searched the entire room. The secret compartment in the dressing table, nothing. The secret compartment in the Crown Princess's wardrobe, nothing. The secret room in the cultivation chamber, nothing. Finally, Ning Ye walked to the bath behind the screen, his gaze fixed on the heavenly dragon stone sculpture in the bath. As if sensing something, he stepped forward and ran his hand over the slightly damp heavenly dragon sculpture. When his hand reached the pair of dragon eyes, which were the size of luminous pearls, a click echoed. Crack! The dragon eyes recessed. A mechanical whirring sound emanated from the white jade wall of the bath. Rumble! The wall before Ning Ye opened. Golden light seeped out from the slowly opening crack in the wall. Found it! Ning Ye took a deep breath, then slowly walked into the newly opened secret room. The moment he entered, he was dazzled by the luxurious scene before him. Piles of gold coins formed small mountains, and the dazzling golden light emanated from them. Not just gold coins, but all sorts of rare treasures were abundant in the secret room. Crimson blood phoenix gold, needed to forge divine rank weapons. 10,000-year snow lotus, a sacred healing medicine. Enlightenment pill, priceless and extremely precious. Ning Ye looked at the countless rare cultivation resources before him and couldn't help but smack his lips. Finally, his gaze fell upon a jade box. Opening the jade box, he saw a crystal-clear jade stone, carved with mysterious runes, which was the key to the 9th-floor forbidden land of the scripture pavilion. Found it. Ning Ye let out a long sigh of relief. With this secret jade, he would be able to stealthily infiltrate the 9th-floor forbidden land of the scripture pavilion. His thoughts stopped there. Without another word, Ning Ye picked up the secret jade and was about to turn and leave the secret room, but then, as if he remembered something, his steps suddenly halted. Crimson blood phoenix gold is good. Taking a few pieces isn't too much. 10,000-year snow lotus, also good. Enlightenment pill, also not bad. Ning Ye spent 3 minutes ransacking all the valuable treasures in the secret room that caught his eye. After all, since he was already here, it would be unreasonable not to take some. As for the gold coins, he didn't touch them as he wasn't a greedy person, and he wasn't lacking either. Just as he, laden with loot, walked out of the secret room and was about to head to the scripture pavilion, his steps suddenly paused. Inside the darkened bedchamber, a graceful figure sat on the vast palace bed, evidently having waited for a long time. Crown Princess Mu Li. Ning Ye muttered to himself. It's late. 10th Prince, you are truly energetic. Mu Li looked at Ning Ye calmly, speaking with a hint of mockery, devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but spread his hands, responding without a blush or a racing heart. Crown Princess, you jest. The Eastern Palace Crown Prince's residence is too big. Even I can get lost. I apologize for the disturbance tonight. With that, Ning Ye was about to use the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to leave the bedchamber, but he saw Mu Li slowly rise and walk to the palace door before him. With a clang, she bolted the door from the inside. Your Highness Crown Princess. What is the meaning of this? Ning Ye frowned slightly, a faint chaos immortal light flickering in the depths of his eyes. His vigilance was fully raised. He knew Mu Li came from the Yin-Yang sect, so nothing good was going to happen next. Your Highness 10th Prince, are you already thinking of leaving? Upon hearing this, Mu Li glanced at Ning Ye, then raised her jade hand and took off her luxurious gilded long dress, tossing it onto the bed. At this moment, the exalted crown princess was only wearing a white undergarment. Under the moonlight, her flawless beauty was mesmerizing. Mu Li's cold and ethereal face was devoid of expression, her long, beautiful eyes filled with determination and a desperate resolve. One had to admit, at this moment, she was the perfect blend of a celestial maiden untouched by mortal dust and a femme fatale of a chaotic era. Coldness and charm coexisted, capable of making any man fall into her allure and be unable to extricate himself. What does this woman want to do? Ning Ye stared blankly at Mu Li, his head full of questions. He was already prepared for battle, and she was pulling this stunt. Just then, Mu Li slowly walked in front of Ning Ye, her toes touching his. Ning Ye could even feel Mu Li's slightly erratic breathing and smell her unique body fragrance, which was intoxicating, yet also disorienting, causing one to unknowingly succumb to its charm. Your Highness Crown Princess, please compose yourself. Ning Ye took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Mu Li laughed, a loud and unrestrained laugh. Afterward, she bit her rosy lips with her pearly teeth, her beautiful eyes meaningfully gazing at Ning Ye as she softly said, Your Highness 10th Prince, do you believe in fate? Ning Ye was momentarily stunned, not understanding what this woman was saying. Mu Li suddenly leaned forward, exhaling a delicate breath into Ning Ye's ear, and a pink, charming light surged in her beautiful eyes. Your Highness 10th Prince. Stealing from the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence, is a capital offense. The moment her words fell, Ning Ye felt his blood heat up and his cheeks flushed. At this moment, a thought involuntarily surged in his mind. He wanted to fiercely take this crown princess before him. But in an instant his heated blood calmed, his mind cleared, and at the same time the crisp system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding, system notification. Charming spirit poison has been cleared. Charming spirit poison. Charming spirit saint body. This woman actually possesses the charming spirit saint body. Ning Ye was startled. The charming spirit saint body is an absolutely unique and rare physique in the 9 heavens world. Female cultivators with this physique are naturally full of charm. A single glance or smile can captivate and steal souls. Moreover, they are born with the ability to control charming spirit poison. Once they set their sights on someone, almost no one can escape their grasp. Most importantly, female cultivators with the charming spirit saint body can also control a famous goo poison in the 9 heavens, the yin and yang goo, or rather, the love goo poison. Among the 300 million poisons on the 9 heavens continent, the yin-yang sex love goo poison ranks first. Legend has it that anyone afflicted with the love goo poison will forever become a slave to the one who cast the goo, willingly and without cure. This is the origin of the saying. Among the 300 million poisons in the world, only love poison is the most deadly. Of course, while the love goo, poison, is powerful, it can only be cultivated and used by those with the charming spirit saint body, and it can only be used once in a lifetime. So it seems now that since Mu Li comes from the yin-yang sect and possesses the charming spirit saint body, it's clear. The yin-yang sect's method to deal with him must be the love goo, poison. System, will the love goo poison work on me? Ning Ye remembered that his bloodline was immune to all poisons and could destroy all goo, but to be safe, he thought it better to ask. Ding, system notification. If the host activates his bloodline, the love goo poison can be cleared. Ding, system notification. If the host reverses his bloodline, the love goo poison can be counter-controlled. If that's the case, then this is going to be interesting. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but flash a faint smile. It seemed he just needed to wait for the love goo poison to enter his body, then reverse his bloodline. The time is almost right. 10th Prince, there's no need to hold back anymore. Because, once the charming spirit poison enters the body, holding back is useless. You must understand this is our fate. With that, before Ning Ye could respond, she reached out her jade hand and directly grabbed Ning Ye's collar. Then, without warning, she leaned in and kissed him. The captivating floral scent permeated his nostrils. Instantly, Ning Ye's eyes widened, his mind a blank. At this moment, only one thought was in his mind. My first kiss is gone, but does this count as planting the love goo poison? And just at this critical moment, clang! The palace door opened. Moonlight spilled into the crown prince's bedchamber. A tall and imposing figure stepped into the palace, bathed in moonlight. The person who arrived was none other than Crown Prince Wu Chen. At this moment, he stared blankly at Ning Ye and Mu Li, who were embracing and kissing, standing rooted to the spot as if petrified. After a long while, he slowly raised his hand, trembling as he pointed at Ning Ye and Mu Li, his voice shaking with extreme anger. You too. How dare you? Ugh. Ning Ye pushed Mu Li away, looking helplessly at Crown Prince Wu Chen, whose face was flushed with anger. A thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Caught in the act. Oh no, I've become the adulterer now. 45. Counter-control Mu Li and advance to legend. Hey. Your husband is here. Ning Ye pushed Mu Li away, pretending to be in great pain, and reminded her in a low, panting voice. Husband. Hesely. Mu Li sneered and shook her head, a deep purple glow flashing in her narrow, beautiful eyes. Clang. Crown Prince Wu Chen's eyes immediately lit up with a purple arc of light, and then he stood rooted to the spot like a puppet, unmoving. Get out. Mu Li shouted sharply. Yes. Wu Chen responded mechanically with a single word, then slowly turned and left the bedchamber, even closing the palace doors tightly behind him. This. Ning Ye was startled by this bizarre scene. Mu Li, however, responded indifferently. He is not this princess's husband. On the day of our marriage, Wu Chen of the Yanyun Imperial Dynasty was already dead. The current Wu Chen is merely a puppet. This princess's spirit puppet. Therefore, neither you nor I need to pay him any mind. Too ruthless. Ning Ye couldn't help but gasp at her words. Even he hadn't realized that the current crown Prince Wu Chen of the Yanyun Imperial Dynasty was actually a puppet. At this moment, he had to admit that he was beginning to admire the methods of the yin-yang sect. And just as Ning Ye was slightly lost in thought, Mu Li suddenly furrowed her brow, abruptly grabbed Ning Ye by the neck, and angrily questioned. 10th Prince, your highness, are you still enduring? What am I so unappealing to you? Even willing to suffer the pain of being burned by scorching flames, yet unwilling to touch this princess. With that, the light of the charming spirit ignited in Mu Li's eyes again. With each breath, Ning Ye felt his body temperature rise wildly, and the lust in his eyes grew thicker. It's time. Ning Ye took a deep breath, then circulated his profound technique, reversing his bloodline. Clang! At this moment, the bloodline in his body reversed, and an extremely abnormal flush spread from Ning Ye's cheeks. At the same time, the blood in his body became fervent, as if being scorched. And Ning Ye looked at the peerless face before him, a blend of aloofness and allure. His breathing gradually grew heavier, and even his eyes turned somewhat crimson. He found that the flame within his body had surged dozens of times higher than before. Finally, you can't hold back, can you? Mu Li saw the subtle change in Ning Ye and breathed a sigh of relief. Although she still tried to maintain her composure, her delicate body involuntarily began to tremble when she thought of what was about to happen. However, since she had already made her decision, she had no intention of regretting or retreating. So, she steeled herself and leaned forward again, lightly kissing Ning Ye. And it was just that one kiss that made her feel something was amiss. Her blood was burning. Her lust was surging. At this moment, she desperately wanted to possess Ning Ye, and with a complete disregard for everything else. What's going on? Mu Li's beautiful eyes widened as she stared blankly at Ning Ye, her mind frozen. The love goo, poison, hadn't even been planted, so why was her entire body's lust becoming so intense? I made a mistake. Just now when I reversed my bloodline, I reversed the charming spirit poison. The love goo poison seems not yet planted. When Ning Ye realized this, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He seemed to have been too impatient just now. With that, both their breaths grew heavier and heavier. Soon, in the dark bedchamber, it was unclear who made the first move. The moment their fingertips touched, it ignited the spark in their hearts. The spark, like a prairie fire, swept through their limbs and bones, reaching deep into their souls, stirring intoxicating ripples. Who? 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 With each breath they took, only one thought remained in Ning Ye and Mu Li's minds. Devour Mu Li. Devour Ning Ye. Half an hour later, Ning Ye got up, rubbed his temples and whispered. This mistake, it's a big one. The moment his words fell, 3 system prompts echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining charming spirit primal yin. Your cultivation has been upgraded to Legend Realm 1. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully counter-controlling the love goo poison and acquiring a love slave Mu Li. System tip, host can view Mu Li's panel at any time. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye felt the evolution of the star Yuan in his body into Moon Yuan primal force, a celestial power exclusive to Legend Realm experts, and he nodded, muttering to himself. Although there was a mistake, the outcome is good after all. With that, he tentatively opened Mu Li's panel, as prompted by the system. Name Mu Li. Age 24 years old. Cultivation, Legend Realm 7. Identity, Saintess of Yin Yang sect, love slave under the effect of love goo poison. Bloodline, charming spirit saint body. Beloved, Ning Ye under the effect of love goo poison. System tip, host can activate the love goo poison at any time. Good heavens, it really succeeded. Ning Ye exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Mu Li's character panel. With that, he glanced again at the sleeping Mu Li behind the light gauze of the bed curtains and shook his head. He hadn't expected that, despite being fully prepared tonight, he still made a mistake. But then again, since things had come to this, there was no time for overthinking. Next, he had to hurry to the scripture pavilion. As for activating the love goo poison or anything like that, he would deal with it later. Meanwhile, after leaving the crown prince's bedchamber, Ning Ye executed the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, transforming into a deep demonic shadow, moving through the imperial palace. At this moment, the imperial palace was heavily guarded, with waves of imperial guards continuously patrolling the entire palace. However, fortunately, all the experts in the imperial palace had gone out to search for the empress, so Ning Ye still arrived very smoothly at the scripture pavilion, located in the northern corner of the imperial palace. The scripture pavilion, also known as the Great Wild Goose Pagoda. The Great Wild Goose Pagoda had 9 floors, housing tens of thousands of volumes of martial skills, cultivation techniques, formations, and many great figures Tao comprehension notes collected by the Junlin imperial family. After Ning Ye pushed open the black profound gate, he went straight up. He wasn't very interested in the cultivation techniques collected by the Junlin imperial dynasty, so he wouldn't stop for even a second. Thus, he quickly arrived at the 9th floor forbidden land of the Great Wild Goose Pagoda. Here, a huge bronze gate stood, covered by a powerful formation containing immense energy, far too strong for even a Legend Realm expert to contend with. Fortunately, the secret jade is in hand. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Ning Ye muttered, then his gaze locked onto a groove on the bronze gate, which was also the eye of the formation. Clang! Ning Ye unhesitatingly raised his hand and inserted the secret jade into the eye of the formation. The next second, the formation's energy quickly froze. Feeling the formation extinguish like a candle in the wind, Ning Ye stepped forward, placed his hand on the giant bronze gate, circulated his Moon Yuan primal force, and pushed it open without hesitation. Rumble! The bronze gate slowly opened. One by one, the ever-burning lamps on both sides of the deep corridor lit up, illuminating the entire ancient hall. The ancient hall was very large and spacious, but only an ancient altar stood in its center. At the center of the altar, flames surged. Around the flames, 3 divine artifacts floated. A jade bottle containing a drop of blood that emitted a scorching dragon's breath, as red and enchanting as magma. This was precisely the blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Zhaizu, Ning Ye was looking for. A completely black greatbow, containing an unfathomable and mysterious power like an abyss. This was the dragon-slaying Bao Jun Qianyu wanted. And a dragon-scale armor, cast from dragon scales, with defense considered unparalleled in the world. Finally found it. Ning Ye looked at the 3 supreme treasures on the altar and let out a long sigh of relief, then he stepped towards the altar. Hard work pays off. The second seal of the reverse moon heavenly saber could finally be lifted. 46. Unlock the seal and the villain's fiancé arrives. Otherworldly flame. Arriving before the altar, Ning Ye looked at the flame burning in the center of the altar and couldn't help but shake his head. He had originally thought this flame would be an otherworldly flame, but in reality, the energy it contained was far less than half of an otherworldly flame. so it was most likely just a beast flame. Since that was the case, he lost interest. It's better to unseal the second seal of the reverse moon, heavenly saber first. Ning Ye focused his attention on the jade bottle suspended in a corner of the altar. Inside it was the drop of blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Jai Zhu, he had been longing for. Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath and directly grasped the jade bottle. At this moment, a burning sensation spread from his palm throughout his body. Even through the bottle, he could sense the powerful energy contained within the blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Jai Zhu. Let's begin. His thoughts stopped there. A faint gleam flashed in Ning Ye's eyes, and he abruptly crushed the jade bottle in his hand. Greg! The jade bottle shattered. At this instant, the temperature of the air in the ancient hall suddenly rose, and a scorching aura assaulted him. The blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Jai Zhu, in the bottle seemed to come alive, trembling violently. Vaguely, Ning Ye felt as if he was in ancient times, and he could even hear the roars and howls of ancient dragons. As expected of the blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Jai Zhu. I don't know how many years have passed, yet it still possesses such spirituality. Ning Ye murmured, then slowly spread open his palm. Clang! An ancient heavenly saber engraved with a blood moon appeared. It's worth mentioning that the moment the reverse moon heavenly saber appeared, the restless blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Jai Zhu, actually calmed down, as if it feared this heavenly saber. Let's begin. Ning Ye noticed this detail and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. At this moment, he was very much looking forward to what kind of surprise the reverse moon heavenly saber would bring him after unsealing the second seal. With that, Ning Ye flicked his finger and directly dabbed the blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Jai Zhu, onto the blade of the reverse moon heavenly saber. As the fresh blood flowed down the blade, gradually sliding and finally disappearing into the saber's body. Boom! At this instant, an earth-shattering killing intent raged in all directions. Upon the reverse moon heavenly saber, an additional pattern appeared. This pattern depicted an altar, and on the altar stood a humanoid being, as if about to ascend to immortality. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in Ning Ye's ears. Ding, congratulations, host, on unsealing the second seal of the reverse moon heavenly saber. Ding, congratulations, host, on activating the heaven-defying 7 demonic blades moon-slaying, Shi Yu, second blade. Sealed reverse moon heavenly saber, heaven cannot bury, earth cannot cover. In the 9 heavens world, it is the first heavenly saber of all ages. Slaying a cultivator can seize 2/10 of his lifespan and 2/10 of his cultivation. System prompt. The lifespan and cultivation seized by the host will increase as the seal is removed. Star execution, Zhu Xing, the first blade of the heaven-defying 7 demonic blades. Infuse lifespan to unleash a heaven-defying strike, striking down stars and moons. System prompt. Unleashing one strike requires the host to infuse 10 years of lifespan. Moon-slaying Shi Yu, second blade, the second blade of the heaven-defying 7 demonic blades. Infuse lifespan to sever time and space. System prompt. Unleashing one strike requires the host to infuse 30 years of lifespan. Listening to the system prompts, Ning Ye felt comfortable all over. The second seal has been unsealed. From now on, as long as he slays cultivators with the reverse moon heavenly saber, he can obtain 2/10 of their lifespan and 2/10 of their cultivation. It must be said that this is a huge improvement. In addition, the second blade of the heaven-defying 7 demonic blades moon-slaying Shi Yu, second blade, although it requires 30 years of lifespan to unleash this strike can sever time and space, and its power can be imagined how terrifying it is. With this blade unsealed, even if he encounters a sacred realm expert, he can contend with him. His thoughts stopped there, and the smile on Ning Ye's face couldn't be suppressed. Time is almost up. Next, it's time to collect the spoils of war and make a quick getaway. Ning Ye suppressed his excitement, and focused his attention on the other 2 divine artifacts on the altar. The dragon-slaying bow was specifically requested by Jun Qianyu. Then this remaining dragon-scale armor is mine. With that, Ning Ye, without another word, directly reached out and put the dragon-slaying bow and the dragon-scale armor into his storage ring. Just as he was filled with rewards and preparing to leave, a cold and majestic voice came from outside the main hall. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden land of my Junlin imperial family's scripture pavilion? Hearing this familiar voice, a flash of killing intent flickered in Ning Ye's eyes. Third Prince Wu Yu. Why is he here? If that's the case, then I can't let him go. Ning Ye shook his head. Although he knew that it was not the time to completely fall out with the Junlin imperial family, if Wu Yu saw him at this moment, the entire plan would be ruined. Therefore, Ning Ye didn't mind killing him to silence him and eradicate the root of the problem. And just as his thoughts were turning, 3 figures walked into the ancient hall. Third Prince Wu Yu. Third Princess Consort, Nyan Nujio. And another, Sacred Realm Expert. Ning Ye's gaze swept over the third prince and the crown princess one by one, finally settling on the old man in sackcloth with silver hair standing behind them. At this moment, he could feel the sacred realm chi from the old man. Ning Ye. It's actually you. Wu Yu looked at Ning Ye with a surprised expression. Obviously, even he hadn't expected that the person who broke into the scripture pavilion tonight would be Ning Ye. Killing my evil sect experts. Trespassing into the forbidden land of the Junlin imperial family. Ning Ye, you're incredibly bold. Nyan Nujio crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes full of playful sarcasm as she looked at Ning Ye. Before tonight, she was worried about how to get revenge on Ning Ye. Now, she hadn't expected Ning Ye to deliver himself to her doorstep. This was an excellent opportunity for revenge. You two really want me dead. Ning Ye chuckled as he glanced at Wu Yu and Nyan Nujio, asking indifferently. Today you will die. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Wu Yu's mouth. You must die. Even gods can't save you. Nyan Nujio added, gritting her teeth. Then let's see. Ning Ye shook his head, his gaze fixed on the old man in sackcloth standing behind the two. He could confirm that this old man was not among the 10 great divine generals of Junlin, yet he possessed the cultivation of the sacred realm. Clearly, he was a hidden expert in the imperial palace. However, he didn't believe this was a sure-death situation. After all, if he were to activate Heavenly Prohibition now, coupled with the reverse moon Heavenly Saber's second blade, moon slaying Shi Yu, second blade, even a sacred realm expert might not be able to stop him. Hehe. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Old man Yi. Next, I'll trouble you to capture this traitor. Wu Yu nodded solemnly to the old man in sackcloth behind him. Hearing this, the old man in sackcloth silently and slowly raised his head. He quietly looked at Ning Ye, his ancient eyes showing no joy or sorrow, yet they carried the terrifying and powerful pressure of the sacred realm, locking onto Ning Ye. At this instant, the atmosphere of the entire ancient hall became tense, once solidified, and a great battle seemed imminent. And just at this critical moment, a gentle breeze, from who knows where, blew, causing the beast flame in the center of the altar to sway violently. Immediately after, a playful and mocking laugh sounded. Hadohatu. This scripture pavilion is truly lively tonight. As the voice fell, a tall, graceful figure was seen, slowly walking into the ancient hall of the Forbidden Land on the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion with her hands behind her back. The bright light of the long-burning lamp shone on her cold and peerless face, making her appear incomparably beautiful and stunning. The exquisite black silk ribbon covering her eyes made her appear even more mysterious and otherworldly. And this newcomer was none other than the second young miss of the Jun family, Jun Kainyu. 47. Kill the prince. His and her killing night happy cooperation. Second Miss Jun. Why are you here? Wu Yu was stunned when he saw the newcomer. Jun Kainyu. Nyan Nujio swallowed. She had always prided herself on her beauty, but ever since she first saw Jun Kainyu, she truly understood the meaning of the words peerless beauty. Even someone as proud as her had to admit that, in front of Jun Kainyu, she felt an innate sense of inferiority and jealousy. Third Prince, Your Highness. You shouldn't be here. Jun Kainyu's lips curved slightly as she shook her head. Why? Tonight, my second brother sent a message asking me to guard the scripture pavilion here. Wu Yu looked at Jun Kainyu with a puzzled expression, bringing up second Prince Wu Linchen. Upon hearing this, Jun Kainyu nodded thoughtfully and said indifferently. I know you've been his dog since you were young. But so many years have passed, why haven't you made any progress? You. Wu Yu's face flushed red upon hearing this. He didn't want to get entangled with Jun Kainyu on this issue, so he pointed a finger at Jun Kainyu and indignantly questioned. Second Miss Jun. Tonight, are you perhaps shielding Ning Ye? Yes. Jun Kainyu nodded without the slightest concealment, then murmured without thinking. He is, after all, this young lady's fiancé. It's quite normal to shield him, isn't it? Presumptuous. Wu Yu roared. His unauthorized entry into the scripture pavilion is a capital offense. Moreover, this highness suspects that he is also involved with the group of assassins who attacked my mother tonight. Let alone you, even if your father, General Jun Wuhui, came, he wouldn't be able to protect him. If second Miss Jun insists on this tonight, then don't blame this highness for disregarding our past friendship. That's right. Nyan Nujio nodded coldly when she heard Wu Yu speak like this. Jun Kainyu. You must know. Junlin is the imperial dynasty of the Wu family. The imperial dynasty has its rules. Wudu martial capital is not a lawless zone for you, Jun Kainyu. You Jun Kainyu cannot do as you please here. Is that so? A faint curve appeared on Jun Kainyu's lips. She reached out and accurately and fiercely grabbed Nyan Nujio's long hair, directly dragging her in front of her. You hussy. Let go of this princess consort. Otherwise, this princess consort will make you regret it for life. Nyan Nujio, held by her hair by Jun Kainyu, shrieked from the tearing pain in her scalp. She tried to resist, but she discovered in horror that her high-level star-gathering cultivation was mercilessly frozen by a mysterious power. She could only look helplessly at her husband, Wu Yu, and cry out. Husband! Save me! Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was instantly enraged. he urgently ordered the old man in linen clothes. Old man Yi. Jun Kaianyu has rebelled. Quickly apprehend her. Silence. The old man in linen clothes seemed not to have heard, merely lowering his head and casually kicking pebbles in the underground palace, as if he couldn't see the scene before him at all. You. She. Wu Yu's expression changed drastically. In that instant, he understood everything. Old man Yi was Jun Kaianyu's person. As expected of her. Ning Ye couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart as he watched this reversal. The next second, Jun Kaianyu's palm flipped, and a sharp short blade appeared in her hand. You, what do you want to do? Nyan Nujiao's delicate body trembled slightly, as she felt the chilling cold emanating from the short blade. What do you think? Jun Kaianyu leaned down and lightly exhaled orchid-scented breath into Nyan Nujiao's ear, then pressed the short blade against her fair neck. The smile on her pretty face grew increasingly playful and mocking. You can't kill me. I am the granddaughter of the evil sect Grand Elder. I am the third princess consort of Junlin. If you kill me, you will. Nyan Nujiao spoke tremblingly, but her words were cut short by a cold voice. It's not the first time. As the words fell, the sound of a short blade slicing through a throat echoed in the air. Rip! Jun Kaianyu indifferently swung the short blade across Nyan Nujiao's neck, leaving a long red line on her fair skin. Immediately, the red line burst open, and incredibly vibrant blood spurted out from the incision like a fountain, instantly splattering third Prince Wu Yu's face. Nyan Nujiao clutched her severed throat, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Jun Kaianyu. Clearly, she hadn't expected Jun Kaianyu to actually dare to kill her, even with her profound background, without a moment's hesitation. Boom! Nyan Nujiao's body crashed to the ground, falling at third Prince Wu Yu's feet. Thick blood formed a shallow puddle around his feet. What have you done? Wu Yu's pale, effeminate face was now covered in blood, and his pupils trembled as he stared at Jun Kaianyu, clearly not expecting Jun Kaianyu to actually dare to kill his princess consort. Jun Kaianyu, however, clearly had no intention of responding to the third prince. She simply parted her red lips and playfully said to Ning Ye, You or me? I'll do it. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye didn't hesitate and walked step by step towards third Prince Wu Yu. You don't come over. This highness is the third Prince of Junlin. Wu Yu retreated continuously, his face pale. Understood. Third Prince. Ning Ye nodded noncommittally. With a flick of his wrist, the reverse moon heavenly saber cut through the void realm. Amidst splashing blood, the third prince's head was thrown high into the air, finally rolling to a stop at Jun Kaianyu's feet. Jun Kaianyu looked up, inhaling the rich scent of blood in the air. A pleased curve appeared on her red lips, and she then spoke to Old Man Yi. Old Man Yi, tonight's events you saw nothing. Old Man Yi chuckled and said, Second Miss Jun, you know. This old servant is advanced in years. Not only am I blind, but I'm also deaf. With that he bowed to Jun Kaianyu, then turned and left. After Old Man Yi left, only Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu remained in the entire ancient hall. Successful? Jun Kaianyu asked indifferently. Everything that needed to be obtained has been obtained. Ning Ye nodded. Since it's over, let's go home then. This young lady is a bit tired tonight. Jun Kaianyu rubbed her brow with a hint of fatigue. Ning Ye nodded. He instinctively stepped forward and took Jun Kaianyu's hand, preparing to lead her away. But after only 2 steps, he realized that although Jun Kaianyu was currently blind, her senses were still incredibly sharp. It seemed she didn't need him to lead the way and could leave the imperial palace normally. The problem was, he had already taken her hand, and if he let go now, wouldn't he lose face? So Ning Ye could only steel himself and hold Jun Kaianyu's hand, pretending nothing had happened, as he walked all the way towards the scripture pavilion below. Oh, this guy, he's starting to act a bit like a fiancé. Jun Kaianyu mused playfully in her heart. However, she didn't resist, allowing Ning Ye to lead her. Just then she seemed to recall something and suddenly stopped, asking, Ning Ye, you weren't eaten by Muley, were you? Ning Ye was startled, thinking, eaten and being eaten. They shouldn't be the same thing, right? So he righteously replied, Of course not. That's good. Jun Kaianyu smiled and nodded. What about you? Tonight, how did your interaction with the Empress go? Ning Ye also asked Jun Kaianyu about her situation tonight. Jun Kaianyu chuckled and gave her assessment of the Empress, or rather, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, Mu Lingxi. She's just a little dummy. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, thinking, this is the first time I've heard anyone call the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect a little dummy. But if it's Jun Kaianyu saying it, then it's fine, and quite normal actually. Ning Ye. Jun Kaianyu suddenly called out. Ning Ye turned around and looked at Jun Kaianyu with a puzzled expression, asking, What's wrong? Jun Kaianyu hummed softly, a faint curve appearing on her lips as she gently parted them. Pleasure working with you. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye was momentarily stunned. Then he also smiled faintly, nodded and said, "Pleasure working with you." 48. The dynasty is their chess piece. What is their plan? As the long night faded, the darkness receded from the sky above Wudu, martial capital. When the first ray of dawn sunlight spilled across the land, the deafening sound of bells echoed through Junlin. Clang, 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 clang. The sacred bells in the imperial palace rang 7 times consecutively, and the people and cultivators throughout Wudu, martial capital, all looked towards the imperial palace with astonishment. All citizens of the Junlin dynasty knew that 7 rings of the sacred bell signified the demise of a great figure in Wudu, martial capital. And just as everyone was speculating who this great figure might be, news began to spread from the imperial palace, instantly causing a huge stir throughout Wudu, martial capital, and even the entire imperial dynasty. Have you heard? Yesterday, the 3rd prince and the 3rd princess consort both died in the imperial palace. What kind of joke is that? Who in the entire Junlin dynasty doesn't know about this? Tusk, tusk, tusk. I heard the 3rd prince was beheaded, and the 3rd princess consort had her throat slit. The perpetrator's methods were extremely brutal. Not only that, I heard the scripture pavilion was completely ransacked. Hiss, who could be so audacious? Is this an act of war against the entire imperial dynasty? Rumor has it the culprit is the demonic cult. That's right, only people from the demonic cult could be so deranged. Meanwhile, as the entire Junlin dynasty was abuzz with discussions about last night's events, the imperial palace was shrouded in a thick gloom. Not a single dignitary of the Junlin dynasty dared to comment on what happened last night. For some unknown reason, these prominent figures who usually wielded great influence in the imperial dynasty all chose to remain silent. Wayang Palace, the empress's bedchamber. Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, stood by the window with her hands behind her back, wearing a purple crown and a luxurious black phoenix-patterned long dress, gazing into the distance. Her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with cold solemnity. Who was that person last night? Mu Lingxi furrowed her phoenix-like brows and muttered to herself with extreme apprehension. Last night, someone attacked the imperial palace, targeting her personally. That person's strength was extremely formidable, and they even knew her background, so she had no choice but to pursue them out of Wudu, martial capital, to silence them. However, after she left Wudu, martial capital, and finally caught up with that person in the Chunaming mountain range, that person vanished into thin air like smoke right before her eyes. It was only after she returned to Wudu, martial capital, that she realized she wasn't the only one who had been lured away from Wudu, martial capital, last night. Even the 10 great divine generals of Junlin had been drawn away, and the mastermind behind all of this was merely a shadow. One person creating more than a dozen shadows, and causing chaos throughout the entire Junlin imperial palace. To be honest, she had truly never seen such a method in her life. Could it be her? A name popped into Mu Lingxi's mind. If it's her, then things will be troublesome. Mu Lingxi took a deep breath, and she couldn't help but reach up to pinch her brows. Just then, the palace gates of Wayang Palace opened. A graceful figure slowly walked into the bedchamber. It was Mu Li. Today, Mu Li was dressed in a simple and elegant white dress. Her face, too beautiful to be painted and exquisitely cold, was now filled with fatigue. One could also see a deep hickey on her fair neck. Master! Mu Li softly called out to Mu Lingxi. Hearing this, Mu Lingxi turned to look at Mu Li, and her gaze immediately fell upon the hickey on Mu Li's fair neck. As her master, she also sensed that her disciple had lost her primordial yin. At this, she let out a long sigh of relief, nodded in satisfaction, and praised. Not bad. It seems your great plan succeeded last night. Mu Li softly hummed, a blush rising on her pretty face. Last night's events were vivid in her memory, a fresh flower blooming, yet struck by a storm, wild and disorienting. She thought she would never forget it in this lifetime. However, she could now feel the connection between her and Ning Ye, so in her opinion, it should be considered a success. At least there's some good news. Mu Lingxi stepped forward and gently stroked Mu Li's long hair, letting out a sigh of relief. She was certain that the person who attacked the imperial palace last night, even if not Jun Kaianyu herself, was one of Jun Kaianyu's people, and the person who ransacked the forbidden land of the scripture pavilion was Ning Ye. But now she was no longer worried, because if Ning Ye was poisoned with the love poison, he would willingly be controlled by her disciple from now on. Ning Ye would be the sharpest blade she placed beside Jun Kaianyu. Master, what is your plan next? Mu Li asked in a low voice. Mu Lingxi pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then spoke. It's very simple. Next, this seat will use Ning Ye to gradually erode Jun Kaianyu's influence. This seat will use Ning Ye, step by step, to make Jun Kaianyu destroy herself. And the first step is to have Ning Ye kill Jun Kaianyu's dog. Jun Kaianyu's dog. Mu Li frowned slightly upon hearing this, then seemed to realize something and quickly spoke. Master, are you planning to have Ning Ye kill the second prince, Wu Linqian? Exactly. A faint smile appeared on Mu Lingxi's lips. The second prince, Wu Linqian, was the most infatuated and powerful man in Wudu martial capital, and even the entire Yanyun Dynasty when it came to Jun Kaianyu. Whatever Jun Kaianyu wanted to do, he would spare no effort to accomplish it for her. Even after the Zhao family was annihilated, he personally kept and controlled the Zhao family's military power for Jun Kaianyu. In her opinion, Wu Linchen could be considered Jun Kaianyu's most loyal dog. If Wu Linchen died, it would undoubtedly be like severing Jun Kaianyu's left and right arms. Most importantly, she could use Wu Linchen's death as a legitimate reason to mobilize the entire imperial dynasty's forces to attack the Jun family. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to destroy the Jun family. Lear find an opportunity. Go and have Ning Ye complete this task for our yin-yang sect. Now, you are his only antidote and salvation, as he is afflicted with the love poison. And he is a crucial chess piece for us going forward. So, you must firmly hold on to him, and not let him escape from your grasp. Mu Lingxi spoke playfully, teasingly. Understood. Master. Mu Li lowered her eyelids, concealing the helplessness in her heart, nodded, and then turned to leave Shent's military prefecture. On top of Shent's tower, Jun Kaianyu leaned comfortably in a chair, enjoying her summer afternoon nap. Kaianai stood considerately by her side, brewing tea and fanning her. The tea aroma diffused and the years were peaceful. Young miss. The second prince is about to arrive in Wudu, martial capital. Kaianai softly reminded her. Jun Kaianyu lightly hummed, and asked indifferently. Once he arrives in Wudu martial capital, our plan can begin. Hearing this, Kaianai took a deep breath, nodded heavily and exclaimed. Young miss. So many years have passed. Are we finally going to take that step? Hello. Upon hearing this, a breathtakingly beautiful smile involuntarily bloomed on Jun Kaianyu's lips. Then, she meaningfully murmured towards the west courtyard where Ning Ye was. In a few more days, this chess game in Wudu martial capital will come to an end. How wonderful. Ning Ye, oh Ning Ye, I must say you truly are a gift from heaven to this young lady. Your appearance has truly saved this young lady a lot of time. If all goes well, this young lady's seal will soon be broken. 49. Swallowing the sky flame, 5 realms in a row, a bad woman. Shen's military prefecture, west courtyard, as the sun set. Under the banyan tree, Ning Ye, with a solemn expression, took out a Ling Yun pill, spirit essence pill, and spoke to Susu. Susu. Listen carefully. After you take this medicinal pill, do not circulate the power within your body. You must allow the power of the medicinal pill to permeate your entire being, okay? Oh. Okay. Susu looked at the Ling Yun pill, spirit essence pill, in Ning Ye's hand, which was the size of a longan and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance, and nodded obediently. Whatever Ning Ye said, she would unconditionally obey. Okay. Ning Ye nodded, then softly said. Open your mouth. Susu obediently opened her small mouth, and Ning Ye directly placed the Ling Yun pill, spirit essence pill, into Susu's mouth. How does it feel? Ning Ye stared intently at Susu, and asked in a deep voice. Daddy. I don't feel anything. Susu looked at Ning Ye in confusion, blinking her eyes. The next second, a warm current surged from her lower abdomen, then instantly spread throughout her limbs and bones, finally permeating deep into her soul. At this moment, Ning Ye saw Susu's crimson eyes gradually become unfocused. The little girl murmured as if in a dream. Daddy. Susu, my head hurts so much. With that, Susu directly collapsed into Ning Ye's embrace. At this moment, under the setting sun, Susu's exquisite and peerless face turned extremely pale. Memories sealed by profound ice for 10,000 years in the depths of her mind began to revive. Rainy night, blood, screams, last words, crying, ice, cold. Fragmented images flickered intermittently in Susu's mind. At this moment, even though Susu's head hurt terribly, she obediently did not circulate the power within her body, only biting her delicate lips tightly with her pearly teeth, allowing the medicinal power to continuously permeate her soul. Ding, system notification. Su Beiju's damaged divine soul is rapidly recovering. Ding, system notification. Su Beiju's cultivation is rapidly increasing. Ding, system notification. Su Beiju's damaged divine soul has been fully repaired. Ding, system notification. The netherworld sacred flame has finished evolving. Name Su Beiju. Age 16. Cultivation, Sacred Realm 1. Relationship, Netherworld Bond. Intimacy, 85. Divine Soul Repair Progress, 100%. Divine Soul Repair complete. Memories will slowly revive over time. Netherworld Sacred Flame, 100%. Susu's Divine Soul has recovered. The Netherworld Sacred Flame has also finished evolving. Ning Ye looked at Susu's status panel and listened to the system notifications, letting out a long sigh of relief. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell, and when he saw Susu's cultivation easily break through the Legend Realm and reach Sacred Realm 1, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan bloodline. He took another look at Susu, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Ning Ye gently placed her under the banyan tree, then began to prepare to refine the heavenly flame, the netherworld sacred flame. Zheng! Ning Ye raised his hand, and a dark black flame ignited in his palm. The moment the flame appeared, the surrounding void realm was severely distorted, and there was no doubt that it contained world-destroying power. This was the seed fire of the netherworld sacred flame. Next, what he had to do was to devour the heavenly flame, and then refine it with the Fenju, burning art. Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and directly swallowed the seed fire, simultaneously frantically circulating the Fenju, burning art. Perhaps because Ning Ye's bloodline had reached the supreme level, coupled with the divine peculiarity of the Fenju, burning art, devouring the heavenly flame was not difficult for him, but it did consume a great deal of energy and time. After one day and one night, pleasant system notification sounds echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations host, you have successfully melted the netherworld sacred flame. Ding, congratulations host, your cultivation has increased to Legend Realm 2. Ding, congratulations host, your cultivation has increased to Legend Realm 3. Ding, congratulations host, your cultivation has increased to Legend Realm 6. Listening to the system notifications in his ears, Ning Ye only felt an ineffable sense of wonderful pleasure surging from the depths of his soul, then spreading throughout his limbs and bones. His power had increased tremendously in a short instant, and the speed of Moon Yuan, primal force, circulation in his meridians had increased by more than 100 times. 5 realms in an instant. Is this the power of the heavenly flame? Ning Ye slowly opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and his heart immediately felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. With that, Ning Ye raised his finger and summoned the netherworld sacred flame. Zheng! A dark black flame emerged at his fingertip. It could be seen that the flame, dancing like a dark elf at his fingertip, seemed to devour all light. There were even crackling electric sparks flickering around it, and the power it contained was more than 10 times stronger than before, even carrying a hint of destruction. Netherworld sacred flame. Ning Ye looked at the heavenly flame on his fingertip, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. With the heavenly flame in hand and his cultivation greatly advanced, he finally had the true power to protect himself in this Wudu, martial capital. And just then, Susu woke up. It's worth mentioning that as soon as the little girl woke up, she immediately burrowed into Ning Ye's embrace. Tears constantly overflowed from her eyes, soaking Ning Ye's chest. Susu! Are you okay? Ning Ye put away the netherworld sacred flame, gently holding Susu as he asked. Daddy! I saw so many images. Someone was crying. Someone died. I'm so cold. Susu leaned her head against Ning Ye's chest, biting her delicate lips with her pearly teeth, her voice choked with sobs. Her fragile appearance made one's heart ache. Alas! Ning Ye sighed, gently stroking Susu's back. After her divine soul was repaired, her once frozen memories would slowly revive and awaken over time. It was foreseeable that with the revival of these memories, Susu would no longer be as carefree as before. But then again, in this dangerous world, who could remain carefree forever? Susu was the last princess of the Ghost Spirit royal clan. Sooner or later, she would have to face the masterminds who stood at the peak of the 9 heavens and forced her Ghost Spirit royal clan bloodline to extinction. Therefore, she had to mature as quickly as possible. However, no matter what the future held, Ning Ye had decided that he would always stand in front of Susu and protect her. Gods or myriad races, he did not care. Daddy, will you always stay with Susu from now on? Susu took a while to calm her emotions, then looked up at Ning Ye with tear-filled eyes. Of course. Daddy will always be by Susu's side. Ning Ye nodded without hesitation. Susu also nodded heavily, and a pure and beautiful smile like in the past finally appeared on her exquisite face. Ning Ye looked at the smile on Susu's face, his eyes gradually firming. Power. Ultimately, it was still power. In this world, power meant everything. At this moment, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and thought to himself. It's also time to go and see that woman in the sacrificial Tao pagoda. Now that Susu's bloodline had begun to awaken, it would become increasingly difficult to hide her identity as a Ghost Spirit royal clan member. Furthermore, if he guessed correctly, his convenient fiancée would probably be making a big move soon. Therefore, he now needed an excellent helper, and that helper was that woman in the sacrificial Tao pagoda. With that, Ning Ye slowly closed his eyes. In the deepest part of his consciousness, it was like in boundless starry sky, an immortal ancient pagoda, standing squarely in the center of the starry sky, as if telling of eternity. Susu. Daddy will take you to see someone, okay? Ning Ye gently stroked Susu's beautiful hair and spoke softly. Who? Susu looked up at Ning Ye with a pitiful expression. A bad woman. Ning Ye's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said. 50, the woman in the bronze coffin, Demon Lord Kenyu. Bad woman. Susu swallowed her saliva when she heard those 3 words, and whispered. Daddy, could it be that you're going to see second Miss Jun again? Of course not. Ning Ye chuckled as he ruffled Susu's soft, snow-like silver hair and said, It's another bad woman. Ah. Susu's red lips slightly parted, and then she asked with some trepidation. Then Daddy, how does that bad woman compare to second Miss Jun? Ning Ye thought for a moment and then replied. They're both bad in their own unique ways. They're not entirely the same. So that's how it is. Susu nodded thoughtfully. In her heart, she believed the most terrifying woman in the world was Jun Kaienyu. Now, another bad woman was coming, and for a moment her heart couldn't help but pound. Don't worry. She won't do anything to you. Because Susu, you will be her only antidote. Ning Ye comforted her with a profound meaning. In the original plot of Nijiyushin, Against the Nine Heavens, that woman in the three-life bronze coffin on the first floor of the sacrificial Dao Pagoda had an extremely powerful background and was ruthless. But now, looking at the entire Nine Heavens, only Susu could awaken her and sustain her life. Since that was the case, that woman would not only not harm Susu, but would cherish her beyond measure, just as she cherished her own life. Is that so? Susu gazed at Ning Ye without blinking, not understanding what he meant. Hello. Let's go. Ning Ye didn't explain, only smiled and nodded. With that he took a deep breath, formed a hand seal and muttered in his heart. Sacrificial Dao Pagoda. Open. Zheng. A mysterious array of starlight appeared from beneath Ning Ye's feet, and endless light rain floated against the sky. The next second, the figures of Ning Ye and Susu disappeared together beneath the banyan tree. Sacrificial Dao Pagoda, first floor. This place seemed like a small world, transcending beyond the nine heavens. This world was not large, only containing an isolated island floating above the boundless starry sky, as if it had been exiled. At the center of the isolated island stood a mysterious ancient tree several hundred jang tall. The branches of the ancient tree were as sharp as swords, and it was covered with golden leaves, exuding an extremely rich and abundant life force. When the blazing and beautiful starlight passed through the leaves and fell upon the bronze coffin beneath the ancient tree, it made it appear even more mysterious. If Ning Ye remembered correctly, this was the legendary tree of life. Daddy! There's a bronze coffin there. Susu pointed at the bronze coffin beneath the ancient tree, and exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath, then led Susu slowly to the ancient tree, arriving before the bronze coffin. Daddy! That bad woman you mentioned, she wouldn't be inside, would she? Susu tightly held Ning Ye's hand, and asked nervously. Ning Ye nodded, then raised his hand and pressed it directly onto the bronze coffin. He circulated his profound technique and pushed hard. Boom! The coffin lid opened. Endless starlight poured down through the leaves. At this moment, a woman lay quietly within the coffin. She was dressed in a dark, night-like palace gown, with mysterious demon patterns adorning its hem. Her slender waist was so delicate it could be grasped with one hand, and her night-like long hair was loosely spread out, with a dark moon hairpin obliquely placed in it, exuding an unparalleled nobility and elegance. Beneath the starlight, her face, as if carved from ice, was exquisitely beautiful, without any makeup, yet still as lovely as a dream. Even the finest painters in the nine heavens could not depict even a fraction of her stunning beauty. The tear mole beneath the corner of her eye added a touch of fragile beauty to her. Without a doubt, this was a woman of breathtaking beauty and unparalleled cold charm. And at this moment, this mysterious woman's eyes were tightly closed. Her long, slender fingers, like spring onions, were crossed over her abdomen, and her breathing was steady, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Daddy, she's so beautiful. Susu exclaimed very earnestly. When my Susu grows up, she'll definitely be even more beautiful than her. Ning Ye smiled, then turned his gaze to the woman's face and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Finally found her. Demon Venerable. Kang Yue. Yes. The woman lying in the bronze coffin was the demon venerable of the demon race, Kang Yue, who disappeared from the world of nine heavens 10,000 years ago during the great war between gods and demons. In Nijiyushin, Against the Nine Heavens, Kang Yue was the devil emperor's older sister, the venerable of the demon race. 10,000 years ago, during the outbreak of the war between gods and demons, she single-handedly annihilated hundreds of divine imperial dynasties, and hundreds of millions of lives died by her hand. She was once evaluated by the gods of the upper realm as the demon race's fiercest person, the undefeated demon venerable, becoming the deepest nightmare in the hearts of countless powerful figures above the nine heavens. Unfortunately, in the late stage of the war between gods and demons, she encountered divine master Yan Zhai and ultimately lost by one move, disappearing from the world of nine heavens ever since. Legend in the nine heavens said that Kang Yue died, killed by Yan Zhai, but Ning Ye knew that this was not the truth. The truth was, for the past 10,000 years, Kang Yue had been severely wounded and had been sleeping in the bronze coffin. As for how she entered the sacrificial Dao Pagoda, that remained a mystery. This woman is extraordinary. Ning Ye mumbled. Daddy, what do we do now? Susu asked curiously. Naturally, we wake her up. Ning Ye responded with a smile. Susu was the last royal bloodline of the ghost spirit royal clan. Looking at the entire 9 heavens, only a drop of Susu's true blood could awaken Kang Yue. With that thought, Ning Ye looked at Susu and asked, Susu, can you give daddy a drop of true blood? Okay. Susu nodded without hesitation. Immediately after, she extended a finger and circulated her bloodline power. Zheng. A drop of dark golden ghost spirit true blood had already appeared on her fingertip, and in the next instant, Susu's face instantly turned somewhat pale. Losing a drop of true blood would normally require at least a year of cultivation to recover, but for Ning Ye, she was willing to do so. Of course, Ning Ye would not let Susu lose a drop of true blood in vain. After leaving the sacrificial Dao Pagoda, he had many ways to help Susu restore her true blood. After all, he remembered that there were quite a few divine medicines in the system mall for replenishing true blood. However, the moment the true blood appeared, its rich fragrance instantly permeated the entire isolated island. And upon smelling the blood, even Ning Ye felt a greedy urge to fall into it, wanting to devour that drop of true blood and absorb it into his own body. But it was only for an instant. This thought was firmly suppressed by him. Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath and calmed down, thinking that the blood of the ghost spirit royal clan was indeed like the most alluring divine fruit in the world, capable of making people unconsciously immerse themselves in it, unable to extricate themselves. The thought stopped there. Ning Ye took the drop of dark golden true blood, then directly condensed his finger and sent it into the woman's mouth. As the blood entered her mouth, the woman's long eyelashes trembled slightly and her delicate eyebrows furrowed. Her face, which had been as pale as ice and snow, showed patches of intoxicating blush. Indeed, the true blood of the ghost spirit royal clan can awaken Kang Yue. Ning Ye let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Just as he was about to withdraw his finger, he found that his finger was fiercely sucked by the woman, and the Moon Yuan, primal force, within his body was uncontrollably and automatically pouring into the woman's body. What the hell is going on? Ning Ye's expression changed, and he was greatly alarmed. And at this moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes and stared blankly at Ning Ye. For some reason, the atmosphere felt inexplicably awkward. Can you let go of my finger first? Ning Ye frowned and looked at Kang Yue, speaking in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Kang Yue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her extremely indifferent and cool beautiful eyes quietly gazed at Ning Ye, showing no change in emotion. Clearly, she had no intention of stopping, still greedily sucking the lingering taste of true blood from Ning Ye's finger like a bloodthirsty demon. After a while, her red lips slightly parted, and she let go of Ning Ye. Whoosh! Ning Ye withdrew his finger, helplessly shaking off the crystal-clear saliva on it. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Kang Yue's red lips part slightly, and her voice, both commanding and authoritative, spoke. Little fellow, you seem to despise this venerable quite a bit. 51. Susu becomes a disciple and makes a deal with the devil. He. Ning Ye heard this and his forehead was covered in black lines. Then a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said, Senior, you must be joking. Actually, he didn't dislike Kang Yue. He just felt it wasn't quite right, and also not very hygienic. He. Kang Yue heard this and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. After carefully sensing the power of Ning Ye that she had just absorbed into her body, she parted her red lips and said meaningfully, Little fellow, the bloodline power you possess seems to be extraordinary. Ning Ye heard this and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He didn't think Kang Yue could see through his bloodline, so he casually replied with 3 words, It's all right. HMPH. Kang Yue snorted coldly. She had indeed sensed that Ning Ye's bloodline was very powerful, and its strength was beyond her comprehension. However, since Ning Ye was unwilling to speak, she didn't bother to ask, because what interested her most was not Ning Ye, but the silver-haired girl standing behind Ning Ye, Susu. Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. It seems this venerable one has truly had good luck. Kang Yue's red lips curled slightly, and her cold eyes were filled with fervent heat. Before the battle between gods and demons, she had personally witnessed how the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan was annihilated. Later, she was defeated by Divine Master Yan Zhai, and her injuries were difficult to heal. Only the true blood of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan could save her life. But since the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan had been destroyed, she had to seal herself in the bronze coffin, hoping that in the future she could reverse her certain death situation. But she didn't expect that after she awakened, she would actually be able to see a living Ghost Spirit Royal Clan girl. Since this was the case, her fate would change, and she was naturally joyful. Ning Ye looked at Kang Yue's undisguised fervent gaze and couldn't help but frown. He immediately pulled Susu behind him and said, Senior, please have some self-respect. Self-respect. Kang Yue seemed to have heard something amusing, and the smile on her noble and stunning face grew even wider. She looked at Ning Ye with interest and asked, Little fellow, do you know who I am? Heh. Ning Ye smiled and replied, Demon Venerable. Kang Yue. For 10,000 years your great name, who in the 9 heavens doesn't know it, who doesn't understand it? Lo. Kang Yue's delicate eyebrows raised slightly. At this moment, her gaze towards Ning Ye became even more interesting. She hadn't expected that 10,000 years would have passed while she slept, and furthermore, this little fellow in front of her actually knew her identity. This meant that waking her up was something this little fellow had specifically intended. What is your name? Kang Yue asked indifferently. Ning Ye. Ning Ye replied calmly. Tell me your purpose for coming here to awaken this venerable one. Kang Yue crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes unblinking as she looked down at Ning Ye, her fervent gaze almost piercing through him. Since Ning Ye had specifically come to awaken her, she was naturally curious about Ning Ye's true purpose. A transaction. Ning Ye said 2 words. What transaction? Kang Yue looked at Ning Ye with an expression that suggested everything was within her expectations. Take Susu as your disciple. Ning Ye said with a solemn expression. This was a plan he had thought of from the beginning. After all, Susu's identity as a ghost spirit royal clan member would be exposed sooner or later, so he naturally needed a powerful ally to protect Susu with him. This person was Kang Yue, and since Kang Yue was a demon venerable, if she personally guided Susu in cultivation, Susu's future achievements would be immeasurable. Take a disciple. Kang Yue heard this and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, she nodded and replied, all right. She also understood very clearly that Susu, who possessed the bloodline of the ghost spirit royal clan, was her only chance to prolong her lifespan. Since this was the case, she could naturally take Susu as her disciple. And then, this venerable one wants to know what you want. Kang Yue's narrow, beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Clever as she was, she naturally knew that Ning Ye awakening her couldn't just be for Susu to become a disciple. She wanted to know what Ning Ye truly wanted. Ning Ye seemed to have seen through Kang Yue's thoughts and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. To be honest, with the system mall of all worlds activated, he wasn't really that tempted by the cultivation resources Kang Yue possessed. The only resources that could tempt him and make him covetous were the numerous forbidden great killing weapons he knew Kang Yue had hidden on her. In Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, the reason Kang Yue could become the demon venerable was not only because of her powerful cultivation and unparalleled combat power, but also because she had once created many weapons that were once famous throughout the 9 heavens. Demon's Roar Cannon once instantly destroyed an entire imperial dynasty, countless beings perished. 9 heavens Yin Thunder, once the Yin Thunder appeared, all gods were annihilated. Yin Moon God-slaying Needle, the demon race's #1 hidden weapon, no one has ever seen its true power, because those who have seen it are all dead. Falling Star 1,000 Flowers, Kang Yue's famous great killing weapon. Legend has it that once this weapon appeared, stars fell like 1,000 fading flowers, each flower a star realm. The first time this weapon appeared on the battleground of gods and demons, it annihilated several powerful divine families. In Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, over 100 mysterious great killing weapons were all created by Kang Yue alone. Therefore, in Ning Ye's eyes, Kang Yue was not just a simple demon venerable, but a super weapon arsenal. Having Kang Yue meant infinite possibilities, but the problem was that these were all Kang Yue's taboos. He wondered if Kang Yue would be willing to give them to him. However, since he had already come, he might as well give it a try. Whoosh! Ning Ye took a deep breath, then said, I heard that Demon Venerable once created many forbidden killing weapons. If possible, Demon Venerable might as well casually throw a few to Junior to play with. Huh? Kang Yue heard this and was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Ning Ye's appetite to be so big, actually wanting her treasures. However, she didn't rush to refuse but pondered for a moment and said, all right. But you have to exchange something for them. Heh. Ning Ye smiled, thinking to himself, sure enough, there's no free lunch in the world. Senior, tell me. What price does Junior need to pay? Ning Ye looked at Kang Yue and asked quietly. Lifespan. Kang Yue uttered 2 words indifferently. What she needed now was not anything else, only lifespan was what she urgently needed. This thing, who doesn't need it? Ning Ye shook his head with a bitter smile. If Kang Yue wanted other things, it would have been fine, but lifespan, he didn't even have enough for himself. To use it for a transaction was truly too extravagant. At least for now, it couldn't be used for a transaction. All right. This venerable one has said everything that needs to be said. Don't say this venerable one didn't give you a chance. If you are willing to exchange lifespan, this venerable one can exchange what you want with you. If not, this venerable one will not force you. Kang Yue's lips curved into a shallow arc, her smile brilliant, but in Ning Ye's eyes, it was undoubtedly the smile of a devil. Let's talk about it another day. Ning Ye sighed slightly. Although he couldn't offer extra lifespan to exchange with Kang Yue now, he believed that he would have it in the near future. After all, he possessed the reverse moon heavenly saber, earning lifespan and such was not difficult. Now, he just needed to confirm that Kang Yue could make a transaction with him. All right. We'll talk about it another day. Kang Yue stretched lazily. She never forced others, but she believed that soon, Ning Ye would come to find her again. And in fact, she also needed some additional life force beyond the tree of life to help her accelerate the healing of her injuries. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye nodded and said no more, instead turning to Susu, winking and saying, "Susu, go quickly and pay your respects to master." Susu scratched her head, looking puzzled, but she still listened to Ning Ye very obediently and sincerely plopped down on her knees at Kang Yue's feet, kowtowing 3 times loudly and saying, "Susu, pays respects to master. Get up, little fellow." Kang Yue waved her hand, then narrowed her beautiful eyes and parted her red lips. "Come once a month. This venerable one will personally teach you cultivation. Of course, each time will require a drop of true blood." With that, she turned and plucked a golden leaf from the ancient tree of life, handing it to Ning Ye. "This is a leaf from the ancient tree of life. It contains powerful life force. It can help my little disciple recover her depleted true blood." "Thank you, demon venerable." Ning Ye smiled and nodded, then helped Susu up. Actually, even if Kang Yue hadn't given him this leaf of life, he would have bought some heavenly spiritual treasures from the system mall to restore true blood for Susu to use. However, having this leaf of life now seemed even better. "Demon venerable. Since that is the case, I will take Susu and leave first." Ning Ye put away the golden leaf, then without any further delay, pulled Susu and left the isolated island. Watching the two leave, Kang Yue looked up at the countless stars, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I never thought 10,000 years have already passed. It's good to be alive, it's truly good." With that, Kang Yue seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful eyes suddenly became extremely cold. She parted her red lips and muttered hatefully, "Yan Zhai, you wretched woman, just wait. One day, this venerable one will make you repay tenfold for those lost 10,000 years." Meanwhile, after leaving the sacrificial Dao pagoda, Ning Ye returned to his small courtyard. He personally fed the leaf to Susu, and watching Susu's face gradually regain its rosy color, and feeling her qi and blood gradually stabilize, he slowly relaxed. "Daddy, that woman doesn't seem so scary. She's actually quite nice," Susu said innocently, chewing on the leaf of life in her mouth while looking up at Ning Ye. Ning Ye heard this and couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. One must know that Kang Yue was once the number 1 on the blacklist of all gods in the 9th heaven upper realm. Her methods and heart nature were extremely ruthless. If it weren't for Susu possessing the bloodline of the ghost spirit royal clan which could help her prolong her lifespan, then the consequences of him negotiating with her just now would have been incomparably tragic. And just as Ning Ye was sighing in his heart, a graceful figure had already appeared silently at the courtyard gate. The newcomer wore an elegant, close-fitting moon-colored dress, her figure curvaceous and graceful. The bright moonlight, cast upon her cold and peerless face, made her appear even more beautiful and delicate. At this moment, she stood there quietly looking at Ning Ye, her jade hand clutching the corner of her skirt, her pearly teeth tightly biting her rosy lips. She said nothing, her beautiful eyes filled with complex and resentful meaning. "Crown Princess Mu Lei." Ning Ye turned his head and saw the person who had arrived, raising his eyebrows. A playful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, this woman came at just the right time. Next, it's time to see what miraculous uses the love poison, known as the number 1 poison in the 9 heavens, truly has. 52. Goodbye Mu Li, activate the love poison. Susu, go rest first. Ning Ye gently rubbed Susu's silver hair and spoke softly. What was about to happen wasn't convenient for the little girl to see. "Oh, okay." Susu nodded obediently upon hearing this, then yawned and turned to walk into the side room of the small courtyard. Name Mu Li. Age 24 years old. Cultivation, Legend 7 Realms. Identity, Saintess of Yin Yang sect, love goo poison, effect makes her a love slave. Bloodline, charming spirit saint body. Beloved, Ning Ye love goo poison effect. System notification, host can activate the love goo poison at any time. After casually glancing at Mu Li's panel, Ning Ye couldn't help but smile. He wanted to see what Mu Li intended to do tonight, so he spoke with a half smile, sighing. "It's getting late. Third Princess Consort, Your Highness, you truly are full of energy." "Bastard." Upon hearing this, Mu Li glared fiercely at Ning Ye. She still remembered saying those exact words to Ning Ye that night in the Crown Prince's bedchamber. Now Ning Ye was returning those words to her. Was he mocking her? "Who?" Mu Li took a deep breath, calming the irritation in her heart, then moved her lotus steps lightly and slowly walked in front of Ning Ye, questioning him. "After that night, where did you go?" Ning Ye shrugged his shoulders upon hearing this, looking at Mu Li innocently and asking in return. "Which night? Where did I go? What is Third Princess Consort Your Highness talking about?" "You." Mu Li looked at Ning Ye's feigned ignorance, his "I don't know anything" act, and the anger in her heart instantly flared up by 3 points. She gritted her silver teeth and sternly rebuked. "Ning Ye, are you really going to speak to this princess consort like this? What happened that night, you and I both know." This princess consort asks again, after leaving the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince's residence. Where did you go? He. Ning Ye shook his head and smiled, then responded blandly with 4 words. What does it have to do with you? As his words fell, Mu Li's pretty face instantly turned cold. Her red lips parted as she angrily yelled. You took the secret jade from the scripture pavilion, didn't you? You also ransacked the forbidden land of the scripture pavilion, didn't you? And the one who killed the 3rd prince and the 3rd princess consort was you. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Ning Ye shook his head and said very casually. 3rd princess consort, your highness. You shouldn't speak such nonsense. You know what kind of person I am, don't you? Do I look like the kind of madman who would ransack the scripture pavilion and even dare to kill a prince? Shameless. Mu Li glared fiercely at Ning Ye. For a moment she was speechless. In fact, she had come tonight to activate the love goo poison and control Ning Ye, but for some reason as soon as she saw Ning Ye, she felt a surge of anger, an inexplicable desire to lash out at him. Who? Mu Li took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation in her heart, then spoke. Let's put aside the matter of the scripture pavilion for now. Today, this princess consort has come to find you for something. Ning Ye's playful mood surged upon hearing this. He feigned a profound expression and earnestly advised Mu Li. 3rd princess consort, your highness. That night was an accident. Like a dream. After the dream, just forget it. Tonight, you and I absolutely must not repeat the same mistake. Repeat the same mistake. When Mu Li heard these 4 words, a flush of crimson appeared on her cheeks. This wasn't from shyness but from anger. What did Ning Ye take her for? Was she one of those insatiable women? However, after repeatedly suppressing herself, she managed to hold back. Her red lips parted as she coldly mocked Ning Ye. It seems 10th Prince your highness hasn't forgotten. This princess consort thought your highness had amnesia. Hasn't? Ning Ye smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more, just quietly looking at Mu Li. And Mu Li then directly asked. 10th Prince your highness. Tonight, this princess consort has a matter that I would like to ask for your help with. I wonder if your highness would agree. Tell me. Ning Ye shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He wanted to see what Mu Li truly intended to do. Who? Mu Li took a deep breath, cleared her thoughts and then spoke. Tonight, 2nd Prince Wu Linchen will arrive in Wudu, martial capital. And then? Ning Ye looked at Mu Li with a puzzled expression, thinking, what does Wu Linchen's return have to do with him? This princess consort wants you to kill him. Mu Li stared intently into Ning Ye's eyes, her red lips parting. Reason. Ning Ye uttered 2 words blandly upon hearing this. Hesitantly. There is no reason. Wu Linchen, you must kill him, whether you want to or not. Because this is this princess consort's command. After Mu Li spoke, a hint of crimson light flashed in her eyes. As she lightly raised her jade hand, she formed a goo poison seal. Clearly, she was activating the love goo poison, intending to completely control Ning Ye. Has it finally begun? Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, a playful arc forming on his lips as he lightly sighed. The yin-yang sect's love goo poison. It truly lives up to its reputation. You. Mu Li's expression froze when she heard the words love goo poison from Ning Ye's mouth. An ominous premonition surged in her heart. Hadadohasa. 3rd princess consort your highness. Love goo poison isn't used like that. Come. Let me teach you. Ning Ye smiled and shook his head, then issued a command in his mind, activate the love goo poison. Ding, system notification, love goo poison has been activated. The moment the system's voice fell, the dazzling light in Mu Li's beautiful eyes completely vanished. She only felt her body inexplicably weakening, dizzy and disoriented. Immediately after, she felt a sense of weightlessness as if her divine soul was slowly detaching from her control. In the end, when a heart-wrenching pain spread from her chest to all her limbs and bones, her fate seemed already sealed and unchangeable. Mu Li furrowed her moth-like brows, grunted and clutched her chest as she knelt on the ground. When she looked up at Ning Ye, her once clear, flawless and lofty eyes constantly changed. She seemed to realize something. Love goo poison. This is love goo poison. The thought stopped there. Mu Li's throat bobbed. She didn't understand what was happening. That night she had used her body as a vessel, so she should have planted the love poison in Ning Ye, right? But why was she the one suffering now? Ning Ye. What have you done to this princess consort? How do you possess love goo poison? And how did this princess consort get poisoned by love goo poison? Mu Li's voice trembled as she spoke. She was a member of the yin-yang sect and had cultivated love goo poison since childhood, so she knew the terrifying nature of love goo poison. Now that the love poison had entered her body, it would slowly seep into her divine soul. In the end, she would completely become Ning Ye's love slave, controlled by him. At that time, Ning Ye's words would be destiny to her, something she could never disobey. What do you think? 3rd princess consort your highness. Ning Ye stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Mu Li, the smile on his face growing wider. Ning Ye. This princess consort will kill you. Absolutely, will kill you. Muley felt the tingling sensation seeping into her divine soul and seemed to realize something. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she roared at Ning Ye. At the same time, a cold despair spread from her heart. If this continued, she was afraid she would truly have to serve Ning Ye as her master. 53. Activate the love poison and the crown princess will suffer. Hearing this, Ning Ye shook his head, ignoring Mu Li's harsh words. He thought that since Mu Li was now afflicted with the love goo, poison, it was time for him to personally test the peculiar power of the love goo, poison. Next, I'll just try a little bit. With that thought, Ning Ye squatted down and reached out a finger to gently poke Mu Li's cheek. Ugh. Mu Li trembled, her whole body numb. She could feel her heart pounding uncontrollably. If Ning Ye went any further, she feared she would truly lose control and succumb. Don't touch me. Mu Li reprimanded him coldly, pushing away Ning Ye's hand. Tears welled up in her eyes, wetting her exquisitely beautiful Hua Yan flower nightmare, and despair filled her heart. This time she had personally experienced what it meant to consciously fall, and this was the terrifying aspect of the love poison. This love goo poison, it's something else. Ning Ye gazed at the blushing Mu Li and couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Mu Li to a simple touch, even causing her affection value to increase slightly. Then he pondered for a moment before speaking. All right. Crown Princess, Your Highness, tell me. Why do you want me to kill Wu Linshan? Get lost. Mu Li gritted her teeth and snapped, clearly unwilling to give in. It seems the intensity is still not enough. Ning Ye nodded thoughtfully. Then, as if he remembered something, he lifted his hand and directly scooped Mu Li into a princess carry, then walked towards the banyan tree. Ning Ye, what do you want to do? If you dare to act recklessly, this princess will surely kill you. Let this princess go quickly. Mu Li yelled at Ning Ye, her face full of resentment. She wanted to circulate the Moon Yuan primal force within her body to resist, but being held in Ning Ye's arms, she felt weak all over, her strength seemingly frozen, unable to circulate at all. It seemed she could only let him do as he pleased. At this moment, although she hadn't completely become Ning Ye's love slave, she could never kill Ning Ye. As soon as she harbored murderous intent, the power in her body would automatically freeze. This was the magic of the love goo, poison. Shut up. Ning Ye frowned upon hearing this, then directly threw her under the banyan tree, subsequently looking down from above at this formerly high and mighty, noble and cold crown princess, Your Highness. What do you want to do? Mu Li's beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at Ning Ye, a bad premonition rising in her heart. She wondered if this guy was going to do that with her here. Here. Under this banyan tree. Just as she was panicking, Ning Ye moved. He reached out and grabbed Mu Li's delicate wrist, pulled hard, and pinned her against the banyan tree with his elbow. Speak or not? Ning Ye asked one last time. You kill me. Mu Li tightly closed her eyes. If she could, she would rather commit suicide than suffer Ning Ye's humiliation, but the problem was that the terrifying aspect of the love goo poison was that she couldn't even commit suicide. So, at this moment, her heart was almost completely despairing. The moment her voice fell, Ning Ye nodded, then changed his palm into a finger and directly pointed it at the center of Mu Li's upper back. Zheng. The love goo poison activated. Mu Li suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, she only felt a piercing pain spreading through her body, gradually diffusing to all her limbs and bones. Then came the sensation of tens of thousands of ants and poisonous insects crawling and biting her flesh, piercing into her divine soul, instantly making her scalp tingle and her body tremble wildly. This was the love goo poison. Activating the love goo poison could make her suffer the torment of 10,000 insects devouring her body, a fate worse than death. At first, Mu Li could still endure it. Even Ning Ye was amazed by the Crown Princess Your Highness's endurance. Crown Princess Your Highness. Speak or not? Ning Ye frowned and asked again. As his voice fell, Ning Ye heard drip drop, the sound of tears falling to the ground. This woman actually cried. Ning Ye was stunned, thinking that this Crown Princess Your Highness had after all reached her limit. Bastard. Ning Ye, you're a bastard. Mu Li trembled, her delicate teeth biting her flower-like lips, her voice choked with sobs as she angrily reprimanded Ning Ye. She wondered how there could be such a hateful man in this world. Did this guy not understand the four words cherish and pity women? Mhem. Ning Ye did not deny this. Bastard. Mu Li, her eyes full of tears, glared fiercely at Ning Ye again. After a long while, she finally calmed down. A decisive gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps because of the effect of the love goo poison, or perhaps because she had figured some things out. She finally struggled to get up, her jade hands tightly clenched into fists, and looked at Ning Ye with no joy or sorrow, speaking. Ning Ye, if you let me go, I will tell you everything I know. Good. Ning Ye agreed without a second thought. Phew. Mu Li, hearing this, couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She was inherently proud, and would never become someone else's slave. Even if it meant betraying her master, she was willing. Besides, she had no feelings for the yin-yang sect anyway. If she betrayed them, then so be it. It was better than suffering such torment. She thought that once this matter was over, she would leave Wudu martial capital, stay far away from the yin-yang sect and Ning Ye, and preferably never see them again. After another moment of hesitation, Mu Li's red lips parted slightly, and she slowly revealed Mu Lingxi's plan. Ning Ye, listen carefully. Master's plan is for you to kill Wu Linshan. After Wu Linshan dies, she will use the excuse of regicide to rally the entire Yanyun Dynasty's power to attack the Jun family. After that, she will have you infiltrate the sacred mountain and become a hidden agent for our yin-yang sect. Finally, she will use you to scheme against the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Hearing this, Ning Ye nodded. What Mu Li said was almost exactly what he had guessed. Are you satisfied? Can you let this princess go now? Mu Li asked, staring blankly at Ning Ye. All right. You may leave. Ning Ye waved his hand grandly. Mu Li, hearing this, stood rooted to the spot in disbelief. She hadn't expected Ning Ye to actually let her go. However, no matter what, this was good news. With that thought, she turned and left without another word, not daring to linger for a moment. She had a premonition that Wudu martial capital, no, the entire imperial dynasty, was about to descend into chaos, and her goal was to remain as untouched as possible. Watching Mu Li leave, Ning Ye couldn't help but stretch, thinking to himself. This woman, she's adorably naive. How could I possibly let go of a crown princess, your highness, with such high utility value, who is already in the palm of my hand? Hezem. Ning Ye laughed and shook his head. Just as he was about to return to his room to rest, a playful and teasing voice echoed through the west courtyard. The moonlight is truly beautiful. 10th Prince, your highness, you're really enjoying yourself tonight. Ning Ye's footsteps halted when he heard this voice. He turned his head and saw a graceful figure had silently arrived in the small courtyard. She stood with her hands behind her back under the banyan tree. Moonlight pierced through the leaves, casting countless leaf shadows that fell upon her exquisitely cold and stunning face, making her appear extremely beautiful and captivating. She was smiling, a very teasing and playful smile. Jun Kaianyu. This woman was indeed peaking. Ning Ye sighed helplessly. 54. Ning Ye's killing is in full swing, and the storm is about to come. No. It shouldn't be peaking. It should be eavesdropping. Ning Ye shook his head, correcting himself. After all, Jun Kaianyu had lost her sight at this moment, so she could only listen. But in that case, the interaction between him and Mu Li just now, she wouldn't misunderstand anything, would she? After all, just by listening, his and Mu Li's interaction earlier was indeed a bit off. Very off. Stopping there, Ning Ye's throat reddened, and he coughed twice, pretending nothing had happened, and asked. Cough, cough, cough. Second Miss Jun, why are you here? HMPH. Jun Kaianyu let out a soft HMPH, slowly walked towards Ning Ye, and with a playful tone, her red lips parted, teasing. Tonight, if this young lady hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that 10th Prince, your highness, is so overbearing. The dignified crown princess of the imperial dynasty, actually bullied to this extent by your highness. 10th Prince, your highness, what a truly impressive method. You flatter me. Ning Ye accepted Jun Kaianyu's praise without batting an eye. He didn't think of explaining, as he felt that given his current relationship with Jun Kaianyu, there was no need to explain anything. Hezem. Jun Kaianyu smiled casually upon hearing his words, then spoke with interest. Leaving aside other things. I didn't expect you to be able to counter-control the love goo, poison. I wonder, 10th Prince, your highness, what other methods are you hiding? Upon hearing this, Ning Ye spread his hands and responded indifferently. In the future, second Miss Jun will know. Jun Kaianyu hummed softly, indicating. This young lady is very much looking forward to it. With that, a summer breeze blew between them, and the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After a long while, Ning Ye finally broke the silence, asking awkwardly. Mu Li's words just now. Second Miss Jun heard them all, didn't you? I heard them. Jun Kaianyu nodded. She had been observing Mu Li ever since he secretly infiltrated the Shen's military prefecture, so naturally, she had heard all of Ning Ye's and Mu Li's interactions. The yin-yang sect, Mu Lingxi, is about to make a move on your Jun family. What do you plan to do next? Ning Ye asked curiously. He knew that because of his arrival in Wudu, the entire dynamic of Wudu had changed. In the original plotline, Jun Kaianyu would have needed at least 3 years to overthrow the Junlin dynasty's imperial power, but now, this timeline had been greatly advanced because of him. So, he wanted to know Jun Kaianyu's next plan. He could already smell the coming storm in Wudu. Upon hearing this, a faint curve appeared on Jun Kaianyu's lips, and she responded to Ning Ye with a single sentence. Don't worry. This young lady naturally has preparations. Ning Ye hummed softly, saying. That's good. He. Jun Kaianyu chuckled upon hearing his words, then slowly walked in front of Ning Ye, leaned in, and whispered teasingly into his ear. Get some rest early. After all, 10th Prince Your Highness must be tired tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps something big will happen. With that, Jun Kaianyu offered no further explanation, turned, and leisurely walked out of the small courtyard. Ning Ye was momentarily stunned, thinking, could it be that the change in Wudu is tomorrow? Stopping there, Ning Ye thought of something else and quickly asked. What about Wu Linchen? I heard that this second Prince Your Highness is your second Miss Jun's right-hand man. What do you want me to do? Upon hearing this, Jun Kaianyu stopped, turned her head slightly, and a faint curve appeared on her lips. Just do what you need to do. Ning Ye was momentarily stunned, thinking, Jun Kaianyu doesn't object to him killing Wu Linchen, and even, looking at her, she hopes he kills Wu Linchen. Just then, Jun Kaianyu seemed to think of something amusing, and with a chuckle, pulled Ning Ye's thoughts back. But 10th Prince Your Highness, do you really plan to let Mu Li go? This young lady is very suspicious. Ning Ye spread his hands and responded righteously. A man of his word. Of course it's true. At this point, Ning Ye suddenly changed the subject and added. But only for tonight. Not for the future. Upon hearing this, Jun Kaianyu's cold and captivating face broke into an even wider, meaningful smile, and she chuckled. Heavy. That's really good. If it were this young lady, I naturally wouldn't let go of such an interesting toy. Ning Ye, you are becoming more and more to this young lady's liking. I am truly looking forward to seeing you. However, I must say, spanking a woman's butt is not a good habit. Ning Ye smiled and responded. Although it's not a good habit. But it's a good method, isn't it? Upon hearing these words, Jun Kaianyu smiled noncommittally. She said nothing more, then turned and left the small courtyard directly. Watching Jun Kaianyu leave, Ning Ye slowly turned his gaze towards outside Wudu City, a cold, killing intent rising in his eyes. Second Prince Wu Linchen. Are we finally going to meet? Outside Wudu City, a troop of over 100 soldiers, led by a stern and handsome man in black gold armor, wielding a black halberd, charged through the night like a sharp sword. Wherever the army passed, the ground trembled and a murderous aura swept across the land. This army, named the Black Armored Cavalry, was one of the 3 great armies of the Yanyun Dynasty, on par with the divine strategy Iron Cavalry. They were not many, only 107 men, but only those who reached the transcendent realm and passed the brutal black prison training could become a member of the Black Armored Cavalry. It could be said that each of them was an elite among elites, born killing machines. Now, this Black Armored Cavalry army, led by Wu Linchen, served as the prince's personal guards. Over the years, Wu Linchen had led the Black Armored Cavalry in battles, making their reputation even more renowned among the various imperial dynasties of the Eastern Barren Continent, truly an iron-blooded force. Rumble! The Black Armored Cavalry galloped, and soon, they arrived outside Wudu City. With a loud rumble, the city gates opened, and hundreds of Junlin city guards respectfully bowed and shouted to the stern man. Welcome Second Prince Your Highness back to Wudu. Wu Linchen nodded indifferently upon hearing this, then led the way, riding his horse into Wudu City, with the Black Armored Cavalry following closely behind. Tonight in Wudu, both sides of the long streets were filled with Junlin commoners and cultivators. After all, Second Prince Wu Linchen was the pride of the Junlin dynasty, an idol to many cultivators, and the dream lover of many noble daughters. Such a grand display was normal. Many cultivators looked at Second Prince Wu Linchen, who rode through the streets as if announcing the return of a king to all of Wudu, their hearts filled with awe. After a few years, Second Prince Your Highness seems to have become even stronger, and I wonder who is stronger, him or Ning Ye. Many noble daughters who had secretly snuck out of their mansions had hearts in their eyes, their cheeks flushed with admiration and praise. Second Your Highness, you are as stunning and otherworldly as ever. Of course, many clever people had a premonition of what was to come with Wu Linchen's return. Wudu was bound to fall into chaos, and a storm was brewing. After traversing the 10-mile-long street, Wu Linchen led the Black Armored Cavalry outside the Shent's military prefecture. Just when everyone thought he would have a decisive battle with Ning Ye tonight, he shook his head and silently led the Black Armored Cavalry past the military prefecture, returning to the imperial palace. This action greatly surprised countless nobles in Wudu who were paying close attention. After all, as early as when Wu Linchen left Wudu, he had declared that anyone who dared to harbor intentions for Second Miss Jun would have their entire clan annihilated. Yet now, Ning Ye had become Second Miss Jun's fiancée and would soon marry her. If he didn't do something tonight, it truly wasn't his character. But what no one in Wudu knew was that Wu Linchen was brewing an unprecedented storm. Ning Ye. Just you wait. Tomorrow will be your death day. Wu Linchen looked up at the bright moon in the sky, his cold eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling curve appeared on his lips as he spoke. 55. The matter is exposed and Ning Ye is held accountable. Junlin Imperial Palace, Observation Deck. Mu Lingxi, the saintess of Yin Yang sect, stood with her hands behind her back on the observation deck, dressed in a luxurious black phoenix-patterned gown. She looked down from above at Wu Linchen, who was entering the imperial palace with black riders. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, filled with unconcealed coldness and killing intent. At this moment, she was pondering when would be the best time for Ning Ye to act and kill Wu Linchen. Crown Princess Mu Li, on the other hand, stood beside Mu Lingxi in a daze, lost in thought. Just then, a eunuch in a purple python robe arrived at the observation deck and knelt before Mu Lingxi, reporting, "Your Majesty the Empress." Upon His Highness the second prince's return to the palace, he immediately ordered all the dignitaries of Wudu to come to the palace tomorrow to mourn the deceased third prince and third princess consort. What? Mu Lingxi frowned upon hearing this, turned and asked the eunuch. As soon as he returned to the palace, he commanded all officials to come to the imperial palace tomorrow to mourn Wu Yu and Nyan Nujiao. Yes. The eunuch nodded. Anything else? Mu Lingxi continued to ask. Also, he met with each of the 10 great divine generals of the imperial palace. The eunuch responded in a low voice. Something's not right. Something's a bit off. This fellow caused so much trouble as soon as he returned to the imperial palace. It's as if he had planned it all along. Mu Lingxi shook her head and murmured. Master, what should we do now? Mu Li stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi pondered for a moment before making a decision. Let's wait. We'll wait and see what tricks Wu Linchen plans to pull tomorrow. Now we have the card of Ning Ye. At worst, playing him earlier wouldn't be a bad idea. Yes. Master. Mu Li nodded. For some reason, she also had a bad premonition at this moment. Early the next morning, Ning Ye leaned under a banyan tree, half closing his eyes, quietly enjoying the cool breeze of the summer morning. Su, like a kitten, lay obediently in Ning Ye's arms, boredly tracing circles on Ning Ye's chest with her finger. Last night Jun Kaianyu said, something big would happen today. Coupled with Wu Linchen's return to Wudu. It seems today is likely the day she makes her move. The thought ended there. Ning Ye gently stroked Su's soft, silver long hair and whispered. Su, Daddy might have to go out for a bit later. Will you wait obediently for Daddy to come back, okay? Upon hearing this, the little girl Su seemed to sense something, and she couldn't help but look up at Ning Ye and grumble. Can't Su go with Daddy? Su is very powerful now, you know. Maybe I can help Daddy. He. Ning Ye smiled noncommittally. Su's cultivation had already reached the sacred realm above legends, so her strength was naturally beyond doubt. However, Su's identity was special, and it was not suitable for her to act today. Su be good. Daddy will be back very soon. All right. Su reluctantly nodded and mumbled. Then Daddy must be quick. Su will wait for Daddy to come back. Good. Ning Ye gently pinched Su's delicate cheek, smiling dotingly. Just then, a maid hurried into the small courtyard and spoke to Ning Ye. Prince Consort. Someone from the imperial palace has arrived. They invite you to attend His Highness, the third prince's memorial ceremony. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. It has begun. With that, he stood up and stretched, then gave Su a few more instructions before leaving Shent's military prefecture and heading towards the imperial palace. At Shent's military prefecture, atop Shent's tower. Young Miss. The third prince's memorial ceremony is about to begin. His Highness the 10th prince has also departed. All the necessary people have arrived. Shall we begin? Kaianyu excitedly spoke to Jun Kaianyu. Jun Kaianyu softly hummed and calmly commanded. Begin. Order the Shent's army to surround Wudu for this young lady. Order Anding District Stabilization Area to take over Wudu. Whoever resists, kill them. Finally, summon that woman. This young lady will personally take her back to the imperial palace. Yes. Young miss. Kaianyu nodded heavily, then turned and left Shent's tower. Jun Kaianyu stood up and stretched, a slight curve forming on her lips as she softly murmured. Today is truly a good day. With that, she raised her hand and touched the black silk ribbon tied over her eyes. If all went smoothly, she would soon be able to break the seal and see the light of the world again. Meanwhile, after leaving Shent's military prefecture, Ning Ye arrived at Junlin Imperial Palace, Junlin Hall, Throne Hall. At this moment, the vast palace hall was filled with the important figures of the Yanyun Dynasty, who were currently whispering among themselves. His Highness the third prince and the third princess consort died so tragically. The demonic path fiends truly deserve death. No matter, His Highness the second prince has returned now, and those demonic path fiends will no longer be able to act so arrogantly. Indeed, I heard that His Highness the second prince's return to Wudu this time is because he has clues about the murderer of His Highness the third prince and the third princess consort. Really? Of course it's true. Listening to the words of the ministers and dignitaries around him, Ning Ye calmly stepped into the great hall and casually surveyed it. At this moment, Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, impersonating the empress, sat behind the palace curtain at the very top of the hall. Crown Princess Mu Li and her spiritual puppet, Crown Prince Wu Chen, stood on either side. It is worth noting that the moment Mu Li saw Ning Ye, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Clearly, the love goo, poison, was affecting her more and more, and this small action did not escape Mu Lingxi's notice. Princess Wu Yao stood beside Crown Prince Wu Chen with a cold expression, her pearly teeth biting her red lips, her eyes filled with sorrow. Third Prince Wu Yu was her brother, yet he died in the imperial palace. For days, she had been investigating who the murderer was, but she had found no useful clues. However, she did suspect one person, Crown Princess Mu Li. After all, the forbidden land on the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion could only be entered with a secret jade, and one of these secret jades was in her eldest brother, the Crown Prince's, hands. But her eldest brother would never kill his own younger brother, so she suspected Mu Li was the murderer of her third brother. And even if not, her third brother's death was inextricably linked to Mu Li. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed outside the palace hall. Thump, 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 thump. Everyone turned to look, only to see a man in black gold profound armor, leading 10 renowned powerhouses of the Eastern Barren Continent, slowly stepping into the palace hall. The man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a cold and stern face, and a tall physique, exuding a cool and murderous aura. The 10 individuals behind him were, naturally, the 10 great divine generals guarding the imperial dynasty. Greetings to His Highness the Second Prince. Upon seeing the newcomers, the Junlin dignitaries all bowed and respectfully shouted. Upon hearing this, Wu Linchen nodded. His gaze swept over the Junlin dignitaries and ministers standing in the great hall and even glanced at the empress, Mu Lingxi seated behind the curtain, as well as Crown Prince Wu Chen, Crown Princess Mu Li and even Wu Yao. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Ning Ye. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. Ning Ye, the 10th Prince of Yanyun. Do you know your crime? 56. The villain's wife takes action and takes everything down. The moment the words fell, everyone present looked at Ning Ye. The Junlin dignitaries present were all dumbfounded, not knowing what second Prince Wu Linchen was saying. Isn't today the third prince's memorial service? Why did the second prince start accusing Ning Ye as soon as he entered the palace? What does this have to do with Ning Ye? This guy is going to make a move on Ning Ye. Mu Lingxi, behind the curtain, curled her lips into a slight arc. What does he want to do? Mu Li took a deep breath, the bad premonition in her heart growing stronger. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Wu Yao looked at Wu Linchen with a puzzled expression and asked. Wu Linchen heard her, but he did not answer Wu Yao's question. Instead, he questioned Ning Ye again. This prince asks again. Ning Ye, do you know your crime? Heavy. Ning Ye smiled, shook his head and asked. May this young lady ask your highness, second prince. What crime has this young lady committed? HMPH. Wu Linchen snorted lightly and said. Ning Ye, do you really not know? Good, good, good. This prince sees that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. This prince asks you. That night at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, the imperial palace was in chaos. Where did you go? Hearing this, Ning Ye did not respond to Wu Linchen, but merely watched his performance quietly. Not speaking. No matter. This prince will speak for you. Wu Linchen put his hands behind his back, sneered, and then said. The Crown Prince's birthday banquet. The empress was assassinated. You first took advantage of the chaos in the imperial palace to go to the Crown Prince's bedchamber and steal the Crown Prince's secret jade. Then you went to the forbidden land of the scripture pavilion and looted the 3 most precious treasures of our Junlin imperial dynasty. You thought it was flawless, but unfortunately my third brother and his wife caught you, and then you silenced them. Is what this prince said correct? The words fell. The entire great hall first fell into an eerie silence, then erupted in an uproar. What? The person who broke into the scripture pavilion and killed the third prince was actually Ning Ye. How is this possible? Yes, didn't they say the murderer was a demonic path fiend? At this moment, all the dignitaries in the Junlin Hall looked at Ning Ye with horrified expressions. They could not have imagined, even if they racked their brains, that the mastermind behind all this was Ning Ye. How could it be him? Wu Yao was also startled. She had always thought it was Crown Princess Mu Li who had committed the theft. Do you all not believe it? Wu Linchen glanced at the dumbfounded Junlin dignitaries in the great hall, then confidently clapped his hands. At this moment, an old man in black robes slowly walked into the great hall. Ning Ye recognized him at a glance. This old man in black robes was the old man from the forbidden land of the scripture pavilion that night. Old man Ye. That night, none of our 10 great divine generals of Junlin were in the imperial palace. Only you witnessed everything, right? Wu Linchen asked with a smile. Yes. Your Highness, second prince. Old man Ye nodded. Then old man Ye, tell us. Who was the person who broke into the scripture pavilion that night? And who killed my third brother and his wife? Wu Linshan's emotions were high, and the killing intent in his eyes towards Ning Ye intensified. Reporting to your highness, second prince. The person who broke into the scripture pavilion was indeed ninth prince Ning Ye of Yanyun. The person who killed the third prince was also Ning Ye. Old man Ye responded faintly with his head lowered. As soon as these words were uttered, they stirred up 1,000 waves in the entire great hall. Many people knew that this old man Ye was of no small background. He was an elder who had followed the martial emperor in his conquests. Although he was not among the 10 great divine generals, his cultivation and combat power were truly no weaker than any of the 10 great divine generals. Ning Ye. Is what my second brother said true? Did you really kill my third brother? Wu Yao bit her silver teeth, glaring at Ning Ye with furious eyes, her jade hand resting on the hilt of the misty sword. Her plan. Ning Ye frowned slightly and did not respond to Wu Yao's words because he was thinking. This current situation was clearly arranged by his convenient fiancé. She wants to kill him. Probably not. After all, he and she shared common interests. She wouldn't go that far. However, both the second prince and old man Yi were Jun Kainyu's people. So, what exactly did this woman want to do? And just then, he seemed to have thought of something and thought to himself. This woman seems to have another plan. And just as his thoughts were racing, a magnetic, mature female laugh echoed from outside the palace. Exactly. Today's imperial palace is truly lively. As the words fell, everyone saw a graceful figure slowly stepping into the Junlin palace. Today she wore a white feathered gown, with golden foil and bright moons carved on the hem. Her dark hair was styled in a high bun, making her noble and stunning. The summer sun shone on her cold and captivating face, making her look exceptionally dazzling. Upon seeing the newcomer, the important figures in the palace all gasped. Shen's military prefecture. Second Miss Jun. Jun Kaianyu. Behind the curtain, a cold glint flashed in Mu Lingxi's eyes. It's her. Wu Yao also gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She's here. Mu Li took a deep breath. The moment Wu Linshan saw Jun Kaianyu, his cold eyes instantly became fiery. He immediately went to greet her, asking in an extremely gentle voice. Why are you here? Didn't this prince say to leave everything to me today? Hearing this, Jun Kaianyu completely ignored Wu Linshan, and in full view of everyone, slowly walked to Ning Ye's side and with red lips, reprimanded Wu Linshan. Your Highness, second prince, who gave you the audacity to question this young lady's future husband like that? Wu Linshan heard her, and couldn't help but stand stunned in place, staring blankly at Jun Kaianyu. What do you mean? Didn't you tell this prince that it was Ning Ye who broke into the forbidden land of the scripture pavilion, and it was Ning Ye who killed the third brother? Yes. Jun Kaianyu nodded, not denying it. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. All of this was information provided by second Miss Jun. But if so, why did second Miss Jun appear to be defending her husband today, acting so contradictorily? Second Miss Jun. You knew all of this? Wu Yao asked sharply. Naturally, this young lady knew. Jun Kaianyu smiled slightly. Then what about you now? Are you trying to protect Ning Ye? Wu Yao questioned again. Hezeng. Jun Kaianyu's beautiful face showed an even deeper smile. She raised her hand and patted Ning Ye's shoulder, saying, Of course this young lady will protect him. After all, he is this young lady's future husband. It's that line again. Ning Ye heard her, and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself how much this woman loved to act. How dare you? Wu Yao heard Jun Kaianyu's incredibly arrogant words, and couldn't help but draw her sword, pointing its tip directly at Jun Kaianyu. Kaianyu, are you crazy? Wu Linshan stared at Jun Kaianyu with wide eyes, his heart trembling. Clearly, all of this was arranged by Jun Kaianyu herself. But why did Jun Kaianyu come to cause trouble tonight? HMPH. Jun Kaianyu snorted lightly. She completely ignored Wu Linshan and instead spoke to Old Man Yi. Old Man Yi. Tell us, who killed the third prince that night, and who killed the third princess consort? Cough, cough, cough. Old Man Yi coughed 3 times, then solemnly and seriously said in the great hall. It was Ning Ye who killed the third prince. It was second Miss Jun who killed the third princess consort. The words fell. Everyone in the entire great hall was stunned. They never expected that second Miss Jun would actually participate in that night's slaughter with Ning Ye. Why did you do this? This prince doesn't believe it. I don't believe you would do that to me. Wu Linshan's mouth hung open, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Jun Kaianyu. Don't believe it. Jun Kaianyu's delicate brows raised slightly, and a cold arc curved at the corner of her lips. The next second, clang! Her fingertips glowed with immortal light. Blood mixed with fragments of armor and shattered bones splattered. At this moment, the entire Junlin Great Hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed and blankly at the incredibly bloody scene before them. Jun Qianyu's punch directly pierced through the heart of second Prince Wu Linchen. At this moment, this military god of slaughter, famous throughout the eastern barren continent, had a bowl-sized blood hole in his heart. You killed me. Wu Linchen's mouth was wide open. He looked at the face he had longed for day and night, only feeling a chill run through his body. Hezim. Jun Qianyu smiled and withdrew her hand. She took out a handkerchief from her bosom, wiped her blood-stained hand, and responded faintly. Do you believe it now? The moment the words fell, the light of life in Wu Linchen's eyes gradually faded. Boom! He fell to the ground with a thud, perishing then and there. At this moment no one expected that the son of the imperial dynasty, the military god of slaughter, the Junlin second Prince Wu Linchen, famous throughout the eastern barren continent, would die so easily. Die at the hands of the woman he had always adored, second Miss Jun Qianyu. Second brother. Wu Yao watched Wu Linchen lying on the ground, her eyes splitting with rage. Seize her. Seize Jun Qianyu for this empress. Mu Lingxi gave the order to the 10 great divine generals. What a joke, how could she miss such a rare opportunity? Empress, don't rush. You'll have your time to rush later. Jun Qianyu shook her head. The words fell. Only an old man in a green Taoist robe appeared in the great hall. Ning Ye recognized the newcomer. The old man was Tianjizi, one of the 4 elders of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, whom he had met once at Tianmen Pass. And the moment Tianjizi walked into the great hall, Mu Lingxi's expression drastically changed. She seemed to realize something. Everyone. To be honest, the third prince was killed by Ning Ye. The third princess consort was indeed killed by this young lady. As you all can see, Wu Linchen was also killed by this young lady. But you don't know something. They were all true demonic path fiends. What's wrong with killing them? Jun Qianyu said with a smile, her hands behind her back. Jun Qianyu. What nonsense are you spouting? How could my second brother, third brother, be demonic path fiends? Wu Yao questioned Jun Qianyu, her eyes filled with tears. Oh. Wronged. It's not just your second brother, third brother. Even your eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, and even your empress mother are all demonic path fiends. Jun Qianyu shook her head, the smile on her cold and beautiful face growing even wider. Good heavens, this woman is using their own plan against them, fishing in troubled waters, wanting to take down the Yin-Yang sect and the Junlin imperial family, all at once. At this moment, Ning Ye laughed out loud. 57. The saint takes over, Ning Ye goes to slay the dragon. What? Second Prince Wu Linchen. Third Prince Wu Yu. Third Princess Consort, Nyan Nujiao. Are all demonic path fiends. Not only that. Even Crown Prince Wu Chen, Crown Princess Mu Li, and even the current Empress are all demonic path fiends. No. Has second Miss Jun gone mad now? Or have I gone mad? At this moment, the powerful figures throughout the Junlin Imperial Palace stared blankly at Jun Qianyu. Not only them, but even the 10 great divine generals of Junlin were stunned. Jun Qianyu. What exactly are you spouting nonsense about? Wu Yao gritted her silver teeth and angrily rebuked Jun Qianyu. In her opinion, Jun Qianyu was trying to rebel, otherwise why would she fabricate such groundless accusations against her family members? How could she not know whether her brothers were demonic path fiends or not? Nonsense. Eldest Princess, Your Highness, that may not be the case. Jun Qianyu spoke indifferently, then she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Immediately after, Qianai led a woman into the Junlin Imperial Palace. The woman wore a bamboo hat and veil, her true face indistinguishable. The next second, the woman raised her hand and removed her veil, revealing a delicate and graceful face that entered everyone's eyes. Empress, Your Majesty. The powerful figures and 10 great divine generals present were all shocked to see the newcomer. Empress Yunjin. Ning Ye was also stunned. Speaking of which, in Nijiyushan against the 9 heavens, wasn't Empress Yunjin killed by Mu Lingxi? Why would she appear here perfectly fine now? It seems, sometimes, one cannot always act strictly according to the plot of Nijiyushan against the 9 heavens, because some plots that he was once extremely sure of seem not to be the truth. Mother. Wu Yao stared at the newcomer and couldn't help but freeze in place. You've grown up. Yunjin nodded gently at Wu Yao, her beautiful eyes misty. Wait. If you are mother, then what about her? Yunjin suddenly turned her gaze towards the woman behind the curtain. She's a big shot. Yin Yang sect former saintess Mu Lingxi. Jun Qianyu softly uttered a name. What? The one sitting in the high position is actually the former saintess of the Yin Yang sect. At this moment, the Junlin powerful figures present, upon hearing this title, subconsciously took a step back. Everyone had heard of the Yin Yang sect and knew how terrifying it was. Killing people to refine puppets. Using poison and goo, poison like a god. Even the love goo, poison, known as the #1 poison of the 9 heavens, came from the Yin Yang sect. Jun Kaian. If you want to condemn someone, you can always trump up a charge. Behind the curtain, Mu Lingxi's pretty face completely turned cold. Master. Mu Li's pretty face was pale as she looked at Mu Lingxi. She already felt that they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Jun Kaian today. Fabricated charges. Tusk. Saintess, your highness, your mouth is really stubborn. Jun Kaian shook her head, slowly walked in front of Mu Li with her hands behind her back. What do you want? Mu Li looked at Jun Kaian with trembling eyes, subconsciously taking a step back. Don't worry. Because of someone. This young lady won't do anything to you. Jun Kaian shook her head and spoke softly. After saying that, she raised her hand and lightly swiped at Crown Prince Wu Chen, who was beside Mu Li. Wu Chen's head flew high. Black blood instantly soaked the main hall. With a rumble, Wu Chen's body crashed to the ground. Wisps of black smoke rose from his corpse. Finally, his body disappeared, leaving only a pool of thick black blood. This is a spirit puppet. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing this. He had come today with a half-believing, half-doubting attitude, but after seeing this, it seemed Jun Kaian was not lying. The Yanyun Dynasty had indeed been infiltrated by demonic path forces. How about it? Saintess, do you have anything else to say? Jun Kaian asked indifferently. Behind the curtain, Mu Lingxi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look up and laugh heartily, tears almost coming out. She looked at Jun Kaian with an appreciative expression and said, Second Miss Jun is indeed Second Miss Jun. Your methods are truly impressive. Today, you have proven to be superior. We shall meet again. Lo. Jun Kaian upon hearing this, raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. She asked with interest. What? Saintess, do you think we will have a future? Mu Lingxi nodded, saying meaningfully and with great confidence. You can't stop this seed. If you don't believe me, try it. All right. Jun Kaian responded coldly, just about to make a move. And just then, a sharp dragon roar tore through the sky. Rumble. Wudu martial capital trembled violently. In the imperial palace's back mountain, a colossal creature erupted from the dragon abyss. At this moment, a terrifying wave of fire soared into the sky and instantly enveloped the Wudu martial capital firmament. Black cracks even spread across the long streets of Wudu martial capital under this earth-shattering dragon roar. Countless commoners and cultivators in Wudu martial capital looked up at the sky in horror. When they saw the full appearance of the colossal creature in the sky, their legs went weak and they all collapsed to the ground. A dragon. It's a dragon. At this moment, a several hundred jang long giant dragon, covered in blood-red dragon scales, flapped its dragon wings and circled above Wudu martial capital, casting countless shadows, as if bringing an eternal night. Crimson blood heavenly dragon. Has it finally appeared? Ning Ye looked at the giant dragon in the sky and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Heavenly dragon appears. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, widened his eyes and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. That's not right. The crimson blood heavenly dragon is the guardian sacred beast of the Yanyun Dynasty. It should only obey the martial emperor's command. But why is it obeying Mu Lingxi now? His thoughts stopped there, and Ning Ye couldn't help but frown. And just then, Mu Lingxi spoke with a smile. Not only the crimson blood heavenly dragon. Subjects of Yanyun, why aren't you hurrying to welcome your emperor? As her voice fell, a majestic figure suddenly flew down from the crimson blood heavenly dragon's enormous head. With a thud, he descended into the Yanyun imperial palace. He was bare-chested, his strong and powerful body filled with explosive strength, and his long black hair was casually draped behind him. His face, etched with the lines of time, was utterly cold. He held a bronze war spear and slowly stepped into the Yanyun palace. Emperor, your majesty. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the important figures of Yanyun changed their expressions. Father. Wu Yao was also shocked. Emperor Yanyun Wu Yuan. Ning Ye looked at the man in front of him, feeling the endless battle intent and terrifying qi emanating from his body, and a hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes. This one person alone, even if the 10 great divine generals of Yanyun attacked together, probably couldn't stop him. Wu Yuan. Kill Jun Kaian. Slaughter the Yanyun imperial palace. Mu Lingxi issued the command. After saying that, her body transformed into countless light particles and disappeared from the Yanyun imperial palace. Ning Ye looked up and saw that Mu Lingxi was standing on the head of the crimson blood heavenly dragon, controlling the heavenly dragon as it headed towards the forbidden land in the back mountain of the imperial palace. The forbidden land in the back mountain seemed to hold something she desired. Master. Mu Li opened her mouth, her pretty face pale. Clearly, she hadn't expected her master to leave her alone here. This was treating her as a discarded piece. Bastard. Jun Kaian's expression also became somewhat unpleasant. The current situation was beyond her expectations, something outside her plan. Ding, Congratulations to the host for triggering the dungeon quest, Dragon Slaying. Quest reward, 1 God tier lottery card. Listening to the system's prompt in his ear, Ning Ye took a deep breath, shook his head, and asked Jun Kaianyu, Wu Yuan, can you handle him? Jun Kaianyu, upon hearing this, seemed to guess something and couldn't help but frown, saying, What do you want to do? Ning Ye shook his head and replied grumpily, What else can I do? I always have to fulfill what I promised you. With that, he turned and walked step by step out of the main hall. Is this guy trying to show off? Jun Kaianyu couldn't help but inwardly complain upon hearing this, but a faint curve still unconsciously appeared at the corner of her lips. 58. See the dragon at the end of Longyuan and start slaying the dragon. Kill. 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 Above Junlin Hall, Throne Hall, Wu Yuan's eyes flashed with specks of blood as he scanned everyone present. Mu Lingxi's command echoed in his mind, and a terrifying, substantial killing intent, like crimson flames, blazed around him. The people in the hall were his subjects, his daughter, his wife. But at this moment, there was no pity or hesitation in his eyes. As if possessed, his emotions became increasingly uncontrollable, as if he would strike down everyone present in the next second. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? The 10 great divine generals all looked at Wu Yuan in horror. The man before them was indeed their emperor, but at this moment, they felt he was utterly unfamiliar. Father! Wu Yao cried out, trying to make Wu Yuan sober up, but the current Wu Yuan was no longer the doting father he once was. Love goo poison. The poison of the love goo poison. Mu Lingxi planted the love goo poison on Wu Yuan. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, saw through the mystery at a glance. Will the future me also become like this? Mu Li stared blankly at the scene, her throat bobbing, the light in her beautiful eyes growing dimmer. These master and disciple, they're truly something. Ning Ye shook his head, having already arrived in front of Wu Yuan. He hadn't expected that not only Mu Li possessed the charming spirit saint body, but Mu Lingxi also possessed the charming spirit saint body. One had successfully manipulated Emperor Junlin, and the other still wanted to manipulate him. Kill. Wu Yuan's gaze finally settled on Ning Ye. The powerful aura of a sacred realm peak instantly erupted, and a bronze spear pointed directly at Ning Ye's head. Heavenly prohibition, open. A shocking chaos light flashed in Ning Ye's eyes. His target at this moment was not Wu Yuan, but the crimson blood heavenly dragon, so he did not wish to entangle with him. Just as he was about to dodge this blow from the martial emperor, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air in front of Ning Ye. She extended her jade hand and flicked her finger. Clang! A deafening metallic clang echoed. Wu Yuan and Jun Kaianyu both retreated several steps. At this moment, Wu Yuan looked at Jun Kaianyu with a different gaze. Jun Kaianyu. After so many years, you've actually reached this stage. Jun Kaianyu chuckled, ignoring Wu Yuan, and instead reminded Ning Ye indifferently. Ning Ye. Don't die. You too. Ning Ye returned a remark to Jun Kaianyu, then used the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, transforming into a streak of light, and left Junlin Hall, Throne Hall, heading straight for the forbidden land behind the imperial palace. This time Wu Yuan did not stop Ning Ye. In fact, he couldn't stop him. Moreover, at this moment, his eyes seemed to only hold Jun Kaianyu, because he knew that if he couldn't kill Jun Kaianyu, a bloody massacre of the imperial palace would be impossible, and he wouldn't be able to complete Mu Lingxi's command. Most importantly, he knew that Jun Kaianyu was the person Mu Lingxi most wanted to kill. After Ning Ye left, Jun Kaianyu stretched lazily and casually spoke to everyone in Junlin Hall, Throne Hall. Everyone, you can leave. Hearing this, Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, frowned and kindly offered. Second Miss Jun. This heavenly secret master can help. No need. Jun Kaianyu shook her head, directly refusing Tianjizi, heavenly secret master. So be it. Please take care, second Miss Jun. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, sighed, then silently walked out of Junlin Hall, Throne Hall. And with Tianjizi, heavenly secret master's departure, the officials in the hall one by one bowed to Jun Kaianyu, then frantically fled Junlin Hall, Throne Hall. After all, they weren't fools. In this situation, if they didn't flee, they would truly die. Mother, let's go first. Wu Yao bit her red lips, took Yunjin's hand and whispered. Yunjin took one last look at Wu Yuan, shook her head in despair, and left Junlin Hall, Throne Hall with Wu Yao. It's worth mentioning that just as Mu Li left the hall, preparing to escape and leave the troublesome Wudu, martial capital, an old man intercepted her. Old man Yi, what is the meaning of this? Mu Li gritted her silver teeth and asked in a low voice. Your Highness the Crown Princess. Second Miss Jun said. Without her command. You cannot leave Wudu, martial capital. Old man Yi shook his head. Let's go. Your Highness the Crown Princess, how about coming back to Shen's military prefecture with us for a cup of tea? Kai and I stood beside Old Man Yi and extended an irresistible invitation to Mu Li with a slight smile. Jun Kai and Yu. Ning Ye. These two bastards are a perfect match. Muley's full chest heaved violently, her emotions fluctuating intensely. With her strength, dealing with Kaianai was fine, but dealing with old man Yi, who had reached the sacred realm, was clearly not enough. After everyone left, only Jun Kaianyu and Wu Yuan remained in the vast Junlin Hall, Throne Hall. 24 years old. Sacred Realm Peak. It seems the entire Nine Heavens continent underestimated you. Even compared to her, you are not weak. Wu Yuan looked at Jun Kaianyu quietly and spoke slowly. Your Majesty. Today you will die. Then this young lady will know all the truth about her. Jun Kaianyu, with her hands behind her back, coldly pronounced Wu Yuan's fate. The truth about her, you cannot bear it. Wu Yuan responded meaningfully. We can try. Jun Kaianyu smiled. Good. Then let's try. Wu Yuan nodded. As his words fell, neither of them spoke another word. The atmosphere in Junlin Hall, Throne Hall, became extremely chilling. The next second. Boom! A heaven-piercing pillar of fire rose from the center of the imperial palace. Within the flames, two streaks of light collided. In an instant, the sky above the entire Wudu martial capital was half covered in crimson flames and half in icy white frost. Terrifying sacred realm energy ripples distorted the void realm, and Wudu martial capital became a scene of world-ending chaos. Imperial Palace Back Mountain. Ning Ye looked back at the heaven-piercing pillar of fire and couldn't help but murmur to himself. She finally made her move. Despite saying this, he wasn't worried about Jun Kaianyu's safety, because he knew that Wu Yuan was definitely not Jun Kaianyu's match. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye turned his gaze to the huge abyss, located deep in the Imperial Palace's back mountain. Dragon Abyss. Presumably, that woman Mu Lingxi rode the crimson blood heavenly dragon to this place. With that, Ning Ye took a deep breath, leaped, and directly plunged into the bottomless dragon abyss, which was covered in crimson mist. Crimson blood dragon abyss. Ning Ye's body continuously fell. When he felt the cold wind at his feet gradually turn scorching hot, he knew he was almost at the bottom of the dragon abyss. Boom! Ning Ye adjusted his body and landed at the bottom of the dragon abyss. Looking up, the charred rocks, the scorching air, the crimson magma flowing in the earth's core, all reminded Ning Ye that this was the dragon abyss, a world where dragons existed. In the distance, thick black mist rolled in, and Ning Ye heard heavy breathing. Without hesitation, Ning Ye used the 8 steps of the heavenly demon and stepped into the black mist. As he continued to advance, the heavy breathing grew even heavier, and his heartbeat slowly began to accelerate. Suddenly, a gust of scorching wind slapped Ning Ye's face. 2 fiery orbs of light emerged in the black mist. In an instant, terrifying pressure descended, disrupting Ning Ye's breathing. Soon, huge crimson rocks like small mountains appeared before Ning Ye's eyes. No, these were not rocks but dragon scales. As the black mist dissipated, a colossal creature suddenly appeared before Ning Ye's eyes. It was like a living crimson abyss, flapping its sky-obscuring dragon wings, and its pair of dragon eyes like crimson netherworld coldly overlooked Ning Ye. Crimson blood heavenly dragon. Ning Ye took a deep breath, his hands involuntarily tightening around his 2 weapons. At this moment, a crisp system notification sound rang in his ear. Ding, system notification, Dragon Slaying Quest officially activated. Quest name, Dragon Slaying. Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon Power Level, Sacred Realm 9 stages. Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon remaining lifespan, 1,000 years. 59 Killing dragons with ease, Ning Ye made a fortune. Phew. Listening to the system prompts in his ear, Ning Ye couldn't help but take another deep breath. The difficulty of this mission was considerably higher than previous ones. However, if he slayed this dragon, the cultivation, lifespan and system rewards he would receive would also be unprecedented. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye spread his palm, and amidst a flash of light, a large bow carved with mysterious runes appeared in his hand. Dragon Slaying Bow. System rating, Divine Rank. Passive Skill 1, Dragon Slaying can deal tens of times damage to Dragon Clan beings. Passive Skill 2, Spirit Confinement, can devour and control the crimson blood dragon soul of Dragon Clan beings. After glancing at the Dragon Slaying Bow's description, Ning Ye raised an eyebrow thinking, as expected of the Dragon Slaying Bow, specifically designed to kill dragons. Just then a slightly playful voice rang out. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be 9th Prince Ning Ye of Yanyun. Hearing this, Ning Ye looked up, only to see a beautiful woman in a black dress standing on top of the crimson blood, heavenly dragon's head. Undoubtedly, she was the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, Mu Lingxi, and at this moment she had concealed the appearance of Empress Yun Jin, revealing her original face. The woman before Ning Ye now had fiery red lips and an extremely seductive face, with eyes like silken threads that, with every glance, could captivate and steal one's soul. It's worth mentioning that Mu Lingxi was currently holding a golden egg, from which an incredibly terrifying pressure emanated. Even the crimson blood heavenly dragon appeared much quieter and more docile under this terrifying pressure. Clearly, after her scheme was exposed, this woman didn't leave Wudu, but instead returned to Dragon Abyss for this golden egg. What kind of creature is gestating in this egg? Ning Ye muttered to himself, frowning. Ning Ye, I'm very curious. Why was my disciple's love goo ineffective against you? Mu Lingxi asked Ning Ye with interest. Oh, you know about that already. Ning Ye spread his hands. He had thought he could keep it a secret for a while longer. Hesedi. Of course I know. From the moment you walked into Junlin Hall, Throne Hall. My little fellow's gaze towards you was off, and from that moment, I knew. After all, I'm very familiar with love goo. Mu Lingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly unconcerned about Mu Li's failure. All right. If you know, then you know. Ning Ye shook his head indifferently. The situation in Wudu was already very clear, so he no longer needed to hide his relationship with Mu Li. Mu Lingxi nodded upon hearing this and said, Ning Ye. Say hello to second Miss Jun for me. Just tell her, we'll meet again, and there will be plenty of time in the future. With that, she turned and walked towards a teleportation array deep within the Dragon Abyss. Clearly, this teleportation array had been set up long ago, and the reason she waited for Ning Ye was just to see him. And when Ning Ye saw the teleportation array, he knew that he probably couldn't keep Mu Lingxi. After all, there was still a crimson-blood heavenly dragon blocking his way. Hey, Your Highness Saintess, are you just leaving like that? Your disciple, are you just abandoning her in Wudu to fend for herself? You're truly a qualified master. Ning Ye, with his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes and mocked with a hint of amusement. Hearing this, Mu Lingxi paused her steps. She turned slightly, her red lips curving into a cold arc. She's just like this crimson-blood heavenly dragon. She's already a defective product whose utility has been squeezed dry by me. If you want her, then I'll give them both to you. Oh, I forgot to remind you. I have found a more interesting little fellow. If you don't die today, I'm sure you'll find out. With that, she no longer hesitated and walked straight into the teleportation array, finally leaving behind the dragon word, kill. The moment the words fell, the flames in the crimson blood heavenly dragon's crimson dragon eyes suddenly flickered. Roar! An earth-shattering roar echoed through the sky. The crimson blood heavenly dragon opened its massive maw, and a 100-jang pillar of fire suddenly erupted. Heavenly prohibition, open. Chaos light flickered in Ning Ye's eyes, and he vanished from his original spot in an instant. The next second, the place where he had just stood had sunken 3 jang, turning into a scorched ruin, with magma surging within it. Buddha's Fury Lotus. A faint voice echoed through the dragon ruin. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Hundreds of pillars of fire erupted from the surface of the dragon ruin. Terrifying energy spread out in ripples, sweeping across the 8 directions. A 2-colored mushroom cloud slowly rose. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ning Ye stood above the sky, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the center of the explosion's smoke and dust, his heart filled with anticipation. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the crimson blood heavenly dragon was revealed, half of its dragon scales shattered, crimson blood pouring down like a sudden rain, and even its stark white dragon bones were visible. Even its sky-covering dragon wings were half destroyed. If it weren't a dragon clan but a cultivator of the same realm, it would probably be deader than dead. As expected of the Buddha's Fury Lotus, condensed from heavenly flame. Such destructive power is truly astonishing, Ning Ye exhaled excitedly. Roar! The crimson blood heavenly dragon roared in fury, flapping its broken wings, letting out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Streaks of bloody red light, imbued with divine power, poured down like a sky full of arrows. This offensive seemed inescapable. Heaven-defying 7 demonic blades, second blade. Moon-slaying Shi Yu. Ning Ye drew his reverse moon heavenly saber, and made an extremely mystical starting move. Ding, system prompt. Host has successfully infused 30 years of lifespan. The next second the system's voice rang out. Clang! Time and space solidified. At this moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The arrows, like a sudden downpour, hung suspended in the void realm. The crimson blood heavenly dragon still maintained its open-mouthed, furious roaring posture, as if the entire world had been frozen by some strange power. Kill! Ning Ye flew up, treading on the void realm step by step. He arrived before the heavenly dragon, and with a swing of his reverse moon heavenly saber, he struck. When the scorching dragon blood splattered on Ning Ye's face. Time and space unfroze at this moment. Roar! The crimson blood heavenly dragon let out a mournful roar, its massive body plummeting from the sky like a kite with a broken string, large swaths of bloody rain falling across the firmament. Boom! With a tremor of the earth, a massive deep pit was smashed into the ground. Dragon-slaying bow. Ning Ye endured the feeling of weakness in his body and the sensation of his divine soul being drawn away. He put away his reverse moon heavenly saber, picked up the dragon-slaying bow instead, and drew the bowstring. Clang! A shocking aura of killing intent, capable of shaking the heavens and earth, transformed into a terrifying red glow that condensed on the bowstring. It's over. Spirit confinement. Ning Ye released the bowstring, and the red glow suddenly transformed into a bloody lightning bolt, piercing accurately and fiercely into the crimson blood, heavenly dragon's dragon body. Rumble! A deafening thunderous roar echoed through the dragon ruin. The crimson blood, heavenly dragon's body, instantly shattered under this thunderous roar. Dragon scales flew everywhere, and crimson dragon blood splattered. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the mission Dragon Slaying. Ding! Congratulations to host for receiving 1 God tier lottery card. Ding! System prompt. Dragon Slaying Bow has successfully collected Crimson Blood Dragon Soul. Ding! Congratulations to host for gaining lifespan 200 years. Ding! Congratulations to host for Cultivation Advancement, Legend 7th Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for Cultivation Advancement, Legend 8th Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for Cultivation Advancement, Legend 9th Realm. Listening to the system prompts in his ear and feeling the steady increase of power within his body, Ning Ye raised a hand to wipe the filthy dragon blood from his face. Exhausted, he plopped down amidst the scattered dragon bones and dragon blood, let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "That feels good. This is what I call raking in the profits." 60, crazy couple, they stand in the rain and laugh. Lifespan 305 years. Ning Ye couldn't help but grin as he looked at this entry on the character panel. His lifespan was finally respectable, and it seemed he could even use some of it to trade with Kang Yue. Stopping that thought, Ning Ye swayed as he got up, scanning the ground covered in dragon bones and blood once more. Finally, his gaze settled on the massive head of the crimson blood heavenly dragon. Dragon clan beings, upon reaching a certain stage of development, would birth a dragon crystal within their heads. This dragon crystal contained extremely powerful crimson dragon energy, which could be used to develop potential and temper the physique, making it extremely precious. Thinking of this, Ning Ye didn't hesitate, directly taking out his reverse moon heavenly saber, and with one strike, he severed the head of the crimson blood heavenly dragon. After completing this, he stumbled out of the dragon abyss. I wonder, how is Jun Kaienyu doing? The scene shifts. Wudu, martial capital, imperial palace had already been reduced to ruins. Dark clouds pressed down from above the sky, and wisps of black chi fell from the zenith, as rain poured down. Amidst the ruins of the imperial palace, Wu Yuan knelt in the ruins. At this moment, this Emperor Jun Lin who had once shaken the world was covered in grotesque wounds, as if he had been cut into 1,000 pieces. There was even a fist-sized blood hole in his chest, and half of his heart within his body was torn to shreds. In front of him, on the ruins, Jun Kaienyu stood with her hands behind her back, her stunningly cold and beautiful face as indifferent as ever. Tianzhi, heavenly secret master, and the 10 great divine generals of Junlin looked at Jun Kaienyu with pale faces. They had witnessed the entire battle. They had never imagined that the duel between Emperor Jun Lin, Wu Yuan, and the second young miss of the Jun family, Jun Kaienyu, would be a one-sided crushing victory by Jun Kaienyu alone. It's been years. How did this girl become so terrifying? Tianzhi, heavenly secret master, wiped the cold rain from his face and gasped. Years ago he had met Jun Kaienyu once in the holy city. At that time, Jun Kaienyu was stunning, but she was nowhere near as shocking as she was tonight. One must know that Wu Yuan was a peak Saint Realm expert, yet in front of Jun Kaienyu, he seemed to have no power to fight back. A peak saint at only 24 years old. Just one step away from reaching Shen Yin, divine concealment god hiding realm. This world is truly mad. Who says it isn't? Our era seems to be over. Indeed. Now, even if all 10 of us went up together, I'm afraid we wouldn't last 10 moves against second Miss Jun. The 10 great divine generals of Junlin exchanged glances, all seeing the shock and bitterness in each other's eyes. Your Majesty, you've grown old. Jun Kaienyu slowly walked down the ruins with her hands behind her back, coming before Wu Yuan. The little girl from back then has grown up. Wu Yuan shook his head and gave a bitter laugh, blood constantly overflowing from his mouth. So many years have passed. Your Majesty is still stuck at the peak saint realm. Tonight you truly deserve to die. Jun Kaienyu evaluated him very seriously. This is fate. Cough cough cough. Wu Yuan coughed up blood incessantly, his face growing paler. He could feel his life force constantly draining away. Speak. What exactly happened to her back then? Who killed her? Jun Kainyu's voice grew colder. Silence. Still silence. Wu Yuan lowered his head, not saying a word, clearly having no intention of revealing the truth of that incident from back then to Jun Kaienyu. Very well. This young lady will personally read your memories to find out. Jun Kainyu's red lips parted slightly, her tone neither light nor heavy. And the moment her words settled, the sound of blood splattering suddenly rang out without warning. Tianzhi, heavenly secret master, and the 10 great divine generals of Junlin watched this scene, their faces changing drastically. In that instant, Jun Kaienyu had brutally twisted off Wu Yuan's head. Boom! As Wu Yuan's headless corpse fell to the ground, This also heralded the end of an era for the Junlin dynasty, the demise of an imperial dynasty, and the rise of a new imperial dynasty. I wonder how that guy Ning Ye is doing. Jun Qianyu, holding Wu Yuan's head, looked towards the direction of the dragon abyss behind the imperial palace. And at this moment, a figure, completely drenched in dragon blood, was dragging a small mountain from afar, stumbling towards the imperial palace. It's Ning Ye. Wait. What is that guy dragging in his hand? Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, frowned as he watched Ning Ye approaching. It looks like a head. It's a dragon head. It's the head of the crimson blood heavenly dragon. What did this guy do? He slaughtered a dragon. And it's our Junlin dynasty's crimson blood heavenly dragon. The 10 great divine generals of Junlin, one by one, opened their mouths wide, their eyes almost popping out. They watched Ning Ye, who was dragging a dragon head with chains, covered in dragon blood, walking towards them in the rain. The shock in their hearts was no less than what Jun Qianyu had brought them. This guy actually slaughtered the crimson blood heavenly dragon. Although Jun Qianyu's eyes couldn't see at this moment, she could generally perceive the situation. And just as everyone in the imperial palace had their own thoughts, Ning Ye had already dragged the dragon head and slowly walked in front of Jun Qianyu. The rain was falling, and it was falling heavily. And Ning Ye and Jun Qianyu, one dragging a massive dragon head, the other holding the emperor's head, stood facing each other in the rain. This scene was very bloody. But it was also strangely harmonious. You killed the emperor. You slaughtered the heavenly dragon. Ning Ye and Jun Qianyu, with remarkable synchronicity, exclaimed in unison. Indeed. The two of them nodded to each other again in unison, with remarkable synchronicity. Finally, the two of them laughed out loud together, allowing the raindrops to hit their faces, feeling incredibly exhilarated. These two, they're truly a perfect match. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, mouth twitched as he watched Ning Ye and Jun Qianyu standing together in the ruins of the imperial palace, laughing up at the sky. What two lunatics! The 10 great divine generals of Junlin shook their heads, not knowing what to say anymore, only feeling that these two young people were a bit crazy. Here. The crimson blood dragon soul you wanted. Ning Ye took out the dragon-slaying bow and threw it to Jun Qianyu. Thank you. Jun Qianyu took the dragon-slaying bow, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her red lips. Then, she seemed to think of something and said, Once I break the seal, this dragon-slaying bow is yours. With this crimson blood dragon soul, she could break the seal of the heavenly Tao Eye. At that time, she would be able to see the light again. It had been 7 years, and she had forgotten what this world truly looked like. As for the dragon-slaying bow, she didn't care about it. Whatever works. Ning Ye spread his hands. Actually, he still felt good about this dragon-slaying bow. If Jun Qianyu was willing to return it to him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Oh right. Ning Ye suddenly said, as if he had just remembered something. Mu Lingxi ran away. She seemed to have been prepared. In the Dragon Abyss, Mu Lingxi's teleportation array had been prepared long ago. This was clearly her contingency plan. If she ran, she ran. But I have to say, although this woman failed today, she truly caused a lot of trouble for the Junlin dynasty over the years. The Emperor Jun Lin became her love slave. The crimson blood heavenly dragon was used by her as a blood goo. Half of the imperial dynasty's resources were plundered by her. This woman is truly not simple. Jun Qianyu sighed, and even she couldn't help but express her admiration for Mu Lingxi at this moment. Indeed. Ning Ye also nodded. Earlier, when he was in the Dragon Abyss, he had noticed that the crimson blood heavenly dragon, the sacred beast guardian of the Junlin dynasty, had a depleted bloodline, only 1,000 years of lifespan remaining, and its cultivation was not as terrifying as he had expected. And all of this was most likely Mu Lingxi's doing. She had used the crimson blood heavenly dragon as a blood goo to nurture the creature within the golden egg in her hand, which led to the severe decline in the crimson blood heavenly dragon's cultivation and lifespan. Let's go. Home. Jun Qianyu stretched lazily and said softly. All right. Ning Ye let out a long breath. He was indeed too tired today and needed to go back and rest properly. Susu must be getting anxious. I'll go back and make her some dragon head soup. Ning Ye smiled. And at this moment, a system notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding, system notification, hosts Netherworld bond partner Su Beiju. Vital signs are rapidly declining. Susu. Ning Ye's expression suddenly changed, and without another word, he sped towards the Shent's military prefecture. At this moment, the jade pendant at Jun Qianyu's waist also flickered slightly, and Qianai's weak voice sounded from within. Young miss. Something has happened. 61, Jun Qianyu, this lady will accompany you. Oh no. Jun Qianyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she vanished from her spot in a flash. Something seems to have happened. Tianjizi watched Ning Ye and Jun Qianyu's hurried steps, immediately reacted, and rushed towards the Shent's military prefecture. Let's go take a look too. The 10 great divine generals of Junlin exchanged glances, then soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of aurora and heading towards the Shent's military prefecture. Wudu, martial capital, was in chaos tonight. The sacred battle in the imperial palace tugged at everyone's heartstrings. And as one piece of news after another spread, it completely threw the entire Wudu martial capital into an uproar. Crown Prince Wu Qin had long since fallen and become a spirit puppet of the Yin-Yang sect. Second Prince Wu Linchen, suspected of being a demonic path fiend, was slain by Second Miss Jun in the Junlin Hall, Throne Hall. Third Prince Wu Yu was killed by Ning Ye. The current empress is Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect. Emperor Wu Yuan died in battle at Jun Qianyu's hands. Ning Ye slaughtered the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon. The tens of millions of common people and cultivators in Wudu, martial capital, felt their minds buzzing upon hearing these shocking pieces of news. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of the Yanyun Dynasty stealthily pledged their loyalty to the Jun family tonight, while those royal nobles who refused the Jun family had their entire clans annihilated. Now Wudu martial capital, or rather, the entire Junlin Dynasty, had already fallen into Jun Qianyu's grasp. But they didn't know, an even greater storm was brewing. All the way from the imperial palace back to the Shent's military prefecture. Ning Ye only felt a boom in his mind, and a chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet. As far as his eyes could see, there were broken walls and ruined foundations. Dozens of palaces within the military prefecture had collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. The Shent's military prefecture seemed to have undergone an extremely tragic battle. Su. Ning Ye gritted his teeth and walked into the west courtyard. He looked at the ruined courtyard before him, the broken banyan tree, and his face instantly turned devoid of color. He saw the old man lying in the ruins. It was Old Man Yi. At this moment, Old Man Yi had long lost the breath of life. All his meridians were severed, and there was a pitch-black hole in his chest where his heart had been dug out, a truly tragic death. And just then, Jun Qianyu entered the west courtyard with Qianai, followed by Mu Li. What happened? Ning Ye turned his head, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Qianai, his voice as deep as a beast's. Qianai looked at Ning Ye, who was in a very abnormal state at the moment, and couldn't help but step back several paces. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your Highness Ning Ye. Someone entered the Shent's military prefecture tonight. The person who came had exceptionally high cultivation. He killed everyone who stood in his way. Old Man Yi fought him. 10 moves, just 10 moves, and Old Man Yi was defeated. Finally, that person forcibly took young Miss Susu away." "Who was it?" Ning Ye's voice was filled with extreme anger and killing intent. "I don't know, it was a shadow." Qianai shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. "A shadow?" Jun Qianyu frowned. Qianai's words clearly surprised her. And just then Mu Li walked out. She said in a low voice, "Actually, that person is Master's younger sister. My senior martial uncle." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ning Ye, Jun Qianyu, and Qianai all looked at Mu Li. "What do you mean?" "Mu Lingxi has a younger sister." Ning Ye's brows were already furrowed into a tight knot. "Impossible. If that were true, why has her reputation remained so obscure all these years? Even my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has no such intelligence." Tianzhi walked into the west courtyard. The name of Mu Lingxi, the former saintess of the Yin-Yang sect, was like thunder, but even he didn't know Mu Lingxi had a younger sister. If that were true, how could she have remained so unknown for so many years, with even his Heavenly Secrets Pavilion unable to find any information? "Sigh." Mu Li sighed and said, "Because Senior Martial Uncle has always existed within Master's body. Or rather, she and my master are dual spirits in one body." As her words fell, Tianzhi froze in place. HMPH. Dual spirits in one body. This young lady wants to see exactly who she is. Jun Qianyu snorted coldly, then raised her jade hand and formed a hand seal. Zheng. The scenes that had once occurred in the Shent's military prefecture replayed like a rewind, transforming into a series of images that appeared in her mind. This was the power of the heavenly Tao Eye, time reversal. And she reached out and took Ning Ye's hand. At this moment, Ning Ye also saw the scenes in Jun Qianyu's mind. Boom! Behind the imperial palace, a giant dragon attacked, countless shadows cast over Wudu martial capital, as if bringing eternal night. This was Wudu martial capital's darkest hour. In the Shent's military prefecture, west courtyard, under the banyan tree, Susu looked anxiously in the direction of the imperial palace. She seemed very worried, subconsciously wanting to rush to the imperial palace to find Ning Ye. "No," Daddy said. "Don't go. Susu must be obedient." Just as Susu was about to step out of the courtyard gate, she couldn't help but recall Ning Ye's Chinese letter, and then, like a deflated ball, she sat powerlessly under the banyan tree, quietly waiting for Ning Ye to return. And just then, A shadow silently walked into the west courtyard. Who are you? Susu seemed to sense something, abruptly turned her head, her delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes fixed on the shadow. Exactly. Those useless people from the evil sect really weren't lying. There really is a ghost spirit royal clan member alive in this world. The shadow covered her mouth and chuckled, her laughter extremely enchanting, exactly like Mu Lingxi's. The moment her words fell, the shadow raised her hand and grabbed towards Susu. And just in the nick of time, Old Man Yi arrived. 10 moves. Just 10 moves. Old Man Yi died at the shadow's hands. Little fellow. Come back to the Yin Yang sect with this young lady. The shadow forcefully confined Susu in her hand. Under her absolutely powerful strength, all the power in Susu's body was frozen. She could only continuously hit the shadow, crying out in a choked voice. Let me go. I won't go with you. Susu wants to wait for Daddy to come back. Get lost. Exactly. Upon hearing this, the shadow couldn't help but laugh several times, then mocked. From now on, you have no daddy. However, this young lady can be your mommy. Oh. With that, the shadow grabbed Susu and disappeared from the west courtyard, as if she had never appeared. The scene ended. Ning Ye opened his eyes. At this moment, perhaps because he clenched his fists too tightly, his fingernails had deeply pierced his palms, and blood dripped down one drop at a time. Ning Ye. Yin Yang sect. Jun Kaianyu reminded him in a low voice. As soon as her words fell, Ning Ye's gaze sharply locked onto Mu Li, and he said coldly. The location of the Yin Yang sect. You should know, right? After all, you were born there. I know. Mu Li lowered her eyelids slightly and nodded. Very good. Then please, Your Highness Crown Princess, personally take me there. Ning Ye said expressionlessly. If you want to. Mu Li sighed. If she could, she really didn't want to return to the Yin Yang sect, but at this moment, looking at Ning Ye's extremely grim face, she really couldn't say any words of refusal. Wait. Ning Ye. The Yin Yang sect has experts like clouds. Going like this is tantamount to courting death. Tianjie urgently warned him. And just as his words fell, a magnetic mature female voice rang out. No matter. This young lady will accompany you. 62. The overall situation. Bullshit overall situation. Goodbye, Demon Lord Kang Yue. Young miss. You're going too. Kai and I looked at Jun Kaianyu, her face filled with shock, feeling her mind unable to process it. At this moment, even as a personal maid who had served Jun Kaianyu for many years, she didn't know what this young lady was planning. After all, making an enemy of the Yin Yang sect was practically a venture with no benefits and extreme risks. Second Miss Jun. Why are you doing this again? Tianjie, Heavenly Secret Master, rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. In his opinion, venturing into the Yin Yang sect was a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. If Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu both died in the Yin Yang sect, then his future would be cut short. He had plans to use Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu to become the next head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Crazy. They're all crazy. Outside the west courtyard, the 10 great divine generals of Junlin were all shaking their heads, one by one. They felt that Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu were just messing around. Hearing this, Ning Ye also looked at Jun Kaianyu. Even he didn't understand why Jun Kaianyu would want to help him. Was it because he was her fiancé? Don't be ridiculous, Jun Kaianyu was not that woman. He wasn't so narcissistic as to think Jun Kaianyu was already in love with him. What do you want? Ning Ye asked blankly. Hell. Jun Kaianyu chuckled lightly, her red lips parting slightly as she responded meaningfully. Ning Ye, have you forgotten? You and I are in a cooperative relationship. Before our cooperation ends, you can't die. Also, although you and I are partners. But this matter is not easy, nor is it a small one. So, if this young lady helps you this time, you'll have to repay this young lady in the future. Sure enough. Ning Ye nodded, as expected. He could help her unseal the seal of the heavenly Dao Eye. She could help him unseal the seal of the reverse moon heavenly saber. Since that was the case, then she naturally didn't want him to die. And he knew even more that if Jun Kaianyu helped him this time, the repayment she would demand in the future would likely be very expensive. However, things had come to this, and he had no other choice. He couldn't bear to see Susu fall into the hands of the Yin Yang sect. Now he indeed needed Jun Kaianyu's strength. When do we depart? Jun Kaianyu asked indifferently. Tomorrow. Ning Ye responded with 2 words. He was determined to break into the Yin Yang sect. But before that, he still needed to make thorough preparations. After all, he had no intention of losing his life in the Yin Yang sect. Good. Tomorrow we meet. Jun Kaianyu smiled and turned to leave the small courtyard. Kai and I watched as this young lady had made her decision, and she naturally couldn't say anything more. In the end, she just gave a meaningful glance before quickly catching up to Jun Kaianyu's steps. Ning Ye. You need to know, This matter is not as simple as you think. If you go to the yin-yang sect, it will be like pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Not to mention that the yin-yang sect has experts like clouds. Just saying that once you and second Miss Jun attack the yin-yang sect, then all the demonic path forces in the entire Eastern Barrens will rush to aid the yin-yang sect at the first moment. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable, and the entire Eastern Barrens will likely fall into a chaotic war between righteous and demonic forces. You must consider the bigger picture and the cost. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, earnestly explained the pros and cons of the situation, wanting to dissuade Ning Ye one last time. Bigger picture? What bigger picture bullshit? Ning Ye glanced casually at Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, and then walked to the broken banyan tree, sitting down cross-legged. To be honest, he never believed in the so-called bigger picture. Because throughout history, whoever tells you to consider the bigger picture, in fact, you are not part of that bigger picture. Whoever tells you to consider the cost, you are that cost. Since that was the case, why should he consider the bigger picture? Why should he regret the cost? Just do what he wanted to do, and care for the people he wanted to care for. That was enough. Alas, so be it. In one's life, there are always those moments when one throws caution to the wind. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, sighed deeply, then walked out of the small courtyard. He took out his heavenly secret stone and issued several commands. This was the last thing he could do for Ning Ye and Jun Qianyu. As for the outcome, it could only depend on Ning Ye and Jun Qianyu's opportunity. After Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, left, the 10 great divine generals of Junlin all wore troubled expressions, their eyes filled with hesitation. Reason told them not to participate in this matter. But emotion told them that if they succeeded this time, it could be a heaven-sent opportunity for them, truly making them famous throughout the continent, gaining both fame and fortune. Hey, Old Ninth, are you going? Going? Are you crazy? I'm not going. What about Old Seventh? No, the Imperial Dynasty has changed hands, the era has changed. It's wise to mind one's own business. That's right, Old Seventh still has a brain, your third brother is very pleased. What about eldest brother and second brother? Go to bed. Really? Really? The 10 great divine generals exchanged glances, then dispersed. Now, only Ning Ye and Mu Li were left in the entire west courtyard, and the atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. It seems that young girl is very important to 10th Prince, your highness. Otherwise, why would he venture into the yin-yang sect for her? Mu Li quietly looked at Ning Ye, her red lips parting slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with ripples like moonlight, very beautiful. She calls me daddy. Ning Ye glanced at Mu Li, simply giving her a short response. Hearing this, Mu Li was silent for a long time. As if she had thought of something laughable, she slowly walked over and sat beside Ning Ye, smiling. This young lady has no daddy. Rest. Ning Ye shook his head, not knowing why Mu Li had suddenly become so emotional. Understood. Mu Li hummed softly, then leaned against the broken banyan tree and closed her eyes. Whoosh. Ning Ye gave Mu Li a meaningful look, then took a deep breath and murmured in his heart. It seems it's time to go see that woman again. The thought stopped there. Ning Ye formed hand seals. Clang. A teleportation array appeared beneath Ning Ye's body, and as light flickered, his figure suddenly vanished from the small courtyard. After Ning Ye left, Mu Li slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She didn't know where Ning Ye had gone, but she knew that Ning Ye harbored many secrets. If it were her old self, she might have tried to investigate, but now she didn't care at all. Now she only cared about one thing. After going to the yin-yang sect this time, would Ning Ye really let her go? After all, if things continued like this, she might truly be unable to leave Ning Ye. She could feel that the love poison was getting more and more severe, and at this moment, she even had the terrifying thought of wanting to cling to Ning Ye's side at all times. Rumble. Ning Ye once again pushed open the door of the first floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda, and entered the small world on the first floor. And just as he stepped into this small world, a playful voice echoed in his ears. Ning Ye, you haven't seen me for 3 days, and you already missed this venerable one. 63. A deal with the Chuni Demon Lord, get the world-destroying lotus. On the first floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda, beneath the Tree of Life, Kang Yue, dressed in a black palace gown adorned with demonic patterns, sat cross-legged. The moonlight cascaded upon her exquisite face, which seemed sculpted from ice, making her appear exceptionally beautiful. The tear mole beneath her eye added a touch of faded brokenness to her appearance. Senior. We meet again. Ning Ye looked at Kang Yue with a calm expression, greeting her serenely. Where is my little disciple? Kang Yue looked at Ning Ye, who had come alone and couldn't help but be surprised. Susu was captured. Ning Ye replied with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. What? Upon hearing this, Kang Yue's beautiful face suddenly changed. A chilling pressure instantly enveloped Ning Ye. She suddenly stood up and sternly rebuked Ning Ye. Are you useless? You couldn't even protect one Susu. Silence. Ning Ye was speechless. Although Kang Yue's words were harsh, it had to be said that this time it was truly his mistake. He hadn't considered things thoroughly enough and hadn't expected Mu Lingxi to have a younger sister. All right. What is the background of the other party? Kang Yue waved her hand, not wanting to dwell on what had already happened with Ning Ye. Heaven above heaven, Yin Yang sect. Ning Ye replied, a chilling killing intent rising in his eyes. Heaven above heaven. Yin Yang sect. Never heard of them. Are they very powerful? Kang Yue asked, her arms crossed, her tone full of disdain. Senior, you haven't heard of them. Ning Ye frowned, quite surprised. He knew that heaven above heaven originated from the northern territory beyond the desperate situation Great Wall, and Kang Yue was a demon venerable. Logically, Kang Yue should be intimately familiar with heaven above heaven, but her saying she hadn't heard of them indicated that heaven above heaven was established after Kang Yue had buried herself. What? Does this venerable need to have heard of them? Kang Yue asked coldly. Not necessarily. Ning Ye shook his head. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? Kang Yue continued. Susu was their only lifeline and hope at the moment. If she said she wasn't anxious, that would be impossible. However, her injuries were too severe at the moment. She had to rely on the Tree of Life to barely suppress them, so she couldn't leave the sacrificial Dao Pagoda. Now, the only one she could rely on was Ning Ye. A trade. Doesn't Senior want lifespan? I can trade lifespan with Senior. Ning Ye stared intently into Kang Yue's eyes. If he was T.O. Chinese letter the Yin Yang sect next, he would need a trump card capable of killing everything. Very good. It's enough that you have this awareness. Kang Yue nodded. She knew this day would come sooner or later. After saying that, she pondered for a moment, then parted her red lips and said, this venerable needs 1,000 years of lifespan to leave the sacrificial Dao Pagoda for one day. On this day, this venerable can kill all your enemies for you. How about it? 1,000 years. Ning Ye was stunned, then gave a bitter smile and shook his head, replying, Senior, do I look like someone who has 1,000 years of lifespan? Kang Yue furrowed her willow-like brows, her beautiful eyes sweeping up and down Ning Ye before she shook her head and said, I can't see clearly. This venerable cannot see your cultivation, nor do I know how much lifespan you have. You have too many secrets about your person. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but smile. He had the divine concealment stone on him, so it was normal for Kang Yue not to be able to see through him. However, on the other hand, generally the higher a cultivator's cultivation, the more lifespan they would have. This was common knowledge and a rule. But he completely did not conform to this rule. Because the higher his cultivation, his lifespan would not increase accordingly. He speculated that it was because he was bound to the reverse moon heavenly saber, and his lifespan had to be increased through plunder. Therefore, he currently did not have 1,000 years of lifespan to trade with Kang Yue. How much lifespan do you have? Kang Yue asked. 305 years. Ning Ye replied to Kang Yue very honestly. Upon hearing this, Kang Yue was silent for a moment, then spoke. All right. You give this venerable 100 years of lifespan. This venerable will help you destroy that so-called Yin Yang sect. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye took a deep breath, nodded without the slightest hesitation, and replied with 2 words. I can. Kang Yue looked at the very straightforward Ning Ye, and couldn't help but smile, saying, You little fellow are quite decisive. This venerable asked for 100 years of your lifespan at once, and you didn't even bat an eye. It seems you truly care about this venerable's little disciple. Let's begin. Ning Ye was too lazy to say more to Kang Yue. He simply walked forward to Kang Yue and slowly closed his eyes. 100 years of lifespan for a trump card seemed like a loss, but it wasn't. Because he had a premonition that the lifespan he would gain from going to the Yin Yang sect this time would definitely be more than 100 years. Therefore, regarding this investment, he had no reservations in his heart. As you wish. Kang Yue looked at Ning Ye with an amused expression, then extended her slender jade hand and lightly tapped his glabella. Ding, system notification. The host's lifespan is rapidly decreasing. Ding, system notification. The host's lifespan has decreased by 10 years. Ding, system notification. The host's lifespan has decreased by 20 years. Ding, system notification. The host's lifespan has decreased by 100 years. When the last system notification sound fell, Kang Yue retracted her finger, her exquisitely beautiful face filled with comfort. Ning Ye groaned, his face turning extremely pale. A feeling of exhaustion surged from the depths of his soul, causing him to stagger and sit on the ground. Looking at Kang Yue again, the light of life in her beautiful eyes was 3 points brighter than before, and her exquisitely beautiful face also appeared much more natural, even her chi seemed stronger. Little fellow, are you not curious why this venerable needs your lifespan before helping you? Kang Yue's lips curved into a slight arc, her beautiful eyes full of smiles as she looked at Ning Ye. Yes. Ning Ye nodded. If lifespan could help Kang Yue recover from her injuries, then Kang Yue wouldn't have had to bury herself 10,000 years ago. Therefore, he was indeed curious why Kang Yue was so fixated on lifespan now. Kang Yue smiled, then put her hands behind her back and said, "Only Susu's true blood can heal this venerable. However, due to the cultivation technique this venerable practices, restoring power still requires a large amount of life essence. So do you understand?" Yes. Ning Ye nodded. Recovering from injuries does not mean recovering power. Kang Yue's current power was probably less than 1,000th of her peak, so her urgent desire to restore power was understandable. After all, for a great figure like Kang Yue, with power, she was a demon venerable. Without power she was nothing. Let this venerable see. What can this venerable help you with now? Kang Yue sat back under the ancient tree of life, and slowly closed her eyes. Now Ning Ye's 100 years of lifespan, while a drop in the bucket for her, still restored a tiny bit of power. And this tiny bit of power would enable her to open the first layer of the demonic palace in her sea of consciousness, and take out a weapon she created to bestow upon Ning Ye. A moment later, Kang Yue opened her eyes, and she spread out her jade hand. Clang! Amidst flashing light, an extremely enchanting and beautiful black lotus appeared in her palm. Here. This thing should be enough for you, Kang Yue said faintly to Ning Ye. This is. Ning Ye looked curiously at the black lotus in Kang Yue's palm and couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he didn't sense any powerful force contained within it. It's called the Invincible World-Destroying Lotus. Kang Yue smiled slightly, as if reminiscing. Such a Chunabiu name. Ning Ye scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for the first time. Kang Yue seemed to have seen through Ning Ye's thoughts. She glared fiercely at Ning Ye, gritting her silver teeth and angrily rebuking him. Don't you dare mock its name. This was made by this venerable when I was 14. It is a very powerful existence. How powerful? Ning Ye asked curiously. Kang Yue seemed to have thought of something interesting, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her lips. She parted her red lips and replied to Ning Ye with an incredibly teasing voice. Below the divine Tao. Encounter it and you will surely die. 64. God level lucky draw. Godly pet 9-colored world-destroying python. Below the divine Tao. Meet it die. And this is just a little trinket you made when you were 14. Demon venerable Kang Yue, you're truly a pervert. Ning Ye stared blankly at the black lotus Kang Yue handed him, and couldn't help but gasp, thinking to himself that this woman truly lived up to her title as demon venerable. The word genius couldn't even describe 1/10,000th of her. Pervert. What does that mean? Kang Yue frowned and asked. It means I think you're very impressive. Ning Ye replied. Then you're also a little pervert. After all, even I can't see through you. Kang Yue nodded thoughtfully and responded. Ugh. Ning Ye scratched his head and then said sheepishly. Thank you for the compliment. All right. Kang Yue waved her hand. She walked back under the tree of life, slowly closed her eyes and lightly instructed. Go. Go bring my little apprentice back. Whoever blocks you, just kill them. What heaven above heaven, yin yang sect. They're all bullsh *t. Ning Ye couldn't help but laugh at her words, thinking to himself that demon venerable Kang Yue was indeed demon venerable Kang Yue. I'm off. Senior. Ning Ye nodded to Kang Yue, and just as he turned to leave the sacrificial Tao pagoda, Kang Yue suddenly called out. Wait. Ning Ye. Ning Ye stopped, turned, and looked at Kang Yue with a puzzled expression. Now, are you the master of this sacrificial Tao pagoda? Kang Yue asked curiously. Yes. Ning Ye did not deny it. Then, do you know what's on the second floor of this sacrificial Tao pagoda? Kang Yue asked in a deep voice, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. I don't know. This second floor, Junior has not yet opened it. Ning Ye shook his head. Then how does one open the second floor? Kang Yue pressed again. Probably, I need my cultivation to reach the sacred realm. Ning Ye replied as a matter of course. And just then, the system prompt sound in his ear confirmed his guess. Ding, system prompt. If host wishes to open the second floor of the sacrificial Tao pagoda, he needs to reach sacred realm cultivation. Sacred realm. So that's how it is. Kang Yue nodded. Is something wrong? Ning Ye looked at Kang Yue with a puzzled expression. Nothing. I have a suggestion, if you want to open the second floor. At that time, why don't I explore it with you? A faint smile appeared on Kang Yue's lips, her smile bright and enchanting. It's not impossible. Ning Ye shrugged indifferently. He already understood Kang Yue's objective. 10,000 years ago, Kang Yue was defeated by Divine Master Yan Zhai. Now that Kang Yue has awakened, she definitely wants to get her revenge, and this mysterious sacrificial Tao pagoda is her best opportunity, so she naturally wants to explore its depths. However, Ning Ye wasn't worried about Kang Yue, because now that he was the master of the sacrificial Tao pagoda, as long as they were within the sacrificial Tao pagoda, Kang Yue couldn't do whatever she pleased. Good. I'll wait for you. Kang Yue's smile on her pretty face deepened by 3 points upon hearing Ning Ye's affirmative answer. I'm off. Ning Ye waved his hand, no longer hesitating, and left the sacrificial Tao pagoda, Shen's military prefecture, west courtyard. Zheng. With a flash of light, Ning Ye's figure appeared under the banyan tree. Where did you go? Mu Li asked curiously. None of your business. Ning Ye glanced at Mu Li indifferently, and then sat down under the banyan tree. HMPH, why are you so fierce? Mu Li snorted lightly and glared fiercely at Ning Ye. She had only casually asked Ning Ye a question, yet received such cold treatment. After all, she and Ning Ye had shared intimacy. Just one more step. Ning Ye ignored Mu Li, and instead slowly closed his eyes, lost in his own thoughts. Now, he had already mastered a great killing weapon from demon venerable Kang Yue, so he had a trump card for tomorrow's visit to the Yin-Yang sect. However, before that, he also planned to try his luck, as he had previously obtained a god-tier lottery card. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Perhaps with explosive luck, he could draw a divine rank martial skill. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye couldn't help but mutter in his heart. System, activate lottery. Ding, system prompt, god-tier lottery card is in use. Ding, system is drawing, please host wait patiently. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining reward. Divine Pet 9-colored world-ending python. Ding, system prompt, reward has been issued to the system warehouse, please host check. Divine Pet 9-colored world-ending python. Ning Ye raised an eyebrow upon hearing the system prompt. Although the result of this lottery was not as he had expected, to draw a super powerful divine rank cultivation technique, a divine pet seemed pretty good too. His thoughts paused there. Ning Ye opened the system warehouse. At this moment, he suddenly discovered a 9-colored, mottled egg quietly lying in his system warehouse. Without hesitation, Ning Ye directly took out this egg. Zheng. The moment the colorful egg appeared. Rumbled. Between heaven and earth, even deafening thunder rang out. The rain fell even harder. Even more terrifying, the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the world surged madly into the small courtyard. In the end, the swarming heaven and earth spiritual chi, being too dense, almost solidified, turning into wisps of golden Tao light that merged into the colorful egg. What kind of egg is this? What creature is gestating within it? Mu Li stared at the colorful egg in Ning Ye's hand with a look of horror, her beautiful and alluring face filled with shock. She had never felt such terrifying pressure, nor had she ever seen such dense heaven and earth spiritual chi. Ding, system prompt, please host drip blood onto the colorful egg to establish a soul contract between the divine pet and host. Hearing this, Ning Ye raised an eyebrow. He knew that a soul contract was a master-servant contract that could link the host's soul and the pet's together. Once a soul contract is established, it can never be revoked for eternity. If the master dies, the divine pet will also perish with him. And most importantly, once a soul contract is established, the divine pet's loyalty to its master is 100%. Let's begin. Ning Ye took a deep breath, then refined a drop of his essence blood, and then dripped it onto the colorful egg. Zheng. The moment the blood touched the colorful egg, a ball of 9-colored holy light suddenly lit up, and then directly merged into Ning Ye's body. Ding, congratulations host on successfully establishing a soul contract with the 9-colored world-ending python. The moment he heard this prompt, Ning Ye could already sense the powerful life fluctuation within the colorful egg. And just then, with a cracking sound, a small 9-colored snake crawled out of the egg. The small snake wasn't large, only about half of Ning Ye's arm in length. But what was worth mentioning was that the little fellow's eyes were golden, and it had small golden antennae on its head. It looked not like a snake at all. Instead, it resembled a small dragon. Hiss. The small 9-colored snake flicked its tongue, crawled onto Ning Ye's shoulder, and affectionately rubbed against his cheek. The connection of their bloodline made it regard Ning Ye as its closest kin. Pet, 9-colored world-ending python. Age 0 years old. Cultivation, Sacred Realm 1. System rating, Divine rank evolvable. Master Ning Ye. Loyalty 100, loyal unto death. Evolution progress, 0%. System prompt. If evolution progress reaches 100%, the 9-colored world-ending python will evolve into an unrivaled grade pet, bizarre world-ending sacred dragon. Good heavens. Born with Sacred Realm 1 cultivation. In the future, it can even evolve into a bizarre world-ending sacred dragon. You little fellow, your future is limitless. Ning Ye reached out and gently tapped the small snake's head, sighing in admiration. Hiss. The small snake very much enjoyed it, flicking its tongue and licking Ning Ye's finger to show its delight. No name won't do. From now on, I'll call you Zyokai. Ning Ye said with a smile, naming his divine pet. 65. He and she join hands again, targeting Yin Yang sect and plotting against the nine heavens. Sacred realm. A divine pet that reached the sacred realm right after being born. Where did this fellow come from? Mu Li's eyes widened. Even she had never seen a divine pet with such a powerful bloodline. In fact, if she were to compare the crimson blood heavenly dragon of the Yanyun Dynasty with the little fellow on Ning Ye's shoulder, she would only find the crimson blood heavenly dragon pitifully weak. Zyokai. This woman dares to glare at you. Bite her. Ning Ye smiled as he gave Zyokai her first command. Hiss. Zyokai obeyed, and it couldn't help but flick its tongue out at Mu Li. Its originally clear, somewhat foolish golden snake eyes suddenly became majestic and filled with monstrous killing intent. The next second, it transformed into a golden lightning bolt and darted towards Mu Li. Mu Li gasped. She instinctively circulated her Moon Yuan primal force of the legendary Seven Realms, wanting to resist, but then she suddenly heard a flicking sound by her ear. Turning her head, she saw Zyokai flicking its tongue and licking her face. Ning Ye. What do you mean by this? Mu Li bit her lip, her face full of anger as she glared at Ning Ye and questioned him. Nothing. Just an experiment. Ning Ye shrugged. He just wanted to test whether he and Zyokai were telepathically connected, and if Zyokai could truly understand his commands. The result was that Zyokai, with whom he had established a soul contract, could indeed truly understand his thoughts. Because he had only intended to scare this woman, Mu Li. Bastard. Stinky man. Mu Li was so scared her legs felt weak, but her mouth was still very stubborn. However, she didn't realize that no matter how her words sounded, they were like pouting, completely lacking any destructive power. Ning Ye shook his head and chuckled. He waved at Zyokai, and the little fellow immediately returned to his shoulder. Everything is ready. Tomorrow, I will bring Susu home. Whoever obstructs me dies. A night was deep. Inside Kaianyu Palace in the Shent's military prefecture. Jun Kaianyu sat cross-legged on the bed, her 3,000 strands of black hair spread out casually, cascading down to her shapely hips. Moonlight gently spilled into the sleeping quarters from outside the palace window, falling upon her cold, peerless face, making it appear incredibly bright. In front of the palace bed, a large black bow was placed. It was the dragon-slaying bow. It's time. Jun Kaianyu murmured softly, then extended her jade hand and formed several seals. Clang. Light radiated from between her jade fingers. The dragon-slaying bow floated up. Roar. A deafening dragon roar resounded. The sound of the dragon roar skillfully combined with the thunder above the Wudu, martial capital sky, like celestial music that could shake one's soul. Countless people in Wudu martial capital looked in the direction of the Shent's military prefecture with horrified expressions, their hearts filled with extreme dread. What's happening again? First, spiritual chi gathered at the Shent's military prefecture with 10,000 thunders roaring, and then there was an earth-shattering dragon roar. Wave after wave, who can endure this? And just as countless people were filled with immense fear. In Kaianyu Palace, Jun Kaianyu raised her hand and untied the silk scarf wrapped around her eyes. She opened her eyes. At this moment, her eyes were gray and devoid of any luster, extremely dim, as if covered by a layer of gray mist. But when wisps of crimson light floated out from the dragon-slaying bow, and one by one flowed into Jun Kaianyu's eyes, a change occurred. The gray mist in Jun Kaianyu's eyes gradually receded, and her beautiful eyes slowly regained their color. The palace bed. The carpet. The jade table. The wine pot on the table. And the bright moon outside the window. It's truly been a long time. Jun Kaianyu tilted her head back, her red lips curving into a joyful arc. 7 years. She had finally unsealed the first seal of the heavenly Tao Eye. She could finally see this world again. Kaianai. Come in. Jun Kaianyu called softly. Clang. The palace door opened. Kaianai slowly walked into the sleeping quarters. When she saw Jun Kaianyu's beautiful eyes, which seemed to contain the biting wind and snow of a mountain peak, yet also resembled the vibrant flowers of summer, blooming gloriously, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Young miss, you finally recovered. Kaianai cried out, both surprised and delighted, as she hugged Jun Kaianyu's thigh. In these years, no one knew better than her how her young miss had endured. Now that her young miss had recovered, everything was getting better. 7 years unseen. My Kaianai, you've become even prettier. Jun Kaianyu gently reached out and wiped away the tears on Kaianai's cheek, speaking playfully. Young miss, please don't tease Kaianai. My appearance is not even 1/10,000th of young miss's. Kaianai responded softly, her face flushed. Ha ha ha. Jun Kaianyu shook her head and chuckled, saying, Let's go. To the west courtyard. Upon hearing this, Kaianai followed behind Jun Kaianyu, hesitating repeatedly, but finally gathering the courage to ask the question she had always wanted to ask. Young miss. This time, why did you help Ning Ye? Could it be, you really fancy him? Jun Kaianyu heard this. Breathing in the fresh air of the summer night, her red lips parted, and she spoke 2 words very playfully. Guess. Kaianai thought for a moment, then spoke very seriously. Definitely not. Young Miss's talent is world-shaking, the greatest of all time. She wouldn't be burdened by such petty affections. Young Miss doing that must be part of your grand scheme and plan. But Jun Kaianyu hummed softly, not denying this point. Next she had her own plans, and a large number of people waiting to be killed. As they spoke, Jun Kaianyu and Kaianai had already entered the west courtyard. At this moment, Ning Ye looked at Jun Kaianyu, and Jun Kaianyu also looked at Ning Ye. This was not the first time the two had met. But it was the first time the two had looked into each other's eyes. And in this gaze, both of them understood something from the other's eyes. First meeting, in the future I ask 10th Prince Your Highness for much guidance. Jun Kaianyu walked up to Ning Ye, and proactively extended her jade hand. In the future, 2nd Miss Jun, please give me much guidance. Ning Ye also held Jun Kaianyu's hand. Seeing this scene, Kaianai was somewhat stunned. She always felt that her young miss seemed to have just established a new cooperative relationship with Ning Ye. If overthrowing the imperial dynasty was their first collaboration, then this time, she had a premonition that their cooperation and scheme would be even grander. Guidance, just guidance. Is it necessary to shake hands? So annoying. Muley watched Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu intimately shaking hands, feeling a surge of irritation in her heart. But she quickly reacted, then vigorously shook her head, trying to clear her mind, and finally bit her lip, muttering to herself. Bastard. The love poison has deepened again. If this continues, I'll truly become a resentful woman. And just as she was feeling incredibly bitter in her heart, Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu each withdrew their hands, and with a rather tacit understanding, they both looked up at the sky, which was already showing the first signs of dawn. It's dawn. Someone is going to die. Many people will die, won't they? Probably. How wonderful. It is quite wonderful. Oh wait. What are these two talking about? Are they referring to the yin-yang sect? No, I just feel. It seems like it's not just the yin-yang sect. At this moment, Muley and Kaianai looked at Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu, standing side by side, and this thought unexpectedly arose in their minds simultaneously. 66. The action begins. Wan Ziner reappears. Who will be the winner? Dawn was breaking, and the rain had just stopped. We can move out. Ning Ye said faintly, looking at the brightening sky. Jun Kaianyu gave a soft hum, her beautiful eyes turning to Kaianai. Young miss. Everything is ready. Kaianai respectfully cupped his hands towards Jun Kaianyu. Hearing this, Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu both looked at Muley, their intentions clear. Sigh. Muley sighed and uttered a place name. Nine Yin Mountain. Good. Upon hearing this, Jun Kaianyu nodded to Kaianai and said, Let's go. Seeing this, Kaianai walked out of the small courtyard without another word. Just then, several streaks of aurora flashed across the sky, descending into the small courtyard. The arrivals were none other than the 10 great divine generals of Junlin. Sirs, what is the meaning of this? Ning Ye couldn't help but frown as he watched the 10 great divine generals of Junlin arrive at the military prefecture, simultaneously. Hearing this, the 10 great divine generals exchanged glances, their faces filled with awkwardness. Ninth brother, didn't you say only a madman would go to the yin-yang sect? That I am a madman, didn't you know? Seventh brother, didn't you say that when the imperial dynasty changes masters, it's kingly to only look out for oneself? Third brother, didn't you say I had a brain? Why are you here today too? Shut up, so disrespectful. Eldest brother, second brother, didn't you two old men just wash up and go to sleep? We slept, then we woke up. At this point, the old faces of the 10 great divine generals all flushed red, and they each turned their heads away, trying to hide their embarrassment with a guilty conscience. They were well aware of the risks of challenging the yin-yang sect this time, but they also knew that the higher the risk, the greater the reward. At their age, it was difficult to break through further without a special opportunity. But if they gambled correctly by following Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu this time, they might have unexpected gains, and perhaps even be noticed by the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Therefore, even though they all claimed yesterday that they wouldn't go, today they secretly came to the Shent's military prefecture, each unbeknownst to the others, begging Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu to take them along. This was a classic case of fearing their brothers' suffering, but even more fearing their brothers getting ahead of them. Whoosh! The first divine general, as the leader of the 10 great divine generals, took a deep breath and asked Ning Ye, 10th Prince Your Highness, can you take the 10 of us along for this challenge to the yin-yang sect? Ning Ye pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then replied, You may. In his opinion, the more help he had now, the better. He didn't care what the 10 great divine generals' intentions were, as long as they could assist him. Just then Jun Kaienyu added a warning. Seniors, let me be clear. Ning Ye and I don't play with freeloaders. If you join us, you must exert your full strength. Otherwise, don't blame this young lady for being ruthless. Naturally. Hearing this, the 10 great divine generals all felt a chill down their spines, and they chuckled awkwardly in agreement. After all, they had personally witnessed Jun Kainyu's methods and knew how cold-blooded and ruthless their second Miss Jun's heart nature was. Since that's the case, then let's depart. Ning Ye waved his hand and walked out of the small courtyard. Jun Kaienyu, Mu Li, and the 10 great divine generals followed closely. At this moment, outside Wudu martial capital city, 17 Black Chuanzhou mysterious boat were already prepared. This time, Jun Kaienyu had mobilized all the powerhouses hidden in the Anding district, stabilization area. 4 sacred realm powerhouses. Dozens of legend realm powerhouses. Hundreds of peak star gathering assassins. Adding the 10 great divine generals, Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu, their lineup could already be described as terrifyingly powerful. Depart. Jun Kaienyu looked at the fully prepared team before her and calmly issued the command. Boom 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 boom. The 17 Jun family Chuanzhou mysterious boat slowly rose into the air, then transformed into streaks of aurora, disappearing into the sea of clouds. They sped in one direction, which was precisely the location of the Yin-Yang sect, 9 Yin Mountain. Looking from afar at the Chuanzhou mysterious boat, disappearing into the cloud-filled sky. The millions of common people and cultivators of Wudu, martial capital, were all somewhat bewildered for a time. In a tavern, Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, poured and drank 3 cups of strong liquor by himself, before he looked up in the direction Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu had left, sighing. 10th Prince, Your Highness. 2nd Miss Jun. May you have a smooth journey. If Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu succeeded this time, their reputations would reach an unprecedented height on the 9 Heavens continent, and he would also rise another level. But if Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu died in the Yin-Yang sect this time, then his future path of advancement would be cut off. Therefore, no one desired Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu's success more than him. With that, he put down his wine glass, stood up, and disappeared from the tavern outside Wudu, martial capital city, in the myriad beast forest. More than a dozen powerhouses in black tight-fitting attire, and wearing ghost masks gathered around a woman. Under the sunlight, her exquisitely beautiful and enchanting face, difficult to describe with words, was even more captivating. Even though she wore an exaggerated black robe, it couldn't conceal her fiery and alluring figure. The vermilion mark between her brows added a strange allure to her. It's worth mentioning that the black robe was emblazoned, with a peculiar scene of the sun and moon appearing together. And she was none other than Consort Wan, who had met Ning Ye once in the Yanyun Dynasty at Yanju Palace, or rather, Wan Zioner of the Sun-Moon demonic cult. Madam, Emperor Junlin Wu Yuan is dead. The Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon was slaughtered. Madam Mu Lingxi has also left Wudu, martial capital. What should we do next? Not to mention, the 10th Prince Your Highness's combat power is unfathomable, and now he has the assistance of Jun Kaienyu and the 10 great divine generals of Junlin. We are no match for him. The more than a dozen powerhouses of the Sun-Moon demonic cult spoke, with very heavy tones. Hearing this, Wan Zioner didn't respond. She merely gazed silently in the direction Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu's group had departed on the Chuanzhou mysterious boat, thought for a moment, then spoke. Looking at the direction they left, it should be 9 Yin Mountain. I guess soon, a great battle will break out on 9 Yin Mountain. So, why don't we fish in troubled waters? If Ning Ye and his group are defeated, this seat can step forward and bring Ning Ye back to the Yanyun Dynasty. If Ning Ye and his group win, then our Sun-Moon demonic cult can seize this opportunity to gradually encroach upon the Yin-Yang sect's influence in the eastern desolate continent, although that possibility is very low. Madam is wise. The powerhouses of the Sun-Moon demonic cult bowed to Wan Zioner. Let's go. To 9 Yin Mountain. This seat wants to see who will emerge victorious between Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu, and the Yin-Yang sect. Hadahata. Wan Zioner chuckled softly, then led the Sun-Moon demonic cult powerhouses behind her, disappearing into the myriad beast mountain range. 67. He and she have a tacit understanding, the night is beautiful, perfect for killing. Meanwhile, 17 Chuanzhou were traversing the clouds, and soaring through the sky, at an extremely unconventional speed. Inside the lead Black Chuanzhou, the 10 great divine generals of Junlin looked at the constantly passing land and jungle outside the Chuanzhou, their expressions extremely serious. They no longer spoke, nor did they even take a sip of the tea on the table. Clearly, they were extremely tense at this moment. Ning Ye, on the other hand, was also silently tapping the red tabletop with his hand, his mind repeatedly calculating all the possible scenarios that might occur after infiltrating the Yin-Yang sect. In contrast, Jun Kaienyu was much more relaxed and at ease. She was teasing Zio Kai on Ning Ye's shoulder while savoring the clear tea that Kai and I had brewed for her, as if the yin-yang sect was not even worth mentioning to this young lady. And Zio Kai, too, seemed to particularly like Jun Kaianyu, occasionally flicking her snake-like tongue and licking Jun Kaianyu's palm. Mu Li, tell us the situation of the yin-yang sect. Ning Ye turned his gaze to Mu Li and asked in a deep voice. Mu Li had grown up in the yin-yang sect since she was little, so she naturally had a deep understanding of it. If he was going to infiltrate the yin-yang sect, then he naturally needed to understand it first. Hearing this, Mu Li glanced at Ning Ye, then slowly began to speak. The yin-yang sect. It is on Nine Yin Mountain. Nine Yin Mountain has 33 mountain ranges. Within these 33 mountain ranges are 33 yin and yang halls of the yin-yang sect. And the hall master of each yin and yang hall has reached the cultivation of the high-rank sacred realm. As soon as her voice fell, the already tense 10 great divine generals of Junlin in the Xuanzhou all swallowed hard, their faces becoming even more unsightly. 33 main halls were equivalent to 33 sacred realm experts. Who could withstand this? And then, I want to know who is the strongest in the yin-yang sect. What is his cultivation? Ning Ye nodded, pressing further. Now, with his cultivation, if he activated heavenly prohibition, sacred realm experts could basically be ignored. What he needed to know was the level of cultivation of the top combat power in the yin-yang sect. The strongest in the yin-yang sect is naturally the sect leader of the yin-yang sect, Mu Kangshan. But I have never seen him in the yin-yang sect. However, Master once said that the sect leader's cultivation is peerless, his methods are heaven-defying, and he is a top figure in the heaven above heaven. So, his cultivation has at least reached the divine concealment realm, and it's not impossible for it to be the divine Tao realm. Mu Li earnestly reminded Ning Ye. Yin-yang sect, sect leader Mu Kangshan. Ning Ye muttered the name, rubbing his brow. If this sect leader of the yin-yang sect was on Nine Yin Mountain, then it would be troublesome. Seemingly noticing the gravity in Ning Ye's brows, Jun Kaianyu smiled and suddenly spoke. Don't worry. Mu Kangshan is not on Nine Yin Mountain right now. In fact, he's not even in the Eastern Barren State. So, we don't need to consider him at all. Everyone looked at Jun Kaianyu upon hearing this. How do you know? Ning Ye asked with great curiosity. Ning Ye, you wouldn't think that this young lady's intelligence network only extends to the Junlin Imperial Dynasty, would you? Jun Kaianyu blinked at Ning Ye with a hint of amusement. Is the source of the information reliable? Ning Ye looked at Jun Kaianyu and asked. Naturally reliable. This young lady can also tell you. This information comes from the sacred mountain. A playful smile appeared on Jun Kaianyu's lips. So that's how it is. Ning Ye let out a long sigh of relief. If the information came from the sacred mountain, then there was no problem. After all, for so many years, the sacred mountain had been a sworn enemy of heaven above heaven, and behind it was the Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Young miss, could it be that adult from the sacred mountain who gave you the intelligence? Kainai asked with great curiosity. Yes, it's her. Jun Kaianyu nodded. Her? Ning Ye looked at Jun Kaianyu with a puzzled expression. HMPH. She is now an important figure in the sacred mountain. Back then, outside the desperate situation Great Wall, young miss saved her life, so young miss and she have been in contact all these years. In a sense, that adult in the sacred mountain has already regarded young miss as a close friend. Kainai let out a soft snort. From her tone, Ning Ye could tell that the relationship between Jun Kaianyu and the her Kainai spoke of was extraordinary. But the problem was, in Nijiushin, Jun Kaianyu had always been alone. A close friend or anything like that, it seemed there wasn't one. So there seemed to be only one possibility, which was that Jun Kaianyu simply hadn't regarded that person as a friend or a so-called close friend. Shaking his head, Ning Ye pulled his thoughts back. Now was not the time to ponder Jun Kaianyu. If Mu Kangshan is not here, that's naturally for the best. Mu Li, do you know where your master and senior martial uncle will imprison Susu? Ning Ye then pressed Mu Li with this most important question. Yin-Yang Sect, Twin Peaks Su Ling Hall Lodging Spirit Hall. That's where I grew up. Mu Li responded to Ning Ye in a low voice, her eyes slightly downcast. Very good. Now with the help of Crown Princess Your Highness. Then we just need to quietly enter Nine Yin Mountain, go to Su Ling Hall Lodging Spirit Hall, and rescue young Miss Susu. Kainai spoke as if it were obvious. It can be done. But, Ning Ye, I'm afraid you're thinking of more than just that. Jun Kaianyu crossed her arms, the smile on her cold and stunning face growing more intense. Yes. Ning Ye nodded noncommittally. Rescuing Susu was just his first step. The second step was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Since the Yin-Yang sect had learned of Susu's ghost spirit royal clan identity, he had no intention of letting anyone in the Yin-Yang sect survive. Most importantly, the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Mu Kangshan, was not present, which was the best opportunity. What a coincidence. This young lady also didn't plan to let the yin-yang sect off so easily. Jun Kainyu smiled and took out dozens of golden crystal balls from her storage ring, which contained extremely terrifying, one might say, destructive power. And Ning Ye, who possessed the netherworld heavenly flame, sensed in an instant that these crystal balls contained wisps of heavenly flame's sub-fires. Although they were sub-fires, their power was astonishing enough. Second Miss Jun. Are you going to? The 10 great divine generals looked at Jun Kainyu in shock, asking in a daze. Simple. Set the mountain on fire. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Jun Kainyu picked up her teacup and took a small sip, a chilling murderous glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. These two, THEIR Chinese letter is unsettling. However, the younger generation is truly formidable. The 10 great divine generals gave a bitter smile, then helplessly stepped forward and carefully distributed the golden crystal balls on the table. Although Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu didn't explicitly say it, being as intelligent as they were, they naturally knew that the task of setting the mountain on fire was theirs to do. Half an hour later. Night fell. Ning Ye stood up and looked at the endless black mountain range before him, slowly speaking. Everyone. We have arrived. And Jun Kainyu stood beside Ning Ye, also smiling as she said. The night is good. Suitable for killing. 68 Susu, Daddy Mommy. 9 Yin Mountain, the night was like silk. Darkness seemed to be the main theme of this mountain range. Thick black mist covered the moonlight, casting large shadows. On the peaks of the 33 mountains of 9 Yin Mountain, luxurious palaces stood, brightly lit. These 33 palaces seemed to be the only light in this mountain range. On the 9th peak of 9 Yin Mountain, a magnificent hall stood on the mountaintop. The words Su Ling Hall on the plaque were extremely conspicuous. At this moment the hall was brightly lit. A giant ancient furnace, like a small mountain, stood in the center of the hall. Countless ancient and immortal demonic patterns were carved on the furnace. One could see faint red light emanating from the demonic patterns. One could hear dull thunder rumbling from within the ancient furnace. And with each peal of thunder, the power brewing in the ancient furnace would increase by 3 points, and the temperature in the hall would also rise by 3 points. Looking up at the hall, a tall and enchanting figure stood. Under the dazzling lights her seductive face was illuminated. She was Mu Lingxi. Sister. It's time. A faint voice echoed in Mu Lingxi's ear. It's time. Mu Lingxi hummed softly and nodded. The moment her voice fell. Clang. A black shadow eerily separated from her body. If Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu were here, they would recognize that this shadow was that woman who kidnapped Su Su that night. This woman's name was Mu Lingch, the second hall master of Su Ling Hall. Lingche. Tonight is a good day. Because after tonight, you and I, sisters, will no longer need to share the same body. So many years, I've finally waited for this day. Mu Lingxi took a deep breath, feeling as if the air itself was sweet. HMPH. I don't want to occupy sister's body either. That year, that night, sister put herself in harm's way to plant the love goo, poison in Wu Yuan. Do you know how uncomfortable I was? Mu Lingch grumbled with a light snort. HMPH. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi couldn't help but glare at Mu Lingch reproachfully. You brat. Who did I do all that for? Wasn't it for you, you brat? Can't you have some conscience? All right. Mu Lingch spread her hands helplessly and said casually. In short, the days of us two spirits sharing one body are finally coming to an end. This is a good thing. Our long-cherished wish is finally about to be fulfilled. With that, Mu Lingch waved her hand. Rumble. A dungeon slowly rose from a corner of the main hall. Inside the dungeon, a 16-year-old girl in a red dress sat slumped. Her silver hair was somewhat disheveled, her crimson pupils were filled with terror, and her exquisite, beautiful face was covered in tear stains. It's worth mentioning that not only was the girl's cultivation at the sacred realm frozen, but her hands and feet were also bound by heavy crimson gold chains, leaving her unable to do anything but weakly huddle in a corner of the dungeon. Daddy. Daddy. Susu is so scared. Where are you? The girl stared blankly at the floor, her weak voice making one's heart ache. Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. Tusk. With her bloodline, I can refine an extremely perfect physical body. Hadayohasa. Mu Lingch slowly walked to the front of the dungeon, a look of intoxicated delight appearing on her ethereal face. Over the years, her sister Mu Lingxi had been nurturing her body with the blood of the red dragon, Chai Long Zhaizu, as the source. Although Jun Kainyu had disrupted their sister's plan, they had found something even better, and that was Su Su. Su Su, who possessed the bloodline of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan, was the best materials for her to refine an incarnation. Go away. I want Daddy. Su Su looked at the shadowy woman in front of her and couldn't help but shrink back in fear. Good. When you become the materials for my body, I will personally send your daddy down to see you. Mu Ling's mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc. Then, she reached out, opened the dungeon, grabbed Susu's neck and tossed her out. Lingche. Do it. Mu Lingxi urged, devoid of joy or sorrow. All right. My dear sister. Mu Lingch nodded, then walked in front of Susu again. She gripped Susu's silver hair and walked step by step towards the Su Ling Hall furnace. Rumbled. Arriving in front of the Su Ling Hall furnace, Mu Lingch raised her hand and opened the lid. At this moment, the crimson demonic flames in the Su Ling Hall furnace were rapidly rising. In the center of the demonic flames, a golden egg was placed. Perhaps due to the intense heat of the demonic flames, the egg had become somewhat transparent, allowing one to see a 3-year-old girl's body curled up inside the egg. This was the body that Mu Lingxi had been nurturing for her sister Mu Lingch, with the blood of the red dragon Chai Long Jiaizhu, all along. Susu. Go in. Become the nourishment for mommy's body, and then merge with mommy, okay? Mu Lingch spoke deliriously while pinching Susu's neck, about to throw her into the Su Ling Hall furnace. Get lost. You're not Susu's mommy. Susu bit her silver teeth, speaking intermittently. Little girl. You talk too much. Mu Lingch shook her head. She raised her hand and directly threw Susu into the Su Ling Hall furnace. Rumble. The moment the furnace door closed, Susu had already slumped inside the Su Ling Hall furnace. Demonic flames surged. Her red dress instantly turned to ash. She could feel her body burning terrifyingly hot, her consciousness slowly blurring, but her past memories, the memories before being frozen, became increasingly clear. Daddy. Daddy. Susu is so sleepy. I miss you so much. Susu curled up in the furnace, murmuring as if in a dream. Sister. Just 12 more hours. Only 12 hours, and I'll have my own body. And it will be a supreme body, refined with the bloodline of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. Haridohata. Mu Lingch's morbidly frenzied voice echoed through Su Ling Hall. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi also couldn't help but show a faint smile. Over the years, she had done so much for this sister. Just then she seemed to sense something. The smile on her face froze, and she abruptly turned to look outside the hall. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure slowly entering Su Ling Hall. The person was Mu Li. My good disciple. They actually let you go. Unbelievable. Mu Lingxi frowned as she looked at Mu Li. Then she suddenly remembered something and shouted angrily towards outside the hall. Ning Ye. Jun Kai and you. Get out here, both of you. The instant her voice fell, a golden, destructive lightning bolt descended from the sky. Rumble. In an instant, Su Ling Hall was reduced to ruins, and the Su Ling Hall furnace completely exploded. The dazzling flames scattered like a bursting galaxy. Susu's body also fell out of the furnace, plummeting through the air. The cool night breeze brushed against Susu's face, briefly restoring her consciousness. She opened her eyes as if waking from a dream, and when she saw the man and woman in front of her, a faint smile appeared on her lips. But her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, her consciousness more and more blurred, leaving her only able to mumble indistinctly, intermittently chanting a single phrase. Daddy. Mommy. You finally come to take Susu home. 69. Explosion is art. The battle between two spirits will never end. Susu. Daddy's here. Ning Ye reached out and caught Susu, who was falling from the void realm. He immediately tore off his black robe and covered her with it. But when he saw Susu's face, as pale as paper and utterly devoid of color, the killing intent he had suppressed all day suddenly erupted. Mommy. This girl, she actually called this young lady Mommy. Didn't she always fear this young lady the most? Jun Kaianyu looked at Susu, who was unconscious in Ning Ye's arms, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling somewhat confused. And just then, boom boom, the ruins exploded. Two figures slowly emerged from the rubble. These two were none other than the sisters, Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch. Ning Ye. Jun Kaianyu. This young lady must say, you two have some nerve. Mu Lingxi's beautiful eyes swept coldly over Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu, a frigid curve forming on her lips. It was only one step away. How dare you two scoundrels ruin this young lady's plans? You must die. Mu Lingch's voice rang out like the chilling winds of the 9 hells. A mere yin-yang sect. Can't this young lady come here? Jun Kaianyu responded casually, the smile in her beautiful eyes growing deeper. Ning Ye stood to the side, his expression terrifyingly cold. If he hadn't guessed wrong, these two women were trying to refine Susu. If that was the case, then even if the sect leader of the yin-yang sect were present today, he would still kill these two women. Exactly. Second Miss Jun, you still know this is my yin-yang sect. It seems, Second Miss Jun, you've prepared to die, haven't you? Mu Lingxi's voice grew even colder. To die? Who do you think you are? Jun Kaianyu shook her head disdainfully, then turned her gaze to Mu Li, who stood nearby, and asked playfully. Young Miss Mu Li, may I ask how many main halls the yin-yang sect has? 33. Mu Li responded expressionlessly. Wicked disciple. Mu Lingxi glared fiercely at Mu Li. It was now clear that her disciple Mu Li had told Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu the exact location of the Yin-Yang sect, ruining her plans. At this moment, she wished she could dismember her 1,000 times over. And just then, a cold voice rang out. You too. Do you like fireworks? What? Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch both frowned, looking at Ning Ye. Ning Ye, however, simply held Su and stood beside Jun Kaianyu, his gaze fixed on Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch, a violent arc emerging in his eyes. The next second. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions rang out ceaselessly. On Nine Yin Mountain, all 32 main halls on the peaks, except for the Twin Spirit Mountain range, exploded. Golden pillars of fire shot into the sky, connecting into a single blaze right before Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch's eyes. Incredibly terrifying heat waves, one after another, slammed into their faces. Finally, the extremely brilliant golden flame light had spread across the entire sky, as if forming a golden blazing sun above the heavens, illuminating the entire dark Nine Yin Mountain as if it were daytime. Blazing sun true flame. Mu Lingxi's full chest heaved violently, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu, her red lips parting slightly. Lady Mu Lingxi, what keen eyesight. Jun Kaianyu, with her hands behind her back, looked at Mu Lingxi with a smile, unable to help but praise her. I didn't expect that you, like Ning Ye, also possess a heavenly flame. And what's more, it's the most destructive heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking. Mu Lingxi's voice became 3 parts more serious, and her alluring face grew somewhat unpredictable. Yes. Jun Kaianyu nodded, not denying this point. However, is this your trump card? Mu Lingxi changed the subject, smiling coldly. At this moment, streaks of aurora converged towards Twin Spirit Mountain from all 32 main peaks of Nine Yin Mountain. In a flash, a large group of figures had gathered behind Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch. These were all the hall masters of the 32 main halls of the Yin-Yang sect. They all possessed cultivation at the high-level sacred realm, and their combat power and methods were unfathomable. Trump card? Not exactly. Jun Kaianyu shook her head. In fact, she hadn't expected the weapons made from the subflames of the blazing sun, true, flame to kill the hall masters of the Yin-Yang sect's main halls. She only wanted to kill the cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect below the sacred realm before the real war began. That would be enough. As for the cultivators below the sacred realm who were lucky enough to survive, there would naturally be Kaianai with the legend realm powerhouses of Anding District, stabilization area, to ensure they were dead beyond dead. And these sacred realm hall masters before them were her and Ning Ye's main course. The moment her voice fell, more than a dozen high-level legend realm powerhouses stood behind Jun Kaianyu and Ning Ye. They were naturally the 10 great divine generals of Junlin, as well as 4 high-level legend realm powerhouses from Anding District, stabilization area. At this moment, the 2 factions gathered on Twin Spirit Peak of Nine Yin Mountain, and the atmosphere instantly became tense, with a sacred realm battle seemingly on the verge of breaking out. It seems we are destined to fight to the death today. Mu Lingxi couldn't help but laugh in anger at the scene before her. Sister, what are you saying? Haven't we and they already been fighting to the death? Mu Lingch tilted her head, a grin spreading across her face, her smile as chilling and terrifying as a ghost from the 9 hells. That's right. Tonight they all must die here. Mu Lingxi said, taking out a delicate jade pendant from her storage ring. Immediately after, she squeezed it hard. Crack! The jade pendant shattered. Streaks of shattered light instantly sped in all directions. 10 directions sound transmission jade. Ning Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he watched the scattered fragments of light. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, had once said that once the Yin-Yang sect was attacked, all demonic path forces in the eastern wilderness would rush to its aid at the first opportunity. And clearly, the sound transmission jade that Mu Lingxi was now crushing was the tool used to notify all demonic path forces in the eastern wilderness. 10th Prince, Your Highness. 2nd Miss Jun. This is the 10-direction sound transmission jade. Our time is running out. The 10 great divine generals looked solemnly at the dense crowd of Yin-Yang sect powerhouses before them, reminding them in a low voice. Don't worry. There's enough time. Ning Ye shook his head, speaking meaningfully. Why? Everyone looked at Ning Ye, not understanding why he was so certain. And just then Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu exchanged a glance. Then, with a tacit understanding, they both uttered a name. Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master. Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled, completely unable to understand what the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Elder Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, mentioned by Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu, had to do with the Yin-Yang sect. Everyone, feel free to choose your opponents. As for the rest, this young lady and Ning Ye will handle them for you. Jun Kaianyu didn't explain, merely waved her hand to reassure them. Heh. Ning Ye's gaze swept over the dozens of sacred realm powerhouses before him, a cold arc forming on his lips. Tonight he could unleash a massacre. Cultivation. Lifespan. He wanted it all. Begin. Jun Kaienyu uttered 3 words faintly. Kill them. Mu Lingxi also spoke in a deep voice. And the moment their voices fell. Boom 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 boom. On Twin Spirit Peak, dozens of sacred realm powerhouses violently erupted with their internal energy, transforming into 2 tidal waves that crashed into each other. An unprecedentedly vast, sacred realm battle thus erupted. 70, because of him and her, the entire eastern wasteland was in chaos. It is said that just as the battle of Nine Yin Mountain erupted, all demonic path forces in the eastern desolate received a message from the Yin-Yang sect. At this moment, hundreds of demonic sects hidden in the eastern desolate state dispatched powerful experts from various parts of the eastern desolate to reinforce the Yin-Yang sect. Of course, almost at the same time, the entire eastern desolate's 7 top cultivation sects, 10 top imperial dynasties, and even hundreds of second and third tier cultivation sects, imperial dynasties, and aristocratic families all received news from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. 9th Prince Ning Ye of Yanyun and 2nd Miss Jun of the Divine Strategy Imperial Dynasty have jointly attacked the Yin-Yang sect. When this news broke, the Eastern Desolate was immediately thrown into an uproar that night. Damn it, I heard the Yin-Yang sect is a top demonic path sect, committing all kinds of evil, and their methods are extremely vicious. That's right, I heard they specialize in using poison and goo, and many people targeted by them have been turned into spirit puppets. Aren't Crown Prince Wu Chen, 2nd Prince Wu Linchen, and 3rd Prince Wu Yu of the Junlin Dynasty all spirit puppets? Indeed, if 10th Prince Ning Ye and 2nd Miss Jun hadn't acted, the entire Junlin Dynasty would have probably fallen by now. Everyone, today, Ning Ye and 2nd Miss Jun, as pioneers, have already charged ahead. We must not let those demonic path villains reinforce the Yin-Yang sect. Fight, kill these bastards. That's right, whoever doesn't help intercept those cunning villains is a member of the demonic sect. And as information and intelligence about the Yin-Yang sect were exposed one after another, the prestige of Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu reached its peak, pushing the fervor of demon extermination and Dao guarding in the Eastern Desolate State to its climax. Eastern Desolate State, Hidden Sword Manor in the main hall. Tonight, dozens of elders of Hidden Sword Manor were all present. Manor Lord Yi Ligun sat at the head of the table, quietly listening to the information reported by the elders. Manor Lord, the demonic path force, the 9 Nether cult, is rushing 1,000 miles to reinforce the Yin-Yang sect. Should we stop them? And what else? It's not just the 9 Nether cult. There are also dozens of medium-sized demonic sects, led by the 9 Nether cult, all reinforcing the Yin-Yang sect. Hearing this, Yi Ligun pondered for a moment, then shook his head and spoke earnestly. This time, the demonic sect forces are too strong. If we reinforce Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu, the casualties will surely be heavy. We must act, but there's no need to go all out, is there? Where is Wu Ya? As the future young Manor Lord, what does he think? As his voice fell, an elder of Hidden Sword Manor spoke awkwardly. The young Manor Lord has already gone. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Ligun slammed the table and roared. That hothead actually went. Then what are you waiting for? Stop them. Stop that group of demonic path fiends at my Hidden Sword 15 cities at all costs. He knew his son well. Single-minded, once he acts, he will definitely go all out. This time, if a real war breaks out, even if it's a flood, if his Hidden Sword Manor doesn't go all out, he's afraid he'll lose his son. Yes. Upon receiving Yi Ligun's command, dozens of elders of Hidden Sword Manor all stood up, and one by one, they swiftly flew away on their swords. The same scene occurred at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Over a dozen Buddhist elders gathered together. Abbot, the Heavenly Lion Cult, the Netherworld Sect, the 9 Dragon Abyss. A dozen demonic path sects are all preparing to pass through my Great Thunder Sound Temple to reinforce the Yin-Yang sect. What should we do now? Hearing this, Abbot Chu Wenkong, without a word, directly overturned the wooden table in front of him and roared. The Heavenly Lion Cult wants to pass through my Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Netherworld sect also wants to get involved. Even the 9 Dragon Abyss disregards us. Then fight. This old monk will personally kill these bastards. This old monk hasn't acted in years. Do they think this old monk is a vegetarian? Hearing these incredibly wild words, the Buddhist elders all smiled bitterly, thinking how their abbot was still so crazy. Amitabha. The Buddhist elders nodded heavily in agreement. What about Chu Wenzang? This time let him go too. Chu Wenkong waved his hand. Abbot. Chu Wenzang, he has already gone. Good, worthy of being my disciple. Good for him. This time, all of you kill them fiercely for me. My Buddha is merciful. That night, besides Hidden Sword Manor and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the other 5 top cultivation sects of the Eastern Desolate, excluding the evil sect that was annihilated, All chose to do their best to intercept the demonic path forces rushing towards the yin-yang sect from various places. Of course, besides the Eastern Desolate's 7 top cultivation sects, hundreds of second and third-tier sects in the Eastern Desolate state all acted strongly, desperately intercepting the various demonic path forces rushing towards Nine Yin Mountain. They were not fools. That night, the entire Eastern Desolate state was united against a common enemy. If they didn't act, wouldn't it be equivalent to siding with the demonic path people? Therefore, whether they truly wished to help Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu or not, that night, they had no choice but to intercept the demonic path forces that wanted to cross their territory to reinforce the Yin-Yang sect at Nine Yin Mountain. Eastern Desolate State, Yanyun Imperial Dynasty. At this moment the atmosphere in Yandu, Yan capital, was extremely high. Their 10th prince had attacked the Yin-Yang sect. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he did, it directly brought the Yanyun Imperial Dynasty's reputation in the Eastern Desolate State to its peak. And as the atmosphere within the Yanyun Imperial Dynasty grew increasingly fervent, Emperor of Yanyun Yan Zaioi had no choice but to order the entire Imperial Dynasty to intercept the demonic path forces of the Eastern Desolate State. Yandu Yan capital, Luo residence. Luo Jia, in a crimson gold feathered robe, stood on the viewing platform, silently gazing in the direction of Nine Yin Mountain. Under the moonlight, her incomparably beautiful and clear face showed no expression. Young miss. His 10th prince, this time he will truly make a name for himself across the continent. The maid behind Luo Jia softly reminded her. Even if he makes a name for himself across the continent, what then? He Ning Ye. Forever and ever, he can only be mine. Luo Jia's red lips parted slightly, and she spoke very casually. Yes. The maid nodded gently, then asked. Then, young miss, should we help his 10th prince? Help him intercept some demonic path experts who are reinforcing the Yin-Yang sect. Hearing this, Luo Jia turned to look at the maid and said faintly. With the current strength of my sworn younger brother, plus Jun Kaianyu, Mu Kangshan, sect master of Yin-Yang sect, is not present. The Yin-Yang sect is doomed. Since that's the case, what's the harm in adding to the splendor? Go. Tell the 4 nether elders to act and kill all demonic path experts who wish to cross our territory. Yes. Young miss. The maid received the order, turned, and disappeared from the viewing platform. After the maid left, Luo Jia couldn't help but look up at the starry sky, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Younger brother Ning Ye. I have a premonition. Soon, you and I, brother and sister, will meet. As the 7 top sects moved, hundreds of second and third-tier sects followed suit. And when the Yanyun Imperial Dynasty announced that it would use the full strength of the Imperial Dynasty to oppose the demonic path forces, the 9 other Imperial Dynasties also entered the fray. Even many powerful experts, famous throughout the Eastern Desolate and hidden for many years, secretly made their moves. That night, Eastern Desolate State. The famous hidden sword 15 cities. The pilgrimage site, the Buddhist 8 mountains at the foot of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Red Robe holy city of the Red Robe cult. The 7-star profound pass of the Old Sun Star sect. The myriad poison valley of the Poison God Manor. Thousands of main cities within the territories of the Yanyun Imperial Dynasty, and the other 9 top Imperial Dynasties. And even, the fortresses and checkpoints outside hundreds of second and third-tier sects leading to Nine Yin Mountain were all in battle. It can be said that the entire Eastern Desolate State that night was in chaos because of Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu, in utter turmoil. 71, 100,000 demon souls, brothers in the soul-devouring banner. The scene shifts. Nine Yin Mountain. Above the sky, dozens of sacred realm powerhouses clashed like 2 surging torrents. In an instant, the power of the sacred realm transformed into ripples that swept across the entire sky, and wherever the energy ripples passed, mountains exploded, forests were annihilated, and the ground collapsed, presenting a scene of doomsday. Clang! Ning Ye formed hand seals. He activated the sacrificial Dao Pagoda's teleportation array and sent Su, who had already fainted, inside. Originally, he was uneasy about leaving Kang Yue and Su alone, but Nine Yin Mountain had already become a chaotic battlefield, and he had no other choice. Only by sending Su to Kang Yue's side could he fight with all his might. Ning Ye. It's useless no matter where you hide this girl. She belongs to this young lady. To this young lady alone. Mu Lynch's mouth curved into a terrifying arc. The next second, 7 main hall masters of the Yin-Yang sect had already locked their target onto Ning Ye. Kill! With a cold roar. The 7 main hall masters attacked Ning Ye together. 7 sacred realm high-level powerhouses. Not a bad appetizer. With that thought, a blazing immortal radiance of chaos lit up in Ning Ye's eyes. Heaven-defying 7 demonic blades. Moon-slaying Shiyu, second blade. Ning Ye drew out his reversed moon heavenly saber, and without a word, directly infused 30 years of lifespan, making a mystical starting stance. Clang! Time and space suddenly solidified at this moment. Everyone present seemed to be frozen in place. Even the spatial ripples formed by the aftermath of the Sacred Realm Powerhouse's battle were solidified. Step. Ning Ye said nothing more, executing the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to arrive before the 7 main hall masters in one step, and swung his saber. The sound of splashing blood rang out. Time and space unfroze. 7 heads along with the crimson blood were thrown high into the air. At this moment, everyone looked at this bizarre scene, stunned. 1 saber, 7 kills. 7 yin-yang sect main hall masters, whose cultivation had reached the Sacred Realm high level, were instantly killed by Ning Ye. And no one even saw how Ning Ye drew his saber. Ning Ye drawing his saber was one scene. The 7 hall masters' heads flying up was another scene. The 2 scenes seemed to be forcibly connected by a strange power. Seeing this extremely bizarre scene, even Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch were stunned. A good saber strike. It seems, this saber strike involves the domain of time. Jun Qianyu looked at Ning Ye, who stood under the moon holding his heavenly saber, her eyes full of admiration. Ding, system notification. Host's harvested cultivation and lifespan are being calculated. Listening to the system notification in his ear, Ning Ye took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch, who stood side by side under the moon. Today, he was fully prepared to slay these 2 with his saber. Just then, a graceful figure walked up to Ning Ye. She seemed to understand his thoughts and smiled as she spoke. 1 for each of us. Ning Ye, you can't be too greedy. However, this young lady can let you choose first. Hearing this, Ning Ye turned to look at Jun Qianyu, who was smiling brightly beside him, and nodded. He knew Jun Qianyu had her own plans, and he also wanted to see what Jun Qianyu intended to do. Mu Lingch. Ning Ye chose Mu Lingch, who had taken Susu without hesitation. All right then. Then this young lady will play with Lord Lingxi. Jun Qianyu smiled and nodded, her beautiful eyes looking towards Mu Lingxi. No need to choose. Tonight, both of you will be buried here. Mu Lingxi sneered. The moment her voice fell, she raised her jade hand and furiously formed seals. Clang, 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 clang. Extremely eerie dark light shone from her fingertips. Immediately after, terrifying sounds, like the roaring and wailing of vengeful spirits, came from all over Nine Yin Mountain. Finally, something even more terrifying happened. Demonic souls formed from wisps of shadowy black mist condensed behind her from the darkness, obscuring the moonlight, as if bringing an eternal night. Tonight, this young lady wants to see if second Miss Jun can block this young lady's 100,000 demonic souls. You should know, these past years, this young lady spent a lot of effort to gather them. Exactly. Mu Lingxi stood above the sky, looking down at Jun Qianyu and laughing out loud. On the other side, Mu Lingch extended an illusory finger towards Ning Ye, hooking it in a provocative gesture. Ning Ye, you want to kill this young lady? Come and try it then. With that, she turned without a word and sped towards the towering, pitch-black mountain deep within Nine Yin Mountain. Be careful. Jun Qianyu softly warned Ning Ye. You too. Ning Ye nodded. With that, Ning Ye, without a word, immediately used the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to chase after Mu Lingch in the direction she had gone. However, the moment Ning Ye and Mu Lingch's figures disappeared from the mountaintop, Mu Lingxi's mouth curved into a cold arc, and she uttered 2 words with chilling intent. Demons descend. Roared. The moment her voice fell, the 100,000 demonic souls behind her immediately let out earth-shattering roars. The demonic souls transformed into wisps of black mist, engulfing Jun Qianyu. In an instant, Jun Qianyu's body was submerged by the seemingly endless black mist. Second Miss Jun. The 10 great divine generals of Junlin looked at this scene in horror. They were also Sacred Realm high-level powerhouses, so they knew how terrifying Mu Lingxi's move truly was. In their view, except for Shen Yin, Divine Concealment God Hiding Realm, powerhouses who controlled the power of law, no one below Shen Yin, Divine Concealment God Hiding Realm, could survive under these 100,000 demonic souls. If Jun Qianyu died, then without a doubt, they would not survive tonight and would be slaughtered by Mu Lingxi and the powerhouses of her yin-yang sect. Just then, an incredibly chilling yin qi, capable of shaking the soul, surged from within the endless black mist. At the center of the black mist vortex, they saw a tall, graceful figure. Her long dark hair danced in the wind. A cold and stunning face still held that confident smile, as if she saw through everything. And at this moment she held a blood-colored banner, upon which ancient, eternal runes were inscribed. Soul-devouring banner. A hall master of the yin-yang sect recognized the name of the banner in Jun Qianyu's hand, and immediately, they turned and fled without a word. Soul-devouring banner. The 10 great divine generals looked at the blood banner dancing in the wind and subconsciously swallowed. The soul-devouring banner was the most insidious and powerful killing weapon recorded in the 9 heavens' ancient history. It possessed extremely strange power, capable of devouring and collecting the souls of living beings. The stronger the souls collected, the greater its power would become. This killing weapon, whose creator and origin were unknown, was once coveted by powerhouses from all realms. Its previous owner was Demon Venerable Kang Yue. 10,000 years ago, after Demon Venerable Kang Yue was defeated by Divine Master Yan Zhai, the soul-devouring banner disappeared. They never expected that today they would witness the legendary killing weapon, the soul-devouring banner, with their own eyes, and that its owner would be their second Miss Jun. How do you possess the soul-devouring banner? Mu Lingxi's red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and a fear that surged from the depths of her soul. Hearing this, Jun Kaienyu couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle softly. Exactly. Lord Lingxi, your 100,000 demonic souls. This young lady will gladly accept them. With that, Jun Kaienyu suddenly waved the soul-devouring banner. In an instant, endless yin qi swept across the sky. Piercing screams. Vicious roars. Indignant shouts. Pleas for mercy, one after another. At this moment, they echoed through Nine Yin Mountain, lingering for a long time. 72. Slaughtering giants, the strange world-destroying lotus, truly eradicating the roots. Nine Yin Mountain, forbidden land. A towering black demonic mountain, reaching into the clouds, stood between heaven and earth as if it overshadowed the sun and moon. Dense black mist transformed into dark clouds, separating this demonic mountain from the outside world, like two distinct realms. Yin-Yang Shuan Mountain. The Yin-Yang sect's supreme forbidden land. What exactly does Mu Lingch want to do? Ning Ye frowned, and used the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to rush towards the mountain peak. Mu Li had once told him that Yin-Yang Shuan Mountain was the Yin-Yang sect's forbidden land, but even Mu Li didn't know what exactly existed within the forbidden land. Therefore, at this moment, Ning Ye had already raised his mental energy to the extreme, focusing it completely. Half an hour later, he arrived at the peak of the demonic mountain. A bright moon was right before his eyes, as if he could touch it with a single hand. At the end of the mountain peak stood a massive black temple, from which an ominous and eerie aura continuously emanated. Just then a playful voice rang out. Ning Ye. Ning Ye. I have to say, you're really brave. You actually dared to chase me all the way to my Yin-Yang sect's forbidden land. Tusk. As the voice fell, a shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the black temple at the mountain peak, holding a strange ancient lamp. The person was none other than Mu Lingch. So what if I came? Ning Ye stood with his hands behind his back, watching Mu Lingch with a smirk, his expression completely unchanged. Mu Lingch heard this and couldn't help but laugh. She tilted her head, her lips curving into a cold smile as she spoke. You're very confident, aren't you? You're very capable in a fight, aren't you? Next, I'll see just how capable you are. The instant her voice fell, Mu Lingch bent down and blew out the ancient lamp in her hand with a single breath. Boom! The moment the lamp was extinguished, hundreds of crimson lightning bolts flashed across the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder. Clang! The sky violently trembled and cracked open, forming a spatial rift hundreds of feet long. Boom! A 100-foot-tall giant, completely covered in black mist, descended with a crash onto the mountain peak. Hee. Mu Lingch sneered and transformed into a wisp of netherworld light, directly entering the giant's glabella. Clang! Light bloomed from the giant's glabella. The next second the giant's eyes slowly opened. At this moment an ancient aura rushed forth. Titan Giant. Ning Ye looked at the giant before him and couldn't help but frown. In Nijiyushin, against the 9 heavens, the Titan Giants came from the Titan race, a race that had already vanished in the previous epoch. The characteristic of this race was their extremely terrifying physical body strength, capable of breaking all techniques with sheer force. Now this 100-foot giant before him, though he didn't know how many years it had been dead, its physical body strength had definitely reached the divine concealment realm. Yin-Yang sect. As expected of one of the 10 great demonic sects of heaven above heaven. To actually possess the corpse of a Titan giant as a trump card. Ning Ye took a deep breath, considering whether to use the world-ending lotus that Kang Yue had given him to resolve the battle. Just then, he suddenly glimpsed a spatial teleportation array in the Black Temple. Clearly, this spatial teleportation array was Mu Lingch's trump card. Mu Lingch had activated the spatial teleportation array, but didn't leave, obviously waiting for reinforcements from certain individuals of the Yin-Yang sect. So it's not time yet. Ning Ye shook his head. His thoughts stopped there. He drew his reverse moon heavenly saber and stood with the saber held horizontally under the moon. Kill! Under Mu Lingch's control, the giant roared, its voice capable of shattering the sky. At the same time it brought down a palm, and wherever the palm passed, the air was instantly sucked into a vacuum by its immense power. Heaven-defying 7 demonic blades. Moon-slaying Shiyu, second blade. Ning Ye again poured in 30 years of lifespan, solidifying the void realm, and vanished from his spot. Boom! When time unfroze, the giant's palm directly shattered a mountain peak, Rocks flew through the air, and space twisted and shattered. At the same time, the sound of splashing blood echoed in the void realm. The Titan giant's neck, ankles, heart, wrists, in the instant space solidified, all were cut open by Ning Ye. Extremely thick and foul-smelling black blood splattered everywhere. With a loud crash, the giant fell to the ground. Ning Ye, however, stood above the void realm, a lotus of flame emanating endless netherworld chi already formed in his palm. Die! Ning Ye shouted coldly, then abruptly flung the flaming lotus in his hand downwards. Clang! The lotus, like a meteor, streaked across the sky. Wherever it passed, space twisted, leaving behind an aura of charred destruction. Explode! Ning Ye uttered a single word. Boom, 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 boom. At this instant, a towering pillar of fire shot up from the ground. Brilliant flames instantly devoured all the black mist, filling the sky. Endless destructive power transformed into invisible ripples that swept across the void realm. Wherever the ripples passed, mountain peaks exploded, and the exploded areas were smooth as mirrors. The terrifying temperature vaporized the scattered rocks in the sky, and the dense, chilling forest at the foot of the mountain was reduced to a scorched wasteland. Ugh! Ning Ye grunted, half kneeling on the peak of Nine Yin Chuan Mountain. He suppressed the waves of weakness in his body and looked at the rising mushroom cloud. At the center of the mushroom cloud, the 100-foot-tall Titan giant was smoking, half of its body completely destroyed, revealing its stark white bones. Yet, even so, under Mu Lynch's control, she still struggled to get up. Just one more step. Ning Ye propped himself up, holding his reverse moon heavenly saber, and instantly appeared above the Titan giant's head. Heaven-defying 7 demonic blades, first blade. Star execution, Zhu Xing. Ning Ye once again infused 10 years of lifespan and swung his saber. Clang! This saber strike seemed to cleave the yin and yang realms. The moment the saber fell, it was as if a galaxy exploded, and countless stars were utterly annihilated in that second, unleashing millions of shattered star rays. The Titan giant's massive head was lopped off by Ning Ye. Black blood like a river, splattered and covered the entire Yin-Yang Chuan mountain. Ugh! With a muffled groan, a shadow was thrown from the Titan giant's severed head, falling before the black temple on the peak of Yin-Yang Chuan mountain. Ning Ye, oh Ning Ye! I never thought your combat power would be even stronger than I imagined. But in the end you still lost. Hadahasa. Mu Lynch lay sprawled on the ground, looking up and laughing madly. Just then, boom! A thunderous sound rang out. In the black temple, the teleportation array erupted with several crimson lights. The crimson lights converged, forming a miraculous spatial tunnel. Soon, from the other end of the tunnel, several heart-stopping footsteps sounded. They're finally here. Ning Ye looked at the spatial tunnel before him, a smirk of successful scheming playing on his lips. The meaning of cutting the grass by the roots is naturally to kill as many as there are, leaving none behind. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye carefully took out an extremely alluring black lotus flower that he had exchanged from Kang Yue with 100 years of his lifespan. At this moment, under the moonlight, this lotus appeared exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. Kang Yue called you the invincible world-ending lotus. Tonight, I want to see if you are truly invincible. Ning Ye took a deep breath, then directly threw the black lotus in his hand into the spatial tunnel, silence. It was very quiet. But the next second, terrifying and utterly miserable screams of fear rang out from the spatial tunnel. Ugh! What is this? Grand Elder's heart has been dug out by something. The Vice Pavilion Master's head has been gnawed off by something. Third Elder, your hand has melted. Run, there's an ominous thing here. It's too late. Yep. 73. Reward calculation, Ziokai transforms and concubine Wan reappears. The shrill screams echoed endlessly through the spatial tunnel. A thick, nauseating smell of blood wafted out from it. After a few breaths, when the scream stopped, an extremely eerie aura enveloped the entire Yin-Yang Chuan mountain. What did you do? Mu Lynch's mouth hung open, her illusory body trembling like a banana leaf in the rain. She couldn't see. She truly couldn't see what had happened in the spatial tunnel. But she knew. Everyone in the spatial tunnel was dead, and these people were all true powerhouses of her Yin-Yang sect. The Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang sect. The Second Elder of the Yin-Yang sect. The Third Elder of the Yin-Yang sect. These three were the renowned Yin and Yang 3 elders of the 9 heavens. The sects they destroyed and the imperial dynasties they annihilated were countless. The 9 heavens wind and rain tower had hunted them for many years, yet they still lived well in this world. From this, one could see how powerful and terrifying their cultivation, battle prowess, and life-saving methods were. And it was these Yin and Yang 3 elders who brought endless nightmares to the 9 heavens continent, who died in the spatial tunnel without even the slightest ability to resist. Also, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Yin-Yang Pavilion, he was the junior brother of Mu Kangshan, Sect Master of Yin-Yang Sect, the Pavilion Master of the Yin-Yang Pavilion, and his status in heaven above heaven was exceptionally high, yet even such a powerhouse died in the spatial tunnel. What exactly happened? Who knows? Ning Ye shook his head, struggling to support his almost collapsed body. He had wanted to see how terrifying the world-ending lotus Kang Yue had given him truly was, but tonight he saw nothing, only hearing countless screams. However, this world-ending lotus, capable of annihilating the entire upper echelon of the yin-yang sect in just a few breaths, its power could indeed be called invincible. Most importantly, he still remembered that this world-ending lotus was merely something Kang Yue created when she was 14. So, what's truly terrifying isn't the world-ending lotus. It's that woman Kang Yue. Ning Ye shook his head with a smile, then slowly walked towards Mu Lingch, holding the reverse moon heavenly saber. Su Su suffered this calamity, and the culprits were these two women, Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch. And there was no need to think, Mu Lingxi encountering Jun Kaianyu, she was definitely dead. And Mu Lingch was his prey. Ning Ye. Who exactly are you? This one actually sensed the power of my demonic path in this spatial tunnel. Mu Lingch gritted her teeth, looking at Ning Ye who was walking towards her step by step, and spoke coldly. Now, like Ning Ye, she had exhausted her last bit of power and was unable to resist. But she still hoped that her sister, Mu Lingxi, could come to save her. You don't have to wait. Tonight no one will come. No one can save you. Ning Ye stopped in front of Mu Lingch and spoke calmly. After saying that, without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his saber directly into Mu Lingch's heart. The heavenly saber pierced her body. Mu Lingch's body splattered with thick black smoke. Her illusory face became even more hideous and twisted. Ning Ye. Today you destroyed the yin-yang sect. In the future, Lord Mu Kangshan will destroy your entire clan. In the future, you will be the greatest public enemy of my heaven above heaven. This one will wait for you at the end of the underworld. Mu Lingch cursed Ning Ye venomously, her face as terrifying as a ghost. She was laughing madly. So noisy. Ning Ye shook his head, his wrist twisted, and the heavenly saber reversed, instantly devouring and annihilating Mu Lingch's body. After doing all this, Ning Ye seemed to have exhausted all his strength, sitting down in front of the Black Temple, and at the same time, a series of pleasant system prompts sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained lifespan 505 years. Ding, congratulations host, your cultivation has advanced to divine rank 1. Ding, congratulations host, your cultivation has advanced to divine rank 2. Ding, congratulations host, your cultivation has advanced to divine rank 3. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Ning Ye only felt that the Moon Yuan, primal force, in his body had evolved into sacred essence. And not only that, if he could introspect his meridians at this moment, he would see that the meridians in his body were enveloped by a layer of silver light. At this moment, he could be said to have undergone earth-shattering changes. His cultivation and battle prowess had achieved a qualitative improvement. Looking at his lifespan again, it had now reached a new historical high, 640 years. This investment is truly damn worthwhile. Ning Ye lay weakly in front of the Black Temple, looking at the starry sky. He only felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. At this moment, he had finally reached his limit. I wonder, how is my second Miss Jun doing? After saying that, Ning Ye slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. And just as Ning Ye fell into a coma, Zhang! A burst of 9-colored light flickered in Ning Ye's chest. A small snake slowly crawled out from the light. The little fellow first came to Ning Ye's front and licked Ning Ye's cheek, then crawled to the spot where Mu Lingch had turned into ashes, where there was still a black yin and yang storage ring. Hiss. The little fellow flicked its snake tongue, and a golden light flashed in its snake eyes for an instant. Zhang! The yin and yang storage ring glowed. A golden egg appeared on the ground. Seeing this golden egg, Xiaokai's snake eyes showed excitement. The next second, it transformed into myriad colorful lights and merged into that golden egg. Rumble! As the sound of thunder echoed across the sky, that golden egg began to tremble violently. Crack! As the eggshell shattered, a small girl, about 2 or 3 years old like an elf, crawled out of the egg. Her black hair was like silk, and her skin, as tender and white as fresh snow, had a faint pink hue. In her large, sparkling eyes like diamonds, her pupils were golden. Her upper and lower eyelashes swept back and forth, as if curiously observing this world. Her delicate nose and mouth were all exquisitely perfect. A night breeze blew, the little fellow shivered. She couldn't help but lower her head again and rummage through the yin and yang storage ring, finally pulling out a red belly band and putting it on. Finally, she contentedly came to Ning Ye, who was in a coma, squatted down, and softly murmured 2 words. Master. After saying that, she extended her tender white little hand and placed it on Ning Ye's forehead. Zhang! 9-colored light flickered. The empty power and mental energy in Ning Ye's body rapidly recovered. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Ning Ye slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the small girl. Ahem. Who are you? Ziokai. Ning Ye asked, somewhat dazed. Although the small girl in front of him was unfamiliar, he could sense a deep bloodline connection with her. Master. Ziokai nodded heavily, then pounced into Ning Ye's arms, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Ning Ye's neck. What's going on? Ning Ye hugged the soft, snow-white small girl in his arms and couldn't help but scratch his head, and when he saw the golden egg on the ground, he understood everything. The sisters Mu Lingxi and Mu Lingch, after years of scheming, the body that had almost exhausted half of the Junlin dynasty's resources and had been nurtured for many years with the true blood of the crimson blood heavenly dragon, ultimately became a wedding dress for his Ziokai. The thought stopped there, and he hurriedly opened Ziokai's panel. Pet, 9-colored world-ending python. Name Ziokai. Master Ning Ye. Age 0 years. Cultivation, Divine Rank 3. System Rating, Divine Rank Evolvable. Loyalty, 100 loyal unto death. Evolution Progress, 20% humanoid transformation state. System Prompt. If evolution progress reaches 100%, the 9-colored world-ending python will evolve into a supreme rank pet, abyssal, world-ending python. Evolution Progress. Reach 20%. This is truly comfortable. Ning Ye gently rubbed Ziokai's soft hair and let out a long sigh of relief. Master. Master. Ziokai seemed to sense Ning Ye's joy, and a happy smile appeared on her small face as she called out, Master, twice more. And just at this beautiful moment of Master and Pet's joy, a very ill-timed laugh rang out. 10th Prince, Your Highness. After our parting at Yanju Palace. It's been a long time since we last met. Exactly. 74, Jun Kaianyu, Ning Ye, let us escape justice together. The moment the words fell, Ning Ye suddenly frowned. The next second. At the peak of Yin Yang Chuan Mountain, a black mist swirled. Thump 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 thump. Clear footsteps sounded. Dozens of dark figures emerged from the black mist. The leader was dressed in a purple palace gown, with a cinnabar mark between her brows. Under the moonlight, her beautiful face was beyond description, and her eyes held a captivating charm and allure. Consort 1. Long time no see. Ning Ye's furrowed brows slowly relaxed as he saw the newcomer. His power had now recovered by nearly 10%, and with Ziokai, he truly wasn't afraid of this woman from the Sun-Moon demonic cult. If push came to shove, he could always use another 30 years of his lifespan to cast moon-slaying Shi Yu, second blade. Who was afraid of whom? Anyway, he had plenty of lifespan now, enough to spare. Indeed. It has been almost a year since 10th Prince left the Yanyun Dynasty. I wonder, does 10th Prince miss this young lady? Wan Xiner's lips curved into a playful smile, and her eyes, like silken threads, sized up Ning Ye. This woman was just like that. She could, inadvertently, with just a glance, ignite endless desire in men. I do. How could I not? To be honest, ever since I left the Yanyun Dynasty, I have constantly missed that night, Consort Wan's perfect figure. Ning Ye spread his hands, responding very casually. Although he said that, his eyes were incredibly clear. Clearly, he wasn't falling for Wan Xiner's tricks. Such sweet words. So romantic. No wonder young Miss Luo Jia has been thinking about your highness all year. Wan Xiner chuckled playfully. What? Did she send you? Now, you want to take advantage of my weakness and exploit my vulnerability. Ning Ye also smiled, and the sacred essence within his body began to circulate slowly. This young lady likes the term, exploit one's vulnerability. Hadohata. Wan Xiner covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Then, she extended her hand and waved it. The next second, the dozens of Sun-Moon demonic cult powerhouses behind her, receiving the order, instantly surrounded Ning Ye and Ziokai tightly. That's it. Ning Ye glanced at the surrounding Sun-Moon demonic cult powerhouses. None of these people had reached the sacred realm. He wondered if Wan Xiner was here to make a joke. With that, Ziokai, who was beside him, stood in front of Ning Ye. The little girl scanned the area with a serious expression, then extended her open palm, crossing her middle finger and thumb. She actually snapped her fingers. Rumble. Above the dark sky, dozens of golden lightning bolts struck down from the air. Boom, 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 boom. Blood instantly splattered across the peak of Yin, Yang Chuan Mountain, amidst the flashing lightning. The dozens of Sun-Moon demonic cult powerhouses were annihilated instantly, without any chance to resist. This little girl, who taught her that? Ning Ye couldn't help but freeze at Zio-Kai's finger-snapping action. And it seemed, Zio-Kai, sensing Ning Ye's confusion, couldn't help but turn her head, revealing a well-behaved little face, and then spoke in a childish voice. Master. Master taught Zio-Kai. She's very powerful. Master. Ning Ye was even more confused now. Zio-Kai had been by his side ever since she was born. Where did she get a master? In a dream. What do you mean? Ning Ye scratched his head. In a dream, it means in a dream. Ziokai tilted her head, responding innocently. Then, what is your master's name? Ning Ye asked again, somewhat curious. Does he? I don't know. But, master is pink and chubby, small with 2 pigtails and quite cute. Ziokai gesticulated excitedly, describing the appearance of her dream master to Ning Ye. All right. Ning Ye nodded helplessly. Now was not the time to dwell on this matter. With that, Ning Ye looked at Wan Zioner and then said, Now what? Shadahata. Wan Zioner smiled, then spread her hands and said, Young Miss Luojia's command. This young lady always has to try. Now that I've done my best, it's natural to leave. With that, she took a deep look at Ziokai and Ning Ye, then turned and left, leaving behind a meaningful message. Ning Ye, after tonight, you will be thoroughly famous throughout the 9 heavens continent. But what follows will be the wrath of heaven above heaven. If I'm not mistaken, you and Jun Kaienyu will be hunted down by the entire heaven above heaven. Be prepared, don't die. If you die, young Miss Luojia will probably be very sad. Finally, you know that you and young Miss Luojia will eventually have to settle things. In the future, both she and I will be waiting for you in the Yanyun Dynasty. As the words fell, Wan Zioner transformed into myriad starlight and vanished above Yin Yang Chuan Mountain. And after Wan Zioner left, phew, Ning Ye couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and once again plopped down on the ground. Wan Zioner's cultivation was probably no weaker than that of the sisters Mu Lingxi and Mu Lynch. In his current state, if he were to truly fight her, he would likely have to pay a considerable price. Master, are you tired? Ziokai asked softly, lying in Ning Ye's arms. A little. Ning Ye nodded. Then master, sleep. Ziokai will protect you. Ziokai waved her snow-white fists, speaking with great confidence. Ning Ye nodded, slowly closing his eyes. It's worth mentioning that while Ziokai said she would protect Ning Ye, seeing him sleep so soundly, she couldn't help but yawn herself, then snuggled into Ning Ye's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Rain, drizzling down, wet Ning Ye's cheeks. Who knows how much time passed? A playful, mature female voice sounded. Ning Ye. You're very weak, aren't you? Does this young lady need to help you up? Hearing this, Ning Ye slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the woman before him, dressed in a moon-colored gown, beautiful as a fairy, and coldly stunning, a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. All right. Thank you, second Miss Jun. Help me up. With that, Ning Ye extended his hand towards Jun Kaienyu. HMPH. You wish. Jun Kaienyu snorted softly, swatting Ning Ye's hand away. Then, she sat down beside Ning Ye, and together they enjoyed the refreshing sensation of the summer breeze blowing and raindrops falling on their faces. Where is Mu Lynch? Jun Kainyu's red lips parted as she asked indifferently. Dead. Killed by me. Where is Mu Lingxi? Ning Ye also asked. Not dead. Now she is begging this young lady to kill her. Jun Kainyu's lips curved into a cruel smile. Mu Lingxi was currently imprisoned in her soul-devouring banner. Only after she had squeezed out every last drop of value from her could Mu Lingxi die. Hearing this, Ning Ye smiled. He knew Jun Kainyu's methods. Mu Lingxi must be wishing for death right now. With that, both fell silent. He and she lay quietly in front of the dark temple, gazing up at the myriad stars. Although below Yin Yang Chuan Mountain, it had already turned into a ruin, and even the eastern barren state outside Yin Yang Chuan Mountain was in chaos because of them. But at this moment, he and she were extremely leisurely, as if all the worldly troubles had nothing to do with them. Ning Ye, it seems many people died tonight. The deserving and the undeserving all died. Then after tonight, the 9 heavens will be in chaos. The 9 heavens will be in chaos. We seem to be hunted down. Yes, we will be hunted down by many people, and by many unimaginable and lofty people. Ning Ye, do you want to stop here? If so, this young lady won't force you. Jun Kaienyu, who are you looking down on? Ha ha ha, then next, shall we continue? Jun Kaienyu, next, let the entire 9 heavens fall into complete chaos because of us. Hearing this, Jun Kaienyu turned to look at Ning Ye's profile. Under the moonlight, the light in her beautiful eyes shone even brighter. Finally, she whispered in a voice only she could hear. Good, I hope in the future you and I can roam free together. 75, top of the blacklist, Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu. Jun Kaienyu, let's go home. Ning Ye looked at the increasingly heavy rain and couldn't help but slowly get up, holding Zio Kai, who was sleeping soundly. Let's go home. Jun Kaienyu nodded. She stretched lazily and followed closely behind Ning Ye. It's worth mentioning that her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Zio Kai's face the entire way. Clearly, she had questions about this little fellow. What do you want to ask? Ning Ye noticed this and asked with a chuckle. This little fellow, her bloodline seems extraordinary. Jun Kaienyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she sighed. What? Even second Miss Jun, who possesses the heavenly Tao Eye, can't discern Zio Kai's bloodline. Ning Ye smiled faintly, teasing her. I can't. Therefore, there's only one possibility. This little fellow's bloodline has never appeared in this world before. Jun Kaianyu shook her head meaningfully, hands behind her back. Head. Ning Ye chuckled and didn't explain anything. Zio Kai was obtained through his system's lottery, meaning she was bestowed by the system. From this perspective, it was indeed normal that she hadn't appeared in the Nine Heavens world before. Compared to that, he was more curious about who Zio Kai's master in her dream was at this moment. Beside him, Jun Kaianyu saw that Ning Ye didn't want to answer, so she didn't intend to press further. After all, Ning Ye had too many secrets, and she wasn't in a hurry, because she knew the answers lay in the future. Fortunately, Ning Ye and she were heading towards the same future. In the future, she would have enough time to uncover the truth. As they spoke, the two had already walked out of the profound Yin Sacred Mountain and returned to the peak of Twin Spirit Peak. At this moment, standing at the peak of Twin Spirit Peak, overlooking the entire Nine Yin Mountain, with corpses strewn across the fields, all 33 grand halls of the Yin-Yang sect razed to the ground and turned into ruins, and the cultivators and powerhouses of the Yin-Yang sect slaughtered clean, everyone present felt a sense of comfort and pride surging from the depths of their souls. Awesome. So awesome. Is this the Yin-Yang sect? The seat thinks they're not that great after all. Hadohasa. We are truly strong. The 10 great divine generals of Junlin saw Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu return, which meant the matter had been settled. So, when it was time to be arrogant, they were more arrogant than anyone. They were even already fantasizing about a wonderful life of fame across the continent in the future. Of course, despite their words, they were still incredibly humble when facing Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu. After all, they knew that for the Yin-Yang sect to be annihilated tonight, they merely played an assisting role. The true big figures of the Yin-Yang sect had to be slain by Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu. A bunch of shameless old fellows. Kaianai looked at the 10 great divine generals of Junlin and shook her head. It's finally over. Mu Li took a deep breath, looking at the Su Ling Hall, lodging spirit hall, that had turned into ruins before her, and then at the Nine Yin Mountain that had become a scorched earth. Besides a hint of melancholy, only relief remained in her heart. Although she had grown up in the Yin-Yang sect since childhood, she didn't love it here, because from a young age, her greatest feeling here was suppression and the powerlessness of being controlled. Now that the Yin-Yang sect was annihilated, she thought, she could finally be free. Kaianai. Bring people to collect all the remaining resources of the Yin-Yang sect. We should return to Wudu, martial capital. Jun Kaianyu gave the order in a deep voice, hands behind her back. Yes. Young miss. Kaianai nodded heavily. After destroying someone's sect, the next step was naturally to ransack their home. Otherwise it would be impolite. Ning Ye. Can I leave now? Mu Li hesitated for a while, and finally asked the question. Hearing this, Ning Ye glanced at Mu Li, then responded with a single sentence. No. Didn't you hear second Miss Jun's words? Everything from the Yin-Yang sect must be taken away. You naturally are no exception. You. Mu Li was speechless. She looked at Ning Ye's handsome and elegant face, her full, soft chest rising and falling violently, clearly angered. Ning Ye. The Yin-Yang sect is destroyed. I'm useless to you now. Why won't you let me go? Mu Li gritted her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Ning Ye. Ning Ye, upon hearing this, thought about the question seriously for a moment, then responded with a sentence. Because you are my captive. From the very beginning, Ning Ye never considered himself a good person. What belonged to him, definitely belonged to him. Since Mu Li was already in his grasp, why would he let her go? Moreover, Mu Li said she was useless to him now. Ning Ye disagreed with this point. After all, Mu Li possessed the charming spirit saint body, and her cultivation and talent were top-notch. If she were trained properly in the future, she would be a valuable sword for him. Given this, he had even less reason to let her go. Bastard man. Mu Li bit her rosy lips and cursed softly. At this moment, she felt a sense of powerlessness, like escaping a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Let's go. Young Miss Mu Li. In the future, this young lady and Ning Ye will definitely treat you well. Jun Kaianyu smiled and promised Mu Li. I don't believe a word of it. Mu Li complained angrily, but in the end, she could only resign herself to fate. After all, not to mention her suffering from the love poison, the Yin-Yang sect had been annihilated by Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu tonight. What right did she have to say no to them? Unless she wanted to die. Let's go. It's time to go home. Ning Ye smiled at Jun Kaianyu. Oh, we're going home. Jun Kaianyu smiled and nodded. The long night faded into dawn. Yanyun Dynasty, Wudu martial capital, inside a tea house. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, paced back and forth with a worried expression. Under his deliberate instigation, the entire eastern barons had descended into chaotic warfare last night. If Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu successfully annihilated the Yin-Yang sect, then all was well. If Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu died, then he would naturally be held accountable by the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower and pay the price, and that price was his life. So he hadn't dared to close his eyes all night, drinking cup after cup of tea. Just then the heavenly secret jade at his waist lit up. A rumble. He seemed to have heard some incredible news. His legs went soft, and he directly plopped onto the floor. At this moment this highly influential elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion trembled again, his face twitching. Finally, he lay on the ground, laughing aloud. It's done. This old man has succeeded. Your Highness the 10th Prince. Second Miss Jun. Forever divine. Hadohasa. In just one day. Last night's news spread like birds with wings, quickly reaching the entire Eastern Barrens and even the entire 9 Heavens continent. Last night, 10th Prince Ning Ye of Yanyun and 2nd, young Miss Jun Kainyu of the Jun family joined forces to infiltrate the Yin-Yang sect. In a single night, 33 main hall masters of the Yin-Yang sect met tragic deaths. 3 grand elders of the Yin-Yang sect perished. The vice pavilion master of the Yin-Yang sect was killed. The Yin-Yang sect was completely annihilated. As the news was released by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the common people and cultivators across the entire 9 Heavens continent erupted in excitement. Ning Ye's great name also resounded throughout the continent at this moment. Of course, perhaps because this matter caused such a huge stir, a series of unfavorable news also spread from within various demonic sects. 10th Prince Ning Ye of Yanyun and 2nd Miss Jun Kainyu have topped the blacklist of heaven above heaven, the 9 Heavens continent's foremost demonic path power. Sect leader Mu Kangshan, sect master of Yin-Yang sect of the Yin-Yang sect, will personally pursue and kill Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu. Demonic path prodigies are gathering and will attack and kill Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu at all costs in the future. All demonic path sects in heaven above heaven will individually settle accounts with the sects and cultivators who participated in yesterday's Eastern Barrens battle. 76, Season 3 starts. Let's go crazy together. Number 1 on the blacklist. The sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect personally hunting them down. Demonic path prodigies gathering. In the future, they will stop at nothing to assassinate Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu. All sects that participated in the battle in the Eastern Desolate State yesterday will be thoroughly purged. When this news broke, it was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of excitement in the hearts of the people and cultivators of the 9 Heavens continent. Everyone knew what being number 1 on the blacklist meant. Being on the blacklist was equivalent to having 1 foot already in the gate of hell. Moreover, not only that, but all sects that participated in the Eastern Desolate battle yesterday would be purged. For a time, the righteous path sects in the Eastern Desolate state were all in danger, and the shadow of the demonic path seemed to loom over the Eastern Desolate sky. However, with a statement from the big shots of the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, the passion and confidence of the people and cultivators of the 9 Heavens continent were ignited once again. Ning Ye, Jun Kainyu, the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower will protect them. Effective immediately, all those who contributed to last night's battle in the Eastern Desolate will receive rewards from the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Those who rendered great service may, as a special exception, enter the Holy Mountain for cultivation. In the future, throughout the entire 9 Heavens continent, whoever destroys a demonic path sect of the heaven above heaven, the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower will protect them for a lifetime and bestow upon them a lifetime of prosperity. When this news was released, all the righteous path cultivators of the entire 9 Heavens continent were as excited as if they had been injected with stimulants. Damn it! From today onwards, we will emulate Ning Ye and 2nd Miss Jun, and kill those demonic path evildoers. That's right, who's afraid of whom? Anyway, the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower has our backs. Who says otherwise? If we don't subdue these demonic path evildoers in the future, they really won't know whose territory the 9 Heavens continent is. Indeed, if we don't give those guys a taste of their own medicine, they really won't know their place. If we make a contribution, we might even be able to enter the Holy Mountain for cultivation. This is a huge opportunity. With the heaven above heaven and the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower, the 2 major forces of righteous and demonic paths, speaking out consecutively, the entire 9 Heavens continent fell into a tense atmosphere of direct confrontation between the righteous and demonic paths, a situation not seen for a long time. Many sect leaders, imperial dynasty monarchs and clan chiefs of the 9 Heavens continent who had keen senses, seemed to smell the coming of the third righteous and demonic war, with storms brewing. Eastern Desolate State. Hidden Sword 15 cities. Yi Wuya, the young manor lord of Hidden Sword Manor, looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, covered in blood. He collapsed weakly, looking up at the setting sun in the sky, a comfortable smile on his lips. Damn it! Thanks to Ning Ye this time. There's really not a single drop left. As he spoke, he couldn't help but close his eyes in exhaustion. He had been killing all night yesterday, breaking 7 hidden swords. Now, he was truly exhausted to the extreme, unable to squeeze out a single drop of strength. Seeing Yi Wuya fall into a coma, the elders of Hidden Sword Manor exchanged glances, thinking, their young manor lord has, by some fluke, hit the mark. The Nine Heavens Wind and Rain Tower has sent an invitation, inviting their young manor lord to enter the holy mountain for cultivation. Alas, I wonder if this is a good thing or not. Yi Lian sighed. Manor lord, this is a great thing. That's the holy mountain. The elders exclaimed, their eyes filled with envy. Hearing this, Yi Lian shook his head, murmuring to himself with a worried expression. I have a premonition. The Nine Heavens continent, the third god-demon war is about to break out. If my son enters the holy mountain with his aptitude in the future, wouldn't he be cannon fodder? After all, he isn't Ning Ye, nor can he marry Jun Kaianyu. Eastern desolate land of pilgrimage, 8 Buddhist mountains at the foot of Mount Sumeru. Crimson blood stained the earth. Bodies piled up into small mountains. And upon that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a young monk, clad in a blood-red cassia, somewhat exhausted and somewhat deranged, was performing monkey fist, roaring and laughing at the setting sun. Kill. Kill 'em all. Awesome. Come, come, come. Bring another pile of demonic path evildoers for this little monk to enjoy. With that, he looked up and saw a dozen or so sacred monks of the great Thunder Sound Temple staring at him blankly. Ugh. Xuan Zhang awkwardly rubbed his bald head, then couldn't help but compose himself, lowering his voice and whispering. All killed. No one left. Then that's it. Amitabha. Goodness gracious. Alas. Seeing Xuan Zhang's deranged appearance, the sacred monks all slapped their smooth foreheads, thinking, what a sin, how did their esteemed Buddhist sect produce such a little madman? Just then an old monk ran frantically to Xuan Zhang, excitedly kissing Xuan Zhang's bald head 3 times. Disciple. Did you enjoy killing? Xuan Kong asked with a smile. Master. Not yet. Xuan Zhang wiped a mouthful of saliva from his forehead, then muttered softly, apparently not having had his fill of killing. No matter. Soon you'll have even more fun. Xuan Kong spoke mysteriously. Master, what do you mean? Xuan Zhang looked at Xuan Kong, completely puzzled, and asked. Hazadi. My good disciple, you're going to the holy mountain. In the future, there will be plenty of demonic path evildoers waiting for you to kill. Xuan Kong exclaimed excitedly. What? I can go to the holy mountain. Xuan Zhang's mouth fell open, his face full of disbelief. Yes. Xuan Kong nodded proudly. That's great, master. Then, in the future, your disciple will go and have fun before you. Xuan Zhang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. Go. Life is limited. When it's time to have fun, you must go and have fun. Your master is rooting for you. Xuan Kong, in the manner of a good master, reached out and stroked Xuan Zhang's bald head. Hearing their conversation. Cough, 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 cough. The sacred monks of the great Thunder Sound Temple couldn't help but cough several times helplessly, reminding the master and disciple to pay attention to their status and words. Xuan Kong, as expected of the abbot of the great Thunder Sound Temple, also noticed that his words were inappropriate, so he nodded at Xuan Zhang. Subsequently, Xuan Zhang slowly descended from the mountain of corpses, and together with his master Xuan Kong, he turned the Buddhist beads in his hand, and with a serious expression, looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him, and began to chant. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. Seeing this, the Buddhist sacred monks couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, exclaiming. This is truly a sin. Eastern desolate state, Yanyun Dynasty, Shen's military prefecture, in a wooden house in the west courtyard. Zio Kai lay on the bed, seemingly having a passionate dream, sleeping sweetly, muttering a phrase. Master is right. Eat them all. Eat them all. Hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Zio Kai's master in her dream must have appeared again. Although he didn't know the origin of Zio Kai's master in her dream, as long as Zio Kai's combat power could increase, this should be a good thing. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye slowly walked to the window, looking up at the bright moon hanging high above the sky of Wudu, and slowly murmured. Now that the Yin Yang sect has been destroyed, the entire Nine Heavens continent has become fraught with fear. Then, the third god-demon war in Nijiyushin against the Nine Heavens is about to begin, isn't it? Time seems to have advanced a lot. However, it's a good thing. The third god-demon war of Nijiyushin against the Nine Heavens was known as Season S3. If he remembered correctly, his fiancée of convenience, Jun Kaianyu, became a deity in Season S3, ascending to the position of the #1 villain in Nijiyushin against the Nine Heavens in one fell swoop. At that time, the child of destiny and daughter of destiny of the 9 lines of Nijiyushin against the Nine Heavens would all appear one by one. Speaking of which, my heavenly mandate essence is indeed a bit low now. It's also time to harvest some leeks. And dig some gold mines. With that, Ning Ye's lips curved into a slight smile. 77. System Mall updated. Mu Li becomes a disciple. Ding, system notification. The system store has been updated. The system store has been updated. Ning Ye was momentarily stunned by the system notification ringing in his ears. One must know that this was the first time the system store had been updated since he opened it. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye quickly opened the system store, eager to see what treasures had been put on sale. First, he opened the martial skill cultivation technique section, and his gaze lingered on the newly added cultivation techniques. Heaven Slaying Tao, 50,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. 9 Secrets Travel Secret, 30,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. 9 Secrets Battle Secret, 30,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. 9 Secrets Soldier Secret, 30,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. So it's the 9 secrets. And there's also a cultivation technique called Heaven Slaying Tao. Ning Ye took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. The 9 secrets naturally needed no further explanation. Lin, Bing, Du, Ji, Lai, Zhen, Jai, Kaiyan, Xing. Each secret technique reached the pinnacle of its respective domain. Initially, the 9 secrets were system non-sale items, only obtainable through draws, but now, after the system store update, they had prices, which was a good thing. What made him most curious was that one of the 9 secrets only cost 30,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence, but the newly added Heaven Slaying Tao actually sold for 50,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Didn't this mean that this cultivation technique called Heaven Slaying Tao was even stronger than the 9 secrets? And just then, the system's voice once again echoed in his ears. Cultivation technique, Heaven Slaying Tao. Source unknown world. Creator unknown. Attribute controls slaughter, unparalleled in offense. A cultivation technique that controls slaughter. It should be something. Ning Ye nodded, having already decided to acquire this cultivation technique. Next, he noticed the exotic flame, Heavenly Flame section. Chaos Sacred Flame, 30,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Sky Burning World Destroying Flame, 30,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Eerie Spirit Ghost Flame, 30,000 Heavenly Mandate Essence. Good heavens! After this system update, Heavenly Flames were even put on sale. Ning Ye gasped in surprise, then immediately checked his Heavenly Mandate Essence balance, at which point his old face flushed red. Good news, now that the system store was updated, the cultivation techniques and Heavenly Flames on sale were all powerful, and he was eager to spend. Bad news, the landlord's family had no surplus grain. Alas! Ning Ye shook his head and sighed. It had been almost a year since he left the Yanyun Dynasty, but he hadn't prioritized earning Heavenly Mandate Essence, which led to the current awkward situation of wanting to spend but having no money in his pocket. It seems I really need to quickly harvest a wave of leeks. Now, the legendary Season S3 is about to begin. At that time, if I don't have some trump cards to hold the fort, I won't be able to play. His thoughts stopped there. Ning Ye glanced at Zio Kai, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, then went over and woke the little fellow. He planned to take Zio Kai into the sacrificial Tao pagoda. Now that his cultivation had reached the sacred realm, he could naturally open the second floor. However, before that, he first led the sleepy Zio Kai out of the small courtyard and to Mu Li's wing room, knocking on the courtyard door. Krieg. The wing room opened. Mu Li with furrowed brows looked at Ning Ye, who was smiling and holding Zio Kai's hand under the moonlight, and asked warily. It's so late. What do you want? He. Ning Ye smiled and then entered the wing room. Bang. He closed the wing room door with a backhand. You wouldn't be trying to. Mu Li looked at Ning Ye's abnormal behavior, as if she had thought of something, her pretty face flushed, and she dared not look Ning Ye in the eye. Trying what? Ning Ye looked at Mu Li's flushed pretty face and asked back, amused. No. Absolutely not. Even if we were to do that thing. It can't be in front of this little fellow, can it? Ning Ye, this bastard, is he crazy? Mu Li tightly clutched the corner of her clothes with her jade hand, her eyelids slightly lowered, her beautiful eyes filled with struggle. Even now, despite being afflicted with the love poison and unable to resist Ning Ye, she still had her own bottom line. And just as Mu Li's mind was in chaos, Ning Ye stepped forward and grabbed Mu Li's wrist. You're crazy. Zio Kai is still here. Mu Li glared fiercely at Ning Ye and warned him. What is this woman saying? Ning Ye shook his head, then activated the sacrificial Tao pagoda's teleportation array. Zheng. Brilliant starlight lit up, instantly enveloping Ning Ye, Zio Kai and Mu Li. The next second, the 3 figures instantly disappeared from the wing room. Sacrificial Tao pagoda, first floor, floating island. Here, it seemed there was only eternal night, with millions of stars embedded in the sky, eternally scattering starlight. Under the tree of life, Kang Yue sat cross-legged, and beside her, in a bronze coffin, Su Su was quietly sleeping. And just then, Kang Yue opened her eyes, her red lips curving into a pleasant arc as she murmured, "He's here." The moment her voice fell, Ning Ye and the two others emerged from the brilliant starlight. "Master, it's so beautiful here." Xiaokai's big eyes blinked as she looked at everything on the floating island, shouting joyfully. This is his inner world. Mu Li, horrified, looked at this strange world and couldn't help but swallow. She knew that legendary powerhouses who stepped into the divine Tao realm had a chance to condense their own inner worlds, but she hadn't expected Ning Ye to already have one. However, she then thought, even in an inner world it still wouldn't do. Just as Mu Li was in a state of disarray, a graceful figure had already arrived in front of Ning Ye. "Ning Ye, how was my invincible world-destroying lotus? It shouldn't have disappointed you, right?" Kang Yue, with her hands behind her back, wore an extremely confident smile on her stunningly beautiful face. Senior Kang Yue's work can naturally be called invincible. Ning Ye nodded with a smile. Although he hadn't personally seen the power of the world-destroying lotus, its ability to completely wipe out the entire yin-yang sect's high-ranking officials in just a few breaths naturally left no room for doubt about its power. "How about it? This time, you prepare 500 years of lifespan. I'll give you an even stronger one, how about it?" Kang Yue extended her pink tongue and licked her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with fervor. "Let's discuss it again, let's discuss it again." Ning Ye awkwardly waved his hand. Although he was now wanted by the entire heaven above heaven, and was at the top of the blacklist, he didn't need to trade 500 years of his lifespan with Ning Ye. HMPH. Kang Yue, seeing that Ning Ye had no intention of trading, let out a light snort and said, "Since you're not here to trade with me today, what are you here for? Are you really here to take my little apprentice home? You're treating me like your babysitting tool." Hearing this, Ning Ye smiled and shook his head, replying, "Senior Kang Yue, didn't you want to see what's on the second floor of the sacrificial Tao pagoda? Today, how about we go together?" As soon as his voice fell, a strange glint immediately appeared in Kang Yue's beautiful eyes. She suddenly grabbed Ning Ye's wrist and excitedly said, "Go. Let's go now. I knew you little fellow could do it." "Ugh." Ning Ye looked at Kang Yue, who changed her mind faster than flipping a book, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. He then pulled his hand back and said seriously, "Senior Kang Yue, it's not impossible to take you to the second floor of the sacrificial Tao pagoda. But you have to agree to one condition of this, junior." He. Kang Yue, looking bewildered, cursed little fox in her heart and then said, "Speak. Besides the weapons I created. Whatever you want, if I have it, we can discuss it." Hearing this, Ning Ye's mouth curved into a triumphant smile as he said, "Senior Kang Yue, this junior is not a greedy person. Today, this junior will not ask you for anything. My only request is to ask senior to do me a favor." "What favor?" Kang Yue looked at Ning Ye with furrowed brows. "Please, senior, help this junior discipline someone." Ning Ye's smile grew even wider. "Who?" Kang Yue cast her beautiful eyes towards Xiaokai, whom Ning Ye was holding, and Mu Li, who was utterly bewildered beside him. Hearing this, Ning Ye looked meaningfully at Mu Li. At this moment, an unspoken atmosphere suddenly spread across the entire floating island. Mu Li. 78. On the second floor of the sacrifice tower, the emperor's sword broken heart, his and her names. "Tame. This queen." Mu Li looked at Ning Ye and Kang Yue in a daze, still not quite comprehending. "Hurry." Kang Yue's beautiful eyes landed on Mu Li, her delicate brows slightly raised, and she spoke with a hint of amusement. "This woman has been poisoned by a love goo. You can tame her very well yourself. Why do you want me to do this?" He. Ning Ye chuckled, and responded to Kang Yue with a meaningful remark. "Senior, to be honest, the demonic path assassin organization you created back then, Black Rose. To this day, it is still a legend throughout the 9 heavens. This junior is extremely impressed. In Nijiyushin, Kang Yue and the assassin organization she created, Black Rose, forged countless legends during the War of Gods and Devils tens of thousands of years ago. Although Kang Yue was defeated by Yan Zhai in the late stage of the War of Gods and Devils, in the years that followed, the demonic path assassin organization Black Rose remained a terrifying existence that made the gods of the 9 heavens feel dread, and a lump in their throats just by hearing its name. And Ning Ye also wanted to establish his own force, for as the old saying goes, when you're out in the world, you need influence. Now that he had such a powerful ally as Kang Yue, he naturally had to make good use of her. Mu Li was the first member he had chosen for his organization, and in the future, she would also be the sharpest blade in his hand. HMPH. Naturally, this queen's Black Rose dominated an era. It is also one of this queen's proudest creations in this life. Kang Yue smiled proudly, clearly quite pleased with Ning Ye's words. "Then senior, what do you think?" Ning Ye continued to ask, knowing that Kang Yue had a personality that responded to persuasion but not coercion. "All right. This queen agrees. Kang Yue pondered for a moment before nodding and agreeing to Ning Ye's request. Just then, as if she had thought of something, a playful curve appeared at the corner of her lips, and she changed the subject. But you know, this queen's methods of taming will be quite special. If your woman is ruined, this queen will not be responsible. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye glanced at Mu Li, who stood by as if petrified, and smiled. Don't worry. I believe in her. She is no ordinary person. That's good. Kang Yue nodded, then walked up to Mu Li with her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing her from head to toe before she spoke. Charming spirit saint body. Her cultivation is a bit weak. However, fortunately, her talent is good. In the future, we must get along well. The moment her words fell, Mu Li's pretty face instantly turned deathly pale. She wanted to resist, but in front of this stunningly beautiful woman, she couldn't utter a single word. She gazed at the woman's eyes, which were as deep as an abyss, and the chilling sensation constantly surging from the depths of her soul made her legs go weak, causing her to collapse directly onto the ground. Kang Yue. A name that resounded throughout the 9 heavens tens of thousands of years ago. The nightmare of the gods. A powerful figure of the demon race, outside the desperate situation Great Wall. The demon venerable. She hadn't expected that this legendary figure would be in Ning Ye's inner world, and it seemed the two were quite familiar. She also hadn't expected that Ning Ye would hand her over to Kang Yue. For a moment, she only felt that her once detested sect now seemed as beautiful as a holy land. Beside them, Ning Ye glanced at Mu Li, who was so terrified she had collapsed on the ground, and shook his head. Then he walked to the ancient tree of life and looked at Susu, who was still asleep but whose vital signs had returned to normal, feeling relieved. Afterward, he pulled Xiao Kai over. Xiao Kai. This is your sister Susu. Before Master returns, can you look after her for Master? Yes. Xiao Kai nodded heavily, then sat under the bronze coffin with her small fists clenched, looking around with a fierce, yet adorable expression. Good. Ning Ye smiled and then spoke to Kang Yue. Let's go. Kang Yue hummed softly. Although she couldn't help but want to play with this new toy, the second floor of the sacrificial Dao pagoda was more tempting. Who? Ning Ye took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, formed a hand seal, and his soul power surged as he silently chanted in his heart. Sacrificial Dao pagoda second floor. Open. Ding, system notification. The second floor of the sacrificial Dao pagoda has been successfully opened. The moment the system's voice sounded, clang! A bronze stargate appeared out of thin air above the floating island. Endless power of time surged within it. Go! Ning Ye uttered a single word, then stepped into the stargate. This queen wants to see what exactly is in the second floor of this sacrificial Dao pagoda. Kang Yue murmured excitedly, then stepped into the stargate with him. The second floor of the sacrificial Dao pagoda. This was an immortal ancient hall that seemed to have existed for countless eons. Both Ning Ye and Kang Yue, the moment they stepped into the ancient hall, felt an extremely rich power of space and time, and even sensed an aura that did not belong to this world. In the center of the ancient hall stood an illusory stone stele and a massive stone coffin. Ning Ye and Kang Yue walked cautiously side by side to the illusory stone stele, only to find that the inscriptions on the stele seemed to be obscured by the power of time, appearing very hazy. No matter how hard they tried, neither of them could clearly see the inscriptions on it. In the end, both Ning Ye and Kang Yue could only give up, because the inscriptions on it seemed to imply some unknown ominous sign. Let's see what's in the stone coffin. Ning Ye took a deep breath, raised his hand, and pressed it on the lid of the stone coffin. Rumble! As Ning Ye channeled his power, the stone coffin was instantly opened. Inside the stone coffin, 2 items lay quietly. The first was a golden mask. The golden mask was extremely luxurious, crafted from extremely precious dragon phoenix scarlet gold. Intricate divine patterns were carved on it. It was worth mentioning that the surface of the mask was permeated with dried blood, which had been there for an unknown number of years, giving it a faint, blood-colored evil glow at this moment. The moment she saw this mask, Kang Yue's expression suddenly froze, and her full bosom, which threatened to burst through her clothes, heaved violently. Her red lips parted, and her voice was extremely complex. This is Yanjai's mask. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye was startled. The golden mask belonged to Divine Master Yanjai. This was a big deal. But the question arose, how could the second floor of the sacrificial Dao pagoda have something belonging to Divine Master Yanjai? Shaking his head, Ning Ye then turned his gaze to the second item in the stone coffin. This is a fragment. It seems to be a fragment of a sword. Could it be Divine Master Yanjai's sword? Ning Ye frowned, muttering to himself. No. This is not her item. Kang Yue shook her head upon hearing this. She knew Yanjai like the back of her hand, so she was certain that this shattered sword did not belong to Yanjai. If not, then whose is this? Why would this sword fragment and Yan Zhai's mask appear in the same coffin? Ning Ye was even more puzzled at this moment. Just then, a description of the shattered sword appeared before his eyes. Name, Emperor Sword Fragment. Source, Emperor Sword Shattered Heart. Sword Master, unknown. Contained power, unknown. System tip. The host can detonate the Emperor Sword Fragment upon reaching the Divine Concealment Realm. This shattered sword was once named Shattered Heart. This is a good thing. Ning Ye took a deep breath, his face instantly lighting up with joy. It was worth it. This trip to the second floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda was worth it. After all, he had gained a life-saving trump card. He had a premonition that if he detonated this Emperor Sword Fragment, it would likely give this world a small shock. Let's go. Ning Ye put the Emperor Sword Fragment into his bag, then spoke to Kang Yue, feeling satisfied. Kang Yue hummed softly, then picked up the golden mask and looked at Ning Ye. How about giving this mask to this queen? Can? Ning Ye nodded. He knew that Kang Yue would become abnormal whenever something related to Yan Zhai came up, and that golden mask didn't possess any power. It was just an ornament. Since that was the case, if Kang Yue wanted it, giving it to her wouldn't hurt. Ning Ye. Kang Yue suddenly called out. Ning Ye looked at Kang Yue with a puzzled expression. When can you open the third floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda? Kang Yue asked very seriously. Probably still some time. Ning Ye scratched his head. He had to reach the Divine Concealment Realm to be eligible to open the third floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda. And he was only in the sacred 3 realms now, so it would still take some time, unless he killed enough people next. This queen has a premonition. This sacrificial Tao Pagoda hides a great secret that can overturn the entire 9 heavens. So in the future, the sooner you open the sacrificial Tao Pagoda, the better. This queen's revenge depends entirely on you. Kang Yue said meaningfully. I'll do my best. Ning Ye gave a wry smile. How could he not want to clear the sacrificial Tao Pagoda as soon as possible? As they spoke, the two slowly walked out of the ancient hall. And it's worth mentioning that, the moment the two walked out of the ancient hall, the power of time on the illusory stone steel slowly dissipated for a moment. It turned out that this stone steel was once called the Sansheng stone steel, 3 live stone steel. Upon it were carved many names that had been worn away by the power of time, making them illegible. Although many names on the stone steel had long since decayed. But one pair of names was still clearly visible at this moment, as if completely unaffected by the erosion of time. The camera zoomed in, and the names clearly carved on it were Jaizu Mubing. 79. White cuts black, black cuts white. Susu has a dual personality. After Ning Ye and Kang Yue left the ancient hall, they returned to the floating island on the first floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda. However, the stargate standing at the peak of the floating island had not disappeared. It seems that as long as the second floor is open, the stargate will never close. Ning Ye nodded thoughtfully. This time, both he and Kang Yue had gains from their trip to the second floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda. He obtained an Emperor Sword fragment containing mysterious power, which could serve as a life-saving trump card in the future. Kang Yue, on the other hand, acquired the mask of Divine Master Yan Zhai. Thinking about it, this trip could be considered a win-win. Next, as soon as he reaches the Divine Concealment Realm, he can open the third floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda. To be honest, not only Kang Yue, but even he was curious about what secrets were hidden on the third floor of the sacrificial Tao Pagoda. Master. Susu's sister seems to be waking up. Xiao Kai, seeing Ning Ye return, waved to him. Hello? Upon hearing this, Ning Ye quickly went to the ancient tree of life. At this moment, Susu, lying in the bronze coffin, had her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her previously dormant aura began to revive. This was indeed a sign of waking up. Just then Susu slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The moment she saw Ning Ye, her eyes instantly reddened and tears streamed down, wetting her delicate face. Her voice, filled with a crying tone, spoke with great grievance. Daddy. Susu thought she would never see you again. With that, Susu suddenly pounced into Ning Ye's arms, sobbing softly. Susu. It's all right. It's Daddy's fault. I shouldn't have left Susu alone. Ning Ye, feeling a pang of heartache, held Susu in his arms and gently stroked her back. No. Daddy. It's Susu who's too useless. My power is too weak, I can't protect myself. This time, did Susu cause a big disaster? Susu looked up at Ning Ye, her eyes teary, her voice filled with self-blame. Hearing this, Ning Ye shook his head and said nothing more, only holding Susu a little tighter. Xiao Kai, seeing this scene, pouted her little fellow mouth and mumbled. Master. Xiao Kai wants a hug too. Ning Ye seemed to sense Xiao Kai's emotional change. He shook his head with a light chuckle, then picked up Xiao Kai and held her in his arms as well. Yay. Master is the best. Xiao Kai, held in Ning Ye's arms, broke into a joyful smile. At this moment, Susu and Xiao Kai, both in Ning Ye's arms, exchanged glances. Daddy, who is this little fellow? Susu asked curiously. Her name is Zio Kai. From now on, she's your younger sister. Ning Ye responded with a smile. Zio Kai. Younger sister. Susu murmured, her eyes becoming a little hazy. Susu sister. Zio Kai, not shy, called out to Susu. Just then, Susu's delicate eyebrows furrowed, and her exquisite, perfect face instantly turned somewhat pale. A pain from the depths of her soul made her let out a muffled groan. At the same time, a voice, as cold and sharp as the wind and snow on a mountaintop, echoed in her mind. Subeju. Wake up. Ning Ye is not your daddy. Zio Kai is not your younger sister. Your father is the king of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. Your younger sister is the princess of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. And you are the last bloodline of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. Your mission is not to stay by this man's side, to be a docile and obedient daughter, but to annihilate everyone who harmed our clan. I am the last bloodline of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. I must annihilate those people. Susu kept muttering these words, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. Susu. Are you all right? Ning Ye noticed Susu's change, and his heart sank. Just then, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding, system notification. Su Beiju's memory has recovered 50%. Ding, system notification. Su Beiju's cultivation has advanced to the sacred 5th realm. Name Su Beiju. Age 17. Cultivation, sacred 5th realm. Relationship, netherworld bond. Affection 85. System notification. At the latest within 1 year, Su Beiju's memory will be fully restored, and her bloodline power will also fully mature after memory recovery. Listening to the system notifications, Ning Ye quickly scanned Susu's panel, and a cold gasp escaped him. Susu's memory had already recovered halfway. Her bloodline power would fully mature after her memory was restored. His thoughts stopped there. At this moment, Susu looked up and gazed at Ning Ye. Susu, you. Ning Ye's heart trembled slightly as he looked at Susu's pale golden eyes. Ning Ye, you are not this princess's daddy. So please stop playing the role of this princess's benevolent father, all right? Susu pushed Ning Ye away, her tone and voice completely different from before. If the previous Susu's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, a maiden's voice, the current Susu's voice was like the biting wind and snow of winter, sending shivers down one's spine, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It had completely changed. Not only that, Susu's eyes had also changed dramatically. She looked at this world, at these people before her, with indifference. Of course, except for Ning Ye. When she looked at Ning Ye, her eyes were filled with complex emotions. As her words fell, Zio Kai, somewhat frightened, hid in Ning Ye's arms. She didn't understand why this beautiful young miss had suddenly changed as if she were a different person. Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. Mu Li's mouth dropped open, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Now she understood why the Yin-Yang sect wanted to take this young girl, even at the cost of destroying the evil sect. It turned out that this young girl was the last bloodline of the Ghost Spirit Royal Clan. If this matter were to spread, it would likely shake the entire 9 heavens. This disciple of mine. She's getting more and more interesting. Kang Yue's lips curved into a slight smile. Before, she even disliked Susu's fragile appearance, but now Susu was much to her liking. Susu. It's fine if you don't call me daddy. However, you must know that we are always together. In the future, no matter what you do, I will be by your side. I will always be your closest person. Ning Ye took a deep breath, wanting to caress Susu's cheek, but she dodged his hand. Ning Ye. I have no family. My family, they are all dead. Susu responded to Ning Ye's words calmly, her voice growing increasingly cold. Hearing this, Ning Ye's hand froze in the air. Just then the golden light in Susu's eyes suddenly flickered. She shivered, then collapsed into Ning Ye's arms. She seemed very tired, her forehead covered in fine sweat. Daddy. Susu, what happened just now? Did I fall asleep again? Susu murmured softly, looking utterly bewildered. At this moment, her eyes had returned to their former gentleness. Her voice, moreover, had lost that bone-chilling coldness. And it was this change. It left Ning Ye stunned in place. What's going on? Could it be that there's another person inside this girl's body? Mu Li looked at Susu, who switched between being gentle and cold, her personality changing freely, and felt her own mind couldn't keep up. Is this some kind of dual personality? Ning Ye held Susu, feeling as if his own mind had crashed. 80, Ning Ye, I hate you so much. Let's overthrow the continent together. Just as the atmosphere on the entire floating island became somewhat silent due to Susu's changes, Demon Venerable Kang Yue slowly walked under the ancient tree of life, pulled Ning Ye aside, and spoke meaningfully. You know, she will eventually become her true self. You also know, she is not your daughter. In the future, she will ultimately return to the path she should take. Hearing this, Ning Ye turned to look at Susu, who was holding Xiao Kai and smiling and couldn't help but sigh. I know. I've known from the very beginning. But even knowing that, I still hope that moment comes a little slower. She's only 17. She shouldn't have to bear such heavy responsibilities. At this, Demon Venerable Kang Yue looked at Ning Ye with an amused expression. She thought to herself that Ning Ye didn't seem much older than Susu, yet his words carried a maturity beyond his years. Ning Ye, you must know. In this world, everyone has their own path. Nothing can remain constant forever. Except for power. Demon Venerable Kang Yue said this meaningfully, then turned and left. Hey, where are you going? Ning Ye asked curiously. Hearing this, Demon Venerable Kang Yue paused, tilted her head slightly, and with a slight curl of her red lips replied. This young lady is naturally going to do what needs to be done. Now, you should also go do what you need to do. At this, Ning Ye was speechless. He strongly agreed with Demon Venerable Kang Yue's words. This world is cruel, only power is eternal. If he was destined to overthrow this world with Jun Kaienyu, then he must possess power, supreme power and cultivation to achieve it. Only with power could he do as he pleased, do what he wanted, and keep all those he loved by his side. Xiao Kai, let's go. Ning Ye called out to Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai nodded, then waved to Susu and said, Sister Susu. Xiao Kai will come see you again later. With that, the little fellow quickly came to Ning Ye's side and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Daddy, what about me? Aren't you taking Susu away from here? Susu asked in a small voice, her eyes wide. Susu, be good. Stay here for now and cultivate with Master. Once Susu graduates, Daddy will take you away. Ning Ye stepped forward and stroked Susu's soft, silver hair. He was currently being hunted by the entire heaven above heaven. He couldn't risk exposing Susu by keeping her by his side anymore. Moreover, Susu's memories were rapidly recovering. The current Susu needed Demon Venerable Kang Yue's guidance to fulfill her mission in the future. Susu must become stronger at all costs. Hearing this, Susu's beautiful eyes dimmed considerably, but she still nodded obediently and made her final request to Ning Ye. Daddy, Susu will work hard. But can Daddy bring Xiao Kai to visit Susu often? Of course. Ning Ye nodded with a smile. The first floor of the sacrificial Dao Pagoda could be opened at any time. Leaving Susu on the first floor of the sacrificial Dao Pagoda was merely to protect her safety, not to abandon her. With that, Ning Ye took Xiao Kai's hand and activated the teleportation array. And just then, Mu Li suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Ning Ye's wrist, her clear and beautiful face pale. She gritted her teeth and scolded Ning Ye. Ning Ye, you're incredible. You're so noble. Are you just going to leave this princess here? Leave me by this woman's side. What kind of man are you anyway? Hearing this, Ning Ye glanced at Mu Li, then pulled his hand free and calmly replied. Crown Princess, Your Highness. I don't keep useless people by my side. Now, you are cultivating by Demon Venerable Kang Yue's side. In the future, you will become very strong. You should be grateful. You. Mu Li was speechless. She wondered how there could be such an unreasonable person in the world. The Yin-Yang sect was destroyed. Ning Ye wouldn't let her leave. And now, he says he doesn't keep useless people by his side. If Ning Ye truly thought she was useless, why didn't he just let her go? Why throw her to Demon Venerable Kang Yue? It seemed Ning Ye saw through Mu Li's thoughts. Ning Ye looked into Mu Li's eyes and very seriously responded to her inner thoughts. Mu Li, you are my person. Without my permission, you can never leave. Unless I willingly let you go. Otherwise, even if you and I torment each other until we're old and gray, you won't take a single step away from my side. With that, Ning Ye took Xiao Kai and stepped into the teleportation array, leaving Mu Li standing stunned in place. Clang! When the light of the teleportation array dissipated, Mu Li finally came back to her senses. She gritted her teeth and yelled in the direction Ning Ye had left. Ning Ye! I hate you. I hate you to death. With that, her emotions surged violently, and tears of grievance streamed down her face. And just then, a shadow fell over her. Mu Li suddenly turned around. She saw Demon Venerable Kang Yue looking at her with a smile, and that smile sent a chill through her soul and a very bad premonition. Demon Venerable Kang Yue. You, what do you want? Mu Li swallowed. You human race, you believe in gods, right? Demon Venerable Kang Yue asked inexplicably. Yes. Mu Li lowered her gaze slightly and nodded. From ancient times until now, the human race from birth to death has served the gods of the 9 heavens. She naturally was no exception. But she didn't understand why Demon Venerable Kang Yue would ask her this question. Hearing this, Demon Venerable Kang Yue couldn't help but laugh, a very happy laugh. She spoke softly as if declaring something. Mu Li. From today onwards, the gods you believed in have abandoned you. From now on, this young lady will be the only god in your life. At this, Mu Li suddenly looked up. At this moment, she saw a highly playful curve on Demon Venerable Kang Yue's lips. What do you want to do? Mu Li instinctively took 2 steps back. At this moment, a very bad premonition had already surged in her heart. You will know. Demon Venerable Kang Yue shook her head, her hands behind her back, and slowly walked towards Mu Li. Before long, the entire floating island was filled with Mu Li's heartrending, desperate screams. Under the ancient tree of life. Susu watched this scene, and couldn't help but cover her red lips. It must be said that this scene had a huge impact on her, at only 17 years old. Now, she only knew that Mu Li was in a terrible, terrible state, practically abused from body to soul by her master. But what she didn't know was that Demon Venerable Kang Yue was actually reshaping Mu Li's body and soul. If Mu Li survived this ordeal, she would become different, becoming Demon Venerable Kang Yue's first disciple besides herself. Meanwhile, after Ning Ye left the sacrificial Dao pagoda, as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw a graceful figure standing in the small courtyard. Tonight she wore a black palace dress, with a divine moon imprinted on its hem. The bright moonlight, falling on her cold, peerless, stunningly beautiful face, appeared exceptionally beautiful. She simply stood there, and the entire world seemed to become her backdrop. Finished? Jun Kaienyu asked Ning Ye with a smile. Ning Ye nodded. And Zio Kai, by his side, also waved to Jun Kaienyu. For some reason, she had a natural fondness for Jun Kaienyu. Next. It's time for our next step. Jun Kaienyu spoke meaningfully. 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Ning Ye immediately revealed Jun Kainyu's next target. Yes. It is the 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower. Jun Kaienyu nodded then, as if in a challenge she continued to ask. Ning Ye, are you scared? Ning Ye shook his head and chuckled. Although he didn't say much with their current understanding, Jun Kaienyu knew from just a glance and an expression that Ning Ye wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was even a little excited. Even if it's a bottomless abyss. Jun Kaienyu raised an eyebrow and asked again. Even if floods rage. Ning Ye nodded, concise and to the point. Hearing this, Jun Kaienyu couldn't help but laugh happily. Hadilohasa. Ning Ye. This young lady is truly liking you more and more. Next, let us overturn this continent together. 81 Cheers to Miss Jun Target Holy Mountain. Name Jun Kaienyu. Age 24 years old. Romantic interest, none. Relationship with host, a partner recognized by her heart. At a certain moment, she once experienced a wonderful feeling of spiritual resonance with the host. Divine ability. Sealed heavenly Dao Eye can predict the future, see fragments of the future, and also calculate and predict the fated trajectory of cultivators. System prompt. Sealed heavenly Dao Eye. The 9 revolutions Buddha Heart Lotus can unlock the second seal. System prompt. The entries about Jun Kaienyu will gradually increase as the heavenly Dao Eye is unsealed. I am a partner she recognizes from the bottom of her heart. At a certain moment, she even had a feeling of resonance with me. Ning Ye glanced at the newly added entry panel for Jun Kaienyu and couldn't help but be stunned. To be honest, he wasn't sure when Jun Kaienyu developed such a feeling for him. However, thinking about it carefully, this should be a good thing. After all, his relationship with his great villain wife had taken another step closer. What are you thinking about? Jun Kaienyu looked at the somewhat dazed Ning Ye and asked with a chuckle. No, nothing. I just wanted to tell you that if you want to unlock the second seal of the heavenly Dao Eye, you need the 9 revolutions Buddha Heart Lotus. Ning Ye replied casually. Now that the system had told him how to unlock the second seal of the heavenly Dao Eye, he would naturally use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for the next seal of the reverse moon, heavenly saber with Jun Kaienyu. 9 revolutions Buddha Heart Lotus. Upon hearing this, Jun Kaienyu raised her delicate eyebrows and a joyful smile curved her lips. What, you know where this thing is? Ning Ye asked curiously. By now, he understood Jun Kaienyu quite well, so it was clear that Jun Kaienyu knew the whereabouts of the Buddha Heart Lotus. Of course I know. Jun Kaienyu smiled and nodded. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and then continued. The third seal of the reverse moon heavenly saber is the Niyu heavenly pearl. Now, this Niyu heavenly pearl is also called the myriad soul bead. Niyu heavenly pearl. Ning Ye nodded. He remembered that there was a groove on the hilt of the reverse moon heavenly saber, which was clearly where the Niyu heavenly pearl once was. But the problem was, the 9 heavens was so vast, where would he go to find that Niyu heavenly pearl? Hezim. Jun Kaienyu looked at Ning Ye's confused expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Sacred Mountain. The Niyu heavenly pearl is on Sacred Mountain. Not only that, the 9 revolutions Buddha Heart Lotus is also on Sacred Mountain. And Sacred Mountain just happens to be our next destination. Don't you think even the heavens are helping us? So that's how it is. Ning Ye took a deep breath. It seemed that his interests were once again tied to Jun Kainyu's this time. So when fate comes, it seems unstoppable. However, the problem was, even without the Niyu Heavenly Pearl and the 9 Revolutions Buddha Heart Lotus, Jun Kainyu's goal seemed to be Sacred Mountain. After all, in Nai Jiyushin's original plotline, after overthrowing the Yanyun Dynasty, Jun Kainyu went to Sacred Mountain. There, she completed her final transformation, and from then on, the gods regarded her as a thorn in their side. The demons wanted to kill her quickly, and all the myriad races of the 9 heavens became her enemies. From then on, she embarked on a path of no return. There, besides the 9 Revolutions Buddha Heart Lotus, there seemed to be something else very important to her. And just as Ning Ye's thoughts were racing, Jun Kainyu extended her jade hand towards Ning Ye, and with a faint, charming smile she said, "Ning Ye, I'm very happy that we once again have common interests and common goals. In the future, please guide me." Hearing this, Ning Ye also smiled and held Jun Kainyu's jade hand, solemnly responding, "I hope that in the future, everything will be well for us." Under the night sky, moonlight spilled down, falling on their shoulders and into their eyes at this moment. Both their eyes sparkled with brilliant starlight. This moment was incredibly beautiful. And just then, the arrival of a person broke this beautiful scene. 10th Prince, Your Highness. 2nd Miss Jun. An old man in a green Taoist robe called out to Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu as he entered the small courtyard. The person who came was none other than the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Elder, Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master. "Senior, do you have something?" Ning Ye looked at Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, with a chuckle and asked. "Hadayohata." Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, looked at Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu holding hands and chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies. I've disturbed you too. I have some good news here. And some bad news. Which would you two like to hear first?" "HMPH." Jun Kainyu withdrew her jade hand, sat on the stone stool, and casually said, "Tell me the good news first." "Good." Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, nodded, then stepped forward, unceremoniously picked up a teacup, gulped down a cup of clear tea, and then said, "The good news is, congratulations to 10th Prince, Your Highness, and 2nd Miss Jun. As soon as you enter Sacred Mountain, you will receive the treatment of a Sacred Mountain core disciple. Not only can you choose your sect and master at will, most of Sacred Mountain's cultivation resources can also be freely enjoyed." Hearing this, Ning Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He knew that Sacred Mountain gathered the most talented young cultivators in cultivation and combat from across the 9 heavens continent. Core Disciple were the top 100 disciple in the entire Sacred Mountain's ranking. The cultivation resources for these top 100 disciple and ordinary disciple were vastly different. However, being a core disciple held no particular appeal for him. After all, the system store he possessed was the greatest and best cultivation resource. "What about the bad news?" Jun Kainyu asked casually, looking uninterested. Being a core disciple, or anything similar, held no allure for her either. After all, if she wanted to become a core disciple, she could have done so years ago. "The bad news." Upon hearing this, Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "According to intelligence, heaven above heaven is serious this time. In just a few days, hundreds of demonic path prodigies from heaven above heaven have rushed from various parts of the 9 heavens continent to the legendary Eternal Night Demon City. They seem to be about to launch a major operation. Therefore, 9 heavens wind and rain tower orders you two to arrive at Sacred Mountain tomorrow." "Understood." Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu nodded in unison. At this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Although time was a bit rushed, but they had to go anyway. So it would be better to go to Sacred Mountain earlier. Go early, unseal their respective seals early. Go early, start the plan to overthrow the 9 heavens early. "Oh right. News from Heavenly Secrets Pavilion says, Zio II of the Zio family seems to have joined heaven above heaven. He is also among the demonic path prodigies in Eternal Night Demon City this time. In the future, 10th Prince, Your Highness, and 2nd Miss Jun, please be extra careful. After all, he harbors deep hatred for you too." After Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. "Oh right." Jun Kainyu suddenly called out to Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master. "What?" "2nd Miss Jun, do you have any other instructions?" Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, looked at Jun Kainyu with curiosity. "Senior, this time you return to Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. You must be able to ascend to the position of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master in one fell swoop, right?" Jun Kainyu asked with a faint smile. "Ugh." Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, was stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. He cupped his hands at Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu and said with a smile, "Hadayohata. This time, this old man truly owes it to 10th Prince, Your Highness, and 2nd Miss Jun. In the future, if you two have any instructions, please speak directly. As long as this old man can do it, I will do my best." "Good." Jun Kaienyu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing these words. This old man takes his leave. In the future, this old man wishes 10th Prince Your Highness, and 2nd Miss Jun, 100 years of harmony and great success. After Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, finished speaking, he disappeared from the small courtyard without the slightest hesitation. This old fellow. Ning Ye looked at Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, retreating back and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. His words are good. His actions are also very good. In the future, he will be of great use. Jun Kaienyu crossed her arms, smiling and nodding. After that, she and Ning Ye sat together at the stone table. Jun Kaienyu took out a pot of fine wine and poured it into 2 crystal glasses. Ning Ye. For our next goal. Sacred Mountain. Cheers. Jun Kaienyu cheers. Clang. The wine glasses clinked. The crisp sound was extremely pleasant, much like the future of 9 Heavens Wind and Rain Tower and Sacred Mountain. 82. Beware of fire, theft, and besties. My little girl is about to fall for me. Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu, long separated, sat together and drank for an entire night. Perhaps because they were kindred spirits, the more they drank, the clearer-headed they became, until the sky brightened at the edge of the horizon. The moment of departure had arrived. In Wudu, martial capital, city, hundreds of taverns were filled with the common people and cultivators of the Yanyun Dynasty, all there to bid farewell. Outside Wudu, martial capital, city, Tianjizi, Heavenly Secret Master, Kaienai, the 10 great divine generals of Junlin, Wu Yao, and Empress Yunjin also came personally to send them off. Young miss. Be extremely careful on your journey. Kaienai looked at Jun Kaienyu, who was about to leave, and her eyes reddened, tears falling like raindrops. Ning Ye could understand, however. After all, Kaienai had followed Jun Kaienyu since she was a child. Now that her young miss was leaving, she naturally felt immense reluctance. Who knew how long it would be until they met again after this parting? Kaienai. You're so old and you're still sniffling. Aren't you ashamed? Jun Kaienyu chuckled and reached out to wipe the tears from Kaienai's cheeks. After speaking, she leaned in and whispered into Kaienai's ear. Don't worry. It won't be long. From now on, you must look after Wudu martial capital, well for this young lady. Did you hear me? Upon hearing this, Kaienai nodded heavily. Jun Kaienyu's words were like a divine decree to her. Even if she were to die, she would fulfill the commands given to her. Hee. Jun Kaienyu watched Kaienai nod, and with a gratified smile, she ruffled Kaienai's hair. 2nd Miss Jun. 10th Prince Your Highness. This Empress thanks both of you for the changes in Wudu, martial capital, this time. Empress Yunjin stepped forward and bowed, very respectfully to Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu. Wu Yao, standing beside her mother, silently followed suit and bowed. Empress. From now on, the Junlin Imperial Dynasty will depend on you. Kaienai will help you do everything you find inconvenient. Jun Kaienyu smiled slightly at Yunjin. All right. This Empress remembers. Yunjin nodded, her tone very calm. Now that the martial emperor of the Junlin Imperial Dynasty was dead, she would be the master of the Junlin Imperial Dynasty in the future. But she also knew very well that, although the Junlin Imperial Dynasty was nominally controlled by the Junlin Imperial family, in reality, Jun Kaienyu had the final say. She was a person who understood the times, so she naturally would not go against Jun Kaienyu's words. Eldest Princess Your Highness, do you have anything to say to me and Ning Ye? Jun Kaienyu shifted her gaze to Wu Yao, who stood silently beside Yunjin and teased her. Thank you. Wu Yao gritted her teeth and uttered 3 words. After the chaotic battle in the Eastern Barrens, she, Yi Wuya, and Xuan Zhang all gained the qualification to cultivate on the Holy Mountain. She knew that all of this was thanks to Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu. Anything else? Jun Kaienyu asked again. HMPH. Wu Yao looked at Jun Kaienyu's triumphant expression and couldn't help but blurt out. Jun Kaienyu. Don't be so arrogant. When we reach the Holy Mountain, I will cultivate diligently. In the future, I will settle all our old scores. It was true that her eldest brother, Wu Chen, was a spirit puppet in the Junlin Great Hall, and it was true that her father was controlled by Mu Lingxi, but she was certain that her second brother, Wu Linchen, and third brother, Wu Yu, were absolutely not demonic path fiends. And the reason Jun Kaienyu killed her second and third brothers was most likely because her second and third brothers blocked Jun Kaienyu and Ning Ye's path, so she simply did it as an afterthought. That's great. This young lady will be waiting for you. Jun Kaienyu's red lips curved into a slight arc. This woman is going to cause trouble again. Ning Ye shook his head. From his understanding of Jun Kaienyu, it was clear that Jun Kaienyu had recognized Wu Yao's potential and was preparing to bring her under her wing in the future. As they spoke, a deafening roar came from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. A black and white Chuanzhou mysterious boat tore through the sky and slowly landed outside Wudu, martial capital city. Clang! When the door of the Chuanzhou mysterious boat opened, A mature woman in a purple dress emerged. Younger sister Kaianyu. We haven't seen each other in years. This elder sister truly missed you to death. Under the sunlight her face was like beautiful jade, her skin like congealed fat, her delicate lips naturally crimson, and a unique brilliance shimmered in her bright eyes, both pure and alluring. Who is she? Ning Ye frowned and asked. He. Her name is Huakiru. She's an old acquaintance of this young lady. Outside the desperate situation Great Wall, this young lady once saved her life. Now she's quite a figure on the holy mountain. Jun Kaianyu replied casually. Your best friend? Ning Ye asked with a chuckle. Huh. Although she thinks so. But this young lady doesn't have best friends. Jun Kaianyu sneered. At this moment, Huakiru had already arrived in front of Jun Kaianyu. Without a word, she thrust her ample chest towards Jun Kaianyu. Fortunately, Jun Kaianyu dodged with a flash, narrowly avoiding her. Younger sister Kaianyu. We haven't seen each other in years. Why are you still as aloof as before? Huakiru wasn't embarrassed, merely complaining with a resentful tone. Everyone, hearing that voice that could give one goosebumps, awkwardly averted their gaze. Why are you still as clingy as before? So disgusting. Jun Kaianyu glanced at Huakiru, showing her no face at all, and walked onto the Xuanzhou mysterious boat on her own. At this moment, Huakiru's gaze landed on Ning Ye's face, and her alluring red lips curved into a slight arc. Presumably, this must be younger sister Kaianyu's husband, right? He's truly handsome. With that, she completely disregarded the surprised looks around her, and even reached out to touch Ning Ye's cheek. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ning Ye said faintly, then bypassed Huakiru and walked onto the Xuanzhou mysterious boat. He thought, what is going on with this woman? Is she crazy? Indeed, that saying, guard against fire, guard against thieves, guard against best friends, is true. Ugh. Huakiru's jade hand froze in midair, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all and sighed to herself. Alas. Younger sister Kaianyu is really something. How could she find a man as aloof as herself? In the future, how will these two live together? With that she took Wu Yao, and turned to return to the Xuanzhou mysterious boat. Boom boom boom. With a roar, the Xuanzhou mysterious boat took flight, transforming into a streak of aurora, tearing through the clouds and speeding off into the distance. Inside Wudu, martial capital city. Tens of millions of Wudu, martial capital, residents and cultivators respectfully watched the Xuanzhou mysterious boat depart. They spontaneously raised their wine cups and drank them dry, then shouted. Farewell 10th Prince Your Highness, 2nd Miss Jun. May 10th Prince Your Highness, 2nd Miss Jun, have great success in the future. And ascend to the peak of the 9 heavens. The deafening sounds of blessings echoed throughout Wudu, martial capital city, making everyone present look towards the distance with solemn expressions. It's hard to imagine what kind of realm this couple will grow into in the future. Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, looked up inside. For some reason, he had a premonition that in the future, Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu would truly stand at the peak of the 9 heavens, becoming existences beyond his imagination. I hope they are both well in the future. The 10 great divine generals of Junlin bowed to the sky. This time, their gains from following Ning Ye and Jun Kaianyu to attack the Yin-Yang sect were truly substantial. In the future, they already had the chance to break through to the sacred and reach their longed-for divine concealment realm. Young miss. Be well. Don't let that rascal Ning Ye bully you. Kaianai murmured to herself. She always felt that after her young miss got together with Ning Ye, her personality became much softer and more cheerful than before. Unlike Tianjizi, heavenly secret master, she hadn't thought about what her young miss and Ning Ye's future achievements would be. She just felt that if her young miss and Ning Ye continued like this, Ning Ye might truly become her young miss's husband in the future, becoming the son-in-law of her Jun family. 83. Huakiru seduces Ning Ye. The 8 meridians of the holy mountain finally reached the holy mountain. Above the sky, a black and white Xuanzhou was rapidly traversing the eastern desolation border at an incredibly astonishing speed, heading towards the distant and unknown sacred mountain. On the Xuanzhou, Ning Ye saw 2 familiar faces. The young manor lord of Hidden Sword Manor, Yi Wuya. The chief of Great Thunder Sound Temple, Xuanzang. Ning Ye. 2nd Miss Jun. Princess Wu Yao. Seeing you all, this little monk's hanging heart has finally settled. Xuanzang chuckled as he stepped forward to greet Ning Ye and the others. He naturally yearned for the sacred mountain. However, the sacred mountain was also unfamiliar to him. And he had a natural reverence for the sacred mountain, so he had been restless these past few days until he saw Ning Ye and the others, and only then did he feel a sense of security. 2nd Miss Jun. Long time no see. Yi Wuya timidly said to Jun Kaianyu. At this moment, he didn't resemble the crazed young sword god who had slaughtered beneath the 15 cities of Hidden Sword, but rather a shy little boy. Jun Kaianyu casually hummed, then sat down at a rosewood table with Huakiru, and her eyes immediately fixated on the pot of fine wine on the table. Ning Ye. Over here. The sacred mountain isn't good at other things, but its osmanthus wine is quite good. Jun Kainyu smiled and waved at Ning Ye. Ning Ye nodded, and then sat beside Jun Kainyu. At this time, Xuan Zhang looked at Yi Wuya with a sympathetic expression and teased. Brother Wuya. Second Miss Jun is already taken. You should let go of your obsession. After speaking, he also happily sat down next to Ning Ye, wanting to taste the osmanthus wine. Ridiculous. Wu Yao snorted coldly, and also bypassed the pale-faced Yi Wuya to sit at the table. I already gave up a long time ago. Yi Wuya shook his head with a bitter smile. This statement was true. He had given up on Jun Kainyu as early as when Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu joined forces to attack the Yin-Yang sect. After all, he didn't have the courage to attack the Yin-Yang sect like Ning Ye. Now, he only wanted to be friends with Ning Ye and Jun Kainyu. Hey, little monk, can you drink alcohol? Huakiru looked at the red-faced Xuan Zhang with an amused expression and teased. Who said monks can't drink? Female benefactor, you should know that there are many kinds of monks. Xuan Zhang retorted, unconvinced to Huakiru. Oh, then which kind of monk are you? Huakiru asked curiously. Naturally, a wine and meat monk. Xuan Zhang answered as a matter of course. What a wine and meat monk. It seems, the spirit Buddha lineage of my sacred mountain should suit you very well. Huakiru raised her wine cup and toasted Xuan Zhang. Putting down her wine cup, Huakiru rested her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes unblinkingly scrutinizing Jun Kainyu's exquisitely cold and stunning face. At this moment, she looked exactly like a lovesick fool. Hey, have you stared enough? Jun Kainyu frowned and coldly rebuked. Not enough. My younger sister Kainyu is truly beautiful. Never enough. Ning Ye, you're truly lucky to be able to marry my younger sister Kainyu. Huakiru sighed at Jun Kainyu's beauty, while giving Ning Ye a captivating look. That's enough. Jun Kainyu shook her head and drank a cup of osmanthus wine on her own. Younger sister Kainyu. Don't you want to know how our little companions from back then are doing? Huakiru suddenly asked meaningfully. Tell me. Jun Kainyu glanced at Huakiru. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye, who was beside them, didn't interrupt. He knew that Jun Kainyu had dealt with those guys from the sacred mountain after she went beyond the desperate situation Great Wall, so he was also very curious. Huakiru sorted her thoughts, then began to speak. After returning from the desperate situation Great Wall, Zhu Pangzi, Blood Fatty, was severely injured, but fortunately, he entered the sacred mountain and cultivated the indestructible golden body art, greatly increasing his cultivation. Now he is a powerful expert of the spirit Buddha lineage in the sacred mountain, ranked 10th in the sacred mountain sequence. Sister Nai Huang did not enter the sacred mountain. She returned to the Nai Huang imperial dynasty in Zizhu and became the empress. Brother Sheng Jian, he entered the sacred mountain and became a personal disciple of the spirit sword venerable in the spirit sword lineage, ranked 7th in the sacred mountain sequence. And me, I became a personal disciple of the flower spirit lineage in the sacred mountain, and now I'm ranked 6th in the sequence. So that's how it is. Jun Kainyu nodded, her emotions completely unperturbed as she drank another cup of fine wine. 8 branches of the sacred mountain. Spirit Buddha. Spirit sword. Ling Yan. Flower spirit. Jiu Jai. Wine questioning. Adjudication mountain lineage. Ice profound lineage. Ning Ye listened from the side, and in his mind, the 8 famous cultivation schools of the sacred mountain appeared. These 8 great cultivation schools of the sacred mountain originated from the 8 divine clans of the 9th heaven upper realm, and were the holy land of cultivation that all cultivators on the entire 9 heavens continent dreamed of. How about it? Younger sister Kainyu. Isn't your sister amazing? Huakiru winked at Jun Kainyu with a smug smile. Boring. Jun Kainyu shook her head, looking as if she didn't want to bother with Huakiru. Me. Boring. Do you know, on the sacred mountain, the people pursuing your sister could line up from Spirit Sword Mountain to Ice Profound Palace. Huakiru laughed as if she had heard some joke, her full bosom heaving violently. Jun Kainyu sneered. She didn't care about Huakiru's trivial matters at all. And just then, Huakiru's lips curved into a shallow arc, and her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced at Ning Ye, after which she began her little game. Ning Ye seemed to sense something. His calf was being rubbed by something. The silky smooth and cool touch like satin made Ning Ye shiver involuntarily. Looking down, Huakiru had actually taken off her shoes, revealing her fair and tender feet placed on his thigh. How about it? Does younger brother Ning Ye also find your sister boring? Upon hearing this, Ning Ye rolled his eyes thinking, does this woman have something seriously wrong with her brain? At this moment Xuan Zhang also seemed to have discovered something. He froze in place, not daring to move. Yi Wuya, on the other hand, was looking up, counting stars in broad daylight. Wu Yao, although she didn't like Jun Kaienyu, felt that Hua Kiru was even more detestable, but ultimately she couldn't say anything. And just as Ning Ye was about to make a move, Jun Kaienyu clanged her wine cup down, her red lips parting as she coldly spoke. Hua Kiru, if you don't want your stinky feet anymore, just say so. Upon hearing this, Hua Kiru immediately sheepishly withdrew her feet, then burst into frantic laughter. Heruhata, younger sister Kaienyu, welcome to the sacred mountain. In the future, your sister and younger brother Ning Ye still have a lot to talk about. As her words fell, the Xuanzhou seemed to enter a special area, and its speed slowed down. Before their eyes, a vast and boundless immortal mountain, filled with endless spiritual qi, came into view. Below the immortal mountain was an indestructible giant city, and everyone knew this city was called Sacred City. It was in this sacred city that Jun Kaienyu had once pulled out the sacred sword, and then put it back, finally arrived. Ning Ye stood up, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the vast immortal mountain and the indestructible sacred city before him. At this moment, Ning Ye and Jun Kaienyu exchanged glances, both seeing the fiery passion and a strong intent of destruction in each other's eyes. 84. Show off your affection. The destiny girl and the villain girl, here they come. However, when the black and white Xuanzhou sailed into the holy city, the atmosphere of the holy city immediately exploded. This was because the people and cultivators of the holy city all remembered the young girl who, many years ago, came to their holy city, pulled out the sacred sword, and then reinserted it. That day it seemed to be a summer afternoon just like this. She appeared before everyone's eyes. She was like a true deity of the 9 heavens, radiating an unapproachable light that shocked everyone. Even today, many years later, they still remember second Miss Jun Kaienyu vividly. After so many years, second Miss Jun has finally returned. Who says it isn't? So many years have passed in a blink of an eye. I heard second Miss Jun is even getting married. 9th Prince Ning Ye of Yanyun. Now, this engaged couple is known to everyone on the 9 heavens continent. I heard younger brother Ning Ye is just as amazing as our second Miss Jun. That's right, otherwise how could he have destroyed the evil yin-yang sect? When younger brother Ning Ye arrives at the sacred mountain, I'm afraid it will cause another storm, attracting the attention and admiration of countless saintesses, just like second Miss Jun did back then. The holy city was in an uproar with the arrival of younger brother Ning Ye and Kaienyu, and countless cultivators and common people were lost in memories and expectations for their future. Soon, after the black and white Xuanzhou sailed through the holy city and entered the secret realm of the sacred mountain, the atmosphere on the sacred mountain also changed. Spirit Buddha, Spirit Sword, Ling Yan, Flower Spirit, Ju Jai, Wine Questioning, Adjudication Mountain Lineage, Ice Profound Lineage. The important figures from the 8 branches of the sacred mountain all issued strict orders. Younger brother Ning Ye and Kaienyu must join their sect. Therefore, all 8 branches of the sacred mountain became chaotic due to the arrival of younger brother Ning Ye and Kaienyu. The 8 branches of the sacred mountain all had powerful individuals rushing towards the foot of the sacred mountain, where the dark Xuanzhou was landing. Rumble. When the black and white Xuanzhou completely stopped, the atmosphere inside the Xuanzhou quieted down. Yi Wuya kept swallowing his saliva, trying his best to suppress his nervous feelings. Xuanzang, on the other hand, was like a curious baby, constantly looking at the immortal qi-shrouded sacred mountain outside the Xuanzhou. Wu Yao was very excited. The sacred mountain was the cultivation place she had always dreamed of. Now she had finally achieved her wish. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would use the sacred mountain to become famous throughout the 9 heavens, eradicate all demons in the world, and make her name known across the continent. Younger sister Kaienyu. Do you miss it? This was once the place where our dreams began. Huakiru said with a smile, sighing to Kaienyu. Hehe. Just a broken mountain. Only you care so much. Kaienyu stood up and stretched, her tone very flat, as if the sacred mountain was nothing special to her. HMPH, cold woman. Huakiru snorted lightly, then turned her beautiful eyes to younger brother Ning Ye and teased. Younger brother Ning Ye. How is it? Are you feeling the pressure? You should know that many years ago, my younger sister Kaienyu was the sacred mountain's heartthrob. Countless prodigies once fought fiercely and competed for her. Hee. Younger brother Ning Ye smiled and casually replied. Isn't this very normal? With the beauty and talent of my second Miss Jun, it would be abnormal if no one competed for her. Ugh. Huakiru was speechless upon hearing this. If it were an ordinary man, he would probably already have a solemn expression and be thinking about how to protect his wife. However, younger brother Ning Ye didn't look worried at all, as if the prodigies of the sacred mountain were just a bunch of dirt dogs and rubble, not worth mentioning. What's worth mentioning is that Kaienyu, who was beside them, heard younger brother Ning Ye's words and couldn't help but curve her lips into a very beautiful smile. Obviously, she was very satisfied with younger brother Ning Ye's words just now. These two, are they showing off their affection now? Huakiru couldn't help but mutter when she saw this. Then, as if she thought of something, she raised her eyebrows and continued. That's right. However, I have to say, younger brother Ning Ye is also not bad. Young prince. Famous throughout the world. Now that he has entered the sacred mountain, his future is promising. I imagine, with younger brother Ning Ye's charm, he will capture the hearts of countless talented young girls on the sacred mountain. Alas, younger sister Kainyu, you will have a lot to worry about in the future. Heh. Kainyu heard this and couldn't help but sneer. Then she made a move that no one expected. She actually took younger brother Ning Ye's hand, and then very domineeringly said, "This young lady wants to see which woman is so bold. Dare to snatch this young lady's fiancé. Those who don't want to live just come." Younger brother Ning Ye. Huakiru. Wu Yao, these two are too much. Xuanzang a bit handsome. Yi Wei a pain, too painful. Rumble. The Xuanzhou door opened. At this moment, the foot of the sacred mountain was already filled with prodigies from the 8 branches of the sacred mountain. And as younger brother Ning Ye and Kainyu walked out hand in hand, crack. Younger brother Ning Ye didn't know if it was an illusion or what. He actually heard countless heartbroken sounds and felt countless hostile gazes. At this moment, younger brother Ning Ye truly realized the charm of his second Miss Jun. Not the entire sacred mountain, but at least half of the sacred mountain were his love rivals. And just then, younger brother Ning Ye felt his left hand, held by Kainyu, tighten a bit. Obviously, Kainyu was declaring her relationship with him to the sacred mountain to save him some trouble in the future. She really has someone she loves. The rumors are true, she seems to really love that guy, loves him to the core. That's right, otherwise, why would she go to the yin-yang sect for that guy? I'm retreating, this retreat of mine will be for a lifetime. Hey, don't discuss me, okay? Many prodigies on the sacred mountain noticed this detail. At this moment, their hearts seemed to be even more completely broken. The atmosphere was silent for several breaths. Immediately after, 8 elders from the 8 branches of the sacred mountain stood before the Xuanzhou and began their performance. Younger brother Ning Ye. Kainyu. Our spirit Buddha lineage is united, extremely protective of our own, and our cultivation resources are the best in the sacred mountain. The Buddha says that you too are destined to be with our Buddha. So, why not consider joining our spirit Buddha lineage? The elder from the spirit Buddha lineage enthusiastically waved to younger brother Ning Ye and Kainyu. Nonsense. Speaking of abundant cultivation resources, can your spirit Buddha compare to our spirit sword? How about this, younger brother Ning Ye, Kainyu, if you join the spirit sword lineage, our spirit sword lineage will give you a Tao-grade spirit sword. The elder of the spirit sword lineage spoke very grandly. Forget it. Second Miss Jun doesn't even care for the sacred sword, so how could she care for your spirit sword lineage's scrap metal? Ridiculous. Join the spirit sword lineage. It's better to join my Lingyan lineage. After all, I heard that Prince younger brother Ning Ye possesses heavenly flame, and our Lingyan lineage is expert in cultivating flames. A strong alliance is the right path. The elder of the Lingyan lineage, dressed in a fiery red suit, smiled brightly at younger brother Ning Ye. Small Lingyan. Ridiculous. My flower spirit clan is the true path. What's the point of you Buddha worshippers, sword players and fire players? My flower spirit clan has the sun and moon spring, the prosperous forest, and the 3 lives path. Younger brother Ning Ye and Kainyu coming to my flower spirit clan, cultivating and falling in love at the same time, wouldn't that be even better? A year later, a family of 3 leaving the sacred mountain, wouldn't that be a beautiful story? The female elder of the flower spirit lineage spoke with a smile. No. The sacred mountain is the #1 holy land in the 9 heavens. How can it be a place for romance? That's right, my Jiu Jai lineage mainly cultivates the physical body and can give you too the greatest boost. Bullshit Jiu Jai, not even as good as one of my Ling Yan. What Ling Yan? My spirit sword will destroy it with one strike. The Buddha says, whoever dares to compete with us we will kill you bastards. My ice profound is the true path. At this moment, younger brother Ning Ye and Kainyu hadn't even finished speaking, and the elders of the 8 branches of the sacred mountain were already preparing to roll up their sleeves and fight. And just then a soft voice sounded. Junior sister Kainyu. Why don't you join my adjudication mountain, lineage? My senior sister, Lang Ruyan thinks highly of you. When the name Lang Ruyan came out, the entire foot of the sacred mountain fell silent. Lang Ruyan, the chief of adjudication mountain lineage, the 3rd in the sacred mountain's prodigy sequence. She was recognized as a prodigy by the entire sacred mountain. Even many senior elders of the sacred mountain had to listen to her words. Daughter of destiny. Lang Ruyan. Younger brother Ning Ye heard this name and couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight arc. If he remembered correctly, Leng Ruyan was the one among the 9 Child of Destiny who hated Kainyu the most. Because, in Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens, after Kainyu joined the Sacred Mountain, she joined the Adjudication Mountain lineage and became Leng Ruyan's junior sister. After that, Kainyu personally destroyed the Sacred Mountain. Since then, the senior sister and junior sister became sworn enemies. Kainyu became Leng Ruyan's obsession and nightmare. Leng Ruyan. Kainyu heard this, and at this moment her red lips couldn't help but curve into a slight arc. Obviously, she had also heard of Leng Ruyan's great name. And just then, a soft, weak voice, which seemed delicate and timid compared to the elders of the other 7 lineages present, spoke. How about joining our wine-questioning lineage? We are also very strong. The osmanthus wine is made by us. Hearing this, younger brother Ning Ye and Kainyu turned their heads together and saw a very small figure squeezed among the elders of the 8 branches. She was wearing an old linen robe. She looked only 13 or 14 years old. Her hair looked a bit yellowish. A delicate, fair little face was anxious, her hands tightly clutching the corner of her clothes. Obviously, she had gathered a lot of courage to say this. You are. Kainyu heard this and couldn't help but look at the timid and delicate girl. My name is Chi Yue. I'm ranked 17th in the wine questioning sect. The girl lowered her head and replied timidly. Chi Yue. Younger brother Ning Ye gasped when he heard this name. This delicate and timid girl in front of him was actually the future Kainyu's #1 assassin. She was also the cause of fear for countless Nijiyushin against the 9 heavens players, known as the Goddess of Slaughter.